Chapter 1: Awakening the God-level Beast Master. Blood Moon. It's a blood moon. Look outside the classroom, the moon has changed. Hiss bloody light, is the world going to end? The scarlet blood moon hung in the night sky, and the creepy blood light filled the air, covering the entire blue planet. At Yunlan No. 1 Middle School, the entire campus was in an uproar. In the back row of Class 7, Grade 3, the dozing Shintian suddenly woke up. I'm not dead? Ron. Looking around the classroom, Shintian immediately calmed down. The scarlet light outside the window was dazzling, and the memories in my mind gradually became clearer. I am reborn. Today is the day when the monsters are resurrected. On April 1, 2999, a blood moon appeared in the sky, the blue star changed, and the monsters revived. Human civilization was almost destroyed. In my previous life, I missed the initial awakening and fell to the bottom of the apocalypse. I hid here and there for 20 years and died tragically at the mouth of a monster. Living this life again, I, Shintian, must defy fate and change my destiny. Recalling the tragic experiences of his previous life, Shintian's desire to become stronger became stronger. There's still time. I must be the first to get the awakening spirit stone. Yes, on the rooftop of the cafeteria. With the memories of his previous life, Shintian quickly thought of the rooftop of the cafeteria. I immediately stood up and opened the back door of the classroom. Shintian, sit down, it's still class time. Fuck. Bang. Shintian rushed out of the door, no longer paying attention to the cursing roar. At 7:30, the blood moon appeared in the sky. At 7:45, the awakening spirit stone landed. At 8 o'clock, the monster revived. At that time, the blue planet was in chaos, and human civilization changed in an instant. Shintian remembered clearly that in his previous life, a total of 4 awakening spirit stones landed at Yunlan No. 1 Middle School. 2 of the awakening spirit stones landed on the roof of the cafeteria. If you live your life again, you should be one step ahead of others. Rushing out of the teaching building, Shintian headed straight for the cafeteria. On the 5th floor of the teaching building, a beautiful figure looked in the direction where Shintian was running. The cafeteria, where the 2 awakening spirit stones landed. He frowned slightly, then relaxed his eyebrows. I see. Running all the way to the roof of the cafeteria, Shintian stared at the scarlet night sky expectantly. Time passed by minute, and there were still 3 minutes until 7:45. In the night sky, 9 colorful lights are twinkling. So dense, like a meteor shower. Here I come. The light spot fell rapidly, getting closer and closer to the ground. 2 awakening spirit stones fell from the roof of the cafeteria. The time came to 7:45. Shintian picked up an awakening spirit stone and swallowed it directly into his stomach. The spirit stone shattered as it entered his mouth, and surging energy spread throughout his body. Wake up and start. With my eyes tightly closed, a data progress bar is loading in my mind. After a moment, the loading is complete. Awakening, Beast Master. Talent evaluation in progress. Evaluation completed, God level. God level? Shintian was confused. What was the situation at the God level? In his previous life, although Shintian missed the awakening, he was still clear about the superpowers after awakening. After swallowing the spirit stone, the man will awaken and become a beast master. There is a strict division of beast master levels into primary, intermediate, advanced, general, commander, lord, monarch, overlord and emperor levels. Each level is divided into 9 grades. The talent rating of the beast master determines the future limits of the beast master. From low to high, they are F, E, D, C, B, A, S, SS, SSS. If you awaken talent F, the 9th level in the future will be the end. As for the SSS level, one can cultivate to the 9th level of the Emperor and stand at the top of the entire blue planet. Could it be that there is a God-level existence above the SSS level, but it has not been discovered in the past life? Or maybe it is just that I cannot access the existence of the God level. After all, Shintian lived at the bottom of society in his previous life, and the most powerful person he had ever seen was a high-level beastmaster. The information bar has been loaded and will be presented to you soon. The information bar is an ability that every awakened person has. You can view your basic information, skills, advanced tasks, etc., which is similar to the character interface in the game. Beastmaster, Shintian. Level, primary level 1 upgrade progress 0%. Talent, God level. Talent Skill 1, Divine Vision, see through everything. Talent Skill 2, Upgrade Amplification. After contracting a Beast Girl, the psychic energy required for the Beast Master in Beast Girl to upgrade is doubled. Talent Skill 3, God Level Enhancement, consumes 30 spiritual power, upgrades and strengthens the shared skills of the contracted Beast Girls. Talent Skill 4, Abundant Spiritual Energy, consumes 30 spiritual energy, fully restores the contracted Beast Girl's spiritual energy, cooldown time 60 minutes. Talent Skill 5, Life Healing, consumes 100 spiritual power, heals all injuries, cooldown time 60 minutes. Talent Skill 6, Invincible Golden Body, consumes 30 spiritual power, and the contracted Beast Girl can gain 1 second of invincibility. Talent Skill 7, Blessing of the Martial God, consumes 30 spiritual power, increases all attributes of the contracted Beast Girl by 100%. Talent Skill 8, Time and Space Stillness, level too low to use. Talent Skill 9, Time and Space Reversal, level too low to use. Talent Skill 10, Heavenly Punishment, level too low to use. Spiritual Power, 100. Agility, 100. Spirit, 100. Attack, 100. Defense, 100. Contracted Beast Girl, none. Contract Shared Skills, none. Advanced Tasks. 1. Reach the 9th level of Elementary Level. 2. Contract an SSS-level Beast Girl. 3. Kill 300 primary monsters. 4. Kill 1 intermediate monster. 10 innate skills. And all awakened at once? Is this a god-level talent? Shen Tian was shocked. Talented skills are unique to Beast Masters. The higher the talent, the more talents and skills can be awakened. SSS-level talent can awaken 9 talent skills. But not all awakenings are done at once, but the level needs to be upgraded and awakening is completed step by step. God-level talent, truly amazing. However, this advanced mission is a bit difficult. At the primary level 9, it is not difficult to kill 300 primary monsters and 1 intermediate monster. But contracting an SSS-level Beast Girl is difficult during the early stages of the monster revival. In his previous life, Shen Tian knew that to advance as a Beast Master, one must contract a Beast Girl, but there was no requirement for the Beast Girl's talent. Beast Girls are different from Beast Tamers. Beast Girls are female awakeners who are born with powerful combat power. The Beast Master's ability is focused on assisting the Beast Girls. In the early days of the revival of monsters, Beast Girls had a very high status in the apocalypse due to their powerful fighting power. Especially the Beast Girls with high talents, they simply disdained to sign a contract with the Beast Master. This situation was not broken until the general level advancement mission appeared. When a Beast Girl is in the junior, intermediate, or senior levels, she does not need to sign a contract with a Beast Master to complete advanced tasks. But to advance to the level of a general, one must sign a contract with a Beast Master, otherwise one will remain at the advanced 9th level for life. It's really a headache. Under the current situation, it's impossible to contract an SSS-level Beast Girl. If I were to contract an F-rank Beast Girl, I might be able to get one, but an SSS rank, that would be impossible. Although the god-level talent is awesome, Shen Tian is stuck at an advancement task. You can't just keep hiding and wait for the general level advanced task to appear before looking for an SSS-level Beast Girl contract. Shen Tian smiled bitterly and closed the message bar. After opening my eyes, I saw a beautiful face right in front of me, and a proud chest right in front of me. Student Shen, let me be your beast mother. Chapter 2 Contract SSS-level Pegasus Beast Girl. Sister Ku-in. After seeing the person's face clearly, Shen Tian took him into his arms. Ma Qian grew up in an orphanage with Shen Tian. She is 3 years older than Shen Tian, and they can be considered childhood sweethearts. Later, Ma Qian was adopted and the two lost contact. When they met again, Shen Tian was in his 3rd year of high school and Ma Qian came to Yunlan No. 1 Middle School for an internship. In the previous life, the demon beast revived, and Shen Tian was able to save his life because Ma Qian awakened and became a Beast Girl. It's great to see you again. The scene of near death in my previous life is still vivid in my mind. Sharp claws fell from the sky, and Marco-in blocked the way. The beast's claws pierced her heart and she died before Shen Tian. Shen Tian, you are so bold. This is a school. Ahem, I couldn't help it for a moment. After 2 awkward dry coughs, Shen Tian let go of Marco-in. A sudden light bulb went off in his head. In his previous life, Marco-in had awakened as a Beast Girl. And she's an SSS-level Beast Girl. Sister Ku-in, are you willing to believe me? Blue Star will soon become a hunting ground for demonic beasts. If you want to survive, you must awaken. Alas, where's the awakening spirit stone? The other awakening spirit stone on the roof of the cafeteria has disappeared. You mean the little glowing stone? I already ate it. Ah. I saw you eating, so I ate too. Avoiding Shintian's gaze, Marco Wien looked at the bloody night sky. This blood moon is very strange. Blue Planet might suffer a great disaster. If you eat that stone and die, I will accompany you. But I'm not dead. I'll protect you from now on. Holy light bloomed from his chest, and a pair of white wings spread out behind him. Under the glory, Marco Wien changed drastically. The lower body was replaced by a golden horse body, the upper body was covered with armor, and the long black hair turned golden. As the light condensed, a golden spear appeared in his hand. SSS-level Beast Girl, Holy Light Pegasus. It was exactly the same as what Marco Wien had awakened in his previous life. You've awakened too. Yes, I have awakened the Beast Tamer and need to make a contract with the Beast Girl. My innate skills will assist the Beast Girl. Let's make a contract. Shintian originally wanted to introduce his talents and skills to let Markian understand that he had a strong amplification effect on Beast Girls, so that Markian would agree to the contract. Unexpectedly, before he could finish speaking, Markian agreed to the contract. You know, in his previous life, Marco Wien had never signed a contract with any Beastmaster and remained at the advanced 9th level for his entire life. Good. The current situation is serious, so Shintian doesn't waste any words. The contract was successfully completed and the information column was updated. Contracted Beast Girl, Marco Wien Holy Light Pegasus. Contract shared skill, Pegasus Meteor, consumes 30 spiritual power, causes large-scale damage. With this offensive skill, you will have a certain ability to protect yourself. Combined with the God-level enhancement of his innate skills, Shintian's combat power is even stronger than Marco Yin's. Sister Queen, my first innate skill, the Divine Vision Eye, can see through everything. After the blood moon, the blue star monsters will fully recover. We must quickly familiarize ourselves with our respective abilities and wait for the demon beasts to revive, so we can seize the initiative and survive in the apocalypse. I will first introduce my own innate skills to you. There are still 10 minutes left before the monster revive. Shintian quickly introduced his innate skills to Marco Wien. 10 minutes passed quietly, and the blood light that enveloped the entire blue planet disappeared without a trace in an instant. The blood moon in the night sky gradually dimmed. Boom! The heaven and earth trembled, and all kinds of roars echoed all over the blue planet. The monster has revived. On the campus of Yunlan No. 1 Middle School, many animals were transformed on the spot and became resurrected monsters. The monster was bloodthirsty by nature. After reviving, it headed straight for the teaching building. Monster! Monster! What a huge ant! Ah! Holy crap! I woke up and the world is ending? Mom, save me, wah wah wah! Screams echoed in the night sky, and the air was filled with blood. Ordinary people who were unarmed could only flee for their lives. The entire Yunlan No. 1 Middle School has completely turned into a hunting ground for monsters. At this moment, on the roof of the cafeteria, Shintian and Marco Wien stood side by side. Not far away from them, a spider's body continued to expand. The spiritual vision pupil opens, and the spider's information appears. Monster, one-horned spider. Level, beginner level 1. Talent, F. Skill, spider silk. Spiritual power, 10. Agility, 4. Spirit, 10. Attack, 6. Defense, 3. Weakness, head. The monster has F-level talent and its attributes are pitifully low. Sister Queen, its weak point is its head. As soon as he finished speaking, Marco Wien came with a gun. The Pegasus golden spear pierced through the one-horned spider's head, killing it instantly. Although they are both at the first level of the primary stage, the gap between their talents is too huge. The basic attributes of F-level talents are too poor, and they are completely powerless against a casual attack from an SSS-level Beast Girl. What is this? A white round ball rolled out from the one-horned spider's exploded head. As his gaze fell, his spiritual vision pupils opened. White Spirit Pearl, used to level up Beastmasters and Beast Girls, restore spiritual power, 1% chance of obtaining. Spiritual beads, after absorbing them, you can increase your level. Here you go. Spirit beads are very precious. You can only obtain one by killing 100 monsters. If there are too many, they are no longer precious. Marcoine said indifferently, squatting slightly. Right on me, I'll lead you in killing monsters. Once you've killed enough monsters, you won't have to worry about the spirit beads anymore. That makes sense. Shintian stepped onto the horse in 3 or 2 steps and tightened his legs. Drive. You're looking for death. You're really riding me like a horse. Sister Queen, be careful, there's a monster attacking. A swift bird came towards him, and Marcoine snorted coldly. The Pegasus golden spear pierced through the swift bird's body. With its wings flapping, it arrived in an instant and firmly grasped the golden spear that had slipped out of its hand. No spirit beads. Keep killing. Shintian was not idle while riding on horseback. He opened his spiritual vision and overlooked the entire campus. All the information about the resurrected monsters cannot escape his eyes. At the same time, a golden Pegasus spear condensed in his right hand. After making a contract with Marcoine, Shintian can also condense the Pegasus golden spear. A man and a woman were killing people all over Yunlan No. 1 Middle School. Wherever it passed, a large number of monsters died tragically. Too weak. The monster with F-level talent was like a child in front of the 2 men. They killed it with 1 shot each without any pressure. The monster that was originally a hunter has become a prey, and has nowhere to hide from the snipers of Shintian and Marcoine. The monsters continue to revive, and big-headed ants continue to revive. There is no way, who made there so many ants in this world? After 5 hours of hunting, Yunlan No. 1 Middle School returned to silence. All the monsters that revived here were killed. But outside the campus, screams continued. There are too many spirit beads and it can't fit in anymore, but Sisterine, let's find a place to absorb the spirit beads and increase our level first. Go to the cafeteria freezer, it should be safer there. Good. After arriving at the freezer, Shintian scattered all the spirit beads on the ground. After counting, there were 104 spirit beads. Half each, hurry up and absorb it. The monster has revived 7 times. Every time the blood moon appears in the sky, the monster's strength will increase greatly. There are only 3 days left until the second recovery. Time is running out and there is no time for hesitation. Pick up a spirit bead and absorb it quickly. Upgrade speed doubled, upgrade progress plus 10%. The upgrade and amplification of talent skills is enabled. Every time you absorb spirit beads, you will gain more benefits on the original basis. The original 5% progress was increased to 10%. Not only does it save the consumption of spirit beads, but it also greatly increases the upgrade speed. Just as he was about to absorb the second spirit bead, a series of footsteps were heard. Chapter 3 My man, no one is allowed to touch. Hurry, they're in the cafeteria, everyone spread out and look for them. Shintian frowned, looked at Makian, and the 2 stood up and left the freezer. When they arrived at the spacious hall of the cafeteria, a dozen people were looking for them. Here! With a loud shout, everyone gathered together. Shintian, you should know me. The person who spoke had a slicked back hair, was wearing expensive branded clothes, and looked like a rich young man. I don't know him. Oh my god. You don't even know young Master Lin? Shintian, you're really useless. Who is he? Why should I know him? You. Wang Hu, shut up. When the master spoke, the lackey Wang Hu immediately shut up. The rich young man took 2 steps forward, speaking in a haughty tone. My name is Lin Hao, and my father is the richest man in Yunlan City. As long as you protect me, I can give you endless money. Unnecessary. Lin Hao's expression changed slightly, and anger burned in his heart. As the son of the richest man in Yunlan, when has he ever been treated like this? Even the principal had to smile and nod when he saw Lin Hao. Shintian, I advise you to consider this. In Yunlan City, there is nothing that my Lin family can't do. All you have to do is be my bodyguard. You idiot, you can't see the situation clearly, right? Snap. Snap. Shintian took a step forward and slapped Lin Hao in the face with 2 big slaps. After awakening, Shintian's strength increased greatly. With just 2 slaps, Lin Hao fell to the ground. You hit me. Lin Hao was stunned and pointed at Shintian with disbelief on his face. What's wrong with hitting you? Believe it or not, I'm going to kill you. Get out of here, or don't blame me for being rude. Shin Tian, don't be shameless. Young Master Lin thinks highly of you and asks you to protect him. This is a blessing that you can't achieve in 3 lifetimes. Don't be so ungrateful. Seeing Lin Hao being beaten, Wang Hu immediately jumped out to protect his master. Phew! The Pegasus golden spear pierced Wang Hu's chest. What's wrong with me? I don't know what's good for me. He pulled out the golden spear and blood gushed out of Wang Hu's chest. Ah! Murder! Shin Tian, are you still a human being? We are classmates, and you actually killed Wang Hu directly. You want to die too? Tianma pointed his golden spear and the girl who had spoken immediately shut up. It's the end of the world, why would I still care about this? As for you, what are you? In my eyes, you are garbage, unrecyclable garbage. Get out of here before I lose my temper, or I'll kill you. Bang! The tip of the gun pierced the floor, less than 5 centimeters away from the fallen Lin Hao. Lin Hao trembled all over and couldn't help but pee his pants out of fear. Why don't you get out? Do you want to die? I'm leaving right now. I'm leaving right now. Lin Hao hurriedly got up from the ground and rushed out of the cafeteria. Let's go back and continue absorbing the spirit beads. The end of the world has come and order has collapsed. In this era of cannibalism, if people do not work for themselves, they will bring about their own destruction. Return to the freezer and continue absorbing the spirit beads. After one night, all the spirit beads were absorbed by the two. It's already the 4th level of the primary level. The upgrade speed is really fast. Maki inside, your innate skill is simply a cheat. It doubles the blessing. Absorbing 1 spirit bead is equivalent to absorbing 2. That's nothing. The effect of the upgrade is related to the number of contracted beast girls. The more contracted beast girls there are, the stronger the blessing will be. You want to contract another beast girl so soon? That's not the case. I'm very picky. At least I want someone like Sister Queen. Intermediate advanced tasks require contracting an SSS-level beast girl, and the subsequent advanced tasks must also require the beast girl to be SSS-level. Therefore, Shin Tian's requirements for the beast girl S talent naturally cannot be low, and Marcoine is the best choice. Makian, who was standing by, had no idea what Shin Tian was thinking, and her cheeks flushed slightly. He stood up and searched for some food, and his slightly red face finally calmed down. Eat something. Well, fill your stomach and continue killing people today. Time is precious and should not be wasted. After quickly eating some food to fill their stomachs, the two left the freezer. Just as he reached the cafeteria door, a burly figure suddenly rushed over and punched Shin Tian head-on. Shin Tian reacted extremely quickly and pulled Marcoine to avoid the punch. The glass on the cafeteria door was shattered all over the floor, and the burly figure at the door was clearly visible. Beast Mother? The one standing in front of me is a beast girl. His arms are muscular and he has a pair of horns on his head. The obese body weighs at least 300 kilograms. And this person looks a little familiar. The divine eyes of clairvoyance are opened. Beast Mother, Sun Nyonyo Brute Bull. Level, Beginner Level 1. Talent, E. Companion Skill, Brute Force Fist. Spiritual Power, 20. Agility, 13. Spirit, 11. Attack, 35. Defense, 17. After reading the information column, Shin Tian finally remembered. Sun Nyonyo is also a well-known figure in Yunlan No. 1 Middle School. He weighs 200 kilograms and is Lin Hao's die-hard pursuer. Over the past 3 years, she repeatedly confessed her love to Lin Hao, but was completely ignored by him and became the laughingstock of the whole school. Unexpectedly, she also became a beast girl. However, in the memory of the previous life, this Sun Nyonyo did not become a beast mother. Maybe it was because he and Marcoine took the 2 awakening spirit stones from the roof of the cafeteria that changed the development trajectory. You're the one who bullied my man. That's him. Lin Hao jumped out from behind Sun Nyonyo, his white face twisted with anger, and he wished he could eat Shin Tian. After being driven away by Shin Tian last night, Lin Hao encountered a big-headed ant on campus. He almost died tragically, but it was Sun Nyonyo who saved him. Sun Nyonyo already liked Lin Hao, so after rescuing him, she dragged him into a deserted place. Lin Hao accepted it with tears in his eyes, feeling humiliated. All these experiences were attributed to Shin Tian. He tried his best to please Sun Nyonyo all night and served her comfortably, which earned him a chance to take revenge. He was the one who bullied me yesterday and even wanted to kill me. Baby, you have to stand up for me. Lin Hao stuck to Sun Nyonya, acting coquettishly with a look of grievance on his face. Shin Tian just felt nauseous and was about to vomit the food he had just eaten. Ha ha ha, don't worry, I'll tear him apart right now. Amidst the roaring laughter, Sun Nyonya kissed Lin Hao fiercely. Enduring the humiliation, Lin Hao glared at Shin Tian with his eyes slanted. All of this is thanks to you, Shin Tian. Go to hell. After I teach him a lesson, I will pamper my precious son. Sun Nyonya wiped her mouth with satisfaction, then threw a punch, intending to kill Shin Tian. Want to bully my man? Have you asked me? Tianma golden spear came from the side to block Sun Nyonyo's fist. What the hell? Shin Tian was overwhelmed. How did he become your man? Marcoine rose up with his spear in hand, his wings spread out behind him. Enveloped by holy light, small golden Pegasus spears condensed. Holy light meteor. Oh shit. Close to the face and open it wide. This is 30 points of spiritual power. In the early stages, 30 points of spiritual power are very precious. Marcoine didn't care about all this and threw out the Pegasus golden spear. Carrying a large number of golden spear phantoms, they completely covered Sun Nyonya and Lin Hao. In the golden light, bright red blood flowers bloomed. In a moment, no trace of the two men remained. Shin Tian swallowed his saliva. It was too cruel. My man, no one is allowed to touch him. Shin Tian didn't dare to say anything, as Markian was a bit tough at the moment. Let's go hunt the monsters. Oh. Nodding repeatedly, Shin Tian followed. When I left the cafeteria, the scene before me was a bit strange. The big-headed ants were lined up neatly and walked in a certain direction. Something's wrong. The monsters would attack anyone they saw, but the swarm of big-headed ants in front of them completely ignored the two of them. Get on. Marcoine transformed into the holy light Pegasus, and Shin Tian mounted on the horse's back. The wings flapped gently and rose into the air. Looking down, the entire Yunlan No. 1 middle school was surrounded by big-headed ants. These big-headed ants lined up neatly and gathered towards the playground, like an army. Go look over the playground. Chapter 4 Intermediate Level 2 Brain-Eating Hawk. It's the queen ant. Arriving above the playground, you can see everything below. The spiritual vision pupil opened, and the information column of the queen ant in the center of the playground appeared. Monster, big-headed ant queen. Level, primary level 7. Talent, E. Skill, summon ant swarm. Spiritual power, 38. Agility, 16. Spirit, 60. Attack, 13. Defense, 17. This big-headed ant queen's skill is called summoning ants, which can gather all the big-headed ants around it together. Summon it and then eat it? On the playground, big-headed ants automatically came to the queen ant's mouth and became her food. Every time the queen ant eats a big-headed ant, her body will grow a little bigger. Upgrading by devouring one's own kind is simple and crude. But Sisterine, our chance has arrived. If we capture these big-headed queen ants, we can summon a steady supply of big-headed ants, and we won't have to worry about spirit beads. Understand? Holy light bloomed, and above the sky, a large number of Pegasus golden spears gathered. Holy light meteor. Brush, brush, brush. The rain of gunfire was relentless, covering the entire playground. In an instant, all the big-headed ants on the playground were wiped out. Under Markian's control, the big-headed queen ant was deliberately left behind. Everything happened so quickly that when the big-headed queen ant reacted, the two had already landed in front of her. Don't move. Shin Tian raised his gun and pointed the tip of the gun at the abdomen of the big-headed ant queen. Chop off her feet first. Hiss. The big-headed queen ant screamed and all the ant's legs were cut off. The obese body twitched on the grass. If you want to stay alive, keep summoning the ant colony. Under coercion, the big-headed queen ant had no choice but to continue summoning the ant colony. A steady stream of big-headed ants gathered on the playground. 2 holy light meteors consumed 60 spiritual power points. Only 70 spiritual power points are left. I can use it twice more at most. Marco Yin's spiritual power was 100 when he awakened. Last night, he broke through 3 levels in a row, and his spiritual power increased by another 30. In the early stages of awakening, spiritual power is consumed too quickly. But don't worry, Sister Een. Shen Tian narrowed his eyes slightly, consuming 30 spiritual power. Talented skills blessing of the god of war. As the gentle ball of light fell, Marco Een felt warm all over and extremely comfortable. It's so comfortable. Spiritual power increased by 200 points. Not only spiritual power, but also the 5 basic attributes, all increased by 100%, the duration is 1 hour. Great! Mr. Shen, the teacher really likes your skills. Sister Queen, can we be serious? The ant colony is here. Take care of the queen and I'll take care of the rest. Transforming into the holy light Pegasus, Marco Een charged back and forth on the playground like a Valkyrie. The big-headed ants that gathered together were of low level and had little combat power. With the blessing of Shen Tian, the god of war, Marco Yin's combat power doubled. One shot can kill 5 or 6 big-headed ants. The crushing victory took place on the playground of Yunlan No. 1 Middle School as expected. At this moment, hundreds of big-headed ants gathered on the top floor of the Sports and Arts Center. In the center of the big-headed ants stood a graceful woman. The girl had a pair of white fox ears and her eyes glowed pink. The slender legs are put together, and the tight pants outline the beautiful lines. Behind the raised buttocks, 9 snow-white foxtails sway. So strong. The girl's eyes were full of envy. The battle lasted until afternoon, and the playground was filled with the corpses of big-headed ants. Shen Tian was cleaning up the battlefield and filled a large bag with about 500 items. Fortunately, the spirit beads are only the size of marbles that children play with, otherwise this bag would not be able to hold them. It's getting less and less. Marco pouted, seeming dissatisfied. It's been half an hour, and we've only managed to gather over 30 of them. Can you do it? The Pegasus golden spear was pressed against the mouth of the big-headed queen ant. The queen ant shook her head in panic, twisted her body, and tried desperately to summon the ant colony. She's done her best. I'm afraid all the big-headed ants near No. 1 Middle School have been killed by you, Marco Een. Upon hearing this, the queen ant nodded repeatedly. So she's useless? No, there's still some residual value. Maybe she can get a spirit bead. Hiss hiss. The queen ant went crazy, her eyes wide open. The helpless roar seemed to accuse the two of breaking the rules. You're destroying the bridge after crossing it, killing the chicken to get the eggs, right? The golden spear is ready, with a sharp killing intent. Whoosh whoosh. Sister Queen, get out of the way. Ma Qian also realized something was wrong and quickly retreated. As soon as his front foot left, 2 wind blades fell, the ground exploded, and the soil flew. The eagle screamed in the sky and a strong wind suddenly arose. In mid-air, a vulture stared at the queen ant with a fierce look. There was another eagle cry, and the vulture swooped down. The sharp eagle beak pierced into the queen ant's head. Slurp. The big-headed ant queen's brain was sucked by a vulture and she died on the spot. Grass. This is so frustrating. His prey was snatched away by a bald eagle. The vulture ate the queen ant's brain and flapped its wings excitedly. The eagle's eyes flickered and stared at Marco Een. Whoosh. Like a sword drawn from its sheath, the vulture rushed straight towards Marco Een. It's a mid-level monster, Sister Queen, don't hold back. Holy light meteor. Seeing that the vulture was quite powerful, Marco Een immediately used his ultimate skill. Golden spears condensed around his body and shot out in an instant. The vulture that was charging forward suddenly turned, leaving a trail of afterimages in the air. The rain of bullets swept across, but did not hurt the vulture at all. What a fast speed! Marco Een was shocked. After dodging the attack, the vulture's eyes flashed with cold light. The eagle's wings danced and its body became illusory. Clone skill? Shen Tian stood in the distance and could see clearly. When the eagle's wings fluttered, the vulture split into 3. Divine vision. Monster, brain-eating hawk. Level, intermediate level 2. Talent, A. Skill 1, shattering wind blade consumes 1 spiritual power and condenses a wind blade. Skill 2, phantom clone consume half of your spiritual power to summon 2 clones with 80% of the original's combat power. Spiritual power, 150. Agility, 230. Spirit, 140. Attack, 180. Defense, 116. Talent is a level, no wonder the basic attributes are so good, especially the clone skill. Consume half of your spiritual power, summon 2 clones, and still possess 80% of the original body's combat power. But Sisterine alone might be difficult to deal with. A primary 4th level monster, even with SSS-level talent, is not as good as an intermediate level monster with a level talent. Let's meet up with Sister Queen. Here I come. His speed exploded to the extreme, and in less than a breath, Marcoine arrived in front of Shintian. Turning over and riding on the horse's back, Shintian shouted angrily while holding the Pegasus golden spear. Bald eagle, come chase me if you dare. Provoked by Shintian, the brain-eating eagle became furious. 3 figures burst out at the same time, heading straight for the 2 of them. Take off. Markian had no doubts about Shintian's order and immediately flew upwards with all his strength. Shintian, riding on his back, glanced at his information panel. Suddenly, after reaching the 4th level of the primary level, the spiritual power increased to 130. I used the martial god's blessing on Marcoine once in the morning, which consumed 30 points and left 100 points. It's time to try out the power of God-level enhancement. Shintian had no idea what kind of damage the God-level enhancement combined with the Holy Light Meteor would cause. Now that we have to deal with the troublesome brain-eating eagle, it's a good time to give it a try. Blessings from the God of War. As the warm light fell, Marcoine experienced the pleasure of this move for the second time. Her delicate body trembled slightly, and she felt a slight numbness all over. Marco Yin's basic attributes are increased by 100%. Sister Queen, if I can't kill it with one strike, I'll leave it to you to finish it off. Good. Slow down a little and let it catch up. The gap between the 2 sides gradually narrowed, and Shintian stared intently at the brain-eating eagle. His eyes were teasing and he spoke with contempt and sarcasm. Bald eagle, you can't do that. Where's the old lady crossing the street? She's so slow. With your speed, you can only chase after me and eat my fart. The sharp scream was piercing, and the brain-eating eagle was completely enraged, accelerating regardless of everything. 100 meters. 50 meters. 30 meters. 10 meters. Enough. God-level enhancement Holy Light Meteor. Chapter 5, by, Please Be My Beast Mother. The sky changes color. The blue and white sky instantly turned golden. Under the holy light, Shintian held the Pegasus golden spear in his hand with a cold expression. The brain-eating eagle in the pupil is no different from a dead object. Golden spears condensed into a mass, each 3 feet long, about the same thickness as steel bars. A murderous aura enveloped the brain-eating eagle and its 2 clones. Fear rose in the heart of the brain-eating eagle, and it flapped its wings hard to stop its forward movement. However, I was flying too fast and too hard before, so it was impossible to stop. Heck, can't stop the car? Die. The Pegasus golden spear flew out of his hand and fell down with a cloud of golden spears. The eagle screamed in grief, and the 2 clones suddenly accelerated and blocked the main body. The golden light spread, covering the entire Yunlan. Immediately afterwards, there were dense explosions. It lasted for 3 minutes, then the explosion ended and the golden light faded away. The aftermath echoed in the air, and only Shintian, riding on Makian's back, was left in the air. Marcoine opened his mouth into an O shape, staring at the playground below with lingering fear. The entire playground was blown into a huge deep pit under Shintian's god-level Holy Light Meteor. The pile of big-headed ant corpses turned into ashes. As for the brain-eating eagle, nothing was left of it. What a fierce man! On the rooftop of the Sports and Arts Center, the fox girl was stunned. The Shintian in my sight looked so big and mighty that it made my heart beat faster. On the playground, Shintian and Makian landed in a deep pit. The divine eyes of the spirit opened and scanned the ruined playground inch by inch. Soon, Shintian made a discovery. A round bead with green light lay in the pit. Around the green bead, there is a piece of bone that is shining. Green Spirit Pearl, used to level up Beast Masters and Beast Girls, restore spiritual power, 1% chance of obtaining. Brain-eating Hawk Spirit Bone, contains the skill Phantom Clone, and can be absorbed by Beast Girls with an agility of 100 or above. A treasure has been revealed. Shintian quickly stepped forward and picked up the 2 treasures. The Green Spirit Bead is a treasure that can only be dropped by intermediate-level monsters, and its quality is higher than that of the White Spirit Bead. 1 Green Spirit Bead is equivalent to 10 White Spirit Beads. The probability of obtaining a spiritual bone is even lower than that of obtaining a spiritual bead. It is not certain that a spiritual bone will drop from 1,000 monsters. The most surprising thing is that the skill contained in this spiritual bone is the phantom clone. What good stuff! Spirit bone Sister Queen, this is definitely suitable for you. Phantom clone, with this skill, you will have 2 more clones with 80% of your own combat power. A clone with 80% combat power? Ma Qian was shocked, but also moved. If you add my martial god's blessing, tisk tisk Sister Queen, don't waste time, just absorb it first. While the martial god's blessing is still in effect, after absorbing it, I'll try using my phantom clone to clear out the monsters surrounding the school. Good. After taking the remains, Marco-Ian sat down cross-legged. With the infusion of spiritual energy, the power contained in the spiritual bones rapidly surged into the mind. In addition to the companion skills when awakening, the acquisition of subsequent skills by the Beast Girl must rely on spirit bones. Beast Girls with C to F level talents have an empty skill slot at the initial stage. AB class has 2, S and SS class have 3. The strongest SSS level has 4 empty skill slots. Consume an empty skill slot to gain a phantom clone, which is a sure win. It is equivalent to having 2 more people out of thin air, which greatly speeds up the process of hunting monsters and obtaining spirit beads. SSS level talent absorbs spiritual bones very quickly. In less than 5 minutes, Ma Qian opened his eyes. Phantom clone. Holy light flashed, and Marco's chant was divided into 3. Student Shin, guess which one is my real body? Middle? No. Left? No. That's the right side. Not really. Sister Queen, you are kidding me. I'm not teasing you anymore. Marco in the middle took a step forward and said, the phantom clones are more than just 80% combat power. My 2 clones can transform into the real body at any time. Hearing this, Shen Tian's eyes lit up. It can transform into the original body at any time, which means that if the original body is in danger, as long as there is a clone, the 2 can be directly swapped, allowing the clone to withstand the fatal attack. What a magical skill! Fortunately, the Holy Light Meteor has a wide coverage area, otherwise the brain-eating eagle might have escaped. The martial god's blessing will be lifted in more than 40 minutes. During this time, I will kill another wave of monsters. With 2 more combat powers, the speed of hunting monsters increased greatly. With Yunlan No. 1 Middle School as the center, all the monsters within a radius of 30 miles were massacred. It is obviously impossible for a large number of monsters to gather near Yunlan No. 1 Middle School in a short period of time. After the effect of the God of War's blessing ended, they fought for another 20 minutes until the clones were finished, and then the 2 stopped. After counting, a total of 635 white spirit beads and 1 green spirit bead were obtained. Let's go back to school. After all these spirit beads are absorbed, we can consider heading towards the city. After the monsters revived, the entire Yunlan city has turned into a paradise for monsters. It is unknown how many people survived. But in Shen Tian's eyes, those rampant monsters are all top-notch prey. The more you kill, the more spirit beads you will get, and your level will increase faster. The 2 returned to school side by side and still chose to go to the cafeteria. Generally speaking, there is food and drink in the cafeteria, so you won't go hungry. The door of the freezer is also strong enough to hold off any monsters from breaking in, giving the 2 of them enough time to react. As soon as he stepped into the cafeteria, Shen Tian stopped. Hiss hiss. The buzzing of big-headed ants came from not far away. Marco-Ian immediately entered the Holy Light Pegasus state, holding a golden spear and looking at him intently. The cafeteria and the sports and arts hall are about 100 meters apart, next to the teaching building. Standing at the entrance of the cafeteria, you can just see what is happening in the sports and arts hall. I saw a group of big-headed ants running out from the door of the sports and arts center. The pupils of these big-headed ants are all pink, as if they are under control. Behind the group of big-headed ants, young girls walked out slowly. Teacher Ma, students, please don't do anything. I have no ill intentions. Mr. Bai? It's you. Ma Qian looked the man up and down and recognized him. Bai Muir, the most beautiful campus beauty in Yunlan No. 1 Middle School in the past 30 years. She is 1.72 meters tall, with a pair of long, white and slender legs. A cold and pure face, coupled with a dancer's perfect body, makes countless male classmates drool. Shen Tian was quite impressed by her. After all, when it comes to being the most beautiful woman in the world, the standard is to be so beautiful that you can't see your toes when you look down. Bai Muir, that's it. Especially at this moment, Bai Muir's appearance after awakening makes people even more eager to make a move. Such a white little fox. Student by, these monsters. They are all under my control. They will not attack without my order. Control. Shintian keenly grasped the key and not only recalled his previous life. In the previous life, Bimure also awakened and became a beast girl, and she was a nine-tailed fox with SSS-level talent, mainly using mind control. At her peak, she controlled tens of thousands of monsters for her own use, and she had a very high status in her previous life. Shintian would naturally not miss this great opportunity to meet again in this life. Do you have anything to do with us? Marcoine opened his mouth, and without waiting for Bimure to speak, Shintian tilted his mouth and said slowly. You don't want to become food for monsters, do you? Be my beast girl. Chapter 6 The cold and arrogant goddess likes to be shy. I do. Shintian? You agree now? Classmate, you are a cold and arrogant goddess. I came here to join you and seek protection. I don't have the ability to attack, so it's difficult to survive. If being your beast girl means I can survive the apocalypse, then I am willing. In the end times, staying alive is the most important thing. Bimure thought very clearly that as long as she could survive, she would do anything. Since you figured it out, let's sign the contract. With the activation of spiritual power, the book of contract appears. Bimure pressed her fingerprint on the contract without any hesitation. At the same time as the contract was signed, Shintian's information column was updated. Contracted beast girl, Bimure nine-tailed fox. Contract shared skill, fox charm. Tell me about the effects of your companion skills. Fox charm. With a clear shout, Bimure's eyes glowed pink. A surge of mental power rushed into Shintian's mind. The space distorted, and Bimure was the only one left in sight. Good boy, listen to your sister. The graceful figure sways gently, and every glance and smile reveals her charm. The slightly open little mouth looks like a delicious cherry. Hiss. This skill is quite powerful. My companion skill, Fox Charm, can penetrate the victim's brain through mental power and create an illusion. Using illusions to defeat and break the will of the victim, I can completely control them and use them for my own purposes. The beautiful music entered her ears, and her slender hands rested on Shintian's shoulders. The charming laughter makes people feel itchy. It's a powerful skill. Boom! Shintian's eyes glowed with pink light. Even more powerful mental power went straight into Bimure. The two people's states were switched, and Bimure felt like her brain had crashed. When he regained consciousness, Shintian looked very big and mighty, with 8-pack abs showing. A toned body with straight lines. Bimure's heart beat faster and she unconsciously clamped her legs together. Will you be my lover? I'm willing. Her pretty face was blushing, and her snow-white skin was also tinged with pink. This is your punishment for teasing me. Don't use it in front of others next time. The fox charm is gone and everything returns to normal. Bimure was in a trance and immediately understood what had just happened. What happened to you two? Marco on the side was suspicious, as the two of them were not in the right state just now. Especially Bimure, why did she suddenly cross her legs for no reason? Nothing, just testing my skills. Shintian waved his hand to avoid it, laughing in his heart. It turns out that the cold and arrogant goddess likes to be reserved and sexy. Let's go to the freezer first, more. Have these big-headed ants under your control guard the area near the cafeteria and create a quiet environment for us. Yeah, okay. The big-headed ants dispersed and the three of them entered the freezer. After pouring out all the spirit beads, start distributing and absorbing them. Shintian was given a green spirit bead and 200 white spirit beads. Makian took 300 white spirit beads and gave the remaining 100 or so to Bimure. Bimure did not participate in this monster hunting, so she should not have been allocated spirit beads. Considering the subsequent plans, Shintian still allocated some spirit beads to her. A small investment is to earn a greater return. He sat cross-legged and took out the only green spirit bead. 1 is equal to 100 white spirit beads. Let me see if I am exaggerating. As the spirit beads were absorbed, Shintian's level began to break through. Upgrade speed tripled, upgrade progress plus 100%. Primary level 5. Primary level 6. Primary level 7. 3 levels in a row. Shintian took a deep breath. The temperature in the freezer remained unchanged. The upgrade increases the power by 3 times. 1 green spirit bead is equivalent to 3, or 300, white spirit beads. After reaching the 7th level, it continued to advance to the 8th level before it could stop successfully. Continue to absorb and charge forward with all your strength. As the white spirit beads were consumed one after another, Shintian's level continued to break through. The three of them spent the entire afternoon absorbing the spirit beads. As the sun set in the west, Shintian finished absorbing the spirit beads. The elementary 9th level is complete, and there are 50 white spirit beads left. Open the information bar and focus on the advanced tasks. Advanced tasks. 1. Reach the 9th level of elementary level completed. 2. Contract an SSS-level beast girl completed. 3. Kill 300 primary monsters 167 300. 4. Kill 1 intermediate monster completed. In the past 2 days, it was basically Marcoine who did the hunting of monsters. Shintian spent most of his time cleaning up the corpses of monsters and searching for spirit beads. Only 167 primary monsters were killed. To break through to the intermediate level, one needs to kill 133 primary monsters with one's own hands. Has it absorbed? By mirror on the opposite side opened her eyes, and all the spirit beads around her had been absorbed. Well, it's the 7th level of the primary level. You should absorb these as well. Don't refuse. I have already reached the 9th level of the primary realm and cannot absorb spirit beads to continue to improve. As for the extra ones, you should hurry up and absorb them, break through to the 9th level as soon as possible, and complete the advanced tasks to reach the intermediate level. Thanks. Bimur took the spirit bead and continued to absorb it. As for Shintian, he left the freezer and walked out of the cafeteria. The spiritual power circulated and condensed into the Pegasus Golden Spear. It shouldn't be difficult to complete the advanced mission before dark. The setting sun is like blood, sprinkling on the earth. Shintian picked up his gun and walked towards the city. Now that he has reached the 9th level of primary cultivation, he has no problem facing ordinary primary monsters. Running wildly all the way, leaving golden afterimages on the street. A primary 2-headed dog rushed towards him, and Tianma swung the golden spear with all his strength, easily piercing the 2-headed dog's head. The area around Yunlan No. 1 Middle School has been cleared, and there are very few remaining monsters. Shintian killed only 53 monsters along the way. After crossing a 100-meter bridge, Shintian stepped into the Yunlan urban area. Yunlan City is located in the central part of Longwa and can be considered a third-tier city. The urban area has a permanent population of over 1 million. The infrastructure is quite complete, but unfortunately, after the monsters revived, the entire city was basically paralyzed. As soon as Shintian stepped into Dongcheng District, he immediately attracted a large number of monsters. Compared to Yunlan No. 1 Middle School, which is far away from the urban area, the monsters in the urban area are much more powerful. The big-headed ants in the urban area are nothing more than food for other monsters. For example, at this moment, a wild dog with flames all over its body was licking its tongue and looking at Shintian greedily. A primary 5th level fiery dog, with a D-level talent, has the potential to be upgraded to a higher level. But now that you've met me, Shintian, it's over. Take a step back with your right foot and tense your whole body. Bang! Phew! The golden spear of Pegasus pierced the chest of the fiery dog, and bright red blood dripped onto the ground. The dog's eyes were as big as copper bells, and its horrified pupils gradually lost their luster, and the flames on its body were extinguished bit by bit. Until his death, Fiery Dog never figured out why this man was so fast. After entering the 9th level of the primary level, Shintian's agility reached 190. A distance of 100 meters can be reached in no more than 5 seconds. What's more, he and the fiery dog were only about 20 meters apart. It comes in an instant, faster than lightning. Continue. Holding a gun and moving forward, Shintian focused all his attention on charging forward. Monsters are bloodthirsty by nature, so if humans intrude, they will naturally attract their attention. Monsters attacked one after another, and he killed countless of them with the Pegasus Golden Spear in his hand. Before I knew it, the advanced task was completed. Breakthrough to the intermediate level. He was fully focused, swinging the Pegasus Golden Spear to kill the monsters while checking the latest updates in the information column. Chapter 7A Forced Kiss from Sister Queen. Beastmaster, Shintian. Level, Intermediate Level 1 Upgrade Progress 0%. Talent, God Level. Talent Skill 1, Divine Vision, see through everything. Talent Skill 2, Upgrade Amplification 2 SSS-level Beast Girls have been contracted, and the upgrade amplification is tripled. Talent Skill 3, God Level Enhancement consumes 30 spiritual power, upgrades and strengthens the shared skills of the contracted Beast Girls. Talent Skill 4, Abundant Spiritual Energy consumes 30 spiritual energy, fully restores the contracted Beast Girl's spiritual energy, cooldown time 45 minutes. Talent Skill 5, Life Healing consumes 100 spiritual power, heals all injuries, cooldown time 45 minutes. Talent Skill 6, Invincible Golden Body consumes 30 spiritual power, and the contracted Beast Girl can gain 2 seconds of invincibility. Talent Skill 7, Blessing of the Martial God consumes 30 spiritual power, increases all attributes of the contracted Beast Girl by 125%. Talent Skill 8, Time and Space Stillness level too low to use. Talent Skill 9, Time and Space Reversal level too low to use. Talent Skill 10, Heavenly Punishment level too low, cannot be used. Spiritual Power, 210. Agility, 210. Spirit, 210. Attack, 210. Defense, 210. Contracted Beast Girls, Marcoine Holy Light Pegasus, by Mirror Nine-Tailed Fox. Contract Shared Skills, Holy Light Meteor, Fox Charm. Advanced Tasks. 1. Reach Intermediate Level 919. 2. Contract 2 SSS-level Beast Girls completed. 3. Kill 1000 primary monsters. 4. Kill 200 intermediate monsters. 5. Kill 1 high-level monster. All 5 basic attributes are 210 points, which is quite balanced. Normally, a Beastmaster's basic attributes can never be completely balanced, and there will definitely be tendencies. Perhaps, this is due to the God-level talent. Each basic attribute is balanced and powerful. Spiritual Energy and Life Healing, cooldown time shortened from 1 hour to 45 minutes, invincibility lasts for 2 seconds. The Martial God's Blessing increases all attributes by 125%. After breaking through the intermediate level, my auxiliary endurance is even stronger. It's a pity that the last 3 talent skills are still unusable. I have already completed 1 advanced mission. After reaching the intermediate level, Shintian's confidence suddenly increased when facing the second revival of the acquired monster beast. Careful! Call out! A golden Pegasus spear fell from the sky, and the monster that was about to attack Shintian from behind was killed suddenly. Sister Queen. Looking up, Marcoine was standing proudly in the air. The spiritual vision pupil was turned on, and Markian's information column was clearly visible. Congratulations, Sister Queen, for successfully reaching the intermediate level. Marcoine's advanced task is mainly to kill monsters. After 2 days of frantic hunting, the advancement mission was already completed. You only need to absorb enough spirit beads to successfully break through to the intermediate level. Stop smiling. Marcoine frowned, swooped down, picked up Shintian from behind and lifted him into the air. Do you know how dangerous it is to go out alone? If I hadn't arrived in time, you would have been ambushed by the monster. Can't I wait until I have absorbed the spirit beads and then accompany you to complete the advanced tasks? Sister Queen, these little shrimps can't hurt me. Shut up. Marcoine had a serious expression and bit his lips lightly with his silver teeth. Don't run around without permission from now on. I'm worried about you. Painful memories weave pictures in my mind. The catastrophe in the previous life took the lives of 2 people. Although Makian blocked the beast's claw attack on Shintian, before she closed her eyes, a monster beast swallowed Shintian alive. Whenever he recalled the incident, Makian would tremble all over and suffer from the pain. Being hugged by Makian from behind, Shintian could sense that her emotions were not right, but he didn't know how to speak. I have no experience in comforting women. It didn't take long before Yunlan No. 1 middle school was right in front of us. Shintian felt like he had grabbed a life-saving straw. Sister Queen, we're here. Coming back to his senses, Marco flapped his wings and slowly landed. He looked down at Shintian in his arms, a smile on his face. Fortunately, God gave me a chance to be reborn. This time, I will protect you and won't let you get hurt. Me, my beloved man. As Makian was thinking this, Ymir's figure suddenly flashed through his mind. When signing the contract today, the 2 people's strange behavior made Marcoine feel a sense of crisis. Shintian. Well, what's wrong? The wings flapped and Marco sang and spun around. From behind Shintian, to in front of him. Sister Queen, you. The red lips came forward and kissed Shintian on the lips. In an instant, Shintian's brain crashed. Fuck. I was forcefully kissed by Sister Kian, and I am no longer clean. The descent is slow and addictive. With his feet touching the ground, Shintian was about to retreat. Ma Qian hugged him even tighter, refusing to separate at all costs, with her beautiful eyes closed, greedily enjoying this wonderful time. It was not until night fell that they reluctantly let go. I don't care what happens in the future. Anyway, your first kiss belongs to me, and I gave you my first kiss. In the darkness of the night, the woman's shy face could not be seen clearly. Before Shintian could come to his senses, Ma Qian had already walked into the cafeteria. Licked his lips lightly. Well, very moist. After returning to the freezer, Marcoine pretended nothing had happened and searched for food. At this time, Bimur also finished absorbing the spirit beads. 9th level. The cold and proud goddess started off, unable to hide her joy. 9th level? Shintian was surprised. How could he break through to the 9th level? Originally, I couldn't break through, but Teacher Ma gave me all of her remaining spirit beads. I see. Shintian nodded secretly, already having a guess in his mind. I guess after Markian broke through to the intermediate level, the first thing he thought of was to share this good news. But he found that Shintian was nowhere to be seen, so he left the spirit pearl to Bimur and went out to look for him. The fact was just as Shintian guessed. You've been tired all day, let's eat something. Ma Qian found some edible food, and the three of them sat on the ground and began to eat voraciously. You still need some spirit beads to reach the 9th level of perfection. This is easy to solve, but your advancement task is a bit difficult. Well, kill 500 primary monsters, 1 intermediate monster, and gain a skill. Killing the monster is easy. Sister Kian and I will help you. We'll beat the monster half to death first, and you'll just be responsible for killing it. Shintian swallowed the food in his mouth, and a light bulb went off in his head as he thought of Bimur from his previous life. Or, there is another way. You use the monsters you control to kill other monsters. Yes. Bimur was overjoyed. Why didn't I think of that? Fortunately you didn't think of it, otherwise I wouldn't have been able to get the chance. Shintian thought to himself and handed the peeled sausage to Marcoine beside him. The most difficult part of your advancement mission is acquiring skills. Spirit bones are much rarer than spirit beads. Furthermore, the skills that match yours must be spiritual. These monsters are rare, and the likelihood of them dropping spirit bones is even smaller. The cold and arrogant goddess frowned, clenched the half-eaten ham in both hands, and fell into deep thought. We can go to the city and have a look. Marcoine stretched and rubbed his bulging belly. Many people in urban areas keep cats, and cats have relatively high IQs among animals. Perhaps one of them will mutate and develop a major focus on spiritual power. Or, we can go to the zoo and see that gorillas have pretty good IQs. But what Sister Ian said makes sense. We can go look in the city or the zoo. We might find something. Shintian agreed deeply and said, Don't worry, since you are my beast mother, I will definitely take responsibility to the end. A blush appeared on her snow-white and cold face, and her long legs were squeezed together a little tighter. Dee. The phone is ringing, the communication system is restored. Ma Qian turned on his phone and a message popped up. It's an official announcement. Chapter 8, A Man to Entrust Your Life to. Spiritual beads, spiritual bones, awakening talents, and level divisions, the official actually knows everything. After reading the official announcement, Shintian felt shocked. On the second day after the monsters revived, the authorities had already completely mastered the awakening system. Awakening talents are divided into 2 categories, spirit beads are used to increase levels, and spirit bones are used to obtain skills. These are all easy to explain, after all, official actions have always been extremely fast. It is not difficult to calculate the talent level within a day. As for the spirit beads and spirit bones, they will drop if enough monsters are hunted. As long as a beast girl absorbs them, she can figure it out. But why did the class division appear so early? Shintian always thought that the level division was gradually improved with the improvement of beast girls and beast masters. Could it be that an emperor-level strongman appeared on the second day after the monster was revived? Obviously impossible. Moreover, in this announcement, the fighting power of the beast girls was greatly praised, but the beastmaster was only briefly mentioned, and the contract between the 2 parties was not mentioned at all. There is a problem, a big problem. With his eyes slightly narrowed, Shintian had a bold guess in his mind. It is possible that in the early stages of the revival of monsters in the previous life, the authorities deliberately guided the process, causing the contract between the Beastmaster and the Beast Girl to develop extremely slowly in the early stages. There must be some kind of interest involved. Communications have not been fully restored. We can only receive official information and cannot communicate with the outside world. Makian tried to make a phone call, but there was no signal. It is true. A cold look flashed in Shintian's eyes. The communication had indeed been restored, but it was under control. In this end times, you have to rely on your own strength. Now that everyone knows the function of the Spirit Pearl, the Awakened will definitely go on a mad hunt to kill demonic beasts. We no longer have an advantage. No. Shintian rejected by Nier outright and said indifferently. We still have a huge advantage. In just one day, how many people can reach the intermediate level? Our strength is our advantage, and anyone who stands in our way will die. A cold murderous intent filled the freezer. Bymir shuddered subconsciously, and her voice trembled a little. If anyone tries to stop us, will we kill them too? Student Bymir, if you don't work for yourself, you will be punished by heaven and earth. Moreover, this is the end of the world after the resurrection of the monsters. If you don't kill people, people may come to kill you. The cold and arrogant goddess remained silent, as if she couldn't accept it. Shintian was not in a hurry. He thought that after experiencing more things, his mentality would naturally change. What's the next plan? Marcoine asked, tilting his head. Go to sleep, and leave for the city early tomorrow morning. The world was boiling that night. The official announcement spread to every corner of the blue planet. The hunting of monsters is taking place in various places. In chaotic times, the strong are respected. Any awakened person does not want to be stepped on and wants to become the supreme being. Shintian and the other two stayed in the freezer and slept soundly all night. The next morning, after a simple meal, we officially headed towards the city. Bymir controlled hundreds of big-headed ants to clear the way ahead, with the three following closely behind. When approaching the urban area, hundreds of big-headed ants were completely dispersed and infiltrated into every corner of the city. Searching for monsters with psychic abilities takes time, so let those big-headed ants do the searching. As for us, we will start from here and kill all the monsters in the entire East City district. May the god of war bless you. 2 rays of light fell, and all attributes of the 2 beast girls were amplified. Ma. The first time I received the blessing of the god of war, a gentle numbness spread throughout my body. Bymir couldn't help herself, she hummed softly and her cheeks flushed. Marcoine was already used to it and held back his groans. He glanced at Bymir and couldn't help but straighten his chest. The little girl is still a little immature. The phantom clone was activated, summoning 2 clones, rushing into the city and killing indiscriminately. What an amazing skill! My basic attributes have skyrocketed. With your current mental and spiritual power, how many monsters can you control? 400, but my spiritual power will be exhausted, and I can only control these monsters for 2 hours. Come with me. Rushing into a street full of monsters, Shintian held the Pegasus Golden Spear and stood in front of Bymir. Use Fox Charm to control the monster until its spiritual power is exhausted. Good. The 9 tails swayed, and the pink light in the eyes bloomed. Waves of pink shock surged into the group of monsters. Shintian stood in front, and the pink attacking monsters that tried to avoid it were all stabbed to pieces by a single shot. In a short while, more than 200 monsters were controlled by Bymir. These monsters immediately changed direction and madly attacked the monsters that were not under control. I tried my best. Flutter. Bymir sat down on the ground, breathing heavily, her chest rising and falling with her breathing. Fox Charm not only consumes spiritual power, but also causes considerable damage to the spirit. After using up all her spiritual power at once, Bymir seemed to be exhausted. Shintian looked back and saw Bymir slumped on the ground facing him. A pair of slender legs are slightly apart, and a hint of pink is clearly visible under the skirt. It's pink, I thought it was white. Shintian blurted out the answer without even thinking. The weak Bymir's body trembled, her legs immediately came together, and she bit her lip shyly with her silver teeth. Beads of sweat slid down my skin, and a hint of fragrance filled my nose. So embarrassing. Her beautiful eyes dodged back and forth, not daring to look directly at Shintian. Abundant spiritual power. The light condensed and fell steadily, wrapping Bymir. Here we go again, for the second time. Ah. The soft light is like a healing medicine. Bymir rubbed her legs back and forth gently twice, and a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. My spiritual power has fully recovered. Staring at the 430 points of full spiritual power in the information bar, Bymir couldn't believe it was true. My innate skill is full of spiritual energy, and I can instantly restore my full spiritual energy. That's amazing. The 125% increase in all attributes from the God of War's blessing had already shocked Bymir. There is actually an instant full state of spiritual power, which is simply a magical skill. Thinking back to the triple blessing she received when she absorbed the spirit pearl yesterday, Bymir felt more and more that she had followed the right person. Shintian is the man you can entrust your life to. Within 45 minutes, you must use your spiritual power wisely. My spiritual power is abundant, and if I use it on a single beast girl, it will take 45 minutes to cool down. Yeah, I see. With her spiritual power restored, Bymir was full of energy. He jumped up from the ground and commanded the controlled monsters to attack. Shintian glanced at the ground where Bymir had just worked, and saw that there was a small wet spot. Is the system so sensitive? Forget it, don't think too much, just kill the monster quickly. While level improvement is important, actual combat is equally indispensable. While Markian was killing everyone, Shintian was able to go into battle himself. You can't just live off women and rely on them for support. In mid-air, Markian stared at Shintian silently. In a flash, the two clones quietly changed the direction of attack and moved slightly closer to Shintian. 3 people, 5 times the fighting power. The fighting started around 8 in the morning and continued until afternoon. With Bymir joining in, the few of them just started killing indiscriminately. The task of collecting spirit beads was given to several monsters controlled by Bymir. Gather and count the harvest. Chapter 9, Something is Wrong. The 3 of them quickly gathered together and poured the collected spirit beads onto the ground. After a simple count, there were more than 3,000 white spirit beads and 5 green spirit beads. After entering the urban area, the number of intermediate level monsters encountered was obviously more than when we were at Yunlan No. 1 Middle School. However, during the initial stage of monster revival, there were very few intermediate monsters. The city is different. We got so many spirit beads in just one morning. More than 3,000 spirit beads can only be described as a rich harvest. Distribute them first. More, control a few monsters to guard the surrounding area. We need to quickly absorb the spirit beads. Yeah. Bymir nodded, her pink eyes flashing, and more than 10 monsters were guarding around. Suddenly, the message from a big-headed ant was interrupted, and Bymir looked excited. Found it, in Yunlan Mall, I found a 3-eyed cat monster with spiritual skills. Are you sure? I'm absolutely certain that the big-headed ant I controlled was attacked mentally the moment it entered the Yunlan Mall and died on the spot. Let's put the matter of absorbing the spirit beads aside and go to Yunlan Mall first, okay, Marcoine? Spiritual monsters are hard to come by, and even if you kill them, they may not drop spiritual bones, but it is still worth the trip. I'm fine. Okay, let's set off immediately. More, send a few more big-headed ants to keep an eye on Yunlan Mall. Good. The 3 of them immediately stood up and ran towards Yunlan Mall. Not long after they left, a woman appeared out of nowhere on the street where the 3 of them stayed. He gently pushed up his frameless glasses with his index finger and brought the walkie-talkie in his other hand to his lips. They went to Yunlan Mall. Soon, a voice came from the other side. Keep watching them and don't expose yourself. Understood. After you grab the spirit pearl, don't forget what you promised me. Do what you should do and I will remember what I promised you. After putting away the walkie-talkie, a struggle flashed in the woman's eyes. I'm sorry, for revenge, I have no choice. I'm sorry. After running 3,000 meters, Bymir suddenly stopped. What's wrong? Something's not right. A team of beast girls is also approaching Yunlan Mall. What's going on? How many of them are there? There are 5 of them in total. They were clearly hunting monsters in the food court, so why did they suddenly turn to Yunlan Mall? Bymir couldn't figure it out, so she dispersed the big-headed ants after entering the city. One of them encountered this group of beast girls and followed them. There must be something fishy going on when things aren't normal. Why would we go to Yunlan Mall at this time? There must be something strange. We might be being followed. What should we do then? Should we still go? Bymir asked carefully, feeling a little worried. Go, why not? I have to go for you. It's so warm, my heart is beating so fast. Sister Queen, I'm sorry to bother you for a moment. After whispering in his ear for a while, the three of them started running again. Shintian deliberately made a detour instead of the original straight route. The moment he turned the corner, Marcoine summoned a clone and hid in a shop on the street. Half a minute later, the girl with glasses appeared at the corner. Why did you suddenly change route? Wouldn't it be faster to go straight? Don't move. A chill came from behind, and the sharp tip of the gun touched the back of the head of the girl with glasses. If you don't want to die, put your hands behind your back. The murderous aura invaded invisibly, and the girl with glasses did not dare to resist and could only put her hands behind her back. After tying the girl with glasses' arms tightly, Marcoine took her into a street shop and began to interrogate and torture her. Half an hour later, Shintian and Bymir arrived near Yunlan Mall. At this time, a battle was breaking out in Yunlan Mall. The 5-member Beast Girl team fought fiercely with the monsters entrenched in the Yunlan Mall. The holy light flickered alternately, and Shintian turned his head to look at his clone beside him. But Sisterine is back? I'm back. That woman was such a coward. In order to save her life, she confessed everything. She's now being held by my clone, who's on his way. What's the situation inside? The 5-person Beast Girl team is led by Zhou Qing, a celebrities agent. She possesses the strength of a junior level 6 and can transform into a Tyrannosaurus Rex. She is very powerful in combat. Among the other 4 people, the one worth noting is a spider Beast Girl. Her skills are poisonous, and the specific effect is weakness. The fighting style of this Beast Girl team is very simple. The spider Beast Girl used poison to weaken the opponent, while the others were responsible for hunting. Their plan was simple: to get ahead of the enemy and start a battle with the monster in Yunlan Mall. When we arrive, invite us to join you in hunting monsters together, and we'll split the spiritual pearls equally. Once we join the battle, immediately use poison to cleanse my spiritual pearls. Interesting. Shintian sneered and remembered an old saying. The gold belt for murder and arson. In the end times, the fight for resources seems to come faster. They've been acting for so long, waiting for us to fall into their trap. If we don't go, it would be a waste of their efforts. Concentrating the Pegasus Golden Spear, Shintian strode towards the Yunlan Mall. More, after you go in, immediately use Fox Charm on that spider Beast Girl. Sister Queen, I'll leave the other 3 to you. The 2 girls nodded and followed Shintian's pace. Breaking into the Yunlan Mall, the Pegasus Golden Spear thrust out. Several monsters crowded at the door died instantly. The mall was in chaos, and the Beast Girls pretended to fight back desperately, as if they were grasping at a life-saving straw. The closest Spider Beast Girl and Tyrannosaurus Beast Girl Zhou Qing immediately approached the 3 of them. 3 of you, please help. These monsters are too difficult to deal with. How about we work together and kill them and split the spirit beads we get in half? Zhou Qing asked for help, blinking her right eye to signal the Spider Beast Girl to take action. Cooperation. I'm not interested. Shintian raised his gun and shook his head, but I am very interested in killing you. Bang! With a stomping of his foot, a figure with a gun rushed over. Get started! Zhou Qing's arms turned into dragon claws, and her body expanded instantly, reaching 3 meters in height. Tyrannosaurus Rex, with very strong attack power. This claw can smash a concrete wall. Shintian remained calm and used the Pegasus Golden Spear to block the dragon claw attack easily. Get started! What are you standing there for? The Spider Beast Girl slowly turned around, a hint of pink flashed in her eyes, and she opened her mouth and spit out spider silk. Zhou Qing sneered, "You stinky man, taste the bone-eating poison." Whoosh! The spider silk bypassed Shintian and landed on Zhou Qing's dragon claw. Zhou Qing, who was smiling a second ago, suddenly changed her expression. You're crazy, give me the detox. It's too late. The Pegasus Golden Spear swept across, piercing through the dragon claw on Zhou Qing's right arm. He grabbed the thick legs with one hand and gently pushed Zhou Qing down. Intermediate versus beginner, the power is completely overwhelming. Tianma Golden Spear hit Zhou Qing on the head and looked at the doubtful woman jokingly. The bone-eroding poison took effect, spreading throughout the body and madly corroding Zhou Qing's bones. Violent momentum, crazy weakness, strength becoming weaker and weaker, and gradually unable to exert any strength. What's going on? It's simple. She supports me now. Impossible. What's impossible? Shintian tilted his head and shouted coldly. Come here. Kill her. Chapter 10 A Sudden Embrace. The spider beast girl came over obediently and drew the short blade from her waist. Phew. The short blade pierced into Zhou Qing's chest, and her eyes widened in anger. Blood gushed out of his throat as he struggled to raise his dragon claws. Brush. The short blade was pulled out, and blood spurted out from the chest. He swung the short blade across Zhou Qing's throat, and the dragon claw fell down powerlessly. After struggling for 3 or 2 breaths, he completely stopped breathing. It's all resolved. Marcoine successfully killed the last beast girl, walked over with a gun, and wanted to kill the spider beast girl. Don't worry, she's still useful, more. Let her poison all the monsters in the mall. Good. Her pink eyes flickered, and spider silk continued to flow out of her mouth, wreaking havoc throughout the entire mall. A large number of monsters fell to the ground, struggling in pain. Shintian nodded with satisfaction. This skill was very practical. Unfortunately, this spider beast girl's talent is only D level, so she cannot be used for her own benefit. While she was thinking, the spider beast girl's body trembled. The eyes that originally sparkled with pink light suddenly became dim, blood flowed from the corners of his mouth, and he collapsed to the ground. Dead. It's a mental attack. His spiritual vision pupils were fully opened, and he quickly scanned the entire Yunlan Mall. The spiritual attack of nothingness was launched brazenly, heading straight for Shintian. Under the divine eyes, all nothingness will be exposed. Shintian has already entered the intermediate level. His spirit is so strong that he can easily withstand the mental attack and lock the position. Die. The Pegasus golden spear shot out, heading straight for the monster hiding in the corner of the mall. Makian followed closely behind, and together with the clone, threw out the Pegasus golden spear at the same time. 3 golden Pegasus spears swept across, causing bursts of explosions wherever they passed. Boom! With a loud bang, the corner of the mall exploded. 2 cat-like monsters were killed. The 3-eyed spirit cat is indeed a spiritual type. However, it's only at the elementary 5th level. How did it subdue so many monsters? Meow. An angry cat's meow came from the ceiling. A huge 3-eyed civet cat stared at the 3 people viciously. Intermediate level 3. So that's how it is. Those 2 little guys are its cubs. As he spoke, a cat's claws fell on his face. Get out of the way. Bang. The cat's claws tore the floor, and the angry 3-eyed civet cat rushed straight towards Shintian. Fox charm. Ymir's pink eyes had just lit up, and before she could use her charm, she was interrupted. It's its skill, mind interference. Meow. The shrill roar echoed in the mall. The large group of monsters lying on the ground and twitching suddenly stood up again and pounced on the 3 people frantically. Mind control. The controlled monster completely lost consciousness and attacked frantically. Holy light meteor. Just as a large amount of holy light condensed and the golden spear had not yet taken shape, it dissipated completely. Hateful. Marcoine was furious, feeling disturbed again. I can't use my skills, so I can only fight hard. Although the 3-eyed spirit cat was angry, it still maintained its rationality. It hid behind the monsters and commanded the controlled monsters to attack in groups. It itself kept a close eye on the 3 people, and as soon as they were about to use their skills, it would immediately interrupt them with mental interference. This is not a solution. We will be surrounded and killed. Ymir was a little anxious. She had no attack skills and could only rely on her fox charm. Now he couldn't use any of his skills and could only hide behind the 2 of them, becoming a burden. More, use fox charm. I can't use it. It will be interrupted by interference. Listen to me and use your fox charm. She used her fox charm again, but was still interrupted by the mental interference of the 3-eyed spirit cat. Keep using it. 3 consecutive attempts of seduction were in vain. Not only was Shintian not in a hurry, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Very smart, knowing to move to another place after each shot. Sister Queen, keep an eye on the 3-eyed spirit cat and follow its movements. Once Moore's fox charm is interrupted, immediately use Holy Light Meteor. Moore, do it again. Fox Charm tried again, but was interrupted again. As soon as the three-eyed spirit cat changed its position, it keenly noticed that Marco Ian was using his skills. Mental interference. The condensed light dissipated, and a golden light flashed on Marco Ian's delicate body. The next moment, he rushed into the group of monsters like a cannonball, his eyes fixed on the three-eyed civet cat. Mind control, the attacks of all the monsters gathered on Marco Ian. Teacher Ma. Bymir exclaimed, her heart dead as ashes. If such a dense attack were to fall, death would be certain. Don't panic, see clearly. Shin Tian's expression was relaxed. The three-eyed civet cat in his sight had been sentenced to death. Rumble. Various attacks intertwined and explosions swept across. Marco Ian suddenly rushed out, holding the Pegasus golden spear in his hand, and descended with the force of thunder. Phew. In an instant, the entire mall was silent. The monsters lost control, the bone-eating poison took effect, and they all collapsed to the ground. Marco Ian holds the Pegasus golden spear and stands in front of the three-eyed spirit cat. The sharp gunblade pierced the third eye on the forehead of the three-eyed civet cat. Holy light meteor! The golden spear condensed and shot out in an instant. After the dazzling light, nothing was left of the three-eyed civet cat. The corners of Shin Tian's mouth twitched. It was too brutal. But Sister Ian, it's already dead. Why grind its bones and scatter its ashes? And waste 30 points of spiritual power for nothing? I'm unhappy and frustrated. Can't I vent a little? Marco Ian was really furious. Several of his holy light meteors were interrupted by the three-eyed spirit cat. The final blow was a sure kill, but he still felt unsatisfied, so he added a holy light meteor. Teacher Ma, how on earth did you manage to withstand so many attacks? My innate skill, invincible golden body, can grant me 2 seconds of invincibility. Naturally, those skills will not harm Sister Queen. Oh. Bymir nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. No, how can you use skills? Think carefully, where was I standing when you used Fox Charm and Sister Ian used Holy Light Meteor? Frowning slightly, Bymir recalled that Shin Tian hid behind Marco Ian at that time. It was at that time that the invincible golden body was used. Without the spirit bones, it's a wasted trip. Marco glanced around and shook his head. Maybe. Bymir closed her mouth again halfway through her words. The spirit bones are indestructible. There's no way they can be destroyed by Sister Kian's holy light meteor. Oh. Bymir felt a little disappointed as she almost lost her life on this trip but gained nothing. Seeing Bymir's disappointment, Shin Tian chuckled. His eyes swept across the location where he had initially locked onto it, where 2 three-eyed civet cubs had died suddenly and were lying in a pool of blood. One of them had a slightly bulging forehead, with a faint silver light flashing. Mr. Bai, try to be more positive about everything. Maybe there will be a chance for improvement. Come with me. Bymir came back to her senses and looked up. Shin Tian had already walked to the location of the cub's body. The golden spear of Tianma pierced through the head, and half of the soul bone the size of a palm appeared before his eyes. Spiritual bones. Bymir couldn't hide her ecstasy and quickly chased after him. This spiritual bone is yours. I checked it with my spiritual vision pupils, and the skill inside is mental interference, which is very suitable for you. Very good. Bymir was very excited when she learned that it was mental interference. If it's mind control, it overlaps with her Fox Charm ability, but for advancement, it can only waste an empty skill slot. Bymir has already experienced the wonderful use of mental interference and knows that if this skill is used well, it will be absolutely crucial in battle. Shin Tian, thank you so much. Excited, Bymir jumped up and hugged Shin Tian like an octopus. This wave of throwing oneself into Shin Tian's arms caught him off guard. Shin Tian was about to struggle when he glanced down. A hint of white is about to emerge from under the collar of the cold and arrogant goddess. Chapter 11, The Cat-Eared Beast Girl Bent on Revenge. Hiss. Cold and arrogant goddess, you have to be reserved. Thinking of how Bymir was usually cold and aloof, but now she was in his arms, Shin Tian's breathing became a little rapid. Holding Shin Tian tightly, Bymir was also very satisfied. It's so hard to maintain the image of a cold and arrogant goddess on a daily basis. It's a rare opportunity to give someone a hug out of gratitude, so I certainly shouldn't miss it. Such a gentle place is really tempting. Puff bang. Not far away, Marco Ian, holding the Pegasus golden spear, pierced a monster beast, and the spear blade shattered the floor. Shen Tian heard the sound and glanced over. Ma Qian raised the Pegasus golden spear again and stabbed at a dog-like monster. Bang! The gun blade stabbed into the floor between the dog's legs, and Shen Tian suddenly felt a chill. Ah, the stab went astray. He raised his spear and stabbed again, killing the dog-like monster. Marco Yin drew his gun and glanced at Shen Tian seemingly inadvertently. Danger! Ahem! Shen Tian coughed twice and said with a little embarrassment. Mr. Bai, how long are you going to hold me? Ah! Sorry, I was so excited. When Shen Tian let go of her embrace, the goddess's snow-white face turned red like a ripe tomato. Hurry up and absorb the spirit bones to gain skills. After calming down, Shen Tian picked up the Pegasus golden spear and killed the monsters that were poisoned by the bone-eroding poison one by one. By the way, check and see if there are any spirit beads. After a while, the monsters in the mall were cleared out, and Bimur successfully absorbed the spirit bones and gained new skills. Here I come. Outside the mall, Marco Yin's clone came over, escorting the girl with glasses whose hands were tied. They found a chair to sit down in the mall, with Marco Yin and Bimur standing on either side, while Shen Tian put on an interrogating posture. Your companions are all dead. Tell me, how do you want to die? Don't kill me, please don't kill me. The girl with glasses shook her head in horror and quickly began to explain. They are the ones who want to harm you. It has nothing to do with me. I am just delivering the information. I ask you, is the accomplice innocent? The girl with glasses was speechless and collapsed on the ground, with 2 lines of tears sliding down her cheeks. I have no choice. I want revenge, so I can only rely on their help. I am also forced to do so. If I cannot take revenge, I will die with regrets. Please let me go and give me a chance to live so that I can take revenge. What does your hatred have to do with me? Seeing that Shen Tian remained unmoved, the girl with glasses thought of exchanging benefits. I know where their secret base is. The spirit beads they obtained today are stored there. They are all yours. Ha, with our strength, it's easy to obtain the spirit beads. Is there any need to waste time going to some secret base? Powerlessness and despair constantly hit the girl with glasses. She tried every possible method, but still couldn't convince the person in front of her. What should we do? Shen Tian looked at the woman indifferently, guessing that she was at her wit's end. When he was about to speak, the woman spoke first. As long as you let me live, I will agree to anything you ask for. I can give you my whole self, as long as you let me live to get revenge. Ma Qian and Bimur were shocked. What kind of blood feud could this be? This woman was actually willing to sell her dignity just to ask for a chance to live. Any request can be met? Yes. Any request. Seeing Shen Tian agreed, hope ignited in the eyes of the girl with glasses, and she nodded without hesitation. Okay, I want you to become my beast girl and sign a contract with me. Shen Tian, who always had a stern face, smiled at this moment. With his divine vision, he could see the woman's information column clearly. Beast Mother, Shaoji Night Cat. Level, Beginner Level 1. Talent, SSS-level. Companion skill, Netherworld consumes 10 spirit points to summon the Netherworld, where you can avoid all detection. As the level increases, the range of the Netherworld will expand, and an additional spirit point is consumed per minute. Spiritual power, 100. Agility, 150. Spirit, 120. Attack, 100. Defense, 70. Contracted Beast Tamer, none. Advanced tasks. 1. Reach the 9th level of elementary level. 2. Acquire a new skill. 3. Kill 500 primary monsters. 4. Kill 1 intermediate monster. A beast girl with SSS level talent and top-notch agility attributes. The most important thing is the accompanying skill, the Netherworld. After use, you can avoid all detection. This ability is naturally invisible to the divine eyes of the spirit, but it can avoid the detection of other beastmasters and beast girls. Moreover, as the level increases, the range will also expand. It is entirely possible to cover all of your own people, and then launch a sneak attack without anyone noticing, catching the enemy off guard. It was precisely because of this companion skill that Shen Tiankai stabbed Xiaoji to death with the Pegasus Golden Spear before they even met. How about it? Are you willing? Willing. As long as she can stay alive, Xiaoji can do anything. For revenge, nothing is too great to sacrifice. The book of contract condensed and floated in the air. After Xiao Ji pressed her fingerprint, an update appeared on Shin Tian's message board. Contracted Beast Girl, Xiao Ji Night Cat. Contract shared skill, Netherworld. Okay, the contract is complete. From now on, you are my, Shin Tian's, Beast Mother. Yes. Xiao Ji breathed a sigh of relief, her heart finally at ease. Moore, untie her. Okay. Bimir took action and untied the rope for Xiao Ji. After Xiao Ji stood up, Shin Tiankai looked at the girl with glasses carefully. Her long hair falls over her shoulders and passes her waist. The face is clean and free of impurities. The overall feeling given is that he is a little chubby. It's just that I'm fat where I should be fat, and thin where I should be thin. Especially Xiao Ji's waist, which is so thin. Combined with her overall figure, it is a perfect pear shape. After admiring the figure, Shin Tian returned to the topic. Be my beast mother, and I will never treat you unfairly. For example, I will avenge your blood feud. Really? I never make promises for my beast girls. Tears of gratitude flowed down her cheeks, and Xiao Ji bowed repeatedly to express her gratitude. Thank you, thank you. Don't thank me now. It's not too late to thank me after you've avenged yourself. First, tell me about your great vengeance. Oh, by the way, to save time, let's talk as we walk. Take us to that secret base and plunder the spirit beads they obtained. The group set off and, led by Xiao Ji, traveled through Yunlan City. On the way, Xiao Ji gave a brief account of her experience. Xiao Ji is the daughter of a wealthy businessman in Yunlan City. After the blood moon, the monsters revived. In the South City Villa area where her family lived, there was a beast master who had contracted 3 beast girls and was extremely powerful. The absolute strength made the beast master the overlord of the South City Villa area. The beast master was extremely greedy for women. He set his eyes on Xiao Ji and wanted to take her for himself. Xiao Ji refused to obey, and her entire family was killed. Only she, who had awakened, escaped. It turns out to be Lin Tianhai, the richest man in Yunlan City. After listening to Xiao Ji's story, Shin Tian couldn't help but feel emotional. His son Lin Hao was killed a few days ago. I didn't expect that he would be going to kill his father so soon. However, it is surprising that Lin Tianhai actually contracted 3 beast girls. The South City Villa area is imperative. Moreover, the monsters have revived for the second time, and the villa area in South City has become the first place to be attacked by the monsters. This is a great opportunity to obtain the spirit beads. We're here. This is their secret base. Chapter 12, Picking Up the SSS-level Superstar Beast Girl. Yunlan Gymnasium. As one of the landmark buildings in Yunlan City, Yunlan Gymnasium is said to be able to accommodate 30,000 people. What are you thinking? Using Yunlan Gymnasium as a secret base? Led by Xiao Ji, several people entered the gymnasium through a secret passage. All entrances and exits to the gymnasium have been blocked by Zhou Qing. This is the only secret passage we can go through together. In the center of the gymnasium, on a tall stage, speakers are placed in a disorderly manner. I remember now, if it weren't for this disaster, today would be Chu Bining's concert, right? Bimir asked, and Xiao Ji, who was leading the way, nodded. That's right, Zhou Qing is Chu Bining's agent. When the disaster struck, her entire team was rehearsing in the gymnasium. After Zhou Qing awakened, she used her powerful attack power to clear out the monsters in the gymnasium and blocked all entrances and exits. Their entire team was killed by Zhou Qing, leaving only Chu Bining alone, who was tortured by Zhou Qing every day to the point of being worse than death. Ah! Bimir was surprised. Isn't Zhou Qing Chu Bining's manager? Why is she imprisoned and tortured? She is Chu Bining's manager, and she is also Chu Bining's biggest hater. Zhou Qing said that Chu Bining had snatched the resources of the male star she was a fan of, and she had been holding a grudge against him ever since. Now that the world has ended, I can take revenge without restraint. It's here. Pushing open a lounge, what comes into view is a pile of spirit beads. This was exactly what Zhou Qing and his group had harvested today, but these spirit beads now belong to Shin Tian. Where is Chu Bining? When Shin Tian said this, the 3 women were all stunned. The one inside. Go and take a look. Ignoring the surprised looks of the 3 people, Shin Tian stepped forward. Shin Tian was deeply impressed by the name Chu Bining. 5 years after the monster from the previous life was revived, Chu Bining suddenly appeared and became extremely famous throughout the Dragon Kingdom. known as the Scorpion Queen. Just like Bai Mir in her previous life, they are both top-notch existences. She awakened an SSS-level demonic Hell Jade Scorpion, a beast girl with top-level poisonous attributes. But Shen Tian never thought that Chu Baining had such an experience. Pushing open the door of the inner room, in the dim light, there was a woman with purple hair, her hands and feet bound with iron chains. He had a leash around his neck and was tied to a conference table. Her dress was tattered, and large areas of her skin were exposed to the air. There was also a blood-stained whip on the conference table. There were many whip marks on the woman's back, covered in blood and scabs. What a huge vengeance! Such a cruel attack! Hearing the footsteps approaching, Chu Baining raised her head with difficulty. Her face was bruised and blood was flowing from the corner of her mouth. His pale eyes were filled with despair and helplessness. He's a man. Could it be that I'm going to be? In an instant, tears as big as beans rolled down her cheeks. No, please don't come over here. You misunderstood. Shen Tian spoke softly, took off his shirt, and covered Chu Baining's naked body. Zhou Qing has been killed by me, you are saved. More, help her take a bath and change into clean clothes. Let's go out first. After the explanation was completed, several people left first. Check all the spirit beads and count the original harvest. There are nearly 5,000 white spirit beads and 6 green spirit beads in total. These are 210 spirit beads. You should absorb them first. They are enough for you to reach the 9th level of the primary level. After contracting 3 beast girls, the upgrade will be quadrupled. After a rough calculation, he gave some of the spirit beads to Xiao Ji. Xiao Ji took the spirit pearl, expressed her gratitude, and began to absorb it. By the time Xiao Ji had finished absorbing, Bai Mir had already helped Chu Baining clean her body, changed her into clean clothes, and helped her walk out from the inner room. After being whipped and tortured for several consecutive days, Chu Baining was very weak and had difficulty walking. She needed someone to support her. Xiao Ji, there should be food and medicine here. Some. Get her some food, apply some medicine to her wound, and explain to her everything about your encounter with us. Don't worry, leave it to me. Xiao Ji was efficient and acted immediately after receiving the task. The rescued Chu Baining was emotionally unstable at the moment, and her whole body was still trembling slightly. This appearance was inconsistent with what Shen Tian remembered. Although I had never seen it with my own eyes in my previous life, I had seen an interview with Chu Baining on TV, as well as a scene of Chu Baining poisoning a monster. At that time, Chu Baining always looked like she kept people at a distance, and she was surrounded by a poisonous aura. I think this experience left her with a huge psychological trauma. You love looking at celebrities so much that you can't take your eyes off them? Ma Qian leaned close to Shen Tian's ear and scolded him softly, with a hint of jealousy. Sister Queen, you're overthinking it. I am. No need to explain, the spirit beads have been distributed, this is your share. Pushing a pile of spirit beads in front of him, Marco Wien turned his back and began to absorb his share. Shaking his head helplessly, Shen Tian grabbed a green spirit bead and began to absorb it. Upgrade speed quadrupled, upgrade progress plus 25%. Throwing away the 210 white spirit beads for Xiao Ji, the 3 of them each received 1,600 white spirit beads and 2 green spirit beads. It took me a whole afternoon to absorb it all in one breath. After reaching the intermediate level, the absorption speed of the white spirit bead increased greatly. However, the quantity is too large and it takes a lot of time to absorb it. Although it is a waste of time, the gains are also good. Fourfold blessing, it's so powerful. I'm already at the intermediate 9th level. It feels like a dream. Bai Mir was amazed. After absorbing the spiritual bones and gaining skills, she successfully entered the intermediate level. I never thought that I would reach the 9th intermediate level in just one afternoon. 1,600 white spirit beads, after quadruple blessing, become 6,400 beads, which is equivalent to the energy of 640 green spirit beads. It's just right to advance from the intermediate level 1 to the 9th level. With another 500 white spirit beads, I can reach the 9th level. Only 2 days had passed since the blood moon rose in the sky and the monster beasts revived, and he had already entered the 9th intermediate level. In the entire blue planet, they are absolutely the top-notch and explosive existence. However, this is just the beginning. After Chu Baining awakens, as long as she completes the contract, she will receive 5 times the blessing, and the upgrade speed will only be faster. Thinking of this, Shen Tian looked at Chu Baining. After eating and replenishing her strength, Chu Baining was now in much better condition, and her face was not as pale as before. Big Star, I think we should talk. He stood up and walked in front of Chu Baining, and Shen Tian sat opposite her. What do you want to talk about? Chu Baining spoke cautiously, remaining wary of Shen Tian. After all, the agent who works with her day and night will imprison her and torture her madly after the end of the world. What's more, he is an outsider. Don't be so nervous. I mean no harm. Xiao Ji should have already told you the current situation of the humans on Blue Star. That's easy. I just want to ask you one thing, do you want to be as powerful as us? You should know that in such a chaotic world, if you don't have strength, you will be at the mercy of others. Especially for a big star like you, defenseless in troubled times, how many people would covet you? You can figure it out without me telling you, right? Chu Baining naturally understood and nodded silently. Before the end of the world, she was a big star admired by thousands of people. After the end of the world, everything was just a bubble and illusion. Especially during the time when she was tortured by Zhou Qing, she knew very well that only with strong power could one gain a foothold in this doomsday. I can help you awaken successfully and gain powerful strength. In exchange, after awakening, you must become my beast girl. How about it? Consider it. Chapter 13, Yunlan's richest man Lin Tianhai. Why? Why me? Because of your potential. My innate skill, the divine vision, can see through everything. You have great potential. Helping you awaken it and making you my beast girl will be a great help to me. Aren't you afraid that after I awaken, I will repay you with hatred? Don't be afraid. Shen Tian shook his head. I understand you. You are innocent and kind. You would never cross the river and burn the bridge. You would never be ungrateful. A pair of bright eyes were suddenly blurred with tears. What happened in the past 2 days made Chu Baining despair of human nature. In her mind, no one is trustworthy or can be trusted. But the man in front of him trusted him extremely. This made Chu Baining, who was in the darkness, feel as if she had caught the light and was redeemed. If I awaken, I will definitely make a contract with you and become your beast mother. I trust you. Believe it or not. It's just a scam. Do you really believe it? Shen Tian wasn't sure. After all, human hearts are always complicated. However, Shen Tian has his own decision. If Chu Baining breaks the contract after awakening, Shen Tian will not show mercy and will kill her on the spot. Have a good night's rest. We have important matters to attend to tomorrow. Tomorrow evening at 8 o'clock is the day you awaken. The blood moon will come again at 8 o'clock tomorrow night. The monster will revive for the second time, and the awakening spirit stone will fall again. This catastrophe on Blue Star will see a total of 7 resurrections of demon beasts. The time between the first 2 times was only 3 days. And tomorrow night at 8 o'clock is the time for the second recovery. At that time, more monsters will be born. The number of intermediate monsters will also increase significantly. Especially the brutal monsters in the mountains and wilds will attack human cities. Another reason why Shen Tian agreed to let Xiao Ji help her with revenge was that he had his eyes on the villa area in South City. The South City villa area is close to a big river, and on the other side of the river is a continuous mountain range. After the monsters revive for the second time, the monsters in the mountains will definitely cross the river, pass through the villa area in the South City, and invade the entire Yunlan city. At that time, you only need to kill monsters crazily to obtain spirit beads continuously. Nothing happened overnight, and the next day dawned. Shen Tian and his group of 5 packed up and set off. Since Chu Baining's injuries had not yet healed, she had difficulty moving around. Marco Yin summoned a clone and carried it on his back. With Xiao Ji's joining, the journey went quite smoothly. Within the realm of the underworld, several people appear and disappear mysteriously. Wherever it passed, a large number of monsters died suddenly for unknown reasons. From beginning to end, I didn't know where the opponent was. Yunlan Gymnasium is not far from the South City Villa district, but the crowd moved very slowly. Along the way, they hunted monsters and collected spirit beads. With the cooperation of several people, Xiao Ji completed 3 of the advancement tasks, leaving only 1 skill acquisition task to be completed. It can be said that 1 foot has already stepped into the door of Intermediate Beast Girl. It was almost noon when we arrived at the villa area in the South City. It's so damn luxurious. Capitalists are just different. Hundreds of luxurious villas stand in rows. The villa area has quite complete green environment and various infrastructures. There is also a small power station that provides electricity specifically for the villa area. Even if the entire Yunnan city was out of power, the villa area in the South City was still brightly lit. Lin Tianhai lives in the big villa in the center. Xiao Ji gritted her teeth, her eyes burning with anger. Remove the netherworld realm and head straight to Lin Tianhai's villa. Xiao Ji was surprised. With the netherworld realm there, she could sneak into the villa without anyone noticing and kill Lin Tianhai easily. After thinking about it, Xiao Ji understood. In the face of absolute strength, such sneaky tactics are completely unnecessary. So what if Lin Tianhai has contracted 3 beast girls? Can he compare to Shen Tian? Of course not. With her thoughts clear, Xiao Ji was freed from the realm of the underworld. A man and 4 women appeared in the sunshine and walked towards the central villa area in an orderly manner. At this moment, a carnival party is being held in the large swimming pool in the backyard of the huge central villa area. The men stood at the edge, their eyes fixed on the scenery inside the swimming pool. The naked woman dances passionately to the explosive music. These people are all wealthy people and their families who once lived in the villa area of South City. After the monster revived, 2 awakening spirit stones landed in Lin Tianhai's villa. He fed one of the pills to the maid, who was surprised to find that she had awakened superpowers. She immediately swallowed the other one and successfully awakened the Beast Tamer. After gaining power, Lin Tianhai collected awakening spirit stones in the villa area of South City, fed the maids with supplies, and successfully contracted 3 beast girls. Logically speaking, after gaining power, these 3 maids should rise up in resistance. However, in the past few years, under Lin Tianhai's brainwashing and training, he has completely become his pet and absolutely obeys Lin Tianhai's orders. The powerful force naturally aroused Lin Tianhai's animal desires. The entire villa area is under his control. Under his coercion, men had no choice but to bow their heads and submit, while women served him for pleasure. Lin Tianhai was enjoying the carnival in the swimming pool, his hands constantly wandering over the 2 naked girls. Behind her stood 2 beast girls, one with rabbit ears and a short tail, and the other with moth wings on her back. The 2 beast girls had dull eyes and stood guard around Lin Tianhai. Why did the music stop? Lin Tianhai shouted angrily, and the middle-aged man in charge of playing music fell to his knees. Master Lin, I was so busy watching the passionate dance that I was careless for a moment. Master Lin, please spare me. Old one, we are old acquaintances. I will not kill you. Lin Tianhai narrowed his eyes, a mocking sneer on his face. But there can't be no punishment. The subject suddenly changed, and middle-aged Wang fell silent. Your wife dances well. Master Lin is happy today, so he gave her to you as a reward. With a wave of her hand, the moth-winged beast girl flew into the swimming pool, grabbed a naked lady, and threw her into the crowd on the edge. Middle-aged Lao Wan's eyes darkened. He naturally knew what his wife's fate would be. What are you all standing there for? Start playing. Keep playing the music, keep dancing. The revelry continued, and no one dared to disobey the tyrant's orders. Lin Tianhai enjoyed infinite happiness and his desires were satisfied to the highest level. Master, someone is approaching. A snake-tailed beast girl appeared quietly at some point. The snake-tailed beast girl held a camera and took out some freshly developed photos. After taking the photo, Lin Tianhai sat up suddenly and pushed away the 2 women serving him. Xiao Ji, you actually dare to come back? Once I catch you, I will make you submit to me forever. TSK, these 2 are also top-notch. I remembered that my dear Lin Hao had secretly taken photos of these 2 women. That beautiful intern teacher Ma Qian from Yunnan No. 1 Middle School, the one with big breasts, must be the school beauty by Muir. Lin Tianhai was so envious that he even drooled. And Chu Baining. This little slut is here too. Lin Tianhai naturally knew that Chu Baining was coming to Yunnan City to hold a concert. As the richest man in the area, he also invited Chu Baining to dinner. At that time, Lin Tianhai coveted her very much and even hinted that he could give Chu Baining a luxury house, as long as Chu Baining. However, Chu Baining turned hostile on the spot, humiliating Lin Tianhai and causing Lin Tianhai to hold a grudge against her completely. Excellent. Excellent. I want all these women. Everyone stop and grab your weapons. Chapter 14, Revenge. Hey, here it comes, pretty fast. Shen Tian raised his eyebrows. A group of people rushed out of the big villa, each holding a weapon in their hands. baseball bats, golf clubs, model swords, etc. The fat, disheveled man in the center of the crowd was Lin Tianhai. Xiaoji, I was just worried that I had nowhere to find you, yet you dared to come to my door, and brought these top-notch people with you. What? Are you planning to come back and join me? If you had realized this earlier, your whole family wouldn't have lost their lives. Lin Tianhai. You bastard. Xiaoji was furious and instantly entered the beast girl state. I came back to kill you for revenge. Ha! Lin Tianhai sneered after spitting. Just you? My 3 little pets can tear you to pieces in a minute. The 3 beast girls behind him immediately protected Lin Tianhai in front. She alone isn't enough, what if we're included? Taking a step forward, the Pegasus golden spear condensed in Shen Tian's hand. Marco Ian and Binur also entered the beast girl state. No wonder you had the guts to come back and die, it turns out you found some help, you're also a beastmaster, right? Why not consider joining me? I guarantee you will have a good life. I have plenty of women, of all types. However, the woman you bring must serve me first. Fuck. What a pervert. Shen Tian blurted out, this is the richest man in Yunlan. Before the end of the world, he looked like a human being, but after the end of the world, his true nature was immediately exposed, and he became a wolf dog in human skin. Boy, don't be ungrateful. This is a gift from me. Go to hell with your uncle's gift. Bang! He bent forward and rushed forward, like a hurricane passing by, arriving in an instant. Quick! Stop him! Lin Tianhai immediately retreated, and the 3 contracted beast girls attacked together. You're just a junior, and you want to stop me? When Lin Tianhai and his men first appeared, Shen Tian had already checked on the situation of several people. The rabbit-eared beast girl and the snake-tailed beast girl are both at the primary 3rd level. The moth-winged beast girl is stronger, but she is only at the primary 5th level. On the contrary, Lin Tianhai, a beastmaster, has reached the 8th level of the beginner level, just 1 step away from the 9th level. It is easy to guess that Lin Tianhai used the 3 beast girls to kill the monsters, and most of the spirit beads they obtained were absorbed by him alone. As a result, the beast girl's level is too low, and her combat power is naturally poor. The snake-tailed beast girl took the lead in attacking, and her slender snake tail expanded and smashed towards Shen Tian. The Pegasus golden spear swept across the sky, breaking the snake's tail into 2 pieces. Die! Phew! The golden spear pierces the abdomen, killing with 1 strike. Boom! A raging fire burned in the sky, and the moth-winged beast girl was in mid-air, with flames rising around her body. His hands formed a fireball in front of his chest, and his dull eyes were filled with murderous intent. Ha! He raised the Pegasus golden spear high in the air and threw it with all his might. The golden spear broke through the air, pierced through the condensing fireball, and then pierced through the chest of the moth-winged beast girl. Quick! Kill her! Lin Tianhai roared, and the rabbit-eared beast girl who had been waiting for an opportunity moved, turning over and appearing behind Shen Tian. With a leap, his long legs wrapped around Shen Tian's neck. The rabbit-eared beast girl frowned coldly and fell down, intending to throw Shen Tian away. Your power is too weak. Shen Tianting stretched out his hands, grabbed the 2 legs wrapped around the neck, and easily removed the strength of the rabbit-eared beast girl. When an intermediate plays against a beginner, it's like an adult playing with a child, there's no pressure at all. Grabbing the legs of the rabbit-eared beast girl, Shen Tian turned around on the spot and threw her to the ground. Bang! The earth trembled slightly, stirring up 3 feet of dust. As for the rabbit-eared beast girl, she bled from all 7 orifices and died suddenly. This throw seemed simple, but the intermediate force crushed the bunny-eared beast girl's internal organs directly. How is this possible? Lin Tianhai suddenly panicked and turned around to squeeze into the crowd. What are you all standing there for? Hurry up, attack him together and beat him up. Who dares to die? With a roar, the men holding weapons dared not move at all. If you don't want to die, get out of the way. If Lin Tianhai escapes, you'll all go to see the King of Hell. Brush! In an instant, everyone stepped aside and made way. Lin Tianhai was furious. Under the threat of death, he could not afford to lose his temper and ran straight to the villa. Can you escape? A gust of wind blew, and Shen Tianren had arrived at the door of the villa. Lin Tianhai braked suddenly, but still arrived in front of Shen Tian. Bang! After a punch in the face, Lin Tianhai's nose bled profusely. You son of a bitch, you're just trash. My son? Lin Tianhai was unclear and looked at Shen Tian in surprise. Bang! Another punch, and the obese Lin Tianhai spun on the spot. I forgot to tell you that your son Lin Hao died a long time ago. Kill my son, today. Bang! Shen Tian slapped Lin Tianhai away, moved his wrist, and spoke with some impatience. Idiot who doesn't understand the situation, I'm the boss now. He bent down and jumped, catching up with Lin Tianhai who was knocked away. A punch hit his abdomen, and Lin Tianhai spurted blood from his mouth. There was also bile mixed in with the blood. After this punch, Lin Tianhai was completely exhausted. Walking through the crowd, Shen Tian grabbed a sharpened tang sword. Whether he lives or dies is up to you. The tang sword was handed to Xiao Ji, and Shen Tian stepped aside. Next, it's Xiao Ji's turn to perform. Lin Tianhai. Have you ever thought that one day you would fall into my hands? Picking up the tang sword, Xiao Ji walked over with gritted teeth. One foot stepped on Lin Tianhai's bloody face, constantly rubbing the wound and irritating Lin Tianhai's nerves. Ah! Miss Xiao Ji, I was wrong, please let me go. Let you go? How can you let you go? My parents, grandparents, and brother died tragically, will they agree? A knife stabbed into Lin Tianhai's abdomen, and Xiao Ji turned the tang knife, cutting the fat inch by inch. This knife is for my father. Brush. He drew his sword and slashed again, and Lin Tianhai's right arm was cut off. This knife is for my mother. Ah! Screams echoed throughout the entire South City Villa area as Xiao Ji's sword strikes fell, cutting off all of Lin Tianhai's limbs. Blood continued to flow from his abdomen, but he had not yet died, and was struggling and wailing in pain. Shen Tian was frightened. Could this girl be studying medicine? Avoid the vital points with every blow. Let me think, where does this cut? The blade moved and stopped on Lin Tianhai's crotch. You bastard, you think with your lower body, I'll castrate you. No ah. Amidst the wailing, Lin Tianhai's pupils had lost their expression. For him, even if he could survive, there would be no fun in it. Brute. Swinging the tang sword, Xiao Ji could no longer control her emotions. The scene of the tragic death of relatives kept appearing in my mind. He swung the tang sword again and again, using all his strength to chop the enemy under his feet. After an unknown amount of time, Xiao Ji was exhausted, dropped her tang sword, and sat down. Lin Tianhai had already stopped breathing, and his body was unrecognizable. Xiao Ji, who had avenged her great hatred, laughed loudly towards the sky, with tears rolling down her eyes. Mom, Dad, Grandma, Grandpa, and brother, I have avenged you. Shen Tian did not go forward to comfort her. At this time, it was better to let her vent. Lin Tianhai is dead, so it's time for this villa to change hands. Shen Tian glanced coldly at the people present, snorted lightly, and walked into the villa. Ma Qian and the others also followed Shen Tian closely. As soon as he stepped into the villa, Shen Tian was stunned. Inside the villa, naked women gathered together, all eyes focused on Shen Tian. First there was surprise, then joy, and after that, fear and terror. It seemed that a noble lady knelt down, crawled on the ground and spoke in a flattering manner. Meet the master. Immediately, the naked women present followed suit. Meet the master. Chapter 15. I'll fulfill my promise. What's the meaning? Shen Tian, who reacted suddenly, became angry and embarrassed. Are you kidding me? Who do you think I am? Am I the kind of person who was greedy for beauty? Shen Tian glanced at all the women present and took a deep breath. Just as he was about to speak, a group of men outside the villa suddenly knelt down in unison. Meet the boss. Oh shit. Playing. Worship Big Brother from a distance. Do you fucking think this is Liangshan? Lin Tianhai was brutal, but fortunately, the boss intervened and killed the villain. From now on, we will be your most loyal subordinates. The corner of Shen Tian's mouth twitched. Loyalty? Lin Tianhai hasn't been buried yet. A middle-aged man stood up and came forward in the crowd. This man was none other than Lao Wang, who had played music not long ago. Boss, now that Lin Tianhai is dead, this place is all yours. These women are all yours too. You can command them at your will. After saying that, he winked at Shen Tian with an expression that said, you know what I mean. Do whatever you want, sir. Bang. Very fast. With one slap, Lao Wang is dead. Everyone, get up, put on your clothes, and get out. Anyone still lingering in the South City Villa district in half an hour will be killed without mercy. The men and women present were thrown into chaos upon hearing this, all with expressions of horror. Outside the South City Villa area, there are monsters everywhere. For them who are unarmed, there is only one way out: death. If I could stay here, even if I lived worse than a dog, at least I would still be alive. Uncle, please let me stay. I can cook, and you need someone to take care of your daily life. Yes, yes, yes. Uncle, don't look at my frail body, I'm full of strength. It's absolutely no problem for me to stay by your side and do some physical work. Uncle, please let me stay too. I have good skills. When I was young, I was a famous technician in Yunnan City. I am proficient in sauna and massage. You lowly thing, everyone knows you were a streetwalker when you were young. Do you know how to massage? Get out of the way, sir, look at me. For a moment, both men and women begged to stay. Shintian couldn't bear it any longer, and a golden spear of Pegasus was condensed in his hand. He aimed at the nearest few people and stabbed several bloody holes in them. The scene suddenly became quiet, and everyone looked at Shintian in fear. Don't you think I'm talking nonsense? Get out of here now, or you'll die. Xiao Ji, set the timer. Anyone still in the South City Villa district after half an hour will be killed without mercy. Seeing Shintian's tough attitude, everyone gave up completely and fled the South City Villa area in panic. A bunch of trash, are you keeping them here to hold us back? Shintian thought very clearly that keeping this group of people would only hinder their progress and waste food. In this end times, food is so precious, and he has no intention of supporting idle people. Furthermore, with Bimur, it is entirely possible to control some monsters to do work for free. All the heavy work can be done by the controlled monsters. After driving everyone away, the entire South City Villa area became quiet. A few people strolled through the luxurious villa and decided to take a look around. After touring the villa, Shintian's forehead was full of black lines. It's so confusing. The entire villa has been ruined beyond recognition. To describe it in one word, it is rotten. One can imagine how ridiculous this villa has been in the past few days. This place is no longer suitable for living. Let's move somewhere else. How about going to my house? Xiao Ji stepped forward and suggested, although my house is smaller than this villa, it is still no problem for us to live here. It's just that we need to carry the food ourselves. Ever since Lin Tianhai took control of the entire South City Villa area, all the food from every household was looted and stored in the underground warehouse of this big villa. Then we can stay at your house. We don't have to carry the food ourselves. More, you and Xiao Ji can go out later and contract a few ape monsters. Clear. The location of Xiao Ji's house is not too remote and can be reached after walking 200 or 300 meters. After assigning the rooms, Bimur and Xiao Ji went to the urban area of Yunnan City. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the two returned to the villa area. Bimur commanded the monsters to take away all the food that Lin Tianhai had looted. In the basement of the villa, Shintian breathed a sigh of relief as he looked at the piles of food. This food is enough to last for 3 months. The next period of time is to wait for the monsters to revive, obtain a large number of spirit beads, and upgrade the level. Thank you for your hard work, you must be hungry. Pick out some of your favorite food, fill your stomach, and then go back to rest. At 7:30, we will gather on the rooftop. Tonight is destined to be a sleepless night, but it is also a great opportunity for us to improve our strength. Everyone picked their favorite food and left one after another to go to the bedroom. The bedroom is on the second floor, and Shintian lives in the middle position. Maqian and Bimur live on his left and right respectively, and Xiao Ji and Chu Baining live opposite him. So sweet. Bimur smacked her lips, looking very happy. What are you eating? White rabbit milk candy. Smiling and spreading her palms, Bimur walked lightly side by side with Shintian. She tiptoed, her chest bouncing with her steps. Shintian saw it and agreed deeply. Yeah. White rabbit is really delicious. Right. Right. You like white rabbit too. Bimur answered cheerfully and turned her head to look at Shintian, but she saw that Shintian's gaze stayed on her heaving chest, and her face suddenly became stiff. Give me 2 white rabbits to try. Well, here you go. After giving Shintian 2 big white rabbits, Bimur quickened her pace and returned to her room. Is white rabbit sweet? Maqian had a gloomy face and appeared silently behind Shintian. Wow, Sister Queen, you scared me to death. Shintian was startled and nodded in reply. Sweet. What's the use of sweetness? It won't satisfy your hunger. Eat some steamed bread. Ah, this. After throwing a bag of steamed bread slices to Shintian, Marcoine returned to the room angrily. Shintian just found it funny. It seemed that he was really jealous. We parted on the second floor and went back to our rooms. After eating the steamed bread slices given by Marcoine, Shintian took a quick bath and lay down on the soft bed. Rich people know how to enjoy life. A bedroom comes with a bathroom, and the bed is soft and comfortable. As soon as I lay down, I felt tired. Bang! There were two gentle knocks on the door. Shintian got out of bed puzzled and opened the door. Outside the door, Xiaoji changed into new clothes. A professional white shirt, a black silk skirt, and red high heels. Can I come in? Can. Xiaoji lowered her head and walked into Shintian's room nervously, her heart beating faster and faster. After Xiaoji entered the bedroom, Shintian closed the door. At this time, there was an imperceptible gap in the door of Baimir's bedroom next door. The cold and arrogant goddess saw everything, quietly closed her door, and tiptoed to the wall. I put my ear against the wall, trying to suppress my pounding heartbeat and eavesdrop on what was happening next door. On the other side, Shintian closed the door and asked as he turned around. I told you to go to bed early. There's something important happening tonight. What are you doing here now? I'm here to fulfill my promise. I said, if you help me get revenge, I'll be at your disposal. Chapter 16. The monster resurrects for the second time. Answer me a question. From the bottom of your heart, are you willing? I want to hear the truth. Shintian spoke seriously, looking directly at Xiaoji. The two looked at each other, and the bedroom was silent. Looking into Shintian's eyes, Xiaoji shook her head. No. But I value promises. I said as long as you help me get revenge. All right. Interrupting Xiaoji, Shintian sat down aside. I appreciate your commitment, but I also have my own bottom line. If you really want to be with me, I won't refuse. After all, if I say I don't have any thoughts about a beautiful woman like you, am I still a man? Shintian smiled and said, what matters is to follow your heart. If Xiaoji is willing, Shintian will not refuse. But obviously, Xiaoji was just doing it for a promise she made. I don't take advantage of others, and what I want is a sincere heart. Xiaoji's eyes were dull, and the image of the man in front of her had invisibly risen a lot in her mind. Don't think too much. Helping you get revenge is just to make you more willing to be my beast girl. If you want to survive in this apocalypse, strength is your greatest reliance, and what I want in my heart is to become stronger, and making a contract with you is part of that. I see. Xiaoji nodded. I will also work hard to become stronger and will never hold you back. Well, go back and rest. See you tonight. After seeing Xiaoji off, Shintian lay back on the bed, not feeling sorry at all. It is easy to get a person's body, but if it is too easy, it will become boring. You have to capture someone's heart to go far. Baimur, who was leaning against the wall next door, suddenly heard the door open and frowned slightly. So soon? Time passed quickly, and at 7:30 in the evening, everyone gathered on the rooftop of the villa. The breeze is not dry tonight, and a bright moon hangs upside down in the night sky. Everything looks normal. It appeared. Shintian spoke in a low voice, and several people looked up at the night sky. One corner of the moon glowed with blood-red light, and soon turned completely blood-red. Blood light suddenly bloomed, and the entire blue planet was shrouded in blood light again. Marcoine transformed into a beast girl, holy light bloomed from her body, tearing out a piece of light from the blood. In the Yunlan city behind him, the roar of angry monsters was heard. It sounded like a howl of pain, but also like a carnival of beasts. Under the blood, the monsters' second revival began. The monsters that have experienced the first revival will see their strength grow rapidly during the second revival. From the mountains opposite the South City Villa area, roars came from afar. Shintian calculated the time, looked at the bloody light, and searched for that colorful light. Here I come. Finally, new colors appeared in the blood. The awakening spirit stone is falling. Just like the first time the demon beast was resurrected, the awakening spirit stone would still land on the blue planet. But the number of awakening spirit stones this time will be greatly reduced. Watch the direction of the fall. We don't have much time left. Come back and gather in 15 minutes. No matter how many awakening spirit stones you have taken, you must come back. As soon as the words fell, everyone took action at the same time. Shu Baining stayed on the roof, and Bimir sent a controlled monster to guard him. As for the others, they began to grab the awakening spirit stones first. Marco chanted and summoned clones, heading in 3 different directions. Relying on her own super-fast speed in the netherworld realm, Xiaoji continued to shuttle through the darkness and put the awakening spirit stone into her pocket. As for Bimir, he fully demonstrated his strengths and mental control at this moment. At the same time, he controlled hundreds of monsters and scattered them to collect spirit stones. Shen Tian was also not idle, aiming at the position he had initially favored and moving forward quickly. A person can only use the awakening spirit stone once, and there is no point in using more than that. However, Shen Tian didn't think so. He wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to search for a batch of awakening spirit stones that would be of great use. Soon, 15 minutes passed and several people returned with the awakening spirit stones. There are 73 awakening spirit stones in total, and you contributed 41 of them, more. Well done. As I should. I've taken advantage of a lot of spirit beads before, so I have to do more. Bimir was serious and maintained her image as a cold and arrogant goddess, but there was joy in her eyes. I was praised by Shen Tian. Start awakening, big star. After taking the awakening spirit stone, Shu Baining sat cross-legged and swallowed it in one gulp. Brilliance blooms from the abdomen, and awakening begins. Shen Tian stood aside, staring at Shu Baining with his divine eyes. Soon, Shu Baining's message bar popped up. Beast Mother, Shu Baining Devil Hell Scorpion. Level, Beginner Level 1. Talent, SSS-level. Companion skill, 9-colored Devil Prison Poison. Each color is a heavy poison, and the 9 colors stack up, returning the soul to the Devil Prison. Note, when used on a single person, each use consumes 3 spiritual power points. When used on a group, each use consumes 30 spiritual power points. As the level increases, the spiritual power consumption increases, and the poison becomes more powerful. Spiritual power, 150. Agility, 95. Spirit, 100. Attack, 90. Defense, 100. Contracted Beast Tamer, none. Advanced tasks. 1. Reach the 9th level of elementary level. 2. Acquire a new skill. 3. Kill 300 primary monsters. 4. Kill 1 intermediate monster. Spirit and defense are consistent with most SSS-level beast girls, while agility and attack are weaker. However, the spiritual power is a bit too prominent. The first level of beginner level has 150 points of spiritual power, but Shen Tian only reached 150 when he was at the 6th level of beginner level. I can only say that basic attributes vary from person to person. Awakening successful. Shu Baining spoke, the joy in her eyes difficult to conceal. Finally, he used a powerful force. Come on. Let's sign the contract. Before Shen Tian could speak, Shu Baining was already prepared. Without saying much, Shen Tian summoned the book of contract. As Shu Baining pressed her handprint, Shen Tian's information bar was updated. At the same time, he also gained the sharing of Shu Baining's companion skills. Poison type skill that can be used on a single target or in a group. Shen Tian's mind was already full of ideas. Xiaoji and Shu Baining were a perfect match made in heaven. The two hid their whereabouts in the netherworld and infiltrated the enemy group without being noticed. Here comes a group of 9-colored Devil Prison Poison, waiting to harvest heads. The blood light is beginning to dissipate. In the night sky, the blood color faded and the moon returned to its original state. The blood light that permeated the entire blue planet was also quietly dissipating. The whole world became quiet in an instant. The monsters that were roaring wildly all stopped roaring. This is the calm before the storm. There was a faint sense of restlessness coming from the distant mountains. Under the cover of night, there seemed to be a lot of dust flying. The villa under my feet was shaking violently, as if an earthquake had occurred. The divine eyes of the spirit were staring ahead, and in the flying dust, the silhouette of the monster gradually became clear. At this moment, the monsters in Yunlan City also became active, wreaking havoc wantonly on the streets. The few remaining survivors were discovered one by the monsters. The awakened ones soon started fighting with the monsters. Shen Tian and his companions ignored Yunlan City behind them, and their eyes were always fixed on the army of monsters on the other side of the river in the villa area. Let's start crossing the river. With his eyes slightly narrowed, the Pegasus golden spear in Shen Tian's hand had already condensed. Big Star, for the first battle, you follow me. Everyone else, do as you please, but one thing is certain, only attack the monsters that have crossed the river. Understood, the women replied in unison. All right. Let's go. Let's fight. Chapter 17, First Test of the 9-Colored Devil Prison Poison. Stand in a line and fight separately to avoid hurting your own people. Sister Queen, please leave a clone as a supporter. Shu Baining, follow me. Shen Tian quickly issued combat orders, and everyone quickly dispersed, more than 100 meters apart. At this time, some monsters had already crossed the Yun River and were heading straight for the crowd to kill them. Kill! With a long roar, Markian took the first step. Light burst out from the Pegasus's golden spear, and a large number of golden spears condensed out of thin air behind him. The first move is the ultimate move, Holy Light Meteor. Ymir transforms into a fox girl, her eyes glowing pink. The first batch of monsters that crossed the river were completely controlled in an instant. They all changed direction and started fighting with their own kind. Under the moonlight, Xiao Ji fell into nothingness. Covered by the netherworld, the entire person disappeared without a trace. All you can see are monsters whose heads explode for no apparent reason and die on the spot. Only catclaw marks were left on the monster's corpse. Blessings from the god of war. For brilliant rays of light bloomed in the darkness and fell on the 3 beast girls respectively. In an instant, the fighting power soared and the killing became more intense. Shu Baining stood on one side. Wrapped in the light, her 5 basic attributes skyrocketed. She couldn't help but glance sideways at the man beside her. Judging from his age, he is just a high school student who has just reached adulthood. In this end times, I am so calm. Here you are. Let me see what you are capable of, show it. Shu Baining nodded, and the beast girl form took possession. The scorpion's tail grows out from the pelvis, flashing with 9 colors of cold light. The entire body is covered with segments of scorpion armor. 9-Colored Devil Prison Poison. The scorpion's tail swayed and poison gushed out. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, purple, with black and white as companions. 9 colors of poison spread in an instant, covering the body of the monster. The 9 poisons entered the body one after another, and the monster, which was running and roaring wildly, was immediately poisoned. Or they may collapse to the ground and be trampled to death by those who come after them. Or when running wildly, blood will flow from all 7 orifices, the heart will stop beating, and the person will die on the spot. In a short moment, more than a dozen monsters died. Very good skills, but unfortunately your level is too low. Shen Tian exclaimed in admiration, his spiritual power circulating. A long scorpion tail grows from the back. 9-Colored Devil Prison Poison. Hiss. The roar echoed in the night sky, and Shen Tian was like a scorpion from hell. With both hands stretched out, poisonous gas gushed out from the scorpion's tail. The 9-colored toxins blend together, creating a gorgeous and colorful scene. Go! Just like a surging tide, they rushed forward and covered a large number of monsters. The screams and wails continued, and under the cover of poisonous gas, not a single monster escaped. After a while, the poisonous gas dissipated. On the Yunjiang embankment, the corpses of monsters piled up like a mountain. Judging by visual inspection, there are at least 400 or 500 of them. Shu Baining's big, Caroline-like eyes widened in shock. Although they were both suffering from the 9-colored devil prison poison, the difference was too great. He's truly a walking killing machine. Shen Tian sighed, this was only the 9th level of the intermediate level, yet he could kill so many monsters with one move. In her previous life, Shu Baining was able to defeat hundreds of thousands of demons with one strike, and this was not a lie. After tonight, you can do the same. Now, just follow me and be careful. The netherworld realm activated, enveloping Shu Baining, and the two disappeared on the spot. In the realm of the underworld, Shen Tian summoned the Pegasus Golden Spear. At the same time, Fox Charm activated and controlled more than 200 monsters. He summoned a tiger-like monster to his side and let Shu Baining use it as a mount. He himself held a golden spear and charged back and forth among the monsters. As for the monsters controlled by Shen Tian, they roamed back and forth on the battlefield, looting spirit beads from the dead monsters. The battle continues and the killing intent is overwhelming. After 2 hours of continuous fighting, the corpses on the Yunjiang embankment had already piled up like a mountain. The army of monsters in the distance is still advancing in a mighty manner. The first step of the battle plan is complete, let's start the second step. The Yunjiang Dam can only hold a limited number of monster corpses, so it is impossible to use it as a long-term battlefield. More, you stay here to control the monsters, clean up these corpses, and search carefully. Don't miss a single spirit bead. Everyone else, follow me across the river and fight. As soon as he finished speaking, Marco Yin appeared in front of him. Without saying much, Shen Tian understood and got on the horse. Xiao Ji and Chu Baining rode on the backs of the two clones. After crossing the Yun River, Marco Yin cast a holy light meteor to clear a space for the group to land. Life healing. After a long fight, several people had scars on their bodies, more or less. Especially Marco Yin, who had been charging back and forth among the monsters for a long time, and naturally had many wounds. There were spots of blood on the dress. The rich light of life bathed everyone. The wound healed quickly and a surge of vitality spread throughout the body. Abundant spiritual power. The light flickered, and the lost spiritual power was restored in an instant. After using skills many times in a row, Shen Tian's spiritual power was completely exhausted. Next, it's up to you all. I'll recover my spiritual power first. Don't worry, no monster will be able to pass through me and reach you safely today. Bang! With his wings spread, Marco Yin rushed out to kill. Violent killing took place in the wilderness. Xiao Ji, take Chu Baining with you and be careful. After arranging the two women, Shen Tian sat cross-legged, took out a few spirit beads, and absorbed them quickly. The spirit pearl contains huge spiritual energy, which is essential for upgrading. Not only that, psychic energy can also be converted into spiritual power. But most of the time, spirit beads are very precious and are used for upgrades, and few people use them to restore spiritual power. Another point is that the process of using spirit beads to restore spiritual power is somewhat complicated. The absorbed spiritual energy must be compressed layer by layer and converted into pure spiritual power. Not only does it take time, but it also consumes a lot of spirit beads. A white spirit bead, which completely transforms the spiritual energy inside into a spirit bead, is only 10 points at most. To fully restore his spiritual power, Shen Tian needs to consume 29 white spirit beads, which takes more than an hour. The sound of fighting echoed across the wilderness. In the distance under the cover of night, a fleet of helicopters was rapidly approaching Yunlan City. Third young master, Yunlan City is just ahead. Inside a helicopter, a young man wearing designer clothes was tasting expensive wine, flanked by stunning young models. Have you found anyone from the other families? No. Very good, all the awakening spirit stones in Yunlan City belong to my Wang family. The monsters revived for the second time and the awakening spirit stones descended upon the blue planet again. Almost at the same time, various aristocratic families sent people to various places to snatch the awakening spirit stones. Every time an awakening spirit stone is snatched, it means that an awakener will be born in the family. In the end times, the more awakened people you have and the more powerful your combat power is, the more say you will have. This time, in addition to the awakening spirit stones, I also want to see if there are any awakening beast girls with high talent, and recruit them into my Wang family. The rich young man put down his wine glass and opened his message board. I can also contract 3 more beast girls, and they must be the best of the best. Third young master, there's a new discovery. In Yunjiang, south of Yunlan City, a beast woman is fighting a group of demon beasts. Oh? The rich young man raised his eyebrows, took the telescope handed to him by the servant, and looked towards the direction of South City. Among the large group of monsters, the golden Marco Yin rushed forward with a gun. The young man was deeply impressed by the heroic appearance at first sight. This woman is just my cup of tea. Third young master, shall we go and snatch her away? You take a team with you to negotiate with her, and the rest of you will follow me to grab the awakening spirit stone first. Yes, sir. Just as the servant was about to leave, he was stopped by the rich young man. Wait a minute, kill that man. Through the telescope, Shen Tian, who was sitting cross-legged, was absorbing the spirit beads to restore his spiritual power. Chapter 18, God-level poison technique, slaying 100,000 demons. On the riverbank, Shen Tian absorbed a spirit bead and exhaled foul air from his mouth. Absorb 2 more, and my spiritual power will be full. Just as he was about to continue, a rumbling sound came from above his head. Looking up, I saw a helicopter with its door open. A bald strong man, carrying a howitzer on his shoulder, showed his yellow teeth to Shen Tian. Boom! The grenade exploded and headed straight for Shen Tian. Grass! Shen Tian jumped up in anger and dodged. The grenade exploded on the riverbank, raising a cloud of flying sand. Captain Lu, it's solved. Well done. I'll ask for your praise when I see the third young master. Lu Long patted the bald man's shoulder, suddenly feeling something was wrong, and released his spirit outwards. A golden spear shot out, piercing the helicopter and causing the wing to explode on the spot. Not good. Jump. Lu Long jumped first, and two beast girls followed her and jumped down. As for the bald strong man and the helicopter pilot, they died in the explosion as the helicopter crashed to the ground. Attacking me? Are you tired of living? Shen Tian's face was filled with murderous intent, and he raised his hand to recall the Pegasus Golden Spear. Marco Ian and the other two also rushed over as quickly as possible. How are you? Are you hurt? Ma Qian was panicked and urgently checked Shen Tian's body. You are also a beast master? Lu Long climbed up from the ground covered in dust, shock still lingering in his pupils. The shot that Shen Tian just fired proved that he was a beastmaster. But why does a beastmaster possess such terrifying combat power? Why did you attack me? If you can't give me a reasonable reason, I'll kill you. Little brother, I advise you to think twice before you act. Lu Long calmed himself down and brushed off the dust on his clothes. Let me introduce myself. My name is Lu Long, and I'm the steward of the Wang family, one of the 5 great families in Longzhong. The 5 major families in Longzhong are well known in the central region of Longhua. Any one of them is extremely powerful and wealthy. We are on this trip, led by third young master Wang Lingtian, to Yunlan City to obtain spirit beads and recruit talents. Little brother, I see that you have considerable strength. Why not join the Wang family? You will surely achieve great things in the future. Is there something wrong with your ears? I'm asking why you attacked me. Lu Long's face changed slightly, and he thought to himself that something was wrong. The enemy is much stronger than us, so let's delay and wait for the third young master to come. Little brother, you misunderstood. I was just testing your strength. You have passed the Wang family's test. The Wang family is a large and powerful family, especially in this end times, with countless resources. After you join, you will definitely receive great training. Misunderstanding? I misunderstood you. Shen Tian shouted angrily as he took a step forward with his gun in hand. You used a howitzer to attack me, and you said it was a misunderstanding? Do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? Go to hell. Boy, don't refuse a toast and then drink a forfeit. I just love to drink the wine. Kill him. Lu Long didn't waste any time and ordered the 2 beast girls to take action. Phew. Phew. Just as the 2 beast girls were about to move, one of them received a knife wound on her neck, and blood gushed out as she fell to the ground and died. As for the other one, he was stabbed to death by Marco Ian. 2 junior level 5s, are you pairing up to attack me? Brush. With a sideways step, Shen Tian came in front of Lu Long. Boy, I advise you to stop immediately. I have already sent a distress signal to the third young master. When the third young master brings his men, you will be dead without a burial place. You keep calling me third young master. You really are a loyal dog. He grabbed Lu Long's neck with one hand and pointed the Tianma golden spear at his chest. Since you are so loyal, then go to hell first and pave the way for your master. Don't worry, he will be here to accompany you soon. Lu Long panicked and frantically mobilized his spiritual power for defense. It's useless. The gunblade pierced through the flesh and penetrated Lu Long's heart. A stream of spiritual power was injected, and the heart exploded into powder on the spot. People from the Dragon King family are coming. How should we respond? Sit down and deal with it. It's the end of the world. Are you still afraid of the Dragon King family? Shen Tian was confident that his strength at the intermediate 9th stage was top-notch in the entire Blue Star. Even a big family like the Longzhong Wang family can quickly obtain resources in a short period of time. But in just 3 days, being able to produce an intermediate level person is probably the limit. Maybe this intermediate level 1 is actually a beastmaster with only auxiliary abilities. These aristocratic families are most afraid of being overturned and replaced by others. The resources obtained must be used first by family members. Especially in the end times when beast girls possess terrifying combat power, they will try every possible means to suppress them and maintain their own authority. But there are still so many monsters behind us. Xiao Ji frowned, looking a little worried. I can handle these myself. But Sister Een, please send a clone to fetch more. She should have finished cleaning up over there. Good. Ma Qian immediately sent a clone across the river. As for these monsters, Sister Queen, let us go. Marco Een turned over and mounted the horse, flapped his wings, and flew into the sky. The monster below was ready to move and roared at the sky. Stop making so much noise. All of you, go to hell. God-level enhancement holy light meteor. In the vast night sky, brilliant holy light blooms. Golden spears gathered in the air. Shen Tian rode on the horse, his eyes without any emotion. He threw out the golden spear in his hand and descended from the sky with thousands of golden spears. Boom! 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 The continuous sound of explosions echoed in the night for a long time. In the golden holy light, blood and flesh flew everywhere. A large number of monsters died from Shen Tian's attack. The God-level enhanced version of the holy light meteor has indescribable power. The golden spear raged like a golden storm, and the sharp blade was like a meat grinder. Large numbers of monsters were left dead in the wilderness without even having time to wail. Marco Een was stunned. This attack might have destroyed tens of thousands of monsters. Keep going. The two people, as bright as shooting stars, crossed the night sky and came to the top of the endless mountains. At this moment, on a mountain peak, there are more than a dozen demon beasts that have just reached a high level. They are the commanders of this army of monsters. God-level enhancement 9-colored devil prison poison. In a flash, Shen Tian switched forms. With both feet on the horse's back, the scorpion tail rushed into the night. 9-colored poisonous gas spread rapidly. The area within a radius of 10 miles was completely covered by this poison. The 9-colored devil prison poison, after being strengthened to the god level, has long exceeded the scope of horror. Without exception, the hundreds of thousands of monsters within the coverage area of the poisonous gas were all contaminated by the poisonous gas and slowly died in pain. God-level poison technique, kill 100,000 demons. Even the dozen or so high-level monsters had their bodies invaded by the toxins. Under Shen Tian's deliberate control, 3 of the high-level monsters were only poisoned by 8 types of poison. Sister Queen, that Jiaying leopard is about to die, you have to kill it. Good. Kill with one shot. Marco Yin's advanced task is completed by killing one high-level monster. As for the other monsters that were poisoned by the 9-colored devil prison, they quickly lost their breath under the ravages of the toxin. Take these 3 with them. Taking the 3 monsters that were still breathing, the 2 quickly returned to the bank of the Yunjiang River. Ymir also arrived, bringing with her collected spirit beads, 2 large bags full of white and green. These 3 high-level monsters, 1 for each of us, kill them immediately. More, spread out the monsters you control to clean up the battlefield and collect the spirit beads. Remember, don't go too deep into the mountains. Only go 1,000 meters at most and then withdraw. Good. With 2 consecutive god-level enhanced skills, the army of monsters that launched the attack was completely defeated. All the leading monsters were killed by Shen Tian. The remaining monsters naturally fled. In the short term, these monsters will not make a comeback, so we can concentrate on dealing with the people of the Dragon King family. Over Yunlan City, more than a dozen helicopters are converging. Third young master, the entire Yunlan City has been plundered, and more than 100 awakening spirit stones have been obtained. In the South City, nothing was found. Someone must have gotten the upper hand. If I'm guessing correctly, it was that brat and that beast girl. Wang Lingtian didn't take it seriously. He was playing with the beautiful legs beside him when he suddenly received Lu Long's distress signal. Lu Long's call for help is interesting. Let's go to Yunjiang. Chapter 19, to get ahead, you need background and influence. The night enveloped Yunlan City, and the monsters roared and howled from time to time, which was particularly harsh in the silent night. However, this shrill roar did not seem loud enough amidst the rumbling rotation of the wings. Over the Yunjiang River, a row of helicopters came speeding over. The light fell on Shen Tian and his group, making it blindingly bright. As dozens of helicopters landed, a group of 70 or 80 people walked out of them. With his divine vision, he could see all the information about these people. Shen Tian sneered and thought to himself that it was nothing special. There were 9 beast masters in this group, and 21 beast mistresses accompanying them. The strongest one is Wang Lingtian standing in the middle. His level is as high as the 7th level of the primary level, with a level talent. He has contracted 3 beast girls in total. The remaining 8 Beast Masters each contracted 2 Beast Girls. Among the 21 Beast Girls, the strongest one is the Junior level 6, her talent is also a level, and her Beast Girl form is an ice tier. The rest of the people, apart from the helicopter pilot, were some thugs, each armed with a gun. Such a lineup is nothing to be afraid of in Shintian's eyes. But at the beginning of the apocalypse, it was already a very powerful force. Wang Lingtian walked down from the helicopter and glanced at Shintian and the 4 women on Shintian's left and right, his eyes immediately lighting up. The best. What surprised him even more was that the big star Chu Baining was also among them. I didn't expect that such a small city like Yunlan would produce such stunning beauties. I'm very satisfied. There's something more satisfying for you. Shintian raised his hand and threw Lu Lon's body behind him at Wang Lingtian's feet. Wang Lingtian frowned slightly, and a hint of anger flashed across his face. I don't know how high the heavens are, I'll kill him. At a command, a Beastmaster came out and directed the 2 Beast Girls to take action. At the same time, there were several strong men standing in a row with weapons in hand. He. With 2 cold laughs, Shintian snapped his fingers. Xiaoji disappeared out of thin air. Under the light of the helicopter, several strong men holding guns had knife marks on their necks and fell to the ground with blood gushing out. The Beastmaster was next. Without any resistance, he was pierced through the chest by a sharp short blade and died on the spot. As for the 2 Beast Girls, they died under Marco Yin's Pegasus Golden Spear before they could even unleash their skills. From the moment of attack to the end of the fight, it took less than 10 seconds. On the banks of the Yunjiang River, there was silence, with only the faint sound of wind blowing the corners of clothes. Wang Lingtian narrowed his pupils slightly, re-examining the young man in front of him, then looked at Ma Qian and the others. He suppressed the anger in his eyes and calmed his emotions that were about to go out of control. He still maintained a superior attitude and spoke in a cold and indifferent tone. You surprise me. In Longzhong, anyone who kills someone from my Wang family must pay with their life. But I am willing to give you a chance. Kneel down and apologize, and become a member of my army, and I can spare your life. In a short period of time, they killed several people in succession. It shows that Shintian and his group are very powerful. Wang Lingtian was confident that he could kill Shintian and his men even if he had to fight head-on. But he chose another method, recruiting. After Shintian agreed to him and relaxed his vigilance, he launched a surprise attack and killed him. In the current situation, any awakened person is a valuable asset, and it is natural to minimize losses if possible. You're so arrogant. You're nothing but a piece of shit, and you're unworthy of me kneeling down. But you, kneel down and kowtow to me now. If I'm happy, I can even leave your body intact. Arrogant. Wang Lingtian was furious, his forehead furrowed. You ignorant boy, do you think that just because you are good at fighting, you can survive in this apocalypse? To make it in the world, you need power and background. Being a dog of my Wang family is a gift I give you. It is a blessing that you will never get in your entire lifetime. If you offend my Wang family, even if you flee to the ends of the earth, you will surely die. You're right. Shintian nodded, and Wang Lingtian's expression eased a little when he heard that. In his heart, he looked down upon Shintian even more. After all, he is just a country bumpkin with no background. If you scare him a few times, he will kneel down and act like a dog, right? To get involved in this, you do need a background and influence, but... As soon as the subject was changed, the Pegasus Golden Spear condensed in his hand. But in my eyes, Shintian, these are all bullshit. In the end times, strength is supreme. So what if your Wang family has connections? So what if they are powerful and wealthy? So what if I offend your Wang family? I only need a spear to kill your entire Wang family. Idiot, I will kill you with my own hands today if your Wang family dares to send someone to cause trouble. Come one, I'll kill one. Come 1,000, I'll kill 1,000. Wang Lingtian, who had just suppressed his anger, was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. This is the first time in my life that someone has called me an idiot. This is intolerable. If you don't take the chance I give you, then die. Capture him alive, I will humiliate his beast mother in front of him. At a command, the accompanying beastmasters and beast mothers attacked at the same time and headed straight for Shintian and his companions. Fox charm. Ymir cried out softly, her pink eyes flashing. The beast girls who came one after another were controlled in an instant. Kill. The beast girls turned around and rushed towards the thugs holding guns. With his super fighting power, these thugs are no match for him. Especially these beast girls, who were originally their own people, suddenly turned their attacks around and caught everyone off guard. What's going on? What are you doing? Wang Lingtian was furious, and several beastmasters were confused, staring at each other. Rebellion! You dare not obey my orders? When we return to the Wang family, I will make sure you die without a burial place. What are you doing, bitch? Grabbing his ice-deer beast mother, Wang Lingtian raised his hand to slap her. Bang! Unexpectedly, the ice-deer beast girl slapped Wang Lingtian first. This slap completely stunned Wang Lingtian. How dare you hit me, you bastard! Idiot, can't you see the situation clearly? Bang! A golden Pegasus spear fell from the sky and pierced between the two men. Shen Tian crossed his arms and looked at Wang Lingtian playfully. All the thugs armed with guns have been killed by the beast girls, and the helicopter pilot is no exception. Now only Wang Lingtian and those beastmasters are left, surrounded by all the beast girls they have contracted. What on earth did you do? My beast girl by Muir has a companion skill called Fox Charm, which you can think of as control. They no longer obey your orders. In an instant, Wang Lingtian's face changed drastically. Fox Charm, a control skill. This skill is terrifying. Having lost the beast girl's fighting power, Wang Lingtian and other beastmasters have become confused. Sweat was pouring down his forehead, and his brain was racing, searching for hope of survival. Impossible. How could I, a legitimate descendant of the Wang family, die at the hands of a country bumpkin like you? If I die, my family will definitely send people to cut you into pieces and feed you to the dogs. Yes, you can't kill me. The Wang family is behind me. If you kill me, you won't survive. Make way for me immediately. When I return to my family, I can even put in a few good words for you and help you rise to prominence. Wang Lingtian talked to himself, and his initial panic turned into a crazy roar. Thinking of the family behind him, Wang Lingtian suddenly felt confident. The aristocratic family is really unattainable. Even when death is imminent, you still flaunt your stinking status. Do you guys want to live? Raising his hand to recall the Pegasus Golden Spear, Shen Tian casually pointed at a few beastmasters. Think. Several people nodded quickly, and even knelt down and kowtowed, praying for a chance to live. Simple. He tilted his head and gave a wink, and Xiao Ji understood immediately. He threw a few daggers in front of the beastmasters. Kill him, and I won't kill you. Chapter 20. Oh no. It's heart-pounding. This. Several people looked at each other, at a loss for a moment. Why? Don't you dare? With a tilt of his head, Shen Tian raised the Pegasus Golden Spear in his hand and walked over. Since you don't dare, I can only do it myself. As for you guys, I gave you a chance, but you were useless, so you can only die. Seeing Shen Tian getting closer, a beastmaster grabbed a dagger. I'm sorry, third young master, I want to live. Phew. The dagger pierced Wang Lingtian's abdomen and blood gushed out. One more day to live is one more day, kill. If someone takes the lead, there will naturally be a second one. Several people grabbed daggers and stabbed Wang Lingtian fiercely. You little dog slaves. How dare you? Ah. Kill. Kill me, and you won't be able to. Shut up, I've disliked you for a long time. If you weren't powerful, I wouldn't serve you. You bastard, are you so noble? I'd been annoyed with you for a long time. The suppressed emotions erupted, and several beastmasters held daggers and stabbed Wang Lingtian frantically. In a moment, Wang Lingtian fell in a pool of blood and was no longer breathing. Very good. Shen Tian stopped with satisfaction. Master, we've already killed Wang Lingtian, can you please let us go? I said, if you kill him, I won't kill you. As if they had been pardoned, the few people kowtowed and fled together. Are you really letting them go? Ma Qian looked worried. Aren't you afraid of letting the tiger go back to the mountain? Of course I'm afraid of letting the tiger go back into the mountains. These fence sitters will definitely run back to the Wang family, exaggerate things, and put all the blame on me. Then you let them go? Marco stamped his feet and gritted his teeth, the Pegasus Golden Spear in his hand eager to try. I take my promises very seriously. I won't kill them. Go ahead, Shen Tian showed a meaningful smile. Understood. Marcoine understood what he meant, and holy light bloomed on his body. It shot out like a meteor, chasing the fleeing beastmaster. The Pegasus golden spear shook rapidly in his hand, moving in and out like a dragon, leaving a golden afterimage in the dark night. As blood splattered, several beastmasters fell in a pool of blood. At the same time, a cold light flashed in by Mir's pink eyes. All the beast girls who were controlled committed suicide. The most feared thing in the last days is being a saint. Only by being cruel and ruthless can one live long. Unconsciously, several people have understood this truth. It is impossible to live in the last days without blood on your hands. The battlefield has been cleared. The spirit beads are all here. I also collected a lot of awakening spirit stones from Wang Lingtian. Well done, Moore. Mir has always been efficient in her work, and Shintian is very satisfied with her. In the short term, the monsters in the mountains will not attack again. Leave some of the controlled monsters to keep an eye on them, and we will return to the villa. After the war, it is natural to count the spoils. The harvest of this battle was not small, and countless monsters were hunted. He obtained countless spirit beads and collected more than 100 spirit bones. According to the characteristics of the 4 people, corresponding spirit bones were taken to obtain new skills. Shintian calculated in detail the spirit beads needed by everyone and distributed them fairly. Then they returned to their respective bedrooms and began to practice. Shintian was allocated 1,200 white spirit beads, 410 green spirit beads, and only 1 blue spirit bead. The blue spirit beads exploded from the body of a high-level monster. 2 were obtained in total. Shintian took one and gave the other to Markian. Absorb the blue spirit bead first. Upgrade speed increased by 5 times, upgrade progress plus 25%. 5 times the blessing, 1 is equal to 5, which is equivalent to 50 green spirit beads. To reach perfection at the intermediate 9th level, 200 green spirit beads are required. After absorbing another 30 green spirit beads in one breath, Shintian successfully reached the 9th level of the intermediate level. After tonight's battle, the advancement mission was successfully completed. After reaching perfection in the 9th intermediate level, Shintian was successfully promoted to the 1st advanced level. He didn't have time to check the information column and continued to absorb the spirit beads frantically. Shintian absorbed each spirit bead one by one, and the huge amount of spiritual energy was transformed in his body, and his level began to climb wildly. A night passed, and at dawn, Shintian completed the absorption of all the spirit beads. It was not until this moment that Shintian had time to check the changes in the information bar. Beastmaster, Shintian. Level, Advanced Level 6 Upgrade Progress 0%. Talent, God Level. Talent Skill 1, Divine Vision, see through everything. Talent Skill 2, Upgrade Amplification. 4 SSS-level beast girls have been contracted, and the upgrade amplification is 5 times the blessing. Talent Skill 3, God Level Enhancement consumes 45 spiritual power, upgrades and strengthens the shared skills of the contracted beast girls. Talent Skill 4, Abundant Spiritual Energy consumes 45 spiritual energy, fully restores the contracted beast girl's spiritual energy, cooldown time 30 minutes. Talent Skill 5, Life Healing consumes 150 spiritual power, heals all injuries, cooldown time 30 minutes. Talent Skill 6, Invincible Golden Body consumes 45 spiritual power, and the contracted beast girl can gain 3 seconds of invincibility. Talent Skill 7, Blessing of the Martial God consumes 45 spiritual power, increases all attributes of the contracted beast girl by 150%. Talent Skill 8, Time and Space Stillness level too low to use. Talent Skill 9, Time and Space Reversal level too low to use. Talent Skill 10, Heavenly Punishment level too low, cannot be used. Spiritual Power, 370. Agility, 370. Spirit, 370. Attack, 370. Defense, 370. Contracted Beast Girls, Marcoine Holy Light Pegasus, Ymir Nine-Tailed Fox, Xiaoji Night Cat, Chubining Devil Hell Jade Scorpion. Contract Shared Skills, Holy Light Meteor, Fox Charm, Netherworld, 9-Colored Devil Prison Poison. Advanced Tasks. 1. Reach Advanced Level 969. 2. Contract 3 SSS-level Beast Girls completed. 3. Kill 10,000 primary monsters. 4. Kill 2,000 intermediate monsters. 5. Kill 200 high-level monsters. 6. Kill a general-level monster. Advanced Level 6. The basic attributes are still balanced. There are some subtle changes in this level upgrade. The 5 major talent skills, namely, God-level enhancement, abundant spiritual power, life healing, blessing of the god of war and invincible golden body, all require more spiritual power when used. Correspondingly, the cooling time has been shortened to 30 minutes. The shorter the cooling time, the less restrictions Shin Tian has on using his talent skills. The Beast Girl can use powerful skills multiple times in battle without worrying about insufficient spiritual power. What Shin Tian needs to pay attention to is to prepare enough spare spirit stones to facilitate the recovery of spiritual power during battle. With the Netherworld realm, once the spiritual power is almost exhausted, you can hide in it and absorb spirit stones to restore your spiritual power. However, this is not a complete solution. The Netherworld can conceal one's whereabouts and leave no trace, but it does not mean that one cannot be attacked. What if something unexpected happens during the battle? If you encounter a ranged ultimate skill, such as Holy Light Meteor, you will be in trouble. It's frustrating that the invincible golden body can't be used on oneself. There are still plenty of contract slots. My next target is to contract a Beast Girl with a defensive companion skill. After getting out of bed and washing up, Shin Tian went to the living room on the first floor. The 4 girls had already gotten up and prepared a sumptuous breakfast. You came down just in time. We were so busy that we forgot about it. You can eat the ready-made food. But Sisterine, I can't cook, you know that. Huh, don't you know how to learn? Look at Bai Ning, a big star, and she cooked all this meal. Shen Tian was also surprised. He didn't expect that this big star who looked like he had never done housework could actually cook. Just looking at the appearance of this breakfast, it is very appetizing. Thank you for your hard work, big star. It's not hard, don't call me a big star from now on, just call me Bai Ning. After a night of practice, Shu Baining was full of curiosity about Shin Tian. The 5-fold increase in power when absorbing the spirit pearl is truly incredible. Overnight, he broke through to the advanced 6th level. Being able to become this man's Beast Girl is a great blessing after 3 lifetimes of cultivation, and it's also very handsome. While drinking the hot porridge, Shu Baining glanced at Shin Tian out of the corner of her eye. Well, he looks handsome while eating, no matter from which angle you look at him. Oh no! It's my heart beating. Shin Tian was completely unaware of this, but Markian saw it all, her brows slightly furrowed, her silver teeth biting her red lips, and her sense of crisis became stronger. The 5 people who were enjoying breakfast suddenly looked up at the same time. A helicopter is coming to Yunlan City. Could it be someone from the Wang family? How dare you come here and disturb my meal? You're courting death. Chapter 21 The Chu Family Visitors. Shin Tian took the lead and several people quickly walked to the roof of the villa. The higher you stand, the farther you can see. At this moment, there are hundreds of planes over Yunlan City. The flying speed of these planes was not very fast, and they were all scattered, covering the entire Yunlan City, as if they were searching for something. What a grand display! Shin Tian's eyes were cold, and he already held the Pegasus golden spear in his hand. The 2 planes seemed to have discovered Shin Tian and his group and were slowly approaching. On one of the planes, an old man with gray hair glanced at Shin Tian and his group, and his pupils contracted instantly. He picked up the walkie-talkie at hand and shouted excitedly. Master, we found it. It's at the South City Villa. Come over immediately, I'll be there soon. Good. The plane was approaching rapidly, and was still 100 meters away. All the women entered combat mode, and Marcoine transformed into a holy light Pegasus. Shin Tian, filled with anger, took 2 steps at a time and mounted his horse. Looking for death. Let's dampen their spirit first. Holy light shot up into the sky, and the Pegasus golden spear in his hand gathered spiritual power. Just as he was about to throw out the Pegasus golden spear, an old and excited voice shouted from the opposite plane. Miss, I'm Lao Fu, and the master is here to save you. Uncle Fu. Shu Baining was surprised. Don't attack, my father sent someone here, they are not enemies. Your father? After accumulating strength, Shin Tian frowned slightly and thought secretly in his heart. Memories of the past life flashed through my mind, and I seemed to remember something. After the monsters revived for the second time, a large number of planes did come to Yunlan City, and it turned out that they were looking for Shu Baining. Thinking about it this way, it makes sense. Back on the roof, Shin Tian did not let down his guard. These aristocratic families are all arrogant and you never know what accidents might happen. The plane flew over the villa and dropped a life ladder. Uncle Fu, it's really you. Seeing the old man coming down the life ladder, Chu Baining suddenly couldn't hold it in any longer. My dear miss, I am late and I am sorry for making you suffer. Where's my dad? The master will be here soon. Bai Ning. Bai Ning. A large rock came rushing over, and a middle-aged man jumped down from it. He had a square face and looked righteous. This person is Chu Kuiyun, the head of the Chu family, one of the 4 great families in Longhua. And that big bird has transformed into a woman, who is actually an awakened beast girl. Father! Chu Kuiyun's eyes were full of heartache as he wiped the tears from Chu Baining's eyes. I'm sorry, my dear daughter. Daddy is late and you've suffered. Bai Ning is satisfied just to see Dad. Tell Daddy, what happened to you these days? At that moment, Chu Baining told Chu Kuiyun about her experiences after the blood moon rose into the sky. Chu Kuiyun's face turned pale when he heard this, especially when Zhou Qing abused Chu Baining. His eyes were full of heartache. When she mentioned that Shen Tian saved her, Chu Tianqua smiled at Shen Tian. Upon learning that Chu Baining had awakened with Shen Tian's help and had become Shen Tian's beast mother, Chu Kuiyun's expression became somewhat unpredictable. During this time, I've experienced a lot, learned a lot, and grown a lot. I'm very grateful for this experience. Chu Baining finished speaking with a calm expression. My dear daughter, you have indeed grown a lot. The old father nodded with satisfaction, then turned around and spoke sternly to old Fu. Zhou Cheng dared to torture my daughter. Although she is dead, I cannot swallow this humiliation. I will find her relatives. Yes. After explaining things to Old Master, Chu Kuiyun had already thought about how to deal with the relationship between his daughter and Shen Tian. Young friend Shen Tian, thank you for saving my daughter. The Chu family will always remember this kindness. If you need anything, please feel free to ask. No need. I saved Bai Ning to strengthen my own strength. Having her as my beast mother is enough. My friend, regarding Bai Ning becoming your beast mother, I'm afraid it's not possible. Shen Tian frowned. Give me a reasonable reason. Bai Ning has awakened an SSS-level beast girl. She is the only SSS-level beast girl in our Chu family. The family will definitely do its utmost to train her and will also find a beast master contract for her with SSS-level talent. How do you know I'm not an SSS-level gifted beast master? Shen Tian asked back. Chu Kuiyun was stunned for a moment, then changed his mind. It's okay if you don't want to terminate the contract. You can come with me to the Chu family. From now on, the Chu family will provide you with all the resources for cultivation. However, the other beast girls you have contracted cannot enjoy the resources of our Chu family, so you can only terminate the contract. Impossible. Shen Tian flatly refused. Let's not talk about canceling the contract for now. Just going with you to the Chu family is something I can't possibly do. What are you going to the Chu family for? An outsider, enjoying the training of the Chu family, has to engage in intrigue with a group of people with the surname Chu every day, and is simply asking for trouble. If you don't want to, then you can only terminate the contract with Bai Ning. It's not up to you to terminate the contract. Why don't you ask your daughter if she's willing? I won't give up until I see the Yellow River. Don't I understand my daughter? Bai Ning, tell her, are you willing? No. What? Chu Kuiyun was stunned on the spot. Bai Ning, are you threatened by him? You have your father's support, so just say what you really think. I'm telling you what I really think. I'm just Shen Tian's beast mother. You're stupid. He's a powerless young man. If you follow him, you'll be ruining your future and wasting your SSS-level talent. Who said that? Chu Baining pouted unconvincedly. Dad, let me ask you, what is the rank of the strongest person in the family right now? Your eldest brother is at the intermediate 7th level. Contract 2 SS-level beast girls, both at the intermediate 7th level. It must have been cultivated with all the family's resources. Right. Chu Kuiyun did not hide anything from his daughter. But I, your daughter, have already reached the advanced 6th level. Hi, advanced, level 6. Chu Kuiyun was startled at first, then shook his head. Impossible. You can't possibly be a high-level 6th level. Dad, it's true. Not only am I a high-level 6th level, but Shen Tian and the others are also. Seeing that Chu Kuiyun still didn't believe it, Chu Baining simply opened the message board to him. Chu Kuiyun stared at his daughter's message board for a long time. He felt it was unreal and kept muttering to himself. Impossible. How could there be a high-level 6th grade cultivator? My information is correct. High-level cultivators shouldn't appear in the entire Dragon Nation. What's going on?
Shin Tian, who was watching from the side, already had some guesses in his mind.
Bai Ning, tell your father everything. But only he should know.
Understood, Dad, come with me. The father and daughter stepped aside, and Chu Baining crawled close to her old father's ear and spoke in a low voice. As for Shin Tian, he was silently calculating in his mind. Judging from Chu Kuiyun's performance just now, the Chu family must know some inside information, and there are even people from the Chu family among the officials. In the end of the world, although Shin Tian had no plans to join the official later, it did not prevent him from cooperating with the official.
The Chu family will be a very good bridge.
Judging from various signs, the authorities must know some secrets about this catastrophe on Blue Planet. Shin Tian needs to obtain some information from it to gain huge benefits for himself. After all, Shin Tian lived at the bottom of society in his previous life and knew nothing about many things. He had no way of obtaining some more important information. On the other side, Chu Kuiyun's expression changed subtly.
Bai Ning, is everything you said true? Absolutely true. Chu Kuiyun took a deep breath and thought quickly in his mind.
Such a peerless talent should not be offended, but only be made friends with.
My dear Shin, I'm sorry for offending you just now.
I hope you don't take it to heart. When he spoke again, Chu Kuiyun was smiling, his attitude was much more humble, and he was very respectful. His behavior before and after is like two different people.
Chapter 22 Official Secret. I'm not a petty person. Patriarch Chu should already be aware of my abilities. He won't ask me to terminate the contract with Bai Ning, right? No. Chu Kuiyun waved his hands repeatedly. If you don't mind, my Chu family still has several awakened beast girls. They are quite talented, some are S-level and some are SS-level. Their looks and figures are not inferior to my daughter. If you are interested, you can make a contract with me. Dad. What are you talking about? Chu Baining pouted and was speechless. No way. Shin Tian refused, and immediately added, if it's SSS level, I have no problem. Okay, it's a deal. If you have an SSS level candidate, please contact Shin Xiaoyu immediately. Upgrade to 5 times the blessing. The more beast girls you contract, the stronger the blessing. If the same amount of resources were invested in Shin Tian, the level increase would be even more terrifying. Such talents must be courted and won over. Master Chu, I have some questions I want to ask you. Could you please tell me a few things? Mr. Shin, you are too polite. Feel free to ask. I will tell you everything I know. Does the Chu family have a seat in the official circles? Yes.
The 4 great families of Dragon Country all have high-level representatives in the official circles.
I want to know, what is the strongest level of Dragon Country right now? This involves some confidential information, so I can't reveal it accurately. What I can tell you is that it's not high level. Just as Shin Tian guessed, but the highlight is yet to come. Have the officials already known that a contract between a beast master and a beast girl can produce the greatest effect? I know. It seems that the authorities did know the secret early on, but deliberately did not announce the contract to the public. They even exaggerate the role of the beast girls and ignore the beast masters. The purpose of doing this is simply to discover beast girls with higher talents in the early stages, recruit them and use them for your own purposes. In the late stage of the revival of monsters in the previous life, the strongest ones all came from major families without exception. Did the authorities also know about the resurrection of the demon beast in advance? Not really. Chu Kuiyun shook his head. However, when the blood moon appeared in the sky, the First Lord urgently convened a meeting and announced a series of related measures. The level classifications of awakening spirit stones, beast masters, beast girls, and demon beasts were all announced by the first seat. The fact that the beast master and the beast girl had a contract with each other was also something that the First Lord requested to be kept secret because it was an extraordinary period. I'm worried that after the announcement, a large number of criminals will grow rapidly in the early stages, thus threatening the post-apocalyptic reconstruction efforts. Understood. Shen Tian nodded. The root cause of the monster's revival could probably only be learned from the mouth of the Dragon Kingdom's leader. But at the moment, Shen Tian did not intend to continue digging deeper. Although the advanced 6th level is very powerful, it is not completely top-notch nowadays and can still be wiped out with powerful thermal weapons. Once fully exposed, troubles will surely follow. Unless you are at the monarch level, you must never reveal your identity.
As for Chu Kuiyun, he is a smart man and won't say much.
As soon as Shen Tian asked the question, he sent his men away.
Only he and Shen Tian knew about this conversation.
That's all I want to know for now. What are your plans, Mr. Shen? If you are willing, the Chu family is a good choice.
I, Chu Kuiyun, can assure you that I will definitely provide you with the best resources. I appreciate Patriarch Chu's kindness.
I like freedom, and wandering around is what I like. But I have a business deal. I wonder if Patriarch Chu is interested.
Oh?
Tell me about it, Mr. Shin.
I have a batch of awakening spirit stones.
I wonder if Patriarch Chu is interested. Of course I'm interested.
Awakening spirit stones are a scarce commodity. In the current situation, all the noble families are scrambling for them, and the Chu family is no exception.
Sister Kuin, Moore, please come over.
The two went to get the stored awakening spirit stones. Shen Tian kept 5, and after counting the remaining ones, there were exactly 240 in total.
How would you like to trade, Mr. Shin? How about exchanging one awakening spirit stone for 100 white spirit beads? If it's 240, then 24,000 spirit beads are needed. Make a deal. After a little hesitation, Chu Kuiyun agreed.
24,000 white spirit beads, this is not a small number for the Chu family. The demon beasts had only been revived for a short time, and the spirit beads were very precious. Moreover, each family had invested heavily in people with outstanding talents, so the number stored was not large.
Master Chu, take these 40 awakening spirit stones first. The remaining 200 will be delivered together when the spirit beads arrive.
Okay. I will contact the family to collect the spirit beads and will send them to you as soon as possible. My dear Shen, I hope you can also trade the awakening spirit stones you collect with the Chu family.
Of course, there are some official insider information, and I hope that Patriarch Chu can reveal more. Must.
The two shook hands and formally reached a cooperation agreement. Bai Ning will be handed over to Mr. Shen from now on. I hope you will take good care of her.
The family still has matters to deal with, so I will go ahead.
Master Chu, take care. I will take good care of Bai Ning. Before leaving, Chu Kuiyun called Chu Baining aside.
Shen Tian and his companions did not stay.
The father and daughter were talking in private, and it would not be appropriate to stay here and eavesdrop. Chu Kuiyun spoke only after Shen Tian and his group left the rooftop.
My dear, what is the relationship between Shen Tian and those girls? Dad, why are you asking this? It's about the relationship between the Beastmaster and the Beast Girl. What's your impression of Shen Tian? He's a nice guy, and very handsome. I like him very much. It's fine if you like someone. If you like someone, you should pursue them boldly. Dad, what are you talking about?
Chu Baining lowered her head shyly and tapped her chest lightly with her 2 index fingers. My dear girl, you have to know that outstanding people are often in high demand.
If you act a little slower, others will get there first.
I think those 3 girls are all interested in him.
You have a lot of competitors. If you don't want to be small, you must take the initiative. Well, actually, being a little one is also okay, as long as you can win his heart. Dad.
Chu Baining pouted and was completely speechless.
Who would push their own daughter out and expect the little cabbage to be eaten by a pig?
No, this seems like letting the cabbage be delivered to the pig's mouth.
Ahem, anyway, it's up to you. If you act too late, you'll be the one who suffers.
It's easy to create sparks by having some physical contact with him. The time is almost right, just push it.
Hiss. Chu Baining, Sigma.
What kind of tiger and wolf experience is this? Go, don't worry about my business, go back quickly. Unable to bear it any longer, Chu Baining pushed her father onto the plane. After leaving the rooftop, he rushed into the bathroom to wash his face to cool down his burning face, and then walked back to the restaurant as if nothing had happened. While drinking the cold porridge, Chu Baining stole a glance at Shen Tian.
Physical contact. There were 2 people sitting in the middle, so there was no contact. You can't use your feet under the table. There is a picture.
Bai Muir, who was beside her, noticed that Chu Baining looked a little strange, so she glanced over and her eyes fixed on Shen Tian. Wow, so big stars like this. I wonder if they can accept this fact so quickly. Recalling Xiao Ji walking into Shen Tian's room, Bai Muir crossed her legs and closed them up.
Xiao Ji, who was sitting opposite, noticed the strange looks in their eyes and looked at them in confusion. Why are they all looking at Shen Tian? Is there something written on his face?
A strange scene took place at the dining table. Marco-Ian had an extremely sharp sense. After noticing these details, he took a big bite of the steamed bun.
I'm done.
Putting down his bowl and chopsticks, Shintian suddenly looked up, and the three women were immediately panicked.
What's wrong? Why are you looking at me? Eat quickly. After we finish eating, let's go out and try out everyone's new skills. Chapter 23. It's my turn to act big. Are we going to Yunlan Mountain?
After breakfast, the group came to the bank of Yunjiang River.
That's right. The best place to try out new skills is naturally Yunlan Mountain.
There are countless monsters and beasts in the mountains, and since there is no human habitation, you can do whatever you want. At the same time, you can also hunt a wave of monsters and harvest some spirit beads, which is killing two birds with one stone.
Phantom clone.
The beast girl transformed, and Marco-Ian immediately used her skills, and 3 clones appeared in front of everyone.
After reaching the advanced level, my phantom clone can summon 4 clones at once. As the level increases, the skills also undergo new changes. Shintian skillfully mounted the horse, and the other 3 naturally chose to ride on the clones.
The wings surrounded by holy light spread out and rushed towards Yunlan Mountain. After a great battle last night, the number of monsters outside Yunlan Mountain has decreased. The monsters encountered along the way were killed easily without any pressure. After passing the outer perimeter, the number of monsters increased dramatically. The divine eyes looked down and scanned the information of the monsters. After the monsters' second resurgence, their strength has become much stronger. Looking along the way, I rarely see anyone below the elementary level 5. The number of intermediate level monsters, which were once rare, has increased several times.
Among 100 monsters, there are always 1 or 2 intermediate level monsters. Who's going first? I think.
Marco-Ian opened his mouth, and the golden spear of Pegasus shone brightly. The crisp cry echoed in the air, and the holy light all over her body was like a burning flame, carrying Shintian straight into the sun. On the Pegasus golden spear, the holy light was blazing and the temperature continued to rise.
Shintian felt it most clearly when he was riding on horseback. It's so hot. Even though his spiritual power protected his body, sweat still soaked his clothes. Corona light. Boom! Above Yunlan Mountain, a dazzling ball of light condensed on the Tianma golden spear.
Marco-Ian stood with a gun in his hand, his eyes shining with holy light. The condensed ball of light looked like a miniature sun.
Go!
The Pegasus's golden spear pierced through the fiery ball of light, and the ball of light fell rapidly. Wherever it passed, a faint white mist rose in the air.
It's so hot. Get away!
The 3 women controlled their clones and quickly avoided it. The ball of light fell into a small valley. There was no deafening explosion, only the spreading of blazing holy light.
After a moment, the holy light dissipated.
White smoke rose up, and all the monsters in the valley fell down, emitting a burnt smell.
The stone actually melted.
Hiss! The 3 women looked at each other, all with shocked expressions.
This skill has terrifying lethality. How about it? As expected of Sister Queen, the Thai pants are hot. Hoof!
With his chin raised slightly, Marco-Ian glanced at the 3 women arrogantly, as if with some provocation.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
The small hill shook, and a huge bare paw stretched out from the rubble.
Everyone noticed that there was a cave here. 2 intermediate-level 9th-order monsters, the violent claw bears, emerged from the cave. Judging from the situation, they should be a male and a female.
The larger male violent clawed bear pounded his chest angrily, picked up a huge rock, and threw it towards the people in the air. Sister Queen, it seems like you've disturbed the 2 bears' good time.
TSK.
They obviously don't know how to choose a place, and they have to mess around in a place like this.
Look at me killing 2 pairs of bears. He swept his gun across and the boulders exploded.
The indomitable fighting spirit in Marco-Ian exploded wildly.
Die.
Slow down, Sister Queen, it's too fast. Shintian, who was sitting on the horse, was panicked.
Marco-Ian's speed was too fast.
Shintian was worried that he would be thrown out if he was not careful.
Just hold on tight.
Marco-Ian didn't even turn his head, and was determined to kill the 2 violent claw bears. The violent claw bears were enraged by this action. The male and female opened their bloody mouths at the same time, and silver energy waves gathered.
Bang! Bang!
With 2 soft sounds, The energy condensed in the mouth actually exploded in the mouth of the violent clawbear. What followed was that the two violent clawbears rolled their eyes at the same time, and their strong bodies fell to the ground one after another.
Dead? Marco Wing quickly put away his gun and landed beside the two violent clawbears.
After confirming death, he looked towards the sky, his gaze fixed on Bymure. The pink eyes faded and Bymure smiled apologetically.
Sorry, Mr. Ma, I stole your bear head. This is my new skill, Soul Slash.
The spiritual power and mental power are integrated into each other to form a sharp spiritual sword. It can be reached in an instant and slay the soul. However, when activated, it consumes a huge amount of spiritual power and mental energy. After saying this, Bymure's face turned noticeably pale, but not seriously.
More, how many times can you use this Soul Slash move? Well, a maximum of 5 times.
Spiritual power can be restored with the help of the spirit beads, but the recovery of mental strength takes time. It's also a very powerful skill, especially in combat, where it can bring about unexpected effects. The two women's new skills have been used, and Shen Tian has a clear understanding of them.
Next, it's up to Xiao Ji and Shu Baining.
The commotion here naturally attracted the attention of a large number of monsters. On the narrow mountain road, a group of monsters formed a long snake formation and swarmed in.
This time, let me do it.
In mid-air, Xiao Ji jumped down and landed steadily in the valley. Her slender waist is bent downward, and her tight body is like an arrow shot from a bow.
Don't you need the netherworld? When Shen Tian was confused, Xiao Ji gave the answer.
Whoosh! Xiao Ji was running wildly, and her speed suddenly increased dramatically. After just 3 or 2 breaths, they encountered the monster. The sharp cat claws are crossed and tear forward easily. The sharp claw marks fell, and the head of the oncoming monster exploded. Whoosh! The speed has increased again. His eyes lit up and Shen Tian shouted.
Get airborne and see more clearly from up there.
Marco Wing spread his wings and took off. When he reached mid-air, Xiao Ji had already killed a group of monsters. But the speed of advancement has not decreased at all, and is even getting faster and faster. As the speed increased dramatically, the number of claw marks also increased. At the fastest speed, you could only see an afterimage flashing across the ground, which was more than 10 meters long. The claw marks were even denser. Wherever it passed, a black trail of blood was left behind. After killing for 1,000 meters, Xiao Ji finally stopped. She reached out to adjust her glasses, looked back, and a look of satisfaction appeared on her pretty face.
Tell me about your skills. The group landed, and the monster controlled by Bymure was searching for spirit beads along the way.
My new skills are 9-segment shadow swiftness and invisible claws. After using 9-segment swift shadow, my speed increases 9 times, and I have complete control over when to accelerate. Invisible claws is an attack skill that emphasizes speed, accuracy, and ruthlessness, and can kill without being seen. These two skills are a perfect match. Shen Tian was surprised. No, including the netherworld realm, the combination of these 3 skills is the most terrifying. With the blessing of the 9-stage swift shadow speed and the netherworld realm, he can come and go without a trace.
In the battle with numerous monsters, Xiao Ji is an invisible head harvester.
Very good, I was right about you.
Well,
I will prove myself with my actions.
You are not mistaken about me. You've all finished your performances, now it's my turn.
The 3 of them displayed their new skills one after another, which made Chu Baining feel itchy. Of course, the smell of blood is strong here. I believe that it won't be long before a large number of monsters will gather here.
This is a good time for you to use poison.
As soon as he finished speaking, wolf howls came from all directions.
Take off first.
Several people flew into the air, but Chu Baining stood still.
You guys go up there and watch the fight. I'll stay here.
Watching several people rise into the air, a cold look appeared in Chu Baining's eyes.
Next, it's my turn to show off. Chapter 24, The Three-Eyed Bloodthirsty Enemy in the Previous Life. The wolves gathered along the way, and soon the entire mountain and plain were occupied by wolves. Bloodfang Mad Wolf, a kind of pack monster.
Shen Tian recognized it at a glance without even using his spiritual vision. There was no way, he was too familiar with the Bloodfang Mad Wolf. In the previous life, when Yunlan City was in great trouble, the most common monsters that wreaked havoc in the city were the Bloodfang Mad Wolf. Shen Tian still remembered the scene before Marco Yin's death, where his chest was pierced by the sharp claws of a group of blood-fanged mad wolves.
Seeing the Bloodfang Mad Wolf again, Shen Tian was furious.
After Chu Baining has finished trying out her skills, she will definitely kill him in a big way to relieve the hatred in her heart.
There are thousands of them. Can she handle it? Bai Mir's mental power was the strongest among the few people. After a little investigation, she got a general idea.
If there's any danger, I'll just go down quickly to save her.
Xiao Ji was confident in her speed and was ready to attack.
Only Shen Tian and Ma Qian appeared relaxed and calm. Bai Mir and Xiao Ji didn't know, but Shen Tian and Ma Qian knew. In her previous life, Chu Baining was known as the Queen of the Green Scorpion. His poison skills are well known on Blue Star.
If you don't take action, it's fine. But if you do, there will be a sea of corpses.
The wolf howls rang out, and the wolves bent down at the same time, heading straight for Chu Baining. The beast girl form possessed the body, and green poisonous gas was released from the scorpion's tail, covering the wolf pack in an instant. In a moment, the blood-fanged mad wolves fell to the ground and died one after another. Thousands of blood-fanged mad wolves died so quietly.
Weird. So weird.
Chu Baining stood there calmly, her scorpion tail swaying slightly, looking as if she was still not satisfied.
Nothing more than that.
As soon as he finished speaking, another wolf howl rang out. In the distance, a large number of wolves gathered rapidly. The wolf howls continued, spreading from 1 to 10, and from 10 to 100. In a short period of time, wolf howls could be heard in every corner of Yunlan Mountain.
What's going on? Why are so many blood-fanged mad wolves gathering? It should be the Wolf King.
There is only one possibility for a large-scale gathering of wolves, and that is the Wolf King.
Fly higher.
Marco Ing climbed upwards, and Shen Tian opened his spiritual vision pupil, quickly taking in the overall situation and looking for the figure of the Wolf King. Judging from the level of this group of blood-fanged mad wolves, this Wolf King is most likely a high-level demon beast. While searching for the Wolf King, Chu Baining below used her skills again. The green poisonous gas spread rapidly, and one blood-fanged mad wolves after another fell to the ground and died.
But the wolves were not afraid, instead they attacked even more fiercely. Red pupils have gone crazy.
These blood-fanged mad wolves have completely lost their minds. The divine eyes of the spirit observed very carefully and quickly judged the situation.
Strange, why can't I find it? North.
Marco Ing said in a deep voice, pointing the Pegasus golden spear in his hand towards the north of Yunlan Mountain.
Shen Tian looked over and saw that there were the fewest blood-fanged mad wolves in the north.
Logically speaking, where the Wolf King is, there must be the largest gathering of wolves.
Shen Tian glanced doubtfully at the entire north, and actually spotted the Wolf King on an inconspicuous hill. 3 blood-fanged Wolf Kings, all high level.
Hiss. Taking a deep breath, Shen Tian narrowed his eyes slightly. The divine eyes of the spirit swept over the Wolf King in the middle, and there seemed to be another wolf lying on the back of this Wolf King.
Monster, 3-eyed bloodthirsty. Level, 1st level general. Talent, S.
Skill 1, Mass Madness. After casting, all blood-fanged mad wolf packs go crazy.
Skill 2, Encourage amplifies all attacks by 50%. Skill 3, Wolf God's Command. Wolf God's Command, commanding the wolf pack. Spiritual power, 230. Agility, 185. Spirit, 410. Attack, 160. Defense, 145. No wonder. Shen Tian suddenly realized.
When he saw the 3 Wolf Kings gathered together, he felt strange. When the Wolf Kings gathered together, it was a fight between life and death. It turned out that there was a 3-eyed blood wolf, and the Wolf God command in its skill made the 3 Wolf Kings obey its orders obediently.
The most unexpected thing is that the 3-eyed wolf is actually at the general level. But if you think about it, it's not surprising. With skills like Wolf God's Command, it can easily command a pack of wolves.
With the power of a pack of wolves, upgrading is naturally a quick process.
Moreover, its own talent is not low.
If nothing unexpected happens, it will become an S-level monster and become a monarch-level monster in the future, and it will be no problem for it to dominate a region.
How's it going? Did you find it? Found it. Shen Tian nodded. Among these blood-fanged mad wolves, a 3-eyed bloodhound was born, and it's a war general level. 3-eyed bloody wolf.
Marco Ing exclaimed, his body trembling slightly, his eyes were blood red, and there were faint tears in them.
Sister Queen, what's wrong with you? No, nothing.
Hurrying to calm himself down, Marco Ing suppressed the anger in his heart. The great disaster that struck Yunlan City in the previous life was caused by a 3-eyed blood wolf. The main force that invaded Yunlan City at that time was a three-eyed blood wolf and 3 wolf kings. The instigator of this catastrophe was the three-eyed blood-blooded wolf. When they met again in this new life, Ma Qian's murderous intent became even stronger. A painful scene emerged in her mind. She was pierced through the chest by the sharp claws of the blood pressure wolves, and her beloved man Shintian was devoured. All this is because of the three-eyed blood wolf. Kill. Must kill. Sister Queen, take me to the north. I want to kill the three-eyed blood wolf with my own hands. Shintian shouted angrily, with a hint of anger in his words. After confirming the three-eyed blood wolf, Shintian naturally thought of the catastrophe in Yunlan City in his previous life. In his previous life, Shintian lived at the bottom of society, so naturally he didn't know the main factors of the catastrophe. But when he saw the three-eyed blood wolf today, Shintian had a vague feeling that it was this three-eyed blood wolf that caused the great disaster in Yunlan City in his previous life. The revenge of the previous life will be taken in this life. Immediately, Shintianxia made up his mind to kill the three-eyed blood wolf with his own hands. No, there are general-level monsters and 3 high-level wolf kings. It's too dangerous. I'll go. Sister Queen. I'm no longer a child who needs your protection. Shintian spoke in a serious tone and looked at Ma Qian, who turned back. A pair of eyes, determined and full of murderous intent. Marco was distracted, a sad smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he murmured. Yes. You are no longer the one who needs my protection. What did you say? The voice was too soft and Shintian couldn't hear it clearly, but there were still a few words in the blur that made her feel a little suspicious about Ma Qian. Especially after hearing the reaction of the three-eyed blood-faced wolf, Ma Qian felt something was very wrong. I'll go with you and kill it together. Controlling his emotions, Ma Qian said sternly. Good. Nodding in agreement, Shintian immediately gave instructions to the other two. Moore and Xiaoji, the two of you stay here. If you find anything wrong, immediately come to Bining's aid. Rest assured. After a brief explanation, the two left quickly and headed straight for a small peak on the north side of Yunlan Mountain. At this moment, below, a large number of blood-fanged madwolves were rushing forward one after another. Chu Bining was furious, her scorpion tail kept shaking, and poisonous gas was released continuously. It's really endless. I didn't want it to be too bloody, but it seems that I can't deter you guys, so I have to be cruel. The poisonous gas released from the scorpion's tail turned purple and spread outward in an instant. The blood-fanged mad wolf, contaminated by the purple poisonous gas, quickly suffered rotting flesh and skin, turning into pools of blood in the blink of an eye. Go to hell and repent under my corrosive purple poison. The smell of blood filled the air, and soon the blood-fanged mad wolf stopped, not daring to come any closer. Exhausting green poison. After the purple poison, the green poison takes over. The two poison techniques have different effects. The green poison invades the internal organs and has the effect of exhausting the 5 internal organs, so there is naturally no blood when it is performed. The purple poison, on the other hand, has a horrific corrosive effect. Once contaminated, it will quickly turn into blood, and even heart bones will be corroded into pieces. On Yunlan Mountain, holy light is rushing. Shintian and Ma Qian went straight for the three-eyed bloody wolf. The three-eyed bloodhound lying on the wolf king's back also realized that the situation was not good, and raised its head and roared. Chapter 25, Killing the Three-Eyed Blood Wolf. The blood-fanged wolf king roared back, and the 3 wolf kings opened their bloody mouths, and at the same time, blood-colored energy condensed. Puff! 3 blood-red rays burst out. Ma Qian flapped his wings quickly, dodging the attacks continuously, and the Pegasus golden spear in his hand shone brightly. The light of the corona. His angry eyes were slightly red, and the strong murderous intent made Shintian behind him feel a little scared. The ball of light condensed and the Pegasus golden spear shot out. Rumble. A huge impact landed on the entire hill. The blazing holy light melts the mountains. Boom. The mountain collapsed in an instant, accompanied by the howling of wolves. The blood-fanged mad wolves gathered together and leaped with all their strength, intending to kill the 2 men. Under the holy light, a large number of blood-fanged mad wolves fell. However, these blood-fanged mad wolves not only did not retreat at all, but became even more ferocious. Especially on the surrounding mountains, more and more people are gathering. Every blood-fanged mad wolf leaped forward after reaching the top of the mountain. Crazy! Shintian roared, holding the Pegasus golden spear, stepped on the horse's back and jumped up. God-level enhancement holy light meteor. Golden spears stand in rows and the sound of swords never stops.
Kill. Dozens of mountains around were all covered by holy light meteors.
The rain of bullets continued, so dense that it blocked out the sunlight.
Howl.
The blood flowers bloomed, just as gorgeously as all the flowers in spring, except that these flowers were only blood flowers. The bloody smell spread in the wind and spread to the entire Yunlan mountain. The holy light and rain of gunfire gradually dissipated, and the mountain below had already collapsed.
Among the rubble, you can still see the tragically dead blood-fawn mad wolf. Bang! A piece of gravel flew away, and out emerged a blood-fawn wolf king. Next came the second blood-fawn wolf king.
The two blood-fawn wolf kings glared at the two men, their angry eyes filled with unwillingness, and turned their heads to shuttle through the mountains.
Chase. Wait a moment. Shintian spoke to stop Marco Yin, with a gleam in his pupils.
The sharp pupils are like the eyes of Shura.
Can you hide from my eyes?
He threw out the Pegasus golden spear and poured all his strength into it.
A shot pierced into the rubble and an explosion occurred.
Blood and flesh flew everywhere in the rubble, and the explosion revealed another wolf king's bloody body. The three-eyed blood-colored beast's head popped out from the wolf king's belly, with a look of surprise in its pupils.
Brute!
Marco let out a sweet cry and flew down rapidly, holding the Pegasus golden spear. The sharp blade of the spear pierced the three-eyed blood wolf directly. Seeing that the spear was about to take the life of the three-eyed blood wolf, Markian's mind suddenly became confused and the Tianma golden spear missed the target.
At the same time, Shintian also became dazed. Not good. The three-eyed blood wolf has strong mental power.
Although it has no mental skills, it relies on its huge mental power to invade the brains of the two people, causing a momentary interference. After a successful attack, the three-eyed blood wolf crawled out from the wolf king's abdomen, leaped up on its hind legs, and its short front paws flashed with cold light as it pounced towards Shintian.
No! Marco groaned and roared. This scene was so similar to his previous life. The pain of the past instantly pierced my mind. Makian turned around quickly and threw Shintian off the horse. Puff puff.
The sharp claws of the wolf fell, and the armor on Marco Yin's chest was torn into pieces. The bright red blood dyed the snow-white skin red. The white bones were faintly visible in the flesh torn by the wolf's claws.
Asshole!
The angry roar echoed in the sky, and the Pegasus golden spear thrust out fiercely. The two wolf kings turned back, one of them took on the Pegasus golden spear, while the other one mounted the three-eyed blood wolf and fled.
Bang! Stepping on the gravel, it arrived in an instant.
Grabbing the Pegasus golden spear with one hand, Shintian swung his fist and hit the wolf king's head that was hit by the golden spear. This punch unleashed the strongest force Shintian had ever possessed in his life. The wolf king's head exploded, and blood mixed with brain matter exploded. As for the three-eyed blood wolf, it had already escaped under the leadership of another wolf king. In a pool of blood, Marco Yin's breathing was a little rapid, but he kept a smile on his face. On the other side, because Marco Yin was seriously injured, his clone dissipated, and Bai Muir and Xiaoji all fell into the valley. The wolf pack suddenly encountered a major change and lost its backbone, and the fans began to retreat. Hurry to the north, something might have happened to Teacher Ma. Bai Muir used her fox charm to control the three blood-fanged mad wolves. A man rode one of them and headed straight to the north. At this moment, Shintian's hands were shaking. Driven by life-healing, huge vital energy is continuously injected into Marco Yin's body. The horrible wound began to heal gradually. The pale face also had some color. Enveloped in the gentle healing light, Marco Yin felt a little tired and gradually fell asleep. Shintian's worried expression also recovered a little, but the anger in his eyes did not subside at all. A moment later, Bai Muir and the other two arrived.
Teacher Ma. But Sister Yin is fine. Shintian stood up and glared in the direction where the three-eyed bloody wolf was fleeing.
I've used my life to heal, but Sister Yin will be fine. She is just tired and is going to sleep for a while. I'll leave Sister Yin to you three to take care of.
I'll be away for a while. Where are you going? Go and exterminate the clan. Gritting his teeth and uttering 3 words, Shintian took a step forward and charged forward.
The speed was increased to the extreme, rushing forward madly for 1,000 meters.
I'll go with you.
A shadow flashed by and Xiaoji caught up with Shintian.
The blood-fawn mad wolf is very fast. With your speed, it's too difficult to catch up. But it's different with me around.
As she spoke, Xiaoji had already arrived in front of Shintian.
Come on up, I'll carry you.
Shen Tian hesitated for a moment, but decided to let Xiao Ji carry him.
9-segment swift shadow.
Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The speed continued to increase rapidly, with 9 stages of rapid shadows superimposed, so fast that the person could no longer be seen. On the way, they encountered a large group of blood-fanged mad wolves.
Shen Tian waved the Tianma golden spear and killed them one by one. Xiao Ji under him was running wildly while also using her invisible claws.
The two cooperated and chased madly to the depths of the core of Yunlan Mountain, and finally saw the running Blood Fawn Wolf King and the three-eyed Blood Wolf. The three-eyed Blood Wolf sensed the danger and, with all its might, caught a glimpse of the two men in an instant and was immediately horrified.
Howl!
A sharp whistle echoed, heading towards the depths of Yunlan Mountain. Along with a sharp roar, a tiger roar was heard from the depths of Yunlan Mountain. There were roars and howls of tigers, and soon a ferocious tiger emerged from the depths of Yunlan Mountain. The divine eyes swept across and took in the information about the tiger.
Commander-level saber-toothed tiger. Shaking people, right? Good. Very good.
Even if I destroy you, a member of the Bloodfawn Mad Wolf clan, it won't relieve the hatred in my heart. Every single demon beast in the entire Yunlan Mountain must die today. Shen Tian was completely furious, and his murderous intent had made him lose his mind.
Catch up. Good.
Brush. The shadows moved around quickly, as if teleporting. The golden spear in his hand stabbed across, aiming straight at the three-eyed bloodthirsty beast. The three-eyed blood wolf jumped off the Wolf King's back and shot it through the Wolf King's head.
Hoof.
With a disdainful snort, Shen Tian jumped down from behind Xiao Ji, turned around, and thrust his golden spear diagonally. The three-eyed blood wolf's pupils flashed with blood-red light, and its mental power instantly invaded Shen Tian's brain.
Roll.
Phew. Risking a backlash, Shen Tian forced the three-eyed blood wolf's mental power out of his brain and spat out a mouthful of black blood. The Pegasus golden spear pierced into the left arm of the three-eyed blood wolf.
Brush.
The three-eyed blood wolf reacted extremely quickly, immediately waving its right claw and tearing off its left arm to escape. At the same time, the wolf god's command was cast, and a group of blood-fanged mad wolves gathered together.
Holy light meteor. Spiritual power condensed and a golden spear emerged.
There was almost no pause, and the attack was launched instantly. On the wide stone path in the mountains, golden spears shot out, stretching for 800 meters. All the blood-fanged mad wolves on this road were killed without exception. As for the three-eyed blood wolf, at the last moment, he actually blocked a blood-fanged mad wolf in front of him in a vain attempt to survive.
But this time, no luck. Shen Tian had already locked onto its shape and quickly moved closer.
Under the terrified look of the three-eyed bloodthirsty beast, the Pegasus golden spear stabbed continuously. Soon, the body of the three-eyed blood wolf was covered with blood holes and it died suddenly.
Chapter 26, Killing in a Rage State. Next, it's your turn.
Looking back with bloodshot eyes, Shen Tian stared at the saber-toothed tiger. The three-eyed blood wolf asked for help before his death, but was stopped by Xiao Ji as soon as it appeared. Relying on the invisibility of the netherworld realm and the 9-segment swift shadow, Xiao Ji successfully entangled this monster known for its ferocity. Lifting the Pegasus golden spear, Shen Tian took a running start and leaped up.
Holy light bloomed on the gun blade and it was thrown out from the air with all its might.
The invisible claws were activated, and several claw marks appeared on the head of the saber-toothed tiger.
The saber-toothed tiger swung its claws and roared, shaking the mountains and forests. The violent claws easily neutralized Xiao Ji's attack.
Xiao Ji revealed herself and stood 10 meters in front of the saber-toothed tiger. With a tiger roar, the saber-toothed tiger leaped and pounced. Just at this moment, Shen Tian threw out the Pegasus golden spear above Xiao Ji. There were bursts of crackling sounds coming from the space, and the squeezed air had nowhere to hide. The saber-toothed tiger was horrified, but its body was in mid-air and it had no way to use the force to dodge.
Phew!
The gun blade pierced into the saber-toothed tiger's head, and Shen Tian jumped down and rode on the saber-toothed tiger's back.
He raised his fist and smashed it down wildly.
At the advanced 6th level, Shen Tian's attack attribute is as high as 370, and this punch has a force of 30 to 50,000 pounds. The fists were like raindrops, making the saber-toothed tiger dizzy. After a round of attack, Shen Tian turned over and jumped in front of the saber-toothed tiger. Tianma golden spear, holding the spear blade, pierced into the skin and flesh of the saber-toothed tiger, and his fierce eyes looked into the tiger's eyes.
Die! Phew!
The gun blade penetrated deeply, and the bones in the head exploded with a crack.
The saber-toothed tiger was struck by lightning and its body was shaking.
With one kick, the saber-toothed tiger flew more than 20 meters away, and a generation of overlord fell. Holding the Pegasus golden spear, Shintian was breathing heavily, the blood color in his pupils still had not faded.
We should go back. No. Shintian shook his head. I want all the monsters in Yunlan Mountain to die.
Shintian, who was bloodthirsty, had lost all rationality. After taking a few breaths, he picked up the Pegasus golden spear again and rushed towards the approaching monster. Xiao Ji had no choice but to follow Shintian's pace, her heart full of worry and a bit of envy.
Shintian acted like this because Marco Yin was injured. This attention made Xiao Ji envious and yearning.
A man and a woman were roaming deep in the core of Yunlan Mountain. The monsters living deep in the core are all synonymous with power. All the way here, they all started from the intermediate level. We also encountered 7 high-level monsters. The wanton killing aroused the anger of the monsters. Especially the high-level monsters, they reached a joint agreement in a short period of time and began to gather their own tribes. It was noon, and countless monsters gathered deep in the core of Yunlan Mountain. Shintian and Xiao Ji stood on the top of a mountain.
The monsters gathered around them and surrounded them tightly. Looking around, there are monsters everywhere in the mountains and plains.
Great, they're all here. With a sneer on his lips, Shintian put away the Pegasus golden spear and a scorpion tail grew behind him.
God-level enhancement 9-colored devil prison poison.
After entering the advanced level, the 9-colored devil prison poison is greatly strengthened, and the range it can cover is even more terrifying.
Combined with the God-level enhancement, the entire core area was covered.
Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, purple, black and white complement each other. The 9-colored poisonous gas spread rapidly, enveloping all the monsters in the entire core area. The 9-colored poison intertwined with each other was like a gorgeous firework of death, bidding farewell to the monsters in Yunlan Mountain.
9-colored devil prison poison. In the distance, Bimur exclaimed.
Shu Baining, who was standing by, was so shocked that she couldn't close her mouth.
Why is the 9-colored devil prison poison that Shintian unleashed so terrifying? Where's Shintian? Teacher Ma, are you awake?
Upon hearing this, the two hurried to check on Marco Yin's condition.
Marco Yin woke up from his coma, and the life-healing effect was remarkable.
His fatal injuries were completely healed. After a good sleep, all my fatigue was gone and I feel in great spirits.
When he woke up and didn't see Shintian, Ma Qian suddenly felt a little panicked. Where's Shintian? Where is he? Teacher Ma, Shintian has gone to the core area. How dare he go to the core area? Doesn't he know how dangerous it is? Marco Yin suddenly became anxious and transformed into a beast girl form and was about to set off.
It seems we don't need to worry about him.
Instead, those monsters are in big trouble.
Shu Baining spoke in a deep voice, her pupils fixed on the core area. The wailing sounds began to echo in Yunlan Mountain. This is a sign of the poison taking effect. At this moment, the monster that has been infected with the 9-colored devil prison poison is gradually losing its life in pain.
Is he crazy?
Markian's face turned pale, his wings spread, he soared into the sky, and headed straight for the core area. At this moment in the core area, Shintian laughed crazily.
Die! Die! Ha 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 ha! Xiao Ji was standing behind him trembling. Shintian's current behavior was as if he was possessed by a demon. Kill! Kill! Kill!
Lifting the Pegasus golden spear, Shintian plunged headfirst into the herd of monsters. Facing Shintian's attack, the struggling monsters had no power to fight back at all.
After fighting back and forth, Shintian was covered in blood. This is your karma. Blame that blind fool.
Shintian's emotions became more and more violent as he swung the Pegasus golden spear wildly.
Have you had enough of the commotion? A cold and wonderful sound came from behind.
Shintian, covered in blood, turned around. Marco Yin was bathed in the holy light, with pain in his eyes.
Marco Yin said coldly, suppressing the tears in his eyes. I don't like a murderous lunatic.
As soon as these words came out, Shintian trembled all over, and was as frightened as a child.
No, I'm not.
I'm not a murderer, nor am I a madman.
No, I don't. All right. Ma Qian flew over and took Shintian into his arms. Okay, I understand everything. Ma Qian knew clearly why Shintian was like this.
The catastrophe in the previous life was too painful, and what happened today seemed to be happening again.
Shin Tian went berserk for a while, also because of Markian's injury. I'm fine, everything is fine, baby.
Gently stroking Shin Tian's head, his bloodshot pupils gradually returned to normal. His tense nerves relaxed, fatigue washed over him, and he fell asleep on Markian's body. Go to sleep, go to sleep.
Comforting Shin Tian, Marcoine spread his wings and flew towards the villa area in South City.
After returning to the villa, Markian put Shin Tian on the bed and stood by his side. Bai Mir and her 2 daughters stayed in Yunlan Mountain. Shin Tian used the 9-colored demonic prison poison to hunt down a large number of monsters, and the amount of spiritual beads that exploded was immeasurable. Bai Mir controlled a group of monsters on the periphery, cleaning up the monster corpses and collecting spirit beads.
It was not until around 3 in the afternoon that Shin Tian woke up from his sleep.
As soon as he opened his eyes, he looked into the eyes of Marcoine, who was guarding the bed. Instantly, Shin Tian felt his cheeks burning. When I recall what happened today, I feel ashamed.
How can you act like a child? It's too bad. Markian saw Shin Tian's embarrassment and smiled slightly. Hurry up and wash up. Bai and the others are back.
They've harvested a lot of spirit beads this time.
In addition, the Chu family's spirit beads have also been delivered.
I have already given the awakening spirit stones to the Chu family on your behalf.
Everyone is waiting for you to distribute the spoils. Yeah, okay, I'll be right there. After a quick wash, Shin Tian went to the first floor.
The 4 girls gathered together, all waiting for Shin Tian.
After an apologetic smile, Shin Tian's gaze lingered on the spirit bead. After seeing the colors of the pile of spirit beads, Shin Tian was stunned. Holy crap! So green. Chapter 27 General Level Exclusive Beast Armor. Why are there so many green spirit beads? I need to ask someone about this.
They went on a killing spree, killing almost all the intermediate level monsters in Yunlan. All the high level monsters died, and the primary monsters were seriously injured.
Markian said jokingly. She also heard it from Bai Mir and others.
It took a long time to clean up the corpses of the monsters and search for the spirit beads.
Bai Mir and her 2 daughters encountered basically no obstacles on their way back. When the monsters saw the 3 women, they ran away without daring to stay for even a second. How many are there in total?
There are about 10,000 white spirit beads, including the ones sent by the Chu family. The starting price is 34,000. There are over 3,000 green spirit beads, over 100 blue spirit beads, and a piece of spirit bone obtained from a saber-toothed tiger. After Bai Mir finished her brief report, she handed the 3-eyed blood wolf spirit bones to Shin Tian.
Saber-toothed tiger spirit bone contains the skill Overlord Deterrence, available to feline beast girls.
The skill within this spiritual bone is Overlord Intimidation, and it can only be obtained by feline beast girls.
Among the 4, only Xiao Ji is suitable. What is the skill effect? After use, the enemy will be feared for 2 seconds, and their combat power will be greatly weakened.
For cat-type monsters and beast girls, the fear will last for 5 seconds, and their combat power will be weakened by double.
Yes, this skill is very useful in actual combat. Then it's yours.
After taking the spiritual bone, Xiao Ji immediately sat down cross-legged and began to absorb it.
Although this skill does not bring Xiao Ji powerful attacks, it is extremely practical. Xiao Ji was very satisfied.
With the assistance of the 3 major skills of extreme speed, stealth, and deterrence, the only attack skill, Invisible Claws, could exert a strong attack power.
Then let's hurry up and absorb the spirit beads to quickly upgrade and improve our strength.
There are so many spirit beads in front of us, it would be a waste of time to distribute them slowly.
We might as well sit down and absorb it together. We are all in the same boat. It may not be a good thing to be too fussy. As they absorbed the spirit beads one by one, their levels steadily advanced.
The upgrade amplifies by 5 times. Not only does the consumption of spirit beads decrease, but the speed of leveling up is also much faster.
Upgrade speed increased 5-fold, upgrade progress plus 100%.
Advanced mission completed, upgraded to the 1st level of warrior. A huge amount of energy flowed through Shin Tian's body, and his meridians and bones were transformed under the nourishment of the gentle spiritual energy. Spiritual energy surrounded his sitting body, and Shin Tian was suspended in the air without realizing it.
There is a piece of beast armor on the head, chest, left leg, and back, which fits Shin Tian perfectly.
The 4 girls' levels had already reached the 9th level of high perfection. Since they had not completed the advancement tasks, they naturally did not continue to absorb spirit beads. At this moment, their eyes were all fixed on Shintian.
Why is this armor incomplete? The one on the head seems to be related to me.
Bymir tilted her head and asked.
Except for Makian, the other two women were all confused. My breath is fluctuating in the left leg.
The back is a scorpion armor, which belongs to my power.
That golden armor on the chest must belong to Teacher Ma.
Bymir asked with blinking eyes. Markian nodded with joy hidden in his eyes. Just as he was about to reveal the reason for the beast armor to the three women, Shintian opened his eyes.
Wow, he's now at the general level. With his legs landing on the ground, Shintian looked at the beast armor. After a glance with his spiritual vision, Shintian understood everything. Shintian, what's with all this armor on you? This is beast armor. Armor unique to the war general level. Once you can break through to the war general level, you will be able to possess it. Is it also as incomplete as you? No. Shaking his head lightly, Shintianla said.
The Beastmaster's beast armor depends on the number of contracted beast girls. For example, a Beastmaster with a level talent can contract with a maximum of 6 beast girls. To obtain the complete beast armor, you must contract with 6 beast girls before you can summon them.
So that's how it is.
The three women suddenly realized and became more eager to break through to the general level.
This beast armor looks so cool. Alright, everyone, continue absorbing the spirit beads.
After putting away the beast armor, Shintian sat down cross-legged and grabbed a spirit bead, but saw that the 4 people were sitting there motionless, with their brows slightly raised.
What are you standing there for? We haven't completed our advancement mission yet.
We can no longer absorb spirit beads.
Oops. Shintian said embarrassedly after slapping his forehead.
I was so impulsive at the time that I forgot about this. I killed both of the warlord class beasts.
What a waste. Nothing is wasted. General level monsters can be found at any time.
You should absorb all the remaining spirit beads.
That's so embarrassing. Shintian scratched his head and looked at the remaining spirit beads. There were still quite a few. Don't dawdle.
We 4 poor weak women are still waiting for Brother Shin to become stronger and protect us. Makian clasped his hands together in front of his chest, blinked his eyes, looked pitiful, and stared at Shintian with his big eyes.
Yes, yes. We are still waiting for Brother Shin's protection. The 3 girls imitated them, and Shintian got goosebumps. I'm afraid of you. When Brother Shin becomes strong, I will definitely protect all of you beauties.
He quickly closed his eyes to absorb the spirit pearl.
This scene was unbearable.
If I look at it a few more times, I'm afraid I won't be able to control myself.
Shintian quickly absorbed the spirit beads and entered a state of ecstasy.
As for the 4 girls, they stood up and walked out of the villa.
There are monsters guarding the villa left by classmate Bai, so there shouldn't be any accidents. Let's go for a walk in the city and kill some monsters.
After the monsters revived for the second time, the monsters in Yunlan City were also strengthened, and the sounds of fighting could be heard every day. After all, Yunlan City is a famous city in the Longzhong area, and there are more than just a few beast girls who have successfully awakened.
In times of crisis, there are opportunities.
Those who are still alive and awakened today all have a certain ability to protect themselves.
I'll listen to Teacher Ma. Xiao Ji and Shu Baining had no objections, so the 4 girls left together and entered the city to slay demons.
Beyond the mountains and ridges, on the Yunjiang River flowing eastward, a fleet of helicopters is flying rapidly. 3 helicopters flew side by side, and the team stretched for nearly 500 meters, with a total of 60 helicopters. Each helicopter is hung with a flag with the word Wang embroidered in regular script. People from the Wang family, one of the 5 major families in Longzhong, are heading towards Yunlan City. Sitting in a helicopter in the center was a middle-aged man in his 30s with neatly combed hair, wearing a black suit, a pair of glasses, and a string of Buddhist beads in his hand.
Young master, we will reach Yunlan City in another half an hour.
This middle-aged man was none other than the young master of the Wang family, the elder brother of Wang Lingtian who was killed by Shintian, and the next-generation successor of the Wang family, Wang Zhenyu.
Still haven't contacted my stupid brother?
Master, the 3rd young master's communicator still can't reach him, but the location has been confirmed.
Oh? Where? It's on the bank of the Yunjiang River, on the southern edge of Yunlan City, and its location has remained unchanged.
It seems that my brother has been killed. The white-haired old man said no more, and glanced at Wang Zhenyu who looked calm and not angry at all. But the old man understood that the young master was very angry at the moment.
Uncle Su, inform everyone that I want no one alive in Yunnan City.
Understood.
I'll inform everyone right away.
Wang Zhenyu turned the Buddhist beads in his hand and murmured calmly. The entire Yunnan city will be buried with my brother.
Chapter 28. Have you ever seen a general-level warrior? So weak.
In Yunnan City, on a street, 4 women had just cleared out a group of monsters.
Bai Mir pouted, seeming a little dissatisfied.
They are weak to us, but we can deal a devastating blow to ordinary people who are powerless.
This time, the 4 women discovered many ordinary people while hunting monsters.
It has been 4 days since the monster first resurrected. Those who can't stand the hunger have no choice but to risk their lives to find food.
In these last days, human life is worthless. When will peace finally come? It's almost there.
The officials should be here soon. Marco Wien spoke softly, his expression firm. Having lived 2 lives, it is natural that one still remembers some experiences.
Yunnan City is not so easy to destroy.
In the previous life, it was one of the 13 fortresses in Longzhong. In the later period of development, it became a city with lord-level strongmen in charge.
Keep hunting monsters and try to save as many people as possible.
The 4 women simply cleaned up the monster's corpse and started to act again. On the east side of Yunjiang River, helicopters flew out from the steep mountains on both sides.
The roar came from far away and soon attracted the attention of Marco Wien and his group. Helicopters flew in groups and soon arrived outside Yunnan City.
The humming wings rotated, attracting many people's attention. Many ordinary people hiding in the dark thought that someone had been sent by the authorities and rushed out excitedly.
The monsters roaming the streets also became excited and started hunting mode. Help! Help me! I'm here! Look, there are so many helicopters.
It must be the official rescue team coming.
Fight these monsters.
For a moment, Yunnan City was in chaos.
In the helicopter, Wang Zhenyu sneered. A bunch of idiots.
He made a killing gesture with his right hand on his neck, and the order was immediately sent to all helicopters. The plane door opened, and someone with heavy weapons started firing indiscriminately. In an instant, Yunnan City was in complete chaos. Ordinary people were in a panic, with monsters chasing them from behind and their own people killing each other in front of them.
The entire Yunnan City fell into hell in an instant. They're from the Wang family. Damn it! How can they kill innocent people? Marco Wien was furious and transformed into a beast girl, holding the Pegasus golden spear and set off.
In an instant, they were above a helicopter.
A sweeping shot and the wing exploded. The helicopter lost balance and crashed into an abandoned building. Boom!
The explosion attracted a lot of people's attention. The other 3 women also took action at the same time. Xiao Ji used her 9th stage of shadow speed to its fullest extent and bent over to climb the tall building. As the speed increases, people become like sharp arrows. He jumped from the roof, and his invisible claws were activated, tearing a helicopter into 2 halves on the spot. Bai Mir and Chu Baining followed closely behind and also arrived at the roof of the building. Her pink eyes flashed, and the 2 helicopter pilots were controlled on the spot, changing their flight paths and colliding with each other. As for Chu Baining, the exhausting green poison spread upwards and penetrated into a helicopter. After invading the human body, the internal organs quickly fail and the person dies instantly.
This action caught Wang Zhenyu's attention. They're looking for death. They dare to go against the Wang family. Everyone, focus on those girls. Uncle Su, don't concentrate your fire on the attack. Leave it to the Beast Master and the Beast Woman to surround them.
Young Master, they killed our people. It's just the loss of a few planes and the deaths of a few worthless people.
Compared to these 4 women, it's nothing. Oh? Su Fu raised his eyebrows, feeling confused. Xinger, go ahead and tell me. Yes, Master. The beast girl named Xinger spoke up. All 4 of them have SSS-level talents. I see. Su Fu suddenly realized that this beast girl named Xinger was Wang Zhenyu's contracted beast girl and possessed a perception skill.
Relying on their perception skills, the Wang family has recently subdued many extremely talented beast girls and beast masters in Longzhong, including 2 at the SSS level.
It's really surprising that such a small city like Yunnan has produced 4 SSS-level people.
On the rooftop of the building, the 4 girls were on full alert, all entering the beast girl state. As the most powerful fighter, Marco Wien naturally stood at the front.
Soon, the entire building was surrounded by helicopters.
A group of beast masters and beast girls jumped out from the helicopter.
How dare you attack my Wang family? Don't you want to live? Su Fu spoke first, questioning the four girls harshly. The Wang family is killing innocent people without any humanity. So what if they attack you? You're so brave, you little girl, catch her. Wait a minute.
Wang Zhenyu, dressed in a suit and with a gentle smile on his face, walked over surrounded by four contracted beast girls. I am Wang Zhenyu, the young master of the Wang family. For ladies, I'm sure you all know how powerful my Wang family is in Longzhong. This young master is giving you a chance now. Join my Wang family, otherwise you will die.
Don't be so hasty to refuse. This is a way out for you, young master. Otherwise, just for killing my brother, you will surely die.
Before getting off the plane, the beast girl named Qinger sensed a faint aura on the four girls, the same as that of the deceased Wang Lingtian. Wang Zhenyu immediately guessed that his stupid brother must have died at the hands of these people. Rather than seeking revenge for his dead brother, Wang Zhenyu hopes to obtain 4 SSS-level beast girls. After all, family interests come first. Give these 4 people a chance to live, win their hearts, and train them to be your absolute confidants in the future, and you can ensure that you will inherit the position of the head of the family without any worries.
You're such an interesting brother. We killed your brother, yet you're still trying to recruit us. You really are a loving family.
I remember when your brother died, he said that if he died, the Wang family would never let us go.
Yes, it seems that it is different from what he said. Alas, how pitiful and tragic. If the deceased knew that his brother was trying to recruit us, would he be so angry that he would crawl out of his coffin? Where did the coffin come from? Wasn't it abandoned in the wilderness and eaten by monsters? Crawling out from the belly of a monster? Ha 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 ha.
The 4 girls disagreed and spoke one after another, not taking Wang Zhenyu seriously at all.
The corners of Wang Zhenyu's mouth twitched.
Even though he claimed to be a master of emotional management, he couldn't help it at this moment.
Have you laughed enough? If you have, make your choice. I give you 3 minutes to consider. After 3 minutes, you will either surrender or die. It won't take 3 minutes. Marcoine said loudly, it's absolutely impossible for us to surrender. That means choosing to die. That's right, choose death. Boom. 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 3 explosions were heard from behind, and a heat wave swept over. Wang Zhenyu looked back and saw 3 helicopters collide with each other and explode.
At this moment, there was a man standing on a helicopter, holding a rifle, smiling and waving hello. It's just that you are the ones who choose to die.
Boom. Tianma's golden spear pierced the helicopter and an explosion sounded instantly. Shen Tian leaped forward, appeared brilliantly amid the explosion, and landed calmly on the roof of the building.
Oh, the young master of the Wang family is actually an intermediate 5th level beast master. That's really awesome, crass.
The beast girls he contracted are also all intermediate level, amazing. But in my eyes, it's garbage.
When I killed your brother, I said that if your Wang family dared to come for revenge, I would kill 1 for each one that came, and I would kill 1,000 if 1,000 came.
Everyone present today, stay here. No one can escape.
Arrogant boy, this young master is not a beginner, but an intermediate level.
Do you have the ability to kill me? He. With 2 cold laughs, Shen Tian activated his spiritual power in beast armor condensed on his body. Is the intermediate level so impressive? Have you ever seen a general level? Chapter 29, Killing Longzhong and Destroying the Wang Family.
Spiritual power burst out from the body, and the dazzling beast armor was attached to the body. Although there are only 4 pieces of beast armor, it is not complete. But at the moment the beast armor was released, invisible pressure had already spread throughout the entire venue. Wang Zhenyu was the first to bear the brunt of the pressure, which almost made it difficult for him to breathe.
Take off.
Ma Qian cast a phantom clone, and the 3 women rode on the clones and headed straight for the sky.
As usual, Shen Tian's exclusive one is only Marcoine.
Riding on horseback, the golden spear in his hand shines with holy light.
God level enhancement. Holy light meteor. Clang. Clang. Golden spears condensed one after another, and the originally somewhat illusory energy body now seemed more real. The sharp blade of the gun was filled with murderous intent and a cold light that was intimidating. Commander level?
Wang Zhenyu's calm expression disappeared when he was possessed by Shen Tian's beast armor.
Instead, there was fear.
At this moment, looking at the golden spears in the sky, he looked helpless.
No. Don't. Let me go. The Wang family won't pursue this matter any further.
As the young master of the Wang family, I promise you this.
All pride and self-confidence have been completely shattered.
The arrogant young master of the Wang family roared like he was asking for help.
Kneel down. Wang Zhenyu's body trembled, and he struggled and hesitated. Don't you understand? Get down on your knees.
The sound waves rolled, spreading for thousands of meters, the pressure became stronger, and the airflow rate was also affected and slowed down a little.
I kneel. Wang Zhenyu gritted his teeth and fell to his knees. Haha, ridiculous. With his fists clenched, Wang Zhenyu endured the humiliation.
I will remember this grudge and take revenge one day.
How ridiculous. Even if you kneel down, you won't survive. You. Wang Zhenyu was furious when he heard this. You bastard, how dare you play tricks on me? You're the fucking bastard. You kneel down when I tell you to. You're so obedient. Am I your father? Shen Tian is the best at making cold sarcasm. It's really unfortunate for your father to have a son like you. Die. After the golden spear was condensed, Shen Tian swung it downward with all his might.
The sky was filled with golden spears, like shooting stars, covering the people on the building and the helicopters surrounding the building.
Fuck.
The attack has arrived, and no one knows what Wang Zhenyu said. There was a loud explosion, the building collapsed, everyone was killed, and everything was buried in the rubble.
A powerful general-level warrior is so terrifying. So strong.
The four girls were stunned and confused.
Why don't they resist?
Chu Baining was the first to raise the question, and everyone's eyes focused on Shen Tian. Because there are 9 levels of Beast Armor, Beast Tamer, and Beast Girl, the first 3 levels are the most basic and have no obvious characteristics.
But after entering the general level, things are very different.
Not only can the Beast Armor greatly enhance combat power, but it also brings its own pressure. However, the Beast Armor's pressure only suppresses lower level ones, so it has no advantage over those of the same level.
Understood. After Shen Tian's explanation, several people suddenly understood.
Under the pressure of the Beast Armor, the actions of Wang Zhenyu and his group were completely restricted. His spirit was suppressed, and he was unable to mobilize his spiritual power to perform skills. Naturally, he could not resist and could only accept his death.
This time, we have completely offended the Wang family. The Wang family will never let this go.
They will definitely send more people to retaliate.
Yes. The Wang family is not to be underestimated in the Longzhong area. We need to plan ahead. What are our plans for the next step? Ma Qian lowered his head and pondered, asking Shen Tian about his plan. Kill Longzhong and destroy the Wang family.
The women were all shocked. They didn't expect Shen Tian to have such an idea. There's no point for us to stay in Yunlan City anymore. Yunlan Mountain, where the largest number of demon beasts gather, has just experienced a bloodbath and can provide us with very few spirit beads.
If I want to continue to become stronger, I have no choice but to leave Yunlan City.
Since I happen to have a grudge against the Wang family, I might as well go straight to Longzhong, destroy the Wang family, and stay in Longzhong to develop.
Really?
Chu Baining nodded in agreement. Staying in Yunlan will limit our improvement, so going to Longzhong is the best option right now.
However, the Wang family is quite powerful in Longzhong after all. It may not be easy for us to destroy them. How about I contact my dad and ask the Chu family to send someone over? I appreciate your kindness, but it's not necessary. After politely declining Chu Baining's offer, Shen Tian spoke with confidence.
You have just seen how powerful the general-level warriors are.
I don't need to elaborate on this. If you all reach the level of generals, do you still need to worry about a small Wang family? You mean, before we reach the Wang family, we all have to break through to the war general level? The most important advancement quest is to kill a general level monster. Monsters of this level are hard to come by.
Bai Mir expressed her worries.
Judging from the current situation, there are not many general level monsters. I think it's fine. Teacher Ma.
The journey to Longzhong is not short.
We have to pass through many mountains and forests.
Finding a few general-level warriors shouldn't be difficult. Don't forget, to get to Longzhong, you first have to pass Wushan.
You all know what Wushan is.
There should be quite a few general-level monsters there.
When Wushan was mentioned, several people's eyes lit up. Wushan is much larger than Yunnan Mountain and is the most famous mountain in Longzhong area. Moreover, there are countless rare creatures in the mountains. Now that the monsters are reviving, there must be many monsters born. I have no objection. I support whatever the plan is. Xiao Ji had no objection.
After Shen Tian avenged him, she made up her mind that she would follow Shen Tian wherever he went. Needless to say, Ma Qian agreed.
Bai Nier and Chu Baining also decided to go. After reaching an agreement, they returned to the villa, took some simple food and water, and headed east along the Yunjiang River. Longzhong is a general term for the central area of Longhua, and its largest city is named Longzhong City. The Longjiang River, the largest river in Longhua, runs right through Longzhong City. The Yunjiang River is the largest tributary of the Longjiang River, and its confluence with the Longjiang River happens to be in Longzhong City.
If you go east along the Yunjiang River, you will reach Longzhong City and find the Wang family, one of the 5 major families in Longzhong. At this moment, in the Wang family of Longzhong City, a man with graying temples was practicing martial arts in the yard. He had a muscular body and looked strong and capable. Every punch and kick was extremely fierce. At first glance, you can tell that this is an expert. Master. Something terrible has happened. Something terrible has happened. How can you be so flustered? Old Jiang, this is not your style. The head steward of my Wang family is synonymous with calmness. The man who practiced martial arts was Wang Pan, the current head of the Wang family. Master, the young master has lost contact.
What?
Wang Pan threw a punch without restraining his strength, and the wooden stake in front of him exploded into pieces. Everyone traveling with the young master has lost contact, and all the communication equipment seems to be damaged.
Young master, he might be gone. Impossible. Wang Pan shouted angrily, my son Zhenyu has the potential to be an emperor, how could he be gone?
But Patriarch, the young master's disappearance is exactly the same as the third young master's situation at the time.
Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Wang Pan couldn't accept it.
As the young master of the Wang family, Wang Zhenyu was not only the eldest son, but also had SSS-level talent. With such talent, he will surely reach the highest imperial level in the future.
Wang Zhenyu is also the only SSS-level beastmaster in the Wang family. Wang Pan couldn't accept Zheng Dao's death.
Zhang Shang, take your men to Yunnan City immediately.
I don't believe my son is dead. He must still be alive. Go now.
Yes, Patriarch.
Chapter 30, just when they were about to fight to the death, why did the boss stab them in the back? The entire Wushan has completely fallen. In the sky, Shen Tian and his group slowed down and looked down at the mountains and forests below. The houses around Wushan have long been destroyed and turned into ruins.
On the ruins, you can still see some low-level monsters fighting each other.
The monsters in the mountains and forests come in groups.
In the end times, strength is respected. Whether it is humans or monsters, they all follow this choice. The best territories and the best cultivation resources belong to the strong, while the weak can only stand aside and be lucky enough to get a sip of soup. The Wushan area doesn't have many permanent residents. After the monsters revive, even if someone manages to awaken, they'll be torn to pieces by the monsters immediately. How's the situation? Have you found it? After entering the sky above Wushan Mountain, Shen Tian opened his spiritual vision and searched for the hiding place of the general level monster. No, let's go deeper. If I'm guessing correctly, the general level warriors should all be in the core area of Wushan. Shen Tian narrowed his eyes slightly, and he could see the situation at the foot of Wushan Mountain very clearly. Although there were groups of monsters fighting each other, the noise was not loud, and they were even deliberately restraining themselves. The closer you get to the core area, the less likely you are to see monsters fighting each other. Judging from this situation, the weak monsters dare not make too much noise and anger the powerful monsters. With his spiritual vision pupils opened, Shen Tian's mental power also spread out. Combined into one, explore the core area of Wushan. As we got closer to the core area, a hint of cool air came from inside. This cool breath contained pure spiritual energy. Just catching a trace of it could actually improve one's cultivation progress, even though it was only a pitiful 1/10,000th. Found it. Under the dense forest over there. As soon as Shen Tian finished speaking, an angry roar was heard from the dense forest. Several monsters emerged from it one after another, each one looking very imposing. Shen Tian glanced over and took in all the information.
6 general level warriors. Oh, no, 7.
The first 6 general level warriors came out and were arranged on both sides, leaving the C position in the middle. A 4-meter tall monkey with thick hair slowly walked out.
A monster with SSS-level talent, the Titan Ape King. Wushan is such a treasure land that there are monsters with SSS talents. They are the future emperors. The other 6 monsters and 2 SS-level flaming fire lions should be a pair.
The 4 S-level creatures are the giant ant with ox horns, the silver-winged pang, the wood-broadening monkey, and the ice demon dragon.
In Wushan, monsters with A-level talents are not even qualified to enter the core. 7 general level warriors. Can we defeat them?
The 4 girls all frowned, feeling worried.
It's definitely difficult to fight head-on. The biggest difference between humans and beasts is that they can use their brains. More, control that silver-winged rock.
I only have the advanced level, and I can't control the fox charm.
What now?
A blessing from the god of war descended, and by Mira's overall attributes increased by 175%.
Can.
Her pink eyes flickered, and her foxy charm was activated.
Below, the Titan Ape King roared, and several monsters started to attack.
The ice demon dragon opened its mouth wide, and sharp ice cones condensed. Just as he was about to kill the big snake, the silver-winged rock beside him suddenly attacked. The silver wings were like sharp blades, slashing across the neck of the ice demon dragon. The sudden move stunned all the monsters. The male fiery fire lion roared and turned his head to look at the Titan Ape King, as if asking for his opinion. The Titan Ape King's eyes widened, and a pink light flashed in his eyes.
He raised his fist and hit the male flaming lion on the head.
This punch was extremely powerful, with a force exceeding 10,000 pounds. The male fiery fire lion was blown 100 meters away on the spot, his head buzzing. The few remaining monsters were all stunned.
What's going on? We were about to fight to the death, why did the boss stab us in the back? In the sky, Shintian sneered, and the pink light in his eyes faded.
Mira is not the only one who can be charming, Shintian can do it too. It is easy for a general level warrior to use his charm to control the Titan Ape King. 3 more blessings from the god of war were released, and all the attributes of the 3 women were blessed. More, control some more monsters and guard them near the core area. Bai Ning, be ready to use poison at any time.
Once these general level monsters are dead, the Wushan monsters will definitely riot. Sister Kuyin and Xiaoji, please follow me down.
There were 7 general level monsters, 2 of which rebelled and each of them fought with another.
The other 3 are just 1 for each person. With the full attribute enhancement blessed by the god of war, Marco Yin and Xiaoji can easily face the general level monsters.
The Tongmu monkey excels at speed, so I'll leave it to you, Xiaoji.
Rest assured.
I'll take care of the lioness, you go deal with that ant.
I've killed too many ants in Yunlan City. I'm not interested.
As soon as he landed, Marco Yin attacked the female flame lion with a gun. Shintian smiled helplessly and faced the giant ant with ox horns. The Pegasus's golden spear thrust across, and the giant ant with ox horns swung its pincers to block it.
Wow! Pretty strong. But you're not qualified to play with me. Bang! Gathering all his strength, Shintian quickly thrust out a shot. The giant ant with ox horns was shocked back and let out a hissing sound. There's no point in being angry.
If you can touch even a hair of mine today, I'll commit suicide right there. Shintian's speed increased dramatically as he moved back and forth in the forest, stabbing out continuously with the Pegasus golden spear in his hand.
The giant ant is good at strength, but its speed is its weakness. Shintian's tactics were simple: win by speed.
Every time he fired a gun, it was fast, accurate, ruthless, and powerful. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of shots had been fired. The giant ant with bull horns was furious, waving its huge pincers, and a pair of strange horns on its head were flashing with earthy brown light.
Boom! Gravity squeeze.
In just a moment, the gravity within 10 meters around him increased dramatically, and Shintian's speed slowed down significantly. The shot was caught by the giant ant with ox horns.
The giant ant with ox horns roared happily to celebrate its successful capture of Shintian.
Forget it, I'm too lazy to play with you.
The scorpion's tail spread from the back and pierced the giant ant's abdomen with lightning speed.
9 kinds of toxins poured into the body of the giant ant with ox horns one after another. The poison fused and exploded, and the giant ant's face twisted into a mask of pain. The 9-colored devil prison poison can be used on a group basis as well as on a single target. What Shintian wanted was for the giant ant to be unable to use its pincers, so that the scorpion tail could take advantage of the situation and pierce its most vulnerable abdomen.
Die. Sonorous. Phew.
Under the poison of the 9-colored devil prison, the giant ant with ox horns was unable to resist, and the Pegasus golden spear successfully pierced its head. After dealing with the giant ant with ox horns, Shintian scanned the entire battlefield.
Ma Qian and Xiao Ji were about to engage in a fight. The male fiery lion was suppressed by the Titan Ape King and had no power to fight back. Its defeat was inevitable.
The silver-winged ping took advantage of its flying advantage to leave scars on the ice demon dragon's body.
Well, end the fight.
He picked up a gun and joined the battle, first helping Markian to deal with the female fiery fire lion, and then the two of them assisted Xiao Ji together to deal with the Tongmu monkey. The male fiery fire lion and ice demon dragon, which were already suppressed, were quickly killed after Shintian and the other two joined the battle. As for the controlled Titan Ape King and silver-winged rock, they were killed by Muir and Shu Baining.
At this point, the 4 women's advancement tasks were all completed, and they successfully entered the general level. After dealing with 7 general-level monsters, Shintian turned his attention to the core area of Wushan.
The closer he got, the stronger Shintian felt.
There are definitely supreme treasures in the core area. Chapter 31, 3 consecutive levels, the battle will be complete.
The forest is deep and foggy, and the grass and trees are green.
The cool air is refreshing.
Shintian was in front, followed by the 4 women, and the 5 of them stepped into the core area of Wushan.
After passing through the woods, a pond came into view.
In the center of the pond, bright spiritual flowers bloomed. Spiritual treasure, 9-petaled flowing cloud flower, nurtured by the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, it produces pure spiritual energy. It can be absorbed by people for cultivation, or swallowed and refined.
With his spiritual vision, Shintian easily learned the name of the spiritual treasure and its magical uses.
The fact that the 7 great monsters of Wushan were able to reach the level of generals so quickly is probably due to the 9-petaled flowing cloud flower. What a beautiful flower! There's spiritual energy being released from it.
It must be worth a lot of money.
This thing is called the 9-petaled flowing cloud flower, a spiritual treasure born from heaven and earth.
This is a heaven-sent opportunity that cannot be missed.
Shintian smiled and said, "The 4 of you should stay here and practice.
Try to make a breakthrough before leaving Wushan. What about you? Not joining us? There has to be someone outside to intercept the monsters."
"I'm already a 3rd-level warrior, so I won't train with you anymore."
"It's not easy to come to Wushan, the monsters here can't be let go, each one is a great resource for cultivation."
After comforting the 4 girls to stay and practice, Shintian left the core area. What Shintian wants to pursue is mutual strength. He has already reached the 3rd level of general, while the 4 women have just entered the general level.
Outside the core area, high-level monsters are already gathering.
When the 7 great war generals and monsters died, the high-level monsters closest to them naturally felt it.
A 9-petaled flowing cloud flower is quite attractive to them. Without that monster, I don't want to take it for myself. With the Pegasus golden spear in his hand, Shintian flew out. He thrust his spear forward, slashed diagonally and swept horizontally, wandering among the group of monsters. There was a pink light flashing in the eyes, and the fox charm urged the powerful monster to be controlled by Shintian and turned into a thug. Half a day later, all the monsters near the core area had been cleared out. Shintian took advantage of the situation to control a group of mid and high-level monsters, more than 500 in total. Now, it's up to you. Gather the monsters around Wushan in batches. Even if you kill them one by one for 10 days and 10 nights, you may not be able to kill all the monsters in Wushan. The best method, of course, is to use poison, large-scale poisoning. These controlled mid and high-level monsters are considered top-level existences in Wushan, so it is not difficult to get hundreds of people to respond to one call. A large number of monsters were gathered together in batches, and then Shintian took action to kill them. Soon, the first batch of monsters arrived. The 9-colored devil prison poison was unleashed, spreading over 100 miles in an instant. All monsters within 100 miles died from the poison. This back and forth continued until around 9 o'clock the next morning. The bustling Wushan was surprisingly quiet. Within 500 miles around the core area, the corpses of monsters piled up like mountains. There are also some monsters, under Shintian's control, searching for spirit beads among the corpses of their own kind. Every time a batch of spirit beads is collected, they are transported to the core area next to the pond.
How's everyone's practice going?
Warrior level 2.
The four girls said in unison, their hearts filled with surprise. The assistance of the 9-petal flowing cloud flower was so good that it only took one night to break through to the second level.
Yes, that's right.
Almost all the monsters in Wushan have been killed.
The collected spirit beads are here.
After refining the 9-petal flowing cloud flower, I will quickly absorb the spirit beads. As he spoke, Shen Tian stepped on the spiritual energy, walked into the pond, and picked the 9-petal liuxia flower. The 9-petal flowing cloud flower, as the name suggests, has 9 petals, and on each petal there is sparkling and flowing light, just like a living thing.
2 cloves per person, take orally.
He gave 2 petals to each of the 4 girls, and Shen Tian kept 1 petal.
After swallowing the petals, a huge amount of spiritual energy was generated in the belly. The upgrade progress skyrocketed, driving a rapid improvement in cultivation.
The 5-fold upgrade also showed its power at this moment.
6th level warrior. 1 petal, 3 levels higher.
From the 3rd level to the 5th level of general, 210 purple spirit beads are needed, which, when converted layer by layer, is 210,000 white spirit beads. The spiritual treasures born from heaven and earth are truly terrifying.
It would be great if there were a few more.
Unfortunately, spiritual treasures are something you can only come across by chance.
It is a great fortune to come across this one.
If you are not in a hurry to go to Longzhong, you can stay in Wushan for a while and wait for the 9-petal liuxia flower to fully mature. The effect of taking it will definitely be better. After absorbing the petals, Shen Tian immediately began to absorb the spirit beads. Time is life, and the key is to quickly absorb the spirit beads and upgrade. As the spirit beads were absorbed one by one, his cultivation level also improved rapidly. Wushan obtained too many spirit beads this time, and Shen Tian did not count them at all, but just absorbed them madly.
7th level warrior. 8th level warrior. 9th level warrior. The battle will be successful. After finishing absorbing the spirit pearl, Shen Tian opened his eyes.
By the pond, the 4 girls were nowhere to be seen. There are still quite a few spirit beads piled up in front of him.
9th level completed? Sister Ku-in? Looking back, it was Marco-in. How come you're faster than me?
The divine eye swept over and saw that Marco-in was also a 9th level general.
We ate 2 petals. That's right.
Slapping his forehead, Shen Tian just remembered that the 4 girls had eaten 2 petals, which amounted to 420 purple spirit beads. To reach the 9th level of perfection, the spirit beads they needed to absorb were naturally less than him. Mr. Bai and the others are out there helping collect the spirit beads.
There's only some finishing work left, and it will be finished soon. But what should we do with these remaining spirit beads?
We have no place to store them. After being reminded by Ma Qian, Shen Tian realized the seriousness of the problem.
There are so many spirit beads left, it's impossible to just throw them away here. At present, several of them have not completed the new advancement tasks and cannot enter the Lord level, so they cannot absorb these spirit beads. If I want to take it with me, there is no place to put it.
There was a plane flying over here, it must be from the Wang family.
At this moment, Xiao Ji flashed and came to the pond to report.
The two smiled at each other, and there was no need to say much about what they were thinking.
A fleet of helicopters is flying quickly over Wushan. What the hell? Why is Wushan so quiet?
Logically speaking, there should be a lot of monsters here. Zhang Shang sat in the helicopter, full of doubts.
He rested his head on the cabin glass and looked down.
When passing near the core area, Zhang Shang's eyes widened and his face was filled with shock.
Fuck! They're all dead.
The corpses of monsters piled up like mountains, connected into one piece.
This scene is so spectacular. Is this something a human can do? It's terrible. I need to report to the head of the family and see if there's any need to go down and take a look.
He picked up the communication equipment and was about to report to Wang Pan when a voice came from the walkie-talkie.
Butler Jiang, there's a man and a woman blocking the way ahead of the fleet. Please decide how to respond? You still need to ask me about such a trivial matter?
Grabbing the intercom, Zhang Shang shouted angrily.
Kill them. Who dares to stop the Wang family's fleet?
After scolding, Zhang Shang dropped the walkie-talkie and suddenly felt something was wrong. A vague sense of foreboding arose in my heart, and an invisible murderous intent seemed to envelop me. In a trance, Zhang Shang sought his great-grandmother waving at him.
Not good.
Before he could finish his words, a golden spear fell from the sky, pierced through the fuselage and stabbed into Jiang Shang's head. The sharp gunblade went straight down and completely pierced through Jiang Shang's body. Boom! More golden guns fell, and the helicopter exploded. On Wushan Mountain, the explosions were continuous, like firecrackers. Only the 10 helicopters in the front were safely parked in mid-air. Shen Tian rode on the horse, standing in the air with Ma Qian. The pink light in his eyes dissipated. Chapter 32, Destroying the Wang Family. With these 10 helicopters, it should be no problem to load these spirit beads. And entering the Dragon King's house should be much more convenient. Control the helicopter to lower its altitude and remove all useless items in the cabin except the pilot's position. All the spirit beads were transported into the cabin, filling up just 9 helicopters. The 5 people boarded an extra helicopter and headed straight towards Longzhong. After galloping for a day and a night, they arrived outside Longzhong City early the next morning. Under Fox May's control, the driver only obeyed Shen Tian's orders and headed straight towards the Wang family. Entering Longzhong City, the scene inside the city comes into view. Although some buildings were destroyed, many are still intact. And you can see some people doing repair work. After all, it is Longzhong City, where 5 major families are in charge. After the monsters revived, they quickly reacted and joined forces to eliminate the monsters in the city in order to protect their own interests. Longzhong City is so large that it is divided into 3 areas, namely Longkou, Longyang, and Lanwu. After the disaster, the 5 major families had already divided up Longzhong City. The Wang family occupies half of Lanwu, which can be considered a huge force. It's almost there. The Wang family's airport can be seen in the field of vision. Shen Tian summoned the Pegasus golden spear in his hand, and a raging fire of war ignited in his eyes. The ancestral home of the Wang family, the head of the family, Wang Pan, got up very early. Ever since he learned that his son might have been in trouble, he had no appetite and even put his daily morning martial arts training on hold. Master! There's a helicopter approaching. It's from our Wang family. It should be Butler Jiang Shang who has returned. Really? His cloudy eyes lit up and Wang Pan stood up with a bang. It's absolutely true. The helicopter has my Wang family's logo and number on it. It's the same fleet that Butler Jiang Shang took away yesterday. Good. 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 Wang Pan was overjoyed after hearing 3 good S in a row. It must be my son Zhenyu who has returned. Notify all the family members and go to the airport to greet him. As I strode out the door, a helicopter flew overhead. Only the cross is left? Wang Pan frowned and his face looked gloomy. It seems that in the small Yunlan city, there has emerged an ignorant force that dares to attack my Wang family. Could it be Lin Tianhai? You bastard, wait until the situation in Longzhong stabilizes, and I will kill you. Without thinking too much, Wang Pan went straight to the airport. After receiving the news from the head of the family, the Wang family members quickly gathered together. In a short period of time, 200 or 300 people gathered near the airport. These are all members of the Wang family, and there are very few people from other families. Ha ha ha, Zhenyu, my son, I'm so worried about you, come down quickly. Walking quickly towards the helicopter in front, Wang Pan opened his arms wide, unable to wait to hug his dear. The cabin opened and a golden gun shot out. The speed is as fast as thunder. Phew! The golden spear pierced through his body, and Wang Pan's eyes widened as he ran. He glanced down at his chest, hot blood gushing out. He looked up at the cabin again and saw a young man walking out slowly. Your son died a long time ago, I killed him with my own hands. Considering the deep love between you two as father and son, I will send you to meet him down there. You're welcome. I, Shen Tian, always enjoy helping others. With a slight wave of his hand, the golden spear of Tianma shot out and turned back, passing through Wang Pan's back and returned to Shen Tian's hand. Wang Pan fell to the ground. Among the 5 great families in Longzhong, Wang Pan, the head of the Wang family, fell. The whole place was silent, everyone stared at each other. The head of the family is dead? The incident happened suddenly, leaving no chance for people to react. Wang Pan didn't even have a chance to defend himself before he was killed in one blow. Young man, you have no moral principles. A middle-aged man shouted angrily. He looked somewhat similar to Wang Pan. You actually attacked the patriarch. You deserve to die. The middle-aged man gritted his teeth and roared, waving his hand, and the 2 beast girls stood in front of him. Disciples of the Wang family, listen up. The head of the family has died suddenly, and I will be taking over the position temporarily. This guy attacked and killed the head of the family in broad daylight and was immediately captured. Tear the body into pieces to comfort the former master's spirit in heaven. He. How impatient. He just died and he became the former head of the family. It seems that the Wang family is not a monolithic entity. Come on. I came to Longzhong today to destroy your Wang family. With an angry shout, Shen Tian rushed forward with a gun. The beast armor was released, and the pressure spread out. All the Wang family members present trembled all over. What's going on? Can't mobilize spiritual power? Me too. It's useless if I can't mobilize my spiritual power. I'm having trouble breathing. Who is this kid? For a moment, everyone panicked. The middle-aged man who gave orders did the same and immediately took out his cell phone to send a message. Soon, the Wang family's beastmasters, beast mothers, and a large number of ordinary thugs quickly gathered at the airport. Shen Tian walked around with a gun in hand, killing one person with one shot, with ease. The 4 women behind him walked down from the cabin one by one. Possessed by beast armor. Marco Ian was wearing golden beast armor and a golden helmet on his forehead, engraved with a winged Pegasus. She was covered in holy light, like a Valkyrie descending to the earth. Ymir's beast armor is snow white all over, the material is thin and tight, fitting tightly to her delicate body, showing off her figure very well. Her fox tail sways in all directions, and her pink eyes gleam with brilliance. With just a glance and a smile, she is charming and captivating. Meow. A sharp roar sounded at the airport, and Xiao Ji was possessed by the beast armor, which was comparable to Ymir. It was also a tight-fitting type, but the whole body was black. Only the knees and feet had animal armor on their legs, and the entire thigh was covered with black stockings. Chu Baining appeared last, and her beast armor looked even cooler. The upper body armor only covers the chest, revealing the sexy and cute belly button. The lower body is made up of sections of armor, like the abdomen of a poisonous scorpion. The scorpion tail extends from the back and rests on the shoulders. Long hair covers the snow-white jade back. His lips were a dark purple, and his overall aura was cold and gloomy, as if he had walked out of hell. The 4 women have different styles, but the aura they all possess is extremely surging. As soon as the beast armor came out, it immediately covered the outside. Leave no one behind. Shen Tian sneered, and the Pegasus golden spear in his hand was still charging back and forth. Every time he strikes, he goes straight for the vital point, aiming to kill the enemy with one blow. Under the pressure of the beast armor, these junior and intermediate level beastmasters and beast girls were completely vulnerable. Too weak, not even worthy enough for me to use my skills. Escape! The middle-aged man forced his spiritual energy to circulate, spat out a mouthful of blood, and retreated with difficulty. But his legs seemed to be filled with lead, and every step was extremely slow, as if heavy stones were tied to them. Escape? Can you escape? The wind blew and heads fell to the ground. The acting head of the Wang family died within 3 minutes of taking office. Fear enveloped everyone's heart, and in desperation, the Wang family members knelt down one after another and begged for mercy. Shen Tian ignored him and showed no intention of stopping. The Wang family had sent people to Yunlan City many times before, which invisibly angered Shen Tian. When they decided to kill Lai Longzhong, the Wang family had already been wiped out. Being soft-hearted is not Shen Tian's character. The golden spear shuttled through the crowd, constantly reaping lives. In an instant, the entire Wang family screamed. The smell of blood spread outward and soon spread. The Fong family, which occupied the other half of Lanwu, already knew that a brutal battle was breaking out in the Wang family. The head of the Fong family summoned the family leaders and they were gathering in the ancestral hall to discuss matters. What the hell is going on? Who the hell attacked the Wang family? Could it be the Sun family from Longkou? They and the Wang family are sworn enemies. It could also be the Zheng family. I heard that the young master of the Wang family took advantage of the Zheng family's daughter and then turned around and denied it. It's also possible that the Ouyang family owns Longkou alone. They're extremely ambitious. If they destroy the Wang family, they might destroy us. Chapter 33, The Response of the Dragon Family. Be quiet. Amidst the discussion, the phone of the head of the Fong family rang. Hey, Patriarch Ouyang, what can I do for you? Master Fong, look at what you've done. Longzhong City has just been stabilized, and you're already attacking the Wang family. Is that okay? Fuck. Brother Ouyang,
You can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. What evidence do you have to say that my Fong family is responsible? I really want to know who did it. The head of the Fong family was furious. You can't just put the blame on others. Not you? Of course it's not me. Why don't you ask the Sun and Zhang families? They both have conflicts with the Wang family. After a brief exchange, the two family heads hung up the phone. Master, what do you say? The Wang family is in chaos right now. We need to take some action.
Send someone closer to investigate first, and at the same time mobilize manpower to respond to my orders at any time.
At the Longyang Sun family, the head of the Sun family hung up the call from the head of the Ouyang family. Master, do you know who attacked the Wang family? Have no idea. Patriarch Sun shook his head. It's not the Ouyang family, nor the Fong family. If it was the Zhang family next door, we should have noticed it. That's strange.
The only ones who dare to attack the Wang family are our 5 great families.
Who else could it be? No matter who it is, this is a golden opportunity. If the Wang family is gone, the vacant land will be ownerless. Gather your men immediately and attack the Wang family. Take as much as you can. Yes, sir. The Zhang family, also in Longyang, also had their top executives gathered. The head of the Zhang family hung up the phone and immediately gave orders. Gather all the disciples in the clan, go to Langwu, and destroy the Wang family. Master, aren't we being a bit hasty? We don't even know who's attacking the Wang family. Does it matter?
I've been fed up with those bastards from the Wang family for a long time. Especially that little bastard from the Wang family. He took advantage of my daughter and now he refuses to admit it after pulling up his pants.
I must avenge this vengeance. No matter who is attacking the Wang family, my Zhang family will lend a hand.
The Wang family was in chaos, causing a stir in Longzhong.
The 4 great families all took action.
The Fong family, which is closest to the Wang family, has already received the latest news.
Master, the person we sent to investigate has sent back a video. Let him out. Projected on the big screen, the bloody battle in the Wang family came into view. The senior executives of the Fong family looked at each other in bewilderment. In the picture, 1 man and 4 women are wandering around the Wang family's house. Wherever he passed, members of the Wang family died on the spot. What's weird is that the Wang family didn't resist. To be precise, there is no ability to resist. Fang Dingshan, the head of the Fong family, narrowed his eyes and stared at the beast armor of Shen Tian and his group in the picture. 5 people killed the Wang family without any chance of fighting back?
I'm afraid the strength of these people is above advanced level.
When did such a powerful person appear among the dragons? And we know nothing about it? It's terrible. If the Wang family is destroyed and these people target us, it will be disastrous. Elders, don't you think that woman looks familiar?
The young master of the Fong family spoke, pointing at Chu Baining in the picture.
Big star Chu Baining, I heard she's the daughter of the Chu family. Hiss. Everyone took a deep breath and had some guesses in their minds. The Chu family's daughter is here. Could it be that the Chu family wants to destroy the Wang family? Not good.
Son, quickly gather the clansmen and ask them one by one whether the demon beast had offended the Chu family before it revived.
Or, has anyone made any negative remarks about Chu Baining on a public platform? The Wang family's current disaster is definitely related to Chu Baining. Investigate immediately. Fang Dingshan gave the order in one breath, and just as he took a breath, he hurriedly added. Let those who are trying to gather information withdraw, to avoid misunderstandings. Yes, son, I'll do it right away. I hope it has nothing to do with my family, God bless you.
The Wang family, a one-sided crushing, is nearing its end. All members of the Wang family were killed without exception.
As for those who worked for the Wang family, Shen Tian naturally did not let them go. Hundreds of people fell in a pool of blood. This war to annihilate an entire family was much easier than imagined. Absolute level suppression is the key to victory. To survive in the end times, you still have to rely on your strength. Someone is approaching, coming from Longyang. Someone is approaching from Longkou.
Ymir has the strongest mental power among the few people, and she released her mental power from the beginning of the battle. The people who were originally investigating us have all withdrawn.
Interesting. They must be from other families. Are they here to help the Wang family? Not necessarily. Shen Tian shook his head. There has always been intrigue and profit first among the aristocratic families.
The demise of the Wang family is naturally a good thing for them.
If one person eats less, you can always eat more. Let's go. Meet them later. The five of them set off and quickly arrived outside the Wang family residence. The first to arrive was the Zhang family.
The head of the Zhang family led a team of people and rushed over in a hurry. When he saw Shen Tian and the other four, he immediately waved his hand to stop moving forward. He glanced at the Wang family residence and saw that there was no movement inside. He knew immediately that the battle was over.
Without waiting for the head of the Zhang family to speak, Shen Tian asked first. Who are you? What are you doing here? Are you looking for trouble? Ahem. You've misunderstood, young friend. I'm Zhang Zhan, the patriarch of the Zhang family.
I heard someone was attacking the Wang family, so I came to help.
It was you who destroyed the Wang family?
As soon as Zhang Zhan finished speaking, a voice as loud as a bell rang out.
A group of people stopped to the right side of the Wang family residence.
The leading man had a square face and was full of aura as he stood there. His face was intimidating without even being angry, and he had the demeanor of a head of the family. Next to the man was a pair of young women who looked exactly the same, both with good looks and figures.
Twin. Shen Tian's eyes lit up, and his divine eyes swept over the two women. The light in his eyes became brighter. Both are SSS-level, and they don't have a contract yet. My dear, isn't it a bit rude to stare at my two daughters like this?
Sorry, I was indeed rude. I hope that Patriarch Long Xiao will forgive me.
Do you recognize me? That's how we got to know each other. After checking Long Zhao's information, Shen Tian naturally knew his name.
Another group of people arrived late, but their number was obviously smaller than the other two. The last to arrive was the Sun family, which occupied half of Longyang's land.
As soon as he arrived in Lanwu, he immediately sent people to seize the Wang family's original territory and property.
After glancing at the leader of the Sun family, Shen Tian lost all good feelings towards him. The Wang family was wiped out, and we, the major families, need a reason.
The reason is simple.
The five of us had a grudge against the Wang family, so we destroyed them.
5 people? Everyone present from the 3 great families was shocked.
I originally thought that these 5 people were just representatives waiting for them here. Unexpectedly, there were only 5 people who destroyed the Wang family.
Long Zhao's expression became serious.
Only 5 people destroyed the huge Wang family.
They should not be underestimated.
My friend, Long Zhong is only able to maintain stability through the combined efforts of our 5 great families. Now that you have annihilated the Wang family, disrupting the hard-earned balance, I'm afraid a new bloody war will ignite.
Master Long Xiao, you are too serious. With me, Shen Tian, here, who dares to start a bloody fight?
The Pegasus golden spear suddenly stabbed the ground, and gravel flew everywhere under his feet.
From today on, I, Shen Tian, will take over the Wang family's territory.
Anyone who refuses to obey can first ask the Pegasus golden spear in my hand if it agrees. If anyone dares to make a move on my territory, don't blame me for turning my back on them.
If I can wipe out the Wang family, I can wipe out other families too. Who do you think you are, you little brat? You just arrived at Longzhong and you want to ride on our heads and shit on us? Chapter 34, Any opinions? It seems that Patriarch Sun is very dissatisfied with me.
Shen Tian raised his eyebrows, his eyes fixed on the head of the Sun family. He quietly clenched the Pegasus golden spear in his hand, and murderous aura instantly spread out. Longzhong is the Longzhong among my 5 great families. Even if the Wang family is destroyed, it is not your turn to interfere. My Sun family does not agree with you taking over the Wang family's territory, and other families will not agree with you taking over either.
If you know what's good for you, get out of here. The patriarch of the Sun family was full of energy and belief that with the 3 major families present today, no matter how strong Shen Tian was, could he still go against the 3 major families? After all, he was just a young man who had just arrived in his youth and had never experienced a beating. If you put some pressure on it, it will be obedient. Haha, Patriarch Sun seems to have misunderstood. I'm taking over the Wang family's affairs not by discussing it with you, but by informing you. I don't need your consent. Since you are not happy about it, then the position of the Sun family's patriarch should be replaced by someone else. Brush. The Pegasus golden spear thrust across, and Shen Tian left the ground. He rushed forward in one leap and in less than a breath, he arrived in front of the head of the Sun family. Phew!
The gun blade pierced his chest, and the head of the Sun family's eyes were wide open with anger. He reached out to grab Shin Tian's collar and said in disbelief, "You, how dare you? You're about to die, and you're still talking so much bullshit." Shin Tian kicked the Sun family patriarch away and stood with a gun in his hand. He swept a fierce look over the Sun family members and shouted angrily,
"Who else has any opinions?" Everyone in the Sun family was silent, not daring to make a sound. "You have taken over my territory without my permission.
If the Sun family wants to avoid being exterminated, bring 50,000 spirit stones. If we don't see the spirit stone before nightfall, the Sun family will completely disappear from the dragon world.
Get out."
This remark frightened everyone so much that they turned around and fled in panic. Shin Tian acted so quickly that the Sun family had no reaction. What's even more daring is that he dared to kill the head of the Sun family in broad daylight.
None of the two heads of the Zhang and Long families present showed up.
This made the Sun family, which had lost its head, panic and lose its backbone, so they had to flee in embarrassment.
"Master Zhang, what about you?"
The golden spear pointed directly at Zhang Zhan. "My friend, please don't misunderstand me. My Zhang family has been here to help from the beginning.
Whoever destroys the Wang family will be my help.
As for who will own the Wang family's territory, my Zhang family will not get involved.
If you want it, just take it for yourself."
Oh, by the way, I remember that when I left, the kitchen had cooked soup.
If I didn't go back, it would have boiled dry. Please allow me to go first and visit you another day."
Zhang Zhan bowed, called out to the Zhang family disciples, and immediately left Longwu.
Now, only the Long family is left on the field. "Master Long Shao, what about you?"
As long as the balance of the dragon is not broken, you can do as you please, my friend.
"Let's go."
After saying that, Long Shao ordered a retreat.
"Please stay. Master Long, how about we have a chat?"
Oh?
What were we talking about? Let's talk about the future of the Long family. The head of the Long family shouldn't just think about the land in Longzhong in his life.
Long Shao narrowed his eyes and looked at Shin Tian for a moment.
"Okay, let's talk."
Immediately, Long Shao turned around and gave a few instructions. The people of the Long family were still guarding outside. He only brought 3 beast girls and the pair of twin sisters. The group entered Wang's house and saw corpses lying everywhere. More, Xiaoji, go out and hire some people to clean up properly. After wiping out the Wang family, everything belonging to the Wang family was naturally taken into his pocket. With such a large business, it is naturally not difficult to hire some ordinary people to clean it. In the end times, a piece of steamed bun can be exchanged for a beautiful young model. After choosing a clean room, Shin Tian and Long Shao sat opposite each other.
"I wonder if Mr. Shin has any advice for me. I'm all ears."
"Have your 2 daughters sign a contract with me, and I will ensure that your Long family prospers in the future."
"Asshole."
Long Shao flew into a rage on the spot. "You scoundrel, how dare you set your sights on my 2 daughters?
Did you get the position of patriarch like me through some backdoor?" "Master Long, please don't worry. Do you know this person next to me?"
Raising his finger and pointing at Chu Baining, Long Shao shook his head in confusion.
"Chu Baining."
At this time, one of the twins behind Long Shao spoke.
"Menjie, do you know her?" "Of course I know her.
She's the famous star I'm chasing after, and she's also the daughter of the Chu family."
"Are you sure?" "Dad, when have I ever lied to you?"
Long Zhao's anger subsided a little, and he looked at Shin Tian back and forth.
Why would the eldest daughter of the Chu family follow this young man?
Apparently, the 2 of them even signed a contract.
What kind of talent does it take to make the eldest daughter of the Chu family willing to submit to him? Could it be SSS-level? "Master Long, the demonic beasts have revived, and the end of the world has arrived."
In today's world, order has long since collapsed.
The only iron rule is the size of the fist.
If the Long family produces several top-notch experts, the status of the Long family and Long country will naturally rise. I think the 2 daughters of the Long family have not yet finalized the contract with the Beastmaster.
It must be you who did it on purpose. Even to the outside world, they deliberately declared that the Long family had no SSS level. Indeed, a double SSS level weapon would surely arouse fear. How did you see through it?
My innate skill, the divine vision eye, can see through everything.
That's how I learned the name of Patriarch Long. It's an interesting skill, but it's not very useful.
Long Shao was not wrong.
The effect of the spiritual vision pupil in actual combat was far less than that of some powerful auxiliary skills.
I have more than one innate skill, Patriarch Long. Your noble family should have a clear understanding of beast masters and beast mothers.
Have you ever heard of someone possessing 10 innate skills upon their first awakening? 10 innate skills. This is impossible. Aren't innate skills awakened one level at a time? Abundant spiritual power. Blessings from the god of war. Life heals.
In front of Long Xiao, Shen Tian used his 3 innate skills in succession.
Is this enough? Including the spiritual vision, there are 4 innate skills.
The Chu family's daughter signed a contract with me.
Do you think it's possible without the Chu family's permission? Shen Tian moved out of the Chu family again, further shaking Long Xiao.
As one of the top 4 families in Dragon Country, it is impossible for the Chu family to invest in an unknown kid for no reason. Based on the information provided by Patriarch Long, it should be clear what the current level of the strongest person officially trained by the Dragon Nation is.
Let me ask you, have you ever reached the level of a general? What do you mean? Could it be that you are already a general?
The beast armor was released, and pressure descended on the house.
Long Xiao felt a tightness in his chest and almost couldn't breathe.
Beast armor, exclusive to the war general level, and I'm not the only one. After saying that, Ma Qian and Chu Binding behind him released their beast armors.
Those two who just left, are they also at the general level?
Long Xiao spoke with difficulty. The scene before him was really unbelievable to him.
Nature. Shen Tian nodded. I've said everything I need to say. Now I'll leave it to Patriarch Long and the 2 beauties to decide. Friendshin, I still have a question and would like to ask you. Speak.
Even with the whole nation's efforts, we still haven't trained a general-level warrior.
How did you do it? This is the secret of my other innate skill. I can't tell Patriarch Long yet. After all, I have shown enough sincerity. Patriarch Long can't just not express anything. Chapter 35, Ice and Fire Dragon Girl.
After saying so much with such earnest words, Shen Tian has done his best. As for how to choose, leave it to Long Xiao and the 2 girls.
Shen Tian didn't care what the result was.
Anyway, it was his Long family who missed out. In the vast Dragon Country, there are more than just these 2 beast girls with SSS-level talents.
I am willing to make a contract with you. Sister, don't you think about it?
No, I trust my judgment.
Following him is definitely the best choice. Many, have you thought it through?
Once you sign the contract, you won't be able to regret it unless he dies.
Father, I'm sure. Long Mingy stepped out and said, let's sign the contract. Well, you have good taste.
The book of contract was condensed, and Long Mingy did not hesitate at all. She immediately pressed her fingerprint and completed the signing of the contract.
Since my sister has signed, I'll sign too. Hey Mengjie, you. Dad, stop pretending. You're obviously moved by what you said. How long do you have to pretend?
You should know that if you miss this opportunity, you'll never get it again. Long Mingjie winked playfully and jumped in front of Shen Tian.
Come on. I'm ready.
These sisters, apart from their similar appearance, have very different personalities. My elder sister, Long Mingy, awakened the fierce Dragon Emperor, but she has a cold personality. But her younger sister, Long Mingjie, awakened the extreme cold Dragon Emperor, but she has a playful and lively personality. These 2 sisters are really contrasting.
The contract has been signed and the information column has been updated.
Shen Tian narrowed his eyes slightly, paused for a moment at the contract sharing skills column, raised the corners of his mouth slightly, and thought to himself that it was interesting.
Ahem. Both daughters have completed the contract.
Long Xiao coughed twice and stood up to express his opinion. Since my 2 daughters have chosen to sign a contract with Shen Xiaoyu, from now on, my Long family will absolutely fully support Shen Xiaoyu. If you need anything in the future, just ask. Master Long and the 2 beauties are willing to trust me. I will definitely not let you down. Before sunset today, I will give Master Long a surprise. Oh? What's the surprise? When the sun sets, Patriarch Long will know. It's too early to say it. If it's not completed, it will be somewhat embarrassing. Let us wait until sunset to leave some room for maneuver. Bai Ning, you stay here and wait for Moore and the others to come back, and then we'll clean up the Wang family's house inside and out. The Wang family's previous assets will be left to you to decide. I believe in your ability as the daughter of the Chu family.
Sister Kuin, and the other two, please come with me out of the city. Master Lon, please do as you please. After finishing the instructions, Shen Tian took the three women away.
Ma Qian transformed into a holy light Pegasus, and Shen Tian rode on the horse's back and soared into the sky.
Long Mingyi and Long Mingjie each transformed into a beast girl form.
A pair of dragon horns glowed gradually, and they walked through the air and headed straight for the sky. After leaving Longzhong City, the group galloped across the wilderness.
Hey, Shen Tian, where are you taking us? Brush advanced tasks. The advanced tasks for beast girls are similar.
It's nothing more than reaching the required level, killing a certain number of monsters, and acquiring new skills.
The level problem is the easiest to solve.
Shen Tian now has plenty of spirit beads. As for acquiring skills, a lot of spiritual bones were harvested when killing the monsters in Yunlan Mountain and Wushan. All of them have skills suitable for both women, so it is enough to just complete the monster mission.
Well, it's just ahead.
You two are both at the intermediate first level now, and your combat power is not weak.
Come on. Show it off.
Pointing at a group of monsters not far away, Shen Tian said lightly.
Show it, sister, let me go first.
Long Mingjie flew forward, holding an ice dragon sword in his hand. A dragon roar erupted from its mouth, and the temperature in the air dropped rapidly.
The monsters below all looked up at the sky.
Long Mingjie held the sword downwards, and like a meteor, he fell into the group of monsters.
Absolute zero.
The accompanying skill was used, and large flakes of snow fell from the sky. As a result, the ground quickly froze. In a short while, more than 1,000 monsters were frozen and turned into ice sculptures.
Burst. Click, click, click.
The ice shattered, and the frozen monsters were scattered all over the ground. There was no trace of blood, and these monsters had been torn into pieces. The blazing sun explodes in flames. The originally icy temperature rose rapidly. In just a few breaths, Shen Tian seemed to have experienced the change of 4 seasons. In the sky, Long Mingyi stood proudly with a sword in hand. There was a scorching sun spinning on the tip of the sword, and the extreme high temperature was released from the scorching sun that she had condensed. With a cold shout, the fierce dragon sword in his hand pierced through the fierce sun. The dragon's roar echoed in the sky, and the fireballs left by the explosion of the scorching sun turned into illusory fire dragons, smashing down towards another group of monsters. The raging fire covered a large area of the plain, and the monsters wailed under the scorching flames.
Destroy.
The clear drink is pleasant to the ears, and the fire burns even more fiercely. The fire dragon swept through the burning grass, leaving behind a pile of ashes that drifted away in the wind.
The accompanying skills of the two women are both top-notch. Absolute Zero, in addition to ice control, can also destroy the enemy in an instant.
The fiery sun explosion is a powerful high-temperature attack that comes with a fear effect, first shocking the opponent and then killing them. Both of these two skills are group attack type.
Continue. Shen Tian snapped his fingers and sat on horseback to watch the show. The two large-scale killing moves have already caused a sensation in the vast plains outside Longzhong City. More and more monsters are gathering madly. There are quite a few high-level monsters approaching. Aren't you afraid that something might happen to them?
But Sister Ian, you don't know that these two girls still have a trump card that they haven't used yet.
Oh? A powerful killer move? Very impressive. Better than me?
Sister Queen, there's no need to argue about this kind of thing.
Oof. Without saying anything more, Ma Qian looked back and forth between the two women. These two newly contracted beast girls are not inferior to Bai Muir, Chu Baining, and others in terms of appearance and figure.
And his own combat power is also quite terrifying.
Invisibly, Ma Qian's sense of crisis intensified again.
Since the joining of the three women, Ma Qian has never felt such a serious sense of crisis. But the Long sisters are different.
Twin sisters are the dream of countless men.
And she is a dragon girl, so the temptation is even greater.
After all, what man doesn't want to be a dragon rider? Ice explosion.
Among the group of monsters, Long Mingjie moved quickly and killed the monsters without using a sword.
Wherever it passed, large flakes of snow fell on the monsters.
After the distance was far enough, the monsters exploded on the spot and died in a horrible way.
Shen Tian nodded secretly.
This skill was good, especially when used in snowy weather. It was extremely confusing. Looking to the other side, Long Mingyi was also charging into the group of monsters. A large number of monsters rushed over from all directions and trapped Long Mingyi in the middle. Long Mingyi was not at all flustered and stabbed the ground with the fierce dragon sword in her hand. The fire from the ground is rising to the sky. The earth trembled, and pillars of fire broke out of the ground. A large number of monsters were blown into the air by the pillar of fire. The scorching hot pillar of fire penetrated the monster's body, and the extremely fierce fire roasted its skin and flesh in an instant. The air was filled with the smell of barbecue.
Great breakout skills, not bad. Next, it's time to use your trump card.
Fierce battles continued, and powerful monsters were gradually attracted. In Shintian's sight, there were already more than a dozen high-level monsters, mixed in with the middle and low-level monsters, approaching the two women little by little.
Younger sister.
Long Mingyi obviously noticed something and shouted, and Long Mingjie, who was fighting, quickly came over.
Chapter 36, Ice and Fire, Two Dragons Playing with a Pearl.
Outside Longzhong City, on the endless plain. The two women were fighting more and more among the group of monsters, and a large number of monsters began to gather. Some beast masters and beast girls outside the city were attracted by the sudden movement. Those who are a little stronger pretend to be brave and come closer to observe. The weak ones ran back to Longzhong City and stood on the city wall to watch.
It's the twin dragon girls of the Long family. Goodness! Are they really going to die?
They're making such a big noise.
Aren't they afraid of attracting a wave of beasts?
We just heard that the Wang family was destroyed, and the second daughter of the Long family is causing this commotion outside the city.
If the beast tide really comes, I'm afraid we're all doomed.
The last time the beasts were in trouble, the 5 great families joined forces to repel them. This time, without the Wang family, it will be difficult.
The Wang family was destroyed? When did it happen? Which family was responsible? The Long family?
I heard it wasn't him. It was someone named Shintian who brought 4 beast girls and wiped out the Wang family.
Nonsense. 5 people destroyed the Wang family. It's the biggest joke in the world. Hey, isn't that person Shintian?
When a disciple from a noble family spoke, everyone's eyes immediately focused on Shintian.
Shintian was completely unaware of everyone's discussions and stared at the dragon girl twins below.
There are more than 20 high-level monsters gathered, and Shintian is starting to feel a little worried. After all, the two women were only at the intermediate first level, and it was still very difficult for them to face high-level monsters.
20 heads at once is extremely dangerous.
Shintian was already prepared, and immediately rushed to the rescue after the two women had performed their killing moves.
Here I come.
Marco Wien spoke, and the gathered high-level monsters seemed to have reached a consensus and attacked the two women at the same time.
The two people fighting below were back to back, their pupils flashing. Sister, do it. Great. I can finally use it in actual combat.
The two women turned around, hugged each other, and the 2 sharp swords in their hands soared into the sky. In an instant, snowflakes were flying all over the sky and flames were burning on the ground. Ice and fire intertwined, and the two women disappeared.
Fusion skills.
Shintian's eyes lit up, and in the world of ice and fire in his vision, an ice and fire dragon ball was born. The 2 sharp swords that rushed into the sky transformed into 2 giant dragons, swooping down from the sky. The twin dragons of ice and fire surrounded the dragon ball, and the dragon roars echoed across the plain.
Ice and fire, 2 dragons playing with a pearl.
The dragon head opened its mouth and bit the dragon ball at the same time. The dazzling light radiated outwards rapidly. Ice and fire, 2 elements that complement and counteract each other, constantly collide and merge, generating a huge energy shock that spreads for thousands of meters. The 20 nearest high-level monsters were all enveloped.
With his spiritual vision pupils opened, Shintian stared intently at the ground below.
The spiritual power of the two women dropped rapidly, and in a short time, it reached the bottom.
As the spiritual power was completely consumed, the power of this move also reached its limit. Rumble.
Ice and fire intertwined, like mushroom-like clouds, exploding on the plains. The shadows of 2 giant dragons circled up into the sky, reaching the top of the blue sky, then coiled around each other and slammed down into the ground.
Rumble. The last wave of explosions echoed, the earth continued to tremble, and everyone in Longzhong City looked shocked. So strong. I'm afraid no dragon can resist this move. No monster under the cover of ice and fire will be spared. The second daughter of the Long family is so terrifying. The aftermath rippled in circles, spreading across the entire plain. Such a big commotion naturally alarmed the entire Longzhong City.
The top leaders of the four great families all came to the city wall and witnessed the horrifying scene on the plain.
Long Xiao frowned. How did this move get exposed? What on earth was Shen Tian going to do? Master Long, you really have a hidden ace up your sleeve.
He opened his mouth and hinted at something.
In my opinion, the two daughters of Patriarch Long are probably not SS level, but SSS level. Patriarch Fang guessed correctly, it's true. At this point, Long Xiao no longer had any need to hide anything and could just talk about it. Fang Dingshan narrowed his eyes slightly. After using this move, the spiritual power should be gone. Master Long, don't you want to take action? Need not.
Long Xiao waved his hand and said, my daughter has signed a contract with Shen Tian.
With Shen Tian here, nothing will happen.
After hearing this, Fang Dingshan noticed that there was a young man riding on a Pegasus above the two girls of the Long family. Looking closely, it was Shen Tian.
This move is really terrifying.
Above the sky, Shen Tian said softly. Although I had guessed it a long time ago, the shock I felt after seeing it with my own eyes was different.
Good.
She's worthy of being the woman that Shen Tian has set his eyes on.
What do you mean by your women?
They are just the beast girls you contracted.
Ma Qian retorted hastily, and his sense of crisis intensified once again. The appearance of the second girl may threaten her position. No. I was here first. Tonight, sovereignty must be asserted.
The aftermath slowly dissipated, and the two daughters of the Long family collapsed on the ground, gasping for breath. The first time I used this move, all my spiritual power was consumed.
However, the two women were very satisfied with the power of this move. Sister, it feels so good, I really want to do it again. No more spiritual power. Alas, what a pity.
Long Mingjie sighed, and her slightly lost face suddenly changed. She looked up at Shen Tian above and pouted.
Humph, you look at me like a fool. Now you know how powerful I am. Boom. 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 Loud tremors came from afar. Long Mingjie frowned and looked gloomy. Beast tide. It's a beast tide. Long Mingjie, who is usually calm, now has a slightly trembling voice.
In Longzhong City, everyone's faces changed drastically.
In the distance, dust billowed, and the roaring beasts were deafening.
Groups of monsters are rushing towards Longzhong.
It's a beast tide. It's over. It's over. Master Long, look at the benefits you've brought to your beloved daughter. The dragons nowadays can't withstand a second wave of beasts. The Long family must be held responsible for this beast tide.
Zheng Zhan and Fang Dingshan's faces turned pale when they saw the beast tide coming. After the second resurrection of the monsters, a beast tide broke out, which dealt a heavy blow to the entire Longzhong city. After finally repelling the beast tide and gaining a brief period of peace, we didn't expect the beast tide to happen again today. Regardless of whether the responsibility lies with the second daughter of the Long family or not, the two of them both threw the blame on the Long family. Who made your two daughters just use their ultimate skills to kill a group of monsters, and the beast tide broke out immediately?
Just consider yourself unlucky. You two, the beast tide is coming, let's work together to repel it. As for asking my Long family to take responsibility, I, Long Xiao, will accept it. In the current situation, Long Xiao had no choice. If he doesn't take the blame and the Zhang and Fang families don't cooperate to stop the beast tide, it will be impossible for his Long family alone to stop it. Humph. Gather your men immediately and prepare to march out of the city to fight. In the wilderness, Shen Tian and Ma Qian landed.
The Long sisters struggled to stand up, their faces pale and no trace of blood could be seen.
What's wrong with you? You're so exhausted, you shouldn't be in this state. The beast tide is coming. Do you know what a beast tide means? The last time a beast tide hit, Longzhong was almost destroyed. Now Longzhong's vitality hasn't recovered yet, and another beast tide has broken out. Are we finished?
The cheerful and lively Long Mingjie now has a sad face.
I don't want to die yet. I haven't had a sweet love or a boyfriend yet. Woo-woo. Can you be more ambitious? The worst that can happen is that I die in battle.
Long Mingjie shouted coldly, holding a sword and looking at the rolling tide of beasts from afar.
Don't worry, you still have a chance to fall in love. You can't die. No one can let you die without my consent. Little beast tide. Watch me kill them with a snap of my fingers. Chapter 37, The Garbage Beast Tide Just Ran Away? Abundant Spiritual Power. Two rays of light fell on the two women, and their spiritual powers were completely restored in an instant. Okay, get up and follow my instructions.
Mounting on their horses, the four of them flew through the air, heading straight towards the beast tide.
How can we stop the beast tide with just the four of us? Why not? Shen Tian asked back. Long Mingyi was speechless, her eyebrows still furrowed.
Without further explanation, Markian took Shen Tian and flew above the beast tide, then went another 300 meters deeper and stopped in mid-air.
Watch carefully.
He stretched out his hand and grasped the air, and an ice dragon sword fell into his hand.
Shen Tian's aura changed drastically in an instant. With the addition of the two women, Shen Tian's beast armor became more complete. Ice dragon armor on the left arm and fire dragon armor on the right arm.
The pressure of a general-level warrior descended from the sky, and the beast army below obviously paused for a moment. Shen Tian swung the ice dragon sword in his hand downwards and shouted angrily.
Absolute zero.
Suddenly, large flakes of snow fell from the clear sky.
The snow falls extremely fast and covers a wider area. Long Mingjia's eyes widened. Is this still my absolute zero?
This is naturally not a simple absolute zero, but the absolute zero after Shen Tian has been strengthened to the god level. Not only does it have a wider coverage, it is also faster and more powerful.
Ice spread across the earth.
30 miles ahead, all the monsters were frozen.
Burst.
With a snap of his fingers, the frozen monsters exploded one after another, from the head of the beast tied to the frozen tail. The two daughters of the Long family were stunned. With just one move, all the monsters within 30 miles were killed.
Is this something humans can do?
After this move, the beast herd was obviously in panic. The monsters that were charging forward seemed afraid to go any further. Behind the beast tide, there were roars and roars. The monsters trembled all over and charged again with roars.
Act recklessly.
He grasped the void again, and the fierce dragon sword appeared in his hand. The fiery dragon sword was raised high, and the scorching sun condensed out of thin air. Long Mingyi narrowed her eyes and tried hard to control the expression on her face. This scorching sun is so big, it is 100 times bigger than Long Mingyi's.
Taste the burning of fire.
The sword pierced the scorching sun, and fireballs shot out in all directions, turning into fire dragons that fell from the sky. A raging fire suddenly broke out, and the monsters roared wildly.
How could ordinary flesh and blood withstand the scorching sun's fire?
What's more, this was the fiery sun explosion flame unleashed by Shen Tian.
Destroy.
With a slight shout, the ground was set on fire. Within the covered area, no monster could escape and all were reduced to ashes.
After two moves, the violent monsters were completely panicked, and a large number of them turned around and fled.
The scene was in chaos. Even though the beast army was roaring from behind, it could not stop the monsters from taking action. An unwilling roar of a beast echoed, and the monsters that were still hesitating to stop began to turn around and look back.
Running away now? Shen Tian was unhappy and only used two moves. Garbage beast tide, running away now? 2 more rounds.
I haven't used my god-level enhanced version of Ice and Fire, Twin Dragons playing with a pearl yet?
The beast tide has receded? Long Mingjia's eyes were dull. Sister, is this true? The beast tide has receded? Retreat, retreat.
Long Mingyi stuttered a little and glanced at Shen Tian.
This man is so strong that a ripple of emotion rose in the girl's heart. No, we can't let them get away so easily.
Shen Tian shook his head, and Markian immediately flapped his wings and the two of them chased after him.
He's so handsome, sister, I think I'm in love. Shen Tian is almost charming me to death. You like him?
Yes,
the moment he made his move was so exciting.
Long Mingyi bit her lip with silver teeth. Shen Tian is too mysterious. He is definitely not an ordinary person, but a dragon from the 9 heavens.
You can't control such a person, sister. Sister, you talk too much.
Long Mingjia narrowed her eyes and spoke with some caution.
You don't want me to give up the idea and do it yourself. You.
Long Mingyi's cheeks flushed, and she shook her head stubbornly. Stop talking nonsense.
Humph, you've never been able to lie since you were a child. Your face always turns red when you lie. You just want to compete with me.
Long Mingjie shouted, we sisters each have our own methods, whoever succeeds first gets it.
Hey, what are you two doing? Hurry up and catch up. Shen Tian's voice came from 500 meters away. Poof.
With a soft snort, Long Mingjie chased after him.
Then it depends on your own methods. Long Mingyi gritted her teeth and followed.
After catching up with Shintian, he saw another group of monsters frozen in ice below, but Shintian did not kill them.
You too, hurry up and kill those frozen monsters.
Taking advantage of this beast tide, each of you should kill 20,000 primary monsters and 3,000 intermediate monsters. Shintian performed absolute zero while giving instructions to the two of them. Take advantage of this wave to complete all the advanced tasks related to killing monsters.
We need 2 more general level warriors. Sister Queen, push forward a little more.
Marcoine accelerated, chased for 3,000 meters, and finally spotted the figure of the general level warrior.
Shintian attacked without hesitation and captured 2 general level monsters on the spot.
After they were seriously injured, he picked up the monsters and threw them to the 2 daughters of the Long family. At this moment in Longzhong City, the aristocratic families organized their men and rushed out in a mighty force.
Not long after leaving the city, we saw the corpses of monsters all over the ground, and the ice on top had not completely melted. What's going on? Did your daughter do this? Impossible. With so many monsters, she's only at the intermediate first level, there's no way she can do it. What's going on? Long Xiao slapped his forehead and immediately thought of someone.
Shintian, it must be Shintian. The Beastmaster who shares the Beast Girl's companion skill and can cast absolute zero is also Shintian. When these words were spoken, everyone present was stunned. Especially Zhang Zhan and Fang Dingshan, besides being shocked, they were also jealous. What a shrewd Long Xiao, he took the initiative to invest in Shintian, what a shrewd man he is. The new head of the Sun family, standing aside, lowered his head in thought. Everyone, the beast tide has receded, there's no need to worry. From a distance, Shintian noticed everyone and immediately spoke across the air.
Friend Shin, Dragon City is truly lucky to have you. This time, you saved everyone in Dragon City. It's just a small favor, nothing to worry about. Patriarch Long, I have one more thing to trouble you with.
Please help clean up these monster corpses.
Don't worry, leave it to me.
Long Xiao patted his chest and made the promise, holding his head high and chest out in front of everyone, looking superior.
Everyone, please go back. You heard it too. Mr. Shin asked my Long family to help clean up the battlefield.
If you stay here and accidentally cause a misunderstanding, it will be troublesome.
Poof. Fang Dingshan flicked his sleeves, turned around, and left with the Fang family. Are there any uncontracted beast girls in the tribe? Those with good talent, a good figure, and a good appearance? Screen them immediately.
Today's matter is over, and I want to visit Mr. Shin in person. On the other side, Zhang Zhan was also indignant and took his men away.
Old thief Long, you're the only one with a daughter, right? I have one too. Master, the young lady was recently taken away by the Wang family. Fuck. Damn the Wang family, they ruined my plans.
Master, although the young lady is not suitable, there are still some beast girls in the clan who are good looking, have good figures, and are talented and do not have contracts.
Then what are you wasting time on? Gather everyone immediately and visit Mr. Shin today. Yes, sir. In the sky, Shintian looked at the retreating tide of beasts, thinking something in his mind.
The sudden beast tide seemed a little strange.
Could it be that the fusion skills of the 2 daughters of the Long family are too strong and pose too great a threat to the monsters, so they want to nip it in the bud before the 2 girls grow up? With such terrifying perception, I'm afraid there is a commander-level monster in charge. Sister Queen, chase them and go to their nest. Chapter 38, Corpse Worm, Commander Level.
Outside Longzhong City, there are 9,000 miles of fertile fields. Everything is peaceful within 1,000 miles, but outside 1,000 miles, monsters are rampant.
The deeper you go, the more powerful monsters you will find.
The huge army of beasts retreated, and above them, a meteor-like light flashed by. Riding on the horse, Shintian's eyes flashed, and his spiritual vision quickly scanned the ground below. After reaching the peak of the 9th level, the increase in speed can be said to be a qualitative change. In less than 10 minutes, they had penetrated 3,000 miles.
There's a general level monster.
Marcoine opened his mouth, and the Pegasus golden spear in his hand was already flashing with brilliance. A large number of golden spears condensed out of thin air, and a delicate cry rang out in the air. The holy light meteor arrived in an instant, and a general-level eagle-like monster rushed into the attack range. The golden spear swept across, and the eagle-like monster was covered in blood, but it let out a sharp roar stubbornly. Poof! Holy light flashed across, and the eagle's head fell to the ground.
A general-level monster died under Shintian's sword. The two cooperated very well. Ma Qian seriously injured him first, and Shin Tian was responsible for the final harvest.
But a 6th level warrior won't cause us much trouble. Looking straight ahead, there are more and more warrior level monsters on the fertile plains.
Shin Tian didn't care. The general level warrior who couldn't fly had little impact on the two of them.
Got it. The light in his eyes shone brightly, and a small hill came into view on the plain. The ice dragon sword and the fierce dragon sword were raised at the same time, and the dragon head beast armor on his shoulders shone brightly. A world of ice and fire, reaching straight into the sky.
God level enhancement.
The two swords flew together and turned into giant dragons.
Ice and fire, two dragons playing with a pearl. On. The angry dragon roar echoed in the sky.
Upon hearing the sound, the general level monsters below gathered towards the small hill. A rustling sound came from the hills.
Court death. He sneered disdainfully and waved his index finger downward.
The two dragons circled down, and the ice and fire dragon balls appeared on the hills.
On.
The dragon roars passionately, covered with ice and fire. The entire hill was placed in a world of ice and fire in an instant. The blast caused a gust of air that repelled the warrior-level monsters that gathered around.
Rumble. The continuous explosions shook the entire plain and the earth trembled. In a moment, the small hill disappeared, leaving a huge deep pit on the ground.
In this deep pit, there lay a dead giant beast.
Commander-level monster, the corpse worm.
Two swords appeared, cutting open the corpse worm's head, and an orange spirit bead began to shine. He waved his hand to call back the two swords and put the orange spirit beads into his pocket.
Let's go back to Longzhong City. Aren't these general-level monsters going to be killed? Kill it, but not now.
The pig needs to be fattened up before it can be killed, so that it will be more valuable.
Shin Tian used his spiritual vision to check the talents of these warrior-level monsters nearby.
There are more than a dozen with extremely high talents. As long as they can survive the 3 resurrections of the monsters, they will surely become commanders. The reason for keeping these monsters is naturally to wait until they become commanders and use them to help the women complete their advanced tasks. After the two left, a wriggling movement was heard from the abdomen of the corpse of the carrion worm.
Bang! The bulging abdomen exploded and a small carrion worm crawled out.
The carrion worm opened its mouth and gnawed at the flesh around its mouth. All the way back to the outside of Longzhong City, the 2 daughters of the Long family had already dealt with the frozen monster. Without staying long, he took the 2 girls back to the city. The Wang family's house has been completely cleaned, and the word Shin has been replaced on the door. As for the Wang family's other businesses, Chu Baining was in charge and Shin Tian did not ask about them.
You two, come absorb the spirit beads with me. Before sunset, I want you both to break through to the general level. After a battle outside the city, the 2 women's advancement tasks have been basically completed. The next step is to absorb the spirit beads and quickly break through.
As for Shin Tian, after killing the commander-level corpse worm, he successfully stepped into the commander level. Naturally, he seized the time to absorb the spirit beads and continue to break through. Taking out the only orange spirit bead, Shin Tian closed his eyes and absorbed it. Upgrade speed increased by 7 times, upgrade progress plus 70%. The spiritual energy contained in the orange spirit bead is already enormous, and now that it has contracted the 2 daughters of the Long family, the upgrade will give it 7 times the power. 1 orange spirit bead increased the progress by 70%, greatly shortening the speed of reaching the 2nd level. Shin Tian simply sat down in the pile of spirit beads and absorbed a handful at once. With his current strength, the spiritual energy provided by the white spirit beads is very weak, and it would be a waste of time to absorb them one at a time. Every time Shin Tian absorbed, he absorbed hundreds of them, and the key was efficiency. The 2 daughters of the Long family who were absorbing the spirit beads at the same time all showed expressions of horror after absorbing a spirit bead.
The shock brought by the 7-fold blessing was unimaginable for the 2 women.
Looking at Shin Tian again, he was absorbing the spirit beads in large quantities and couldn't help but feel hit hard.
We are all human beings, but the difference between us is so huge.
The 2 girls focused their minds and concentrated on absorbing the spirit beads, and their levels increased rapidly.
Time passed quickly. At 5:30 in the afternoon, Shin Tian opened his eyes and exhaled a breath of foul air. Level, Commander level 9. You only need to complete the advanced tasks to enter the Lord level.
I hope the monsters and the dragon are more powerful. After the monsters are revived 3 times, a Lord level monster will appear. Originally, the corpse worm was bound to become a lord level, but it was killed by Shin Tian.
Right now, we can only hope that other monsters will be more powerful.
He stood up and walked out of the storage room.
Marco In was guarding outside. Sister Ku In? Why are you here?
The heads of the 4 great families are here and are waiting for you in the reception room.
Oh? Go take a look.
He walked quickly towards the reception room, where the 4 family heads were all standing outside the door waiting. My dear Shin, I am Sun Wuxing, the patriarch of the Sun family. I have come here today to apologize to you. The actions of the previous patriarch have nothing to do with the Sun family.
He has been removed from the Sun family tree.
In addition to the 50,000 spirit beads that Qin Xiaoyu requested, the Sun family will give an additional 10,000 as compensation.
Master Sun is thoughtful. Let the past be the past. We will live in harmony from now on. This Sun Wuxing is quite sensible.
He's much more pleasing to the eye than that guy whose name I can't remember. Friend Shin, we've cleared the corpses of the monsters outside the city. Here's a list of the spirit beads we've obtained.
Please review them.
The spirit beads have been delivered. I'll have them moved in immediately. Xiaoji, take a look and give 30% to the Long family. Thank you for your hard work in cleaning up the monster corpses.
No.
Long Xiao immediately waved his hand. This is my Long family volunteering to help, no compensation required.
We are one family, so don't refuse.
Otherwise, you will not consider me, Shin, as your own. In that case, then I'd better obey your command respectfully.
Xiao Ji took the list and went to distribute the spirit beads.
Zhang Zhan and Fang Dingshan, who were standing by, were both envious. In the battle outside the city, a lot of spirit beads were harvested.
The Long family earned 30% just by cleaning up the corpses of monsters, making a fortune. Boom!
While they were talking, 2 loud noises were heard from the spirit bead storage room. Invisible pressure came towards me. Long Xiao and the others all trembled and their faces changed drastically.
Don't panic, everyone. Shin Tian spoke, mobilizing his spiritual power and easily blocking the pressure.
Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, and all their eyes were focused on the storage room. The cold and hot airwaves intertwined, and billowing white mist floated out from inside.
The second daughter of the Long family walked out gracefully.
The red and blue beast armor was the first thing that caught the eye, shocking everyone's nerves.
This, warrior level? Fang Dingshan was speechless.
He had seen Shin Tian and others use beast armor.
So, they are both at the general level?
Zhang Zhan looked at Shin Tian, as if asking a question.
That's right. Patriarch Long, I wonder if this surprise from Mr. Shin is to your liking? That's just what I wanted.
If there weren't so many people around, Long Xiao would have died of laughter. In less than a day, both daughters became generals. Chapter 39. It's raining heavily tonight and I can't sleep.
Shin Tian looked at the 2 women's beast armor and admired them in his heart.
As expected of a dragon girl or beast girl, this beast armor is really high-end and also takes her figure into consideration. The curves in each woman's body are perfectly displayed. The 2 girls walked over in unison, and as if they were in sync, they spoke at the same time.
Shin Tian, thank you. From now on, I am yours.
After saying this, both girls were stunned and their cheeks flushed at the same time.
Ahem, I've only just reached the war general level. I still have a long way to go.
I need to continue absorbing spirit beads and reach the peak of the 9th level in one go. The 2 girls nodded shyly and fled into the storage room. She looks like a beautiful girl from a small family. Marco In, who was standing behind Shin Tian, frowned slightly, bit his lips with his silver teeth, and made a secret decision. Bai Mir saw it carefully and suddenly became a little excited.
There's a show tonight. 2 patriarchs, what brings you here today? Young Master Shin is now a powerful figure among dragons.
My Zhang family has come to visit him. As a token of our sincerity, we have specially gifted him 10,000 spirit beads.
Me too. Fang Dingshan glared at Zhang Zhan, how dare this bastard take the lead? Our Fang family sent 20,000 spirit beads. My Zhang family sent more than just spiritual beads. Snap. 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 Behind Zhang Zhan, 20 young women walked out.
These are all women from the younger generation of my Zhang family who admire Shin Xiaoyu. Their figures and looks are not inferior to those of celebrities. They have all awakened beast girls, the worst is C-level, the highest is SS-level, all handed over to Shin Xiaoyu.
Cut. Fan Dingshan curled his lips in disdain, turned his head and snapped his fingers. 2 trucks drove up, and the women standing on them had different styles, but each one was top-notch. This is our family's sincerity. 2 trucks, Xin Xiaoyu, please do as you please. Grass. Zhang Zhan gritted his teeth in anger. You bastard, you always want to put yourself above me. Friendshin, there are some women in my Zhang family who admire you and are on their way here. It seems that our Fong family is gone? In fact, there are many women in my Sun family who admire Xin Xiaoyu. What the fuck? Shen Tian was speechless. These family heads were a bit too enthusiastic. Family heads, I think you must have some misunderstandings. I, Shen Tian, am not what you think. You should send these girls back. As for the spirit pearl, I will accept it. From now on in Longzhong, we should help each other and not do anything behind each other's backs. With so many beauties, Shen Tian doesn't dare to accept them all. A group of people just died in the Wang family's house. The place is already filled with yin energy, and now with so many women coming, what will happen? Well, Bining, I still have things to do. Please negotiate with the other family heads. Can't be entangled, just moisten it. After Shen Tian left, the others did not stay for long. After a brief greeting, they left. As for those beauties, goodbye to them all. Shen Tian hid in his room, watched everyone leave, and breathed a sigh of relief. Being surrounded by so many beauties every day, one day I will lose control. By then, I'm afraid my kidneys won't be able to bear it. The sun sets in the west and night falls. After dinner, Shen Tian took a shower and lay down on the bed to rest. Outside the door, Marco hesitated for a long time, with a complicated expression, and could not make up his mind. He hesitated and took a step back, and suddenly the images of the 2 daughters of the Long family appeared in his mind. No! Marco groaned. You can't back down, be brave. After repeated encouragement, Ma Qian raised his hand and finally knocked on the door. Here I come. Shen Tian opened the door and stuck his head out. Sister Ku Yin, is there something wrong? Go inside and talk. Good. Bang. The door was closed and the door next door was tightly closed. Ymir took a deep breath, wrapped herself in a bathrobe, and leaned against the smooth wall, her heart pounding. I can't sleep tonight. On the other side, Ma Qian entered Shen Tian's room and locked the door. Shen Tian lay carelessly on the bed, stretched lazily, and felt tired. I've been busy all day and I'm feeling sleepy now. Sister Ku Yin, tell me, what's the matter? Us. Marco's cheeks flushed with shame and he found it difficult to speak. She simply stopped talking and let her dress fall to the ground. Hiss. Shen Tian's eyes widened. If you say that, I won't be sleepy anymore. Can. Don't talk. The next day, the sun was already high in the sky and it was past noon. It's dawn. Marco groaned awake and pushed the head off his chest. Fuck. It's already 12 o'clock. After checking the time, Shen Tian pulled back the quilt. Sister Ku Yin, get up quickly. You bastard. He grabbed the quilt and covered himself with it, then Ma Qian buried his face in it. Why are you so shy? Get lost. I'm hungry. Then get up, wash up, and go eat. Ma Qian's momentum weakened, it hurts. I can't get out of bed. Where does it hurt? Shen Tian tilted his head, his face full of confusion. Asshole, you're asking even though you already know the answer. I'm starving. Go get something to eat. Shen Tian smiled evilly and reached out to tuck the quilt for Marco Yin. I guess it's past lunchtime now. How about a bowl of noodles with some sausage? Okay. Ma Qian nodded. I don't want the intestines anymore, I'm tired of eating them. Okay. After getting out of bed and washing up, Shen Tian put on his clothes. This is my first time. I know, the sheets are red. I want you to always remember that it was me who came first. Got it. I'll never forget it even if you kill me. You can sleep a little longer. I'll cook a bowl of noodles and come over. After opening the door, Shen Tian felt refreshed. It is still necessary to vent your anger appropriately. Squeak. The door at the side opened and Ymir walked out with dark circles under her eyes. Moore? You just woke up too? You have such dark circles under your eyes. What did you do last night? It's all because of you.
Bai Mir immediately shut up halfway through her words.
Because of me?
No, you heard it wrong.
Bang! Turn around and close the door, all in one go. It's inexplicable.
You stayed up late by yourself.
What does it have to do with me?
I went downstairs to the kitchen, but the other girls were not there.
Shintian simply cooked some noodles and beat 2 eggs.
In about 10 minutes, the hot egg noodles came out of the oven. I filled 2 bowls of noodles and returned to the room. Marcoine put on his clothes and continued to lie on the bed.
Noodles are here. How about trying my cooking?
Makian picked up the bowl, slurped a mouthful of noodles, and drank 2 sips of soup.
Well, just barely enough. Is this barely acceptable? You're far behind me.
Okay, then next time, Sister Kuin will cook noodles for me.
I want to see how good your cooking skills are. Humph, don't even think about it. I won't cook noodles for you. One thing you say, one thing you mean. Shut up. Eat your meal.
A bowl of noodles, eaten without saying a word.
Have a good rest today. If you need anything, just leave it to me. Yeah, I'm sleepy. Let me take a nap.
Feeling sleepy after a full meal, Marcoine lay back down in bed. Shintian collected the dishes and turned up the temperature in the room before leaving. After going downstairs to wash the dishes and pots, Xiao Ji hurried in. The head of the Longshao family is here.
He has something important to discuss with you. It has something to do with the authorities. Official? Okay, I'll be right there. Chapter 40, Demon Slayer Guild.
In the reception room, Long Xiao had been waiting for a long time.
Master Long, is there something urgent so early in the morning? It's urgent. What happened? Tell me.
I received official news early this morning.
Oh? Sit down and talk, Xiao Ji, bring the tea. No need for tea.
Long Xiao waved his hand and continued speaking.
The authorities are establishing a demon-slaying guild and are asking families from all cities to assist.
I was the one they found in Longzhong.
Shintian naturally knew about the Demon Slayer Guild.
In the late stage of the revival of monsters in the previous life, monster-slaying guilds were spread across various cities.
Most of these demon-slaying guilds are controlled by aristocratic families.
According to the official intention, Patriarch Long can be established, but the other 3 families won't go against the official. Even if there are obstacles, I will still take action, so just rest assured, Patriarch Long. I'm not afraid of the other 3, but the position of the president of the Demon Slayer Guild was parachuted in by the government.
Moreover, whoever parachutes in will bring a group of people to settle in Longzhong. Only half of the spots in the entire Demon Slayer Guild will be left for our 4 major families.
I see, Patriarch Long is worried about losing control of Longzhong, right?
That's right. Long Xiao nodded without hesitation.
The Long family has lived in Longzhong for generations, and no matter which period, they are absolutely the top existence. At the moment, the most important thing is that someone wants to share a piece of the pie. The biggest worry is that someone will take control away from you.
One more thing, about you.
After the official news came, I received a call from the parachuted-in president, who specifically asked to see you.
What? Shen Tian was shocked. This news was not good. How would the authorities know his whereabouts?
I have only been in Longzhong for 1 day.
Could it be that the authorities have already noticed me a long time ago?
The government has put all its efforts into training strong individuals, but currently only 100 have reached the advanced level. Xin Xiaoyu has already reached the peak of his military prowess, and he has probably already aroused the official sphere. This parachuted-in Demon Slayer Guild leader is probably here to test whether you pose a threat.
It's possible.
In the end times, everything depends on strength. But too much strength will also cause unrest.
For example, on the official side, an uncontrolled strongman may bring about a devastating disaster at any time.
The best way, of course, is to take control of it yourself.
What does Patriarch Long mean?
Friendshin, you shouldn't be someone who lives under someone else's roof and is controlled by others.
Of course not. Then I suggest you leave Longzhong.
With your strength, even if you wander in the wilderness, the monsters won't be able to do anything to you.
Well, I'll think about it.
I will go back to the Long family first and prepare a batch of supplies for Mr. Shin.
If you choose to leave, you can leave immediately. Thank you.
After sending Long Xiao away, Shin Tian called Chu Baining and asked her to contact the Chu family.
Considering the Chu family's influence in the official circles, they should know something.
The establishment of the Demon Slayer Guild was definitely not a decision made on a whim. It must have been the result of careful consideration by the authorities. Including the presidents of the Demon Slayer Guild sent to various places, they should also be carefully selected.
The Chu family must know something about this president, Lei Longzhong.
How do you say that?
After hanging up the phone, Shen Tian immediately asked.
My dad said not to worry, just stay in the dragon.
What else? No more. Regarding the leader of the Demon Slayer Guild who was sent to Longzhong, have you inquired about his news? Dad said it's a secret and he won't tell me no matter what.
But he told you not to worry, he won't pose any threat to you.
Your father must know something.
Shen Tian narrowed his eyes slightly, but he was not overly worried about it. Now he has reached the 9th level of perfection, and as long as it is not a large-scale high-tech killing weapon, he will not be afraid at all. Judging from the current situation, large-scale weapons will not be used.
Unless, the entire Dragon City will be abandoned.
According to my memories from my previous life, Longzhong City was developing very well. However, Shen Tian has changed too much in this new life, which may trigger a butterfly effect and destroy the entire Longzhong City.
Since your father said so, then wait. Where are the others? I left the city to kill monsters.
The Long sisters said they felt bad for using so many spirit beads in vain, so they went out to kill monsters.
Tell them to come back. How could they leave without my order? Shen Tian would never allow any accidents to happen to his beast girl.
Although both women were 9th level warriors, the monsters outside the city were so huge that fighting them alone was not a problem.
But they can't withstand the large numbers and endless attacks.
Not to mention, there are quite a few general level warriors both inside and outside the dragon realm. Just yesterday, Shen Tian saw a group of extremely talented monsters who would most likely break through to the commander level after the 3rd monster resurrection. Counting it up, the time for the monster to revive 3 times is almost here. Thinking of this, Shen Tian's eyes were filled with fighting spirit. Every time a monster revives, it is a God-given opportunity, and I plan silently in my mind. The monster must be revived 3 times this time to break through to the Lord level in one fell swoop. After reaching the Lord level, Shen Tian no longer has to worry about exposing his strength and being feared by others. After all, the Lord level is a huge watershed. With the current technology of Blue Star, there is still no weapon that can kill the Lord level. A day passed quickly, and Shen Tian never left the mansion from beginning to end.
At noon, the president of the Demon Slayer Guild arrived in Longzhong. However, as soon as they arrived in Longzhong, they began to form a demon-slaying guild and arranged manpower to reinforce the city walls. The entire Longzhong city suddenly became lively, as if it had returned to its former prosperity. Shen Tian has been secretly watching this process.
Judging from various signs, the authorities seem to already know the time of the 3 resurrection of the monster. A demon-slaying guild was formed, the city walls were reinforced, and a group of people were even sent deep into the demon beasts outside the city to collect intelligence on them. A large number of bombs were also placed in the fertile land outside the city where there were no monsters.
Batches of heavy weapons were airlifted into the walls of Longzhong.
Patriarch Long sent a message saying that the Demon Slayer Guild leader is on his way and will arrive in half an hour. Shu Baining handed over the phone and Shen Tian glanced at the message.
You really know how to pick the right time. You come right when it's almost dinner time, clearly asking for a free meal. How do you arrange it? Prepare the meal first.
Whether to eat or not depends on the specific situation. Call the Long sisters and go out to welcome them together. After all, he is someone sent by the government, so simple etiquette should still be observed. Outside the mansion, Shen Tian was in front, Shu Baining stood on the right, and the Long sisters stood on the left and right behind.
Soon, car lights shone from a distance.
A row of cars drove slowly and finally stopped in front of Shen Tian. The co-pilot door opened and Long Xiao walked out first.
An attendant quickly opened the back door and stood respectfully.
A middle-aged man in military uniform walked out of the car. Under the light, a middle-aged man came over with a smile.
This must be Shen Tian.
He's such a handsome young man with a dignified appearance. I came to Longzhong today and was busy with official business.
I hope you can forgive me for visiting you so late. Let me introduce myself, my humble uncle. Why is it you? Chapter 41 God-making plan. Bai Ning, you're here too. Didn't my second brother tell you that I was the one who came to Longzhong? Is this your uncle? That's right. Chu Baining nodded and said, "My uncle Chu Kuya is one of the official representatives of our Chu family." "I see."
No wonder Chu Kuiyun said not to worry and just take Long Zhong with him. It turns out that the people sent to Longzhong City are our own people, so there is really no need to worry.
"Master Lone, I'm here now. Please escort me all the way." "President, you're joking. This is what I, Long, should do. Since the president has arrived safely, I will go back and take care of some official business." Long Shao naturally understood what Chu Koya said. It was clearly saying that I have arrived and you can leave. "Friend Shen, goodbye." With a bow, Long Shao left. "President Chu has come to visit me. My humble home is truly blessed. Please come in." "You're welcome." The two walked side by side, and all the people accompanying Chu Kuya were waiting outside. The purpose of doing this is to dispel Shin Tian's concerns. Secondly, there are important matters to discuss. They came to the reception room and sat down. Chu Baining and the two daughters of the Long family left, leaving the space to Shin Tian and the others. "Friend Shin, I came to Longzhong this time for the family's operation. My second brother is too busy to come, so I will go. I understand that Patriarch Chu is very busy with official duties. I wonder what advice President Chu has for you. The demon beast is resurrecting for the third time, and it's coming." "Oh?" With his eyes slightly narrowed, Shin Tian guessed secretly in his heart. The authorities must have mastered some means to predict the time of the monster's 3 resurrection. There are still 3 days left. During these 3 days, the authorities will send people to various cities. The establishment of the Demon Slayer Guild is just a superficial act. The real purpose is to select top talents from the 3 revivals of the monsters and report them to the authorities. Didn't the authorities secretly train a group of people? Why are they still looking for them? I don't know either. This was decided by the First Lord despite everyone's opposition. It seems that the group of geniuses trained by the government did not satisfy the First Lord. This seat is quite interesting. According to official information, every step in the overall situation of Dragon Country is now made by this leader. What does President Chu think? It's not my idea, but the Chu family's. My second brother wants me to help you become famous throughout the country when the demon beast revives for the 3rd time. Master Chu should have told you that I don't like being constrained. With your current strength, little friend Shen, who can restrain you? Chu Kuya asked back and then laughed. The First Lord made it very clear this time. Those selected for the God Creation Project will have equal authority to him, and the entire nation will be dedicated to their training. God-making plan? That's right. This plan is different from the previous official training plan. This time it's a true national effort. Any request of the Chosen One will be met. In fact, except for our Dragon Nation, all the countries on Blue Star are carrying out the God-making project. Once we fall behind, we may become fish on the chopping board of others, at the mercy of others. Ever since the monsters revived, the neighboring Fusang country has been ready to take action. 2 days ago, a great battle broke out at sea. Although we won, the price we paid was not small, so the plan to create a god is imperative. Mr. Shin, you should consider this carefully. This plan will not impose too many restrictions on you. It will just be some difficult problems that require your intervention. Overall, it's the same as always, you can do whatever you want. Chu Kuya talked incessantly and told Shin Tian about the plan to create a god. Shin Tian sat opposite, listening and thinking. This god-making plan can be said to offer considerable benefits. Just having the same authority as the chief is enough to drive people crazy. Not to mention that if the whole country is working together to cultivate it, then the spiritual beads needed for cultivation will not be a problem. These 2 points are already very exciting. Are you sure that the First Lord will give him the same authority as him? Very sure. Chu Kuya's face was serious, and his pupils were full of admiration. Young Master Shin has never met the chief, so he doesn't know what kind of person he is, but I know him very well. The First Lord has dedicated his life to the country and the people, and is willing to sacrifice everything for the Dragon Kingdom, including his life. Understood. Needless to say, Shin Tian has already made a decision. I, Shin Tian, will complete this god-making plan. If the demon beasts revive 3 times, I will let the entire nation know how powerful I, Shin Tian, am and unrivaled. How do you want me to cooperate, Mr. Shin? Just tell me. It's very simple. Just have everyone stay in Dragon City and watch me slay the demon. Ah? You're going to face the monster's attacks 3 times after it's been revived alone? My contracted beast girl and I will participate together. But Shintian's face showed a hint of worry. I'm a little worried about whether the god-making project can provide me and my beast girls with the resources we need for cultivation. Don't worry about this, nothing will go wrong. Then it's settled. President Chu hasn't eaten yet, right? Let's have a quick meal together. Then I'll shamelessly eat for free. After the discussion, the two went to the restaurant. After a day's rest, Marcoine was able to get out of bed and walk, and came to the restaurant. During the meal, Shintian explained his plan to create a god to the girls. The women had no objection and were full of fighting spirit when the monster revived 3 times in 3 days. After the meal, Chu Kuya left. For the next 3 days, no one left Longzhong City. Most of the time, I stayed in the city to rest and relax. 3 days passed in a flash, the sun set and night fell. People in Longzhong City were in panic. The news of the monster's 3 resurrections has been made public. When faced with such a disaster, ordinary people can only pray. The awakened Beastmasters and Beast Girls also had a regular organization after the establishment of the Demon Slayer Guild. On the city wall, the heads of the 4 great families gathered together, and Chukuya, the president of the Dragon Demon Slayer Guild, stood in the middle. Beside him were Shintian, Makian, and 6 other women. It was 8 o'clock in the evening, and the bright moon in the night sky instantly turned blood red. In an instant, blood light bloomed from the night sky, enveloping the entire world. Outside Longzhong City, the roars of monsters continued to ring out. Longzhong City is located on the plain, with endless flatness in all directions. After the blood light fades and the blood moon returns to normal, every part of the dragon will be attacked by monsters. A big battle is about to take place. Above Longzhong City, several helicopters are ready and on standby. These helicopters are equipped with the most advanced aerial photography tools. After the war breaks out, filming will begin immediately, and all the images will be uploaded to Kyoto in real time. Bai Ning, you are responsible for the west side. Don't let any monster go. Moore, Xiaoji, you two are responsible for the north. Long Mengi and Long Mengjie, the south is left to you 2 sisters. Sister Queen, all the flying monsters in the sky are now in your hands. As for the east, I will take action myself. There are 9,000 miles of fertile land in the east, with the most monsters and beasts, and it is also the place with the greatest pressure. The distribution is complete, everyone take your seats, the blood is about to dissipate. Swish, swish, swish. The 6 women dispersed and took their positions. After a while, the blood dissipated and the bright moon returned to normal. The whole earth began to tremble at this moment. The roar of the monster echoed across the fertile fields. Under the cover of night, billowing smoke and dust rose into the sky. Shintian's eyes widened angrily, he raised his hand and clenched it, and the Pegasus golden spear appeared out of thin air. Standing on the city wall, I looked back at the aerial photography helicopter. Just watch. Chapter 42 Shocking Kyoto. His feet were in the air, and he was like a shooting star, thousands of miles away in a flash. He raised the Pegasus golden spear high in his hand, and his angry roar echoed across the fertile fields. The loud roar suppressed the roar of the monster for a while. Holy light meteor. God-level enhancement. Golden spears quickly condensed. In the vast darkness, golden light blooms, as if it were daytime. His pupils were cold and there was a disdainful smile at the corners of his mouth. He threw the golden spear in his hand horizontally. Whoosh! 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 Golden spears cut through the darkness and headed straight for the group of monsters. 3 seconds later, explosions rang out one after another. Everyone on the city wall had a dazed look in their eyes. Amidst the explosions, the flesh and blood of monsters flew everywhere. The crushing attack shocked everyone present. At this moment, in the capital of Dragon Kingdom, hundreds of people gathered in a huge conference room, including elderly people with gray hair and middle-aged people with gray hair. Chu Kuiyun, the head of the Chu family, was also among them. There were countless large screens in front of everyone. The scenes of the monsters from all over Dragon Country reviving 3 times were played out in front of everyone. Brutal battles took place everywhere. Look over here in the Demon City. This young man is so fierce. Leading 3 beast girls, he's fighting among the monsters as if he's in an empty space. This boy is extraordinary and can be a candidate for the god-making plan. Look at this side of the Northwest Desert. With just one move, hundreds of primary monsters were cremated.
In the direction of the harbor city, this young man has such exquisite thunder skills.
The corpses of monsters floating on the sea must be over 1,000.
The fierce battle broke out within 3 minutes, and the entire conference room was boiling. The strong men from all over the place are trying their best. The plan to create a god has been spread.
The huge attraction prompted these strong men to go all out as soon as they made a move. Look at Long Zhong, he killed tens of thousands of monsters with one move. Chu Kuiyun shouted loudly, immediately attracting everyone's attention. One move killed tens of thousands of monsters. Master Chu, you must be dazzled. See for yourself.
In the picture, Shen Tian had just finished performing Holy Light Meteor. The ground was littered with corpses of monsters, bloody and mangled, with countless bones.
I'm afraid, there are tens of thousands of monsters here. The west side of Longzhong City is even scarier. That must be poison. Ha! Isn't this the daughter of the Chu family master? What a gorgeous poison gas!
The 9-colored devil prison poison showed its power, and the 9 colors of poisonous gas merged with each other and quickly spread out. The evening wind blew, leaving corpses everywhere.
The entire conference room was silent. The situation in the north of the city is even stranger. A group of demonic beasts actually turned against their own kind and attacked them. That girl, right? She looks like a fox-like beast girl, and most likely possesses psychic abilities. There's something strange going on.
Behind the herd of monsters, a large number of them died tragically for unknown reasons, and the camera only captured some afterimages.
Magnify the afterimage.
Slow down 10 times.
I can't see clearly. 100 times. 1,000 times. 10,000 times.
As the playback speed slowed down 100 times, a blurry young woman came into everyone's sight.
Hiss.
Everyone in the conference room gasped at the terrifying speed.
Look over there, it's ice and fire. The Long sisters use their ultimate moves whenever they attack. Ice and fire, 2 dragons playing with a pearl. A wave swept across, and the entire area outside Longshangnan City was completely transformed into a world of ice and fire. That person in the sky is no ordinary person.
When she attacks, she's like a Valkyrie. Under her dazzling light, the night pales in comparison.
What's going on in Longzhong? How come so many geniuses have emerged? What is that? Armor? Suddenly, someone pointed at the scene outside Longzhong East City. The old man in the first seat suddenly opened his eyes. His bright eyes flashed, his face was full of disbelief, and his voice trembled. War. Exclusive to the general level, beast armor. As soon as these words were spoken, the whole audience fell silent. If we were to say who among all the people present in Dragon Country knows the most about the Beastmaster and Beastgirl system, it would definitely be this old man in the first seat. War General Level. My Dragon Country has actually produced a War General Level warrior. There's more than one general. Look at the daughter of the Chu family. She's also wearing beast armor. Hiss, the twins in the south also have beast armor on them. To the north, in the sky, there is also a full set of beast armor. If nothing unexpected happens, these are 7 warrior-level warriors. God bless the Dragon Kingdom. The conference room was in an uproar, and the images coming from other places were completely ignored by everyone. Everyone's eyes were focused on Longzhong. Outside Longzhong City, Shen Tian summoned the beast armor. In his left and right hands, he held the Ice Dragon Sword and the Fierce Dragon Sword respectively. After several rounds of charging, Shen Tian had already traveled 3,000 miles, with countless corpses of monsters behind him. Ice and fire, twin dragons playing with a pearl. On. The dragon's roar echoed, and 2 dragons soared into the sky and disappeared into the night. The dark night sky suddenly turned into red and blue, half hot and half cold. Destroy. With a cold shout, twin dragons of ice and fire descended from the sky. The huge dragon body brought ice and fire that swept across the entire fertile land. It was another 1,000 miles in range, and all the monsters were wailing continuously. Among them, there are many general-level monsters. After completing one move, he summoned the Pegasus Golden Spear. A meteor of holy light arrived instantly and fell into the world of ice and fire. In a short moment, only the corpses of monsters were left within 1,000 miles. It was a crushing victory without any surprise. Shen Tian was like an invincible god. This scene shocked everyone in the conference room in Kyoto. The leader of the Dragon Kingdom stood up excitedly. He's the one for the god-making project.
When the old man said this, no one present refuted him.
Even some of the noble families present could not find any reason to refute at this moment.
They all have their own supporters, all of whom are talented SSS-level people. But compared with Shintian, these people are like fireflies compared to the bright moon. There is no way to compare them at all.
Everyone, please take your time to watch. Master Chu, could you please have a cup of tea?
I am so lucky to be able to drink the tea collected by the first master. From the moment Chu Binding was recognized, everyone present understood.
Shintian is the person supported by the Chu family. Oh my god, what is that?
Just as the chief monk and Chu Kuiyun were about to leave, someone suddenly shouted. Everyone's eyes were focused on the scene where Shintian was, where piles of monster corpses were being eaten by a giant insect. The big insect let out a cheerful hiss, and even through the screen, the cold cry was frightening.
The monster's corpse is moving. What kind of ability is this?
The chief heard the sound and looked over, his expression suddenly changing. This demon beast is already at the Lord level, and he's using domain skills unique to the Lord level.
Who is the leader of the Dragon Demon Slayer Guild?
Quickly notify him and immediately bombard the area with heavy weapons.
We must not let this genius perish.
At this moment, outside Longzhong City, a large number of monster corpses stood up and walked towards the big bug in unison. Shintian frowned, and the information about the big bug was clearly detected.
Carrion worms? Didn't we kill one that day? Could it be that there are two, and the other one evaded my detection? Human.
Shintian's eyes widened angrily, and it was the corpse worm that spoke. When a monster reaches the Lord level, there will be a qualitative change, that is, it will be able to speak human language. You killed my mother, I want you dead today.
I see.
Shintian immediately understood that the corpse worm, a monster, increased its strength by devouring corpses. I think the carrion worm killed that day should be a female. This carrion worm crawled out of the body of the killed carrion worm after Shintian left.
Friend Shin, quickly retreat. This monster is at the Lord level. We are ready to use large-scale killing weapons. No need. Just a little Lord level, look how easy it is for me to take him down. Chapter 43 Time and Space Standstill. Lord Level 2. Level 3.
Under the divine eyes of the spirit, Shintian has a complete grasp of the changes of the corpse worms. As the corpses of the monsters were swallowed by the carrion worms, the level of the carrion worms also rose rapidly. If I let you go today, the entire dragon army will be destroyed one day. The potential threat posed by this monster, which relies on devouring to upgrade, is too great.
Moreover, the ability in this field is also extremely terrifying. Sister Queen, bring everyone here within 2 minutes.
In the sky, Marcoine cast a phantom clone.
One after another, clones shot out and headed towards the other 3 directions to pick up people. Can it be killed? Able. Shintian nodded, full of confidence.
Soon, others also arrived outside the East City.
Get ready.
Once your invincible golden body is activated, immediately charge into the group of monsters and use your strongest attack to take down the corpse worms.
Good.
The women responded in unison, their fighting spirit rising.
Shintian formed seals with his palms, and brilliant golden light condensed in an instant. Talented skill invincible golden body. After reaching the commander level, the invincible golden body can grant 5 seconds of invincibility. During these 5 seconds, any attack will be ineffective. Kill.
With an angry shout, the 6 women surrounded Shintian in the center and rushed straight towards the corpse worms. The carrion worms naturally sensed the murderous intent, and the corpses of the monsters in the area quickly swelled up.
Boom. Boom. Boom.
The corpses of the monsters exploded one after another, completely engulfing the 7 people in the explosion. Inside the Kyoto conference room, everyone's faces turned pale. The old man in the first seat was trembling all over and almost couldn't stand.
Why? Shouldn't we just let them withdraw and kill them with heavy weapons? The old man roared and demanded, what is Chukuya doing? Didn't he receive my instructions? First, it's Shintian who is unwilling to withdraw.
In the conference room, Chukuya's voice came from the dragon.
Not dead. Still alive, look.
There was a loud shout, and everyone looked at the screen. In the explosion, 7 people soared into the sky, and 6 women were surrounded by golden light, protecting Shintian in the center. The carrion beetle raised its head, fear showing in its pupils.
No, not dead? Little bug, you're not qualified to kill me, your grandpa. Get started. Marco chanted and shouted angrily, and a meteor of holy light arrived in an instant. Golden spears fell from the sky, lighting up the entire night sky. The golden spear pierced through the body, leaving a large bloody hole on the corpse worm. The dragon's roar echoed, and the two dragons of ice and fire circled, entangling the corpse worms. Ice and fire were activated at the same time, and red and blue light shot up into the sky. Ymir's eyes flashed pink, and the moment her beautiful eyes opened angrily, the corpse worm's brain went blank. Mental interference. Soul beheading. Hiss. The carrion worm let out a painful roar, as if its soul was being judged at this moment. Large claw marks flashed around, and every time a claw landed, blood and flesh flew everywhere. Xiao Ji's figure never appeared, but she surrounded the corpse worms, constantly looking for the right opportunity to attack. Back off. Xiao Ji retreated, and the poisonous gas spread upwards, swarming in through the wounds of the corpse worms. Due to the continuous high-intensity attacks, the carrion worms have become very weak as a whole, and their domain capabilities have begun to shrink in range. Human, I will come back for revenge. The corpse of the carrion beetle began to swell, and its unwilling roar was particularly harsh in the dark night. Will I let you go in peace? He leaped into the air and pointed the Pegasus's golden spear downwards. God-level enhancement holy light meteor. The brilliant golden spear was like a sky full of stars, carrying a killing force from the sky, and instantly spread the swollen body of the corpse worm. The golden spear was retracted and replaced by two swords. The ice and fire dragons rose up under the corpse worm, and the position of the dragon ball was just hovering over the head of the corpse worm. Bang! The two dragons bit down and an explosion followed. Amidst the roars, the corpse worm's body was shattered rapidly. With his spiritual vision pupils fully open, Shen Tian looked at everything around him. The carrion worm finally swelled up, apparently preparing to escape. However, Shen Tian had no idea whether this ability had been used or not. He could only keep a close eye on his surroundings and not miss any details. The ice and fire faded, and the holy light dissipated. The body of the carrion worm had been completely shattered and turned into ashes. With his eyes narrowed, Shen Tian thought to himself, not dead yet? Shen Tian has already reached the 9th level of perfection, and the only thing left for him to advance to is to kill a Lord-level monster, and then he can move up to the next level. At present, his cultivation level has not improved and the advanced task has not been completed, which shows that the corpse worms have not been killed. Sister Queen, light up this area for me. The holy light rose brightly, and the area within 100 miles was illuminated. The divine eyes of the spirit swept across, not letting go of any corpse of the monster. Finally, Shen Tian discovered something unusual on the corpse of a centipede monster. There was a small sticky mass wriggling at the mouth of the centipede monster. Under the spiritual vision pupil, the information bar showed that it was the corpse worm. Die, little bug. The two swords were thrown at the same time, like flying arrows, arriving in an instant. Phew! The slimy flesh worms exploded and the carrion worms fell. What came with it was an increase in Shen Tian's level. Under the holy light, Shen Tian's eyes were bright. The Lord-level exclusive ability field has appeared. In other words, this is Shen Tian's 8th innate skill. Since awakening, Shen Tian has been unable to use 3 skills. Today I entered the Lord level and successfully unlocked my 8th talent skill. He snapped his fingers lightly and uttered 4 words. Time and space stand still. In an instant, all living creatures within 1,000 miles around Shen Tian stopped, and only Shen Tian and the 6 women were able to move freely. The domain is controlled by the user. Within the domain, whoever Shen Tian wants to move can move freely. What's going on? Why aren't those monsters moving? On the city wall, Fang Dingshan cried out in surprise. Everyone was also stunned. 500 miles ahead of Shen Tian, there was a large group of monsters, but now they all stopped in place, as if they had been acupunctured. Inside the Kyoto conference room, a group of senior executives also witnessed this scene, all with expressions of horror on their faces. First Master, what's going on? Everyone's eyes were focused on the chief. Shen Tian is already at the Lord level. This should be his domain. Judging from the situation, it should be a kind of space suspension. The chief's speculation was naturally inaccurate. After all, it was not his personal experience. It was already very powerful for him to be able to infer that the immobile monster was related to space. As for the time, it is indeed impossible to keep track of it.
After all, it is only 1,000 miles away, and everything 1,000 miles away is still operating normally.
Space pause? This is a divine skill.
With this kind of domain, he is already invincible. It's more than just divine skills. It's not an exaggeration to say that Shintian is now a god.
He must be the candidate for the god-making project. We should tell Chukuya immediately and ask Shintian to come to Kyoto.
First Master, give the order.
Well, Master Chu, please go to Longzhong in person and invite Shintian to Kyoto. I will bring everyone to greet him in person.
Good.
Outside Kyoto, outside Longzhong City.
When Shintian used the domain skill for the first time, he immediately understood the mystery. It seems that all the monsters in and outside the dragon realm will die tonight. As soon as these words were spoken, the 6 girls immediately understood what he meant. They immediately scattered and, under the leadership of Shintian, advanced forward, sweeping away the group of monsters inside and outside the dragon.
Chapter 44: The Bloody Gate to the Spirit World. At 10 o'clock in the evening, there was silence outside Longzhong City.
Looking around, there were corpses of monsters everywhere. In just 2 hours, the beast tide that erupted 3 times after the monsters revived ended. Outside Longzhong City, all the monsters and beasts in the fertile land of 9,000 miles were killed. It would probably take 3 days and 3 nights just to deal with the corpses of monsters scattered all over the ground.
President Chu, I'll have to trouble you all with the task of clearing out the monsters.
Leave it to me, the harvested spirit pearls will be continuously delivered to your house.
Thank you very much.
Shintian bowed in thanks. All the monsters outside Longzhong City were destroyed, so there was no need for him to take action. The next period of time was naturally to absorb spirit beads and quickly upgrade. Also, news has come from Kyoto that you have been confirmed as the candidate for the God-creating project, and my second brother is rushing here overnight.
I'm afraid you'll be leaving for Kyoto tomorrow.
Okay, got it. After saying goodbye to everyone, Shintian and the other 7 returned to the mansion and immediately went into the storage room. There are still many spirit beads obtained before, enough for the 7 people to absorb for a period of time. The spiritual beads exploded outside the city will also be delivered continuously, so you can upgrade with peace of mind tonight. It is worth mentioning that the 6 women also successfully completed their advancement tasks in this battle and all entered the commander level. The 7 people sat down, picked up the spirit beads and began to absorb them frantically. The storage room is full of spirit beads, which seems to be a lot, but it is not enough for 7 people.
3 hours later, the entire storage room was empty.
Fortunately, spirit beads continued to arrive, and the upgrade progress was not interrupted.
The next morning, Shintian exhaled and stretched. An information bar appears in front of you, and the latest status is presented. Beastmaster, Shintian. Level, Lord level 8 upgrade progress 63.72%. Talent, God level.
Talent skill 1, Divine Vision, see through everything. Talent skill 2, upgrade and amplification 6 SSS-level beast girls have been contracted, and the upgrade and amplification are increased by 7 times. Talent skill 3, God level enhancement consumes 45 spiritual power, upgrades and strengthens the shared skills of the contracted beast girls. Talent skill 4, abundant spiritual energy consumes 45 spiritual energy, fully restores the contracted beast girl's spiritual energy, cooldown time 15 minutes.
Talent skill 5, life healing consumes 150 spiritual power, heals all injuries, cooldown time 15 minutes. Talent skill 6, invincible golden body consumes 45 spiritual power, the contracted beast girl can gain 6 seconds of invincibility, cooldown time is 15 minutes.
Talent skill 7, blessing of the martial god consumes 45 spiritual power, increases all attributes of the contracted beast girl by 225%.
Talent skill 8, time and space stillness consumption of 45 spiritual power, 0.1 spiritual power per minute. Talent skill 9, time and space reversal level too low to use.
Talent skill 10, heavenly punishment level too low, cannot be used.
Spiritual power, 860.
Agility,
860. Spirit, 860. Attack, 860. Defense, 860.
Contracted beast girls, Marco in Holy Light Pegasus, Ymir Nine-Tailed Fox, Xiaoji Night Cat, Shu Binding Devil Hell Jade Scorpion, Long Mingjie Frost Dragon Emperor, Long Mingi Fierce Dragon Emperor. Contract shared skills, Holy Light Meteor, Fox Charm, Netherworld, 9-colored Devil Poison, Absolute Zero, Fiery Sun Explosion.
Contract shared fusion skills, Ice and Fire, Double Dragons playing with a Pearl. Advanced tasks. 1. Reach Lord level 989. 2. Contract 6 SSS-level beast girls completed. 3. Kill 10,000 general level monsters 987 10,000. 4. Kill 2,000 commander level monsters 16 2,000. 5. Kill 200 lord level monsters 1 200. 6. Kill a monarch level monster. It will be difficult to upgrade in the future. That night, he absorbed countless spirit beads, but he only reached the 8th level of Lord. He was still some distance away from the 9th level, let alone the perfection of the 9th level. Skill cooldown has been shortened to 15 minutes, invincibility is now 6 seconds, and the martial god's blessing has a 225% increase in all attributes. The 5 basic attributes have also been greatly improved, and the overall combat power has been taken to a new level. However, the difficulty of this advanced task has increased by more than a little bit. Just killing 10,000 general level monsters is difficult. The monsters have only revived 3 times, so where can there be so many general level monsters? Shin Tian was worried, but suddenly his eyes lit up. Yeah. We're going to Kyoto soon. After arriving in Kyoto, I no longer have to worry about the supply of spirit beads. As long as the official arrangements are made, he can lead his men to travel around and kill all the monsters as soon as he catches them. Isn't it easy to kill 10,000 general level warriors? While thinking, the 6 women also ended their training. Now their levels have all been upgraded to the 9th level of commander, and they only need to complete the advancement tasks before they can enter the Lord level. Friend Shin, a new batch of spirit beads has arrived. Chu Koya personally escorted the shipment, and 2 large trucks full of spirit beads arrived. Thank you for your hard work, President Chu. It's not hard, it's not hard. It was me who delayed Shin Xiaoyu from absorbing the spirit beads. My cleaning speed couldn't keep up with your absorption speed. I'm negligent in my job. No, it's me who is bothering President Chu. After some polite exchanges, Chu Koya prepared to leave for the city. Before leaving, he looked as if he wanted to say something but hesitated, which caught Shin Tian's attention. President Chu, if you have anything to say, just say it. We are all one family. Well, something is indeed happening. As you know, Mr. Shin, the Longjiang River passes through Longzhong City and is the most important source of drinking water for Longzhong. Starting from early last night, the water of Longjiang River turned green. After investigation, people found that there was an area covered with white fog thousands of miles upstream. There's no way of knowing what's inside. I sent 2 groups of people in to investigate, but no one survived. Is there such a thing? Shin Tian frowned and thought silently in his mind. Looking back on the previous life, after the monsters were resurrected 3 times, some special places did appear all over the world. These special places contain hidden mysteries, many precious spiritual treasures, and countless opportunities. At the same time, there are also many crises. If you are not strong enough, going in will be a dead end. In the previous life, this special place was called the spiritual world. At the very least, one needed high-level strength to have a chance of coming out alive after entering it. President Chu, don't worry. Leave this matter to me. Don't delay Shin Xiaoyu from absorbing the spirit beads. Don't worry, there will be no delay. There are spiritual treasures in there. A spiritual treasure is much more precious than a spiritual pearl. Shin Tian still remembers the 9-petaled flowing cloud flower in Wushan last time. Without further delay, I'll set off now. Then I'll trouble you, Mr. Shin, to go there. Without further hesitation, Shin Tian took the 6 women with him, left Longzhong City, and headed straight for the upper reaches of the Longjiang River. As we walked forward, the river water under our feet was indeed a emerald green, a creepy green. Naturally, no one dares to drink this kind of water. After reaching the Lord level, Shin Tian's agility attribute increased dramatically, and now his speed can reach 100 meters per second. After traveling thousands of miles, they arrived at the place covered by white fog in just a moment. Marco Yin flew a circle in the sky and landed after completing the investigation. The coverage area isn't very large, with a radius of about 200 meters. More, you have the strongest mental power among us. Please investigate the situation inside. Good. Ymir walked out, her pink eyes flashing, and her mental power instantly burst out and pierced into the white mist. A white world appears in my mind. The spiritual power continued to penetrate deeper and deeper, and there was silence in the white fog, as if it was isolated from the world. Suddenly, Ymir exclaimed. There's a blood-red door. It's right in the center of the white mist.
The blood-red door floats above Longjiang River, and the white mist is released from the blood-red door.
Ah!
As she spoke, Bymir screamed.
What's wrong?
A fish, a very big fish, right under the bloody gate, with its mouth wide open.
Chapter 45 Spiritual World Blood Crystal. Ah! Phew!
Bymir held her head and screamed, spitting out a mouthful of blood.
More! Life healing was performed, and light fell.
Bymir's face regained its color, but her expression was still terrified. The aura in that door is terrifying, even more terrifying than that big fish.
There's a mental attack that's backfiring on me.
After recovering from the shock, Bymir finally spoke.
Then we must go in.
There was anger burning in Shintian's eyes, and he held the Pegasus golden spear in his hand.
Anyone who hurts me will not be forgiven. Time and space stand still. When? The sound waves spread like ripples, instantly penetrating into the white fog. Walk! A group of 7 people went deep into the white fog.
Soon, they arrived outside the blood gate. Under the blood gate, the fish with its mouth wide open could not move at all, and there was no expression in its eyes.
First level Lord, I didn't expect there was another one hiding here. You managed to dodge it last night, but Sister Een, I leave it to you.
With time and space still, the big fish had no defense at all. Marcoine held the Pegasus golden spear and pierced the big fish's head with one shot. The fish head exploded and died on the spot. A black spirit bead flew out of it and was caught by Marcoine. The black spirit bead can only be dropped by Lord-level monsters. Let me see what the spiritual world behind the blood gate looks like. Taking a step forward, Shintian was sucked into the blood gate.
In an instant, the sky spun and the earth spun.
A minute later, Shintian landed safely.
Looking around, there is an endless fertile field, somewhat similar to the area outside Longjiang City.
Not far from Shintian, an ape-like monster with purple pupils was glaring at Shintian.
Monster, Purple Extreme Divine Ape. Level, Lord Level 3. Talent, SSS. Skill 1, Mental Backlash. Skill 2, Rage. Skill 3, Purple Pupil Light. Skill 4, Stand. Skill 5, Illusionary Realm. Spiritual Power, 750. Agility, 870. Spirit, 1000. Attack, 800. Defense, 680. With such strong mental power, it must be you who attacked my beast girl just now. Human, leave here, otherwise, I will kill you without mercy. With roars and shouts, the entire plain was boiling, and a large number of monsters swept in. Shintian opened his spiritual vision pupils, and the information of the group of monsters soon came into view. At least they are high-level monsters. Shintian was shocked. He didn't expect that the monsters in the spiritual world behind the Bloodgate were so powerful. They were more than 1 level stronger than those outside. Last night we slaughtered the monsters outside Longjiang City, and saw quite a few primary and intermediate monsters. Get out if you know what's good for you. Sorry, that's impossible. Shintian took a step forward and launched the Pegasus golden spear in his hand. Court death. The purple extreme divine ape roared angrily, retreated quickly, and emitted purple light from its pupils. Holy light meteor. The Pegasus's golden spear flew out, sweeping over with a large number of golden spears. With one move, the purple extreme divine ape was suppressed. This purple extreme divine ape was quite intelligent and quickly chose to retreat and join the group of monsters that were coming from behind. Catch up. At the command, 7 people dived. Marcoine transformed into a beast girl and ran wildly ahead. Shintian jumped up and stood on the horse's back. Faster. With the blessing of the god of war, Marco Yin's speed increased dramatically, and in the blink of an eye he caught up with the purple extreme divine ape. Little monkey, you're 1 step ahead. The purple extreme divine ape was stunned. Shintian and Marcoine passed by like a gust of wind and rushed into the group of monsters. What's this? Seeking death? The purple extreme divine ape was confused, but the next moment it became furious. Shintian and Marcoine rushed into the group of monsters like a sharp sword. The next moment, all the galloping monsters stopped in their tracks. Domain, you are Lord level. The purple extreme divine ape roared angrily, and its unwilling roar echoed across the fertile fields. That's right. With the ice dragon sword in hand, heavy snow is falling from the sky as absolute zero is unleashed. All the monsters present turned into ice sculptures. Burst. Bang! Bang! Bang!
The ice sculptures of monsters exploded instantly, and all the subordinates of the purple extreme divine ape were killed.
This trick really works every time. Human! I want you to die without a burial place.
The purple extreme divine ape roared angrily, purple light burst out of its pupils, and soared into the sky.
The whole world turned purple in an instant. Roar! Deafening roars of beasts came from all directions.
A large group of monsters broke into Shin Tian's leaping territory, but were not affected at all. The purple extreme divine ape had already mixed into the group of monsters and disappeared.
This is the realm of illusion. You're smart. Take it far away, so it won't be covered by my realm and you can be safe. What's going on? The attacks are completely ineffective, but they can hurt us.
There were clear claw marks on Long Mingjie's arm, and blood was oozing out of them.
Great! What a fantastic realm! This area is really eye-opening.
Your attacks are ineffective, while others' attacks are at full power.
In this kind of field, you can only be exhausted to death. Moore, come here. Everyone else, move closer.
Several people quickly moved closer, and light condensed in Shin Tian's hands. With the blessing of the god of war, Mymir's 5 basic attributes increased dramatically.
My mental strength has exceeded 2,000.
With the blessing of the god of war, Mymir's mental power was directly raised to 2,000.
Use your mental strength now to suppress it and find its location. Good.
A pink light flashed in Mymir's eyes. This was the skill he gained after breaking through to the commander level, spiritual detection. After casting, it can cover a range of 500 miles. But now with the blessing of Shin Tianwu God, the coverage area has doubled to 2,000 miles.
Found it. Southwest direction. Humph. Let's see where you run. I'll kill you with my soul.
Mymir received the order and condensed her mental power into a sharp sword, crossing the void and reaching the face of the purple extreme divine ape.
Phew. The purple extreme divine ape vomited blood and its smug smile turned pale with fear.
The surrounding space suddenly became distorted.
Boom.
It was as if a mirror had shattered and the illusion was lifted. The purple extreme divine ape was severely injured, and its pupils were filled with anger.
Fists clenched tightly, anger venting nowhere. He turned around and ran straight to the east. Chase. Xiaoji rushed forward, and the 9-stage quick shadow burst out.
The speed continued to increase, and within 3 breaths, he caught up with the purple extreme divine ape.
Claw marks appeared out of thin air, as if tearing through space. Ah!
The purple extreme divine ape screamed as its eyes were torn apart on the spot. Several people quickly caught up with him, and Shin Tian kicked them to the ground.
The purple extreme divine ape howled in pain. More, I'll leave this guy to you to kill.
After receiving a pair of daggers from Xiaoji, Mymir stabbed them viciously into the chest of the purple extreme divine ape. The story of a generation of Lord-level monsters came to an end. The most difficult advancement task has been completed. I am 1 step closer to breaking through to the Lord level.
This guy suddenly turned around and ran away. There must be something fishy going on. If we continue in this direction, we might find something big.
I had just run less than a kilometer when a flash of dust passed by overhead.
The 7 people stopped immediately and looked back.
The body of the purple extreme divine ape had turned into dust and light. The bodies of the monsters killed by Absolute Zero not far away had also turned into dust and light, leaving behind some spirit beads.
Without exception, these dust lights all floated towards the direction where Shin Tian and his companions were heading. Xiaoji, collect those spirit beads. Let's move on and see what's going on. Running forward, this fertile land seemed to have no end. After running wildly for an hour, I finally saw the end.
On the fertile field, there was a crystal sparkling with blood-red light.
All the dust and light poured into the crystal. Beneath the crystal, there is a thriving green bamboo.
Spiritual world blood crystal. The divine eyes of vision are opened, and the name and function of the crystal are revealed.
Chapter 46, Sky-High Bamboo. Spiritual Realm Blood Crystal, the origin of the existence of the spiritual realm, it absorbs the energy of dead monsters and reshapes their lives.
The filtered essence of life energy can promote the growth of spiritual treasures.
Is that so?
Shin Tian looked up and saw the dust and light that the monsters turned into after their death pouring into the blood crystal of the spiritual world. The blood crystals from the spiritual world sparkled with brilliance, and strands of pure red light fell into the green bamboo below. The green bamboo swayed gently and grew a little longer.
Sky-reaching bamboo, a top-grade spiritual treasure.
It is fully mature only after reaching 99 nodes. Shen Tian counted them carefully and found that this Optimus Prime had a total of 26 sections and was still far from mature. However, pure life energy is still injected into the blood crystal of the spiritual world, and the sky clairvoyant bamboo is still growing. It took about an hour, and all the dust light was absorbed by the blood crystal of the spiritual world. The filtered energy was absorbed by the sky clairvoyant bamboo, and it grew to 40 sections. With the last ray of life energy injected, the blood crystal of the spiritual world bloomed. In a moment, the entire spiritual world turned blood red. The heaven and earth shook, and in a trance, streams of light burst out from the blood crystal in the spiritual world. After the flowing light fell to the ground, it turned into monster beasts. The last beam of light fell to the ground, and the dead purple extreme divine ape was resurrected.
Shen Tian and his group were surrounded by a large group of monsters.
The purple extreme divine ape opened its eyes wide with anger and let out a low roar.
Human! You dare to trespass into my territory? You're seeking death. Don't you recognize me?
Shen Tian tilted his head to ask, and the purple extreme divine ape opposite was stunned.
I'm supposed to know you? Well, I should know you. After all, I killed you once.
After a simple conversation, Shen Tian already understood that the memory of the resurrected purple extreme divine ape had been reset. This spiritual world is quite interesting, similar to the dungeons in the game. After the monster is killed, it can be reset and resurrected so that later people can continue to kill it. Thinking of this, Shen Tian showed a little pity in his eyes. Poor guys, they will be killed here repeatedly throughout their lives.
Get started.
No matter how pitiful it is, we still have to take action. At the command, everyone attacked at the same time. With the experience from the last time, this time he went straight for the purple extreme divine ape. Bimir used a soul-killing move and successfully hit the purple extreme divine ape. Shen Tian then burst forward, and the Pegasus golden spear pierced into the head of the purple extreme divine ape. Spiritual power exploded in an instant, filled with murderous intent, and raging gun energy rushed into the body of the purple extreme divine ape.
Bang! The body exploded and the purple extreme divine ape died suddenly. The remaining monsters were no problem for everyone.
Each of them started to clean up, and the battle was over in about 10 minutes. The corpse turned into dust and light again, pouring into the blood crystal of the spiritual world.
A large number of spirit beads were left on the ground. This monster killing thing is really fun. In the next period of time, we will wait for the blood crystal from the spiritual world to reset the monster. However, this time, the sky bamboo only grew 12 sections, 3 sections less than the last time. At first, Shen Tian didn't think much about it, but just kept waiting for the monster to reset and kill him. It was not until the third time, when the sky clean bamboo had only grown 9 sections, that Shen Tian Kai began to take it seriously. It seems that it's impossible to keep killing monsters here. Once we get a fully mature sky bamboo, we'll retreat.
This was repeated 8 times, and each time the person responsible for killing the purple extreme divine ape was different, until the 6 women completed the most difficult advancement task. With the infusion of life energy, the sky bamboo is fully matured. Shen Tian pulled it up by the roots, and a ray of emerald green light from the spiritual world blood crystal fell into the mud pit. A new bamboo took root and sprouted, but only one shoot emerged. If you repeatedly kill monsters in a short period of time, the filtered life energy will continue to weaken, and the growth rate of the spiritual treasure will naturally be greatly reduced. Taking the sky-supporting bamboo, the group of 7 left the spirit world. Above the Longjiang River, the white fog dissipated and the river water returned to its clear state. Only the Blood Gate remains, still standing above the Longjiang River.
Go back to the city first. We rushed back to Longjiang City. It was already past 2 in the afternoon.
Outside the mansion, Chu Kuiyun and Chu Kuya were eagerly waiting, and the 4 major worlds in Longjiang were also anxiously waiting.
Brother, what can I say about you?
You know how important Shen Tian is to the Dragon Nation, but you still let him take the risk.
If something happens to him, how are you going to explain it to the First Lord? I didn't expect an accident to happen.
I went to look for it myself 3 times.
Chu Kuya was helpless.
He had not expected such an accident to happen.
He's back.
It's Shin Xiaoyu. Long Xiao had sharp eyes and caught a glimpse of Shen Tian and his group from afar. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief when they heard this.
Chu Kuiyun walked up quickly and grabbed Shen Tian's hand, feeling very excited. Friendshin, I'm relieved that you can return safely. I'm sorry to have worried Patriarch Chu.
There is nothing in this world that can stump me, Shin-Tian.
Kyoto has been urging us to leave again and again. Mr. Shin, can we set off now?
Okay, but before I leave, I have something to tell President Chu. Although I have only been in Longzhong for a few days, I have gained a lot.
Shin-Tian benefited the most from clearing out the monsters from inside and outside Longzhong.
But invisibly, it also caused the Beastmasters and Beastgirls in Longzhong City to lose a large number of training resources.
Before leaving, Shin-Tian handed all the remaining spirit beads to Chukuya, who would distribute them fairly. In addition, Chukuya was also informed of the matters concerning the spiritual world.
A fortress was built around the Blood Gate and people were stationed there to guard it day and night.
After explaining everything, Shin-Tian and his 7 companions boarded the plane and headed north to Kyoto. Shin-Tian's status has risen rapidly now.
This special plane was specially prepared for him and is equipped with very complete facilities. After getting on the plane, Shin-Tian found a quiet room and broke off a section of bamboo. Let's see how effective the sky-clean bamboo is for cultivation. After a section of the sky-clean bamboo was absorbed, a reminder sounded on the information interface. Upgrade speed increased by 7 times, upgrade progress plus 80.4%.
Wow! So much added. Shin-Tian was shocked.
The original progress of the 8th level Lord was more than 63%, and this section of the sky-reaching bamboo added almost 17%. This improvement speed is extremely terrifying at the Lord level. Immediately, Shin-Tian broke off another section and continued to absorb it. With the sky-clean bamboo in hand, the overall upgrade speed is greatly increased. In a short period of time, Shin-Tian reached the peak of the 9th level of Lord.
Just complete the advanced tasks and you can enter the Monarch level.
A total of 11 sessions have been consumed, and the remaining ones are left to Sister Ku-in and the others. I'm afraid it's impossible for them to break through to the Monarch level in such a short time. After the monsters have been revived 3 times, the Lord level can be said to be the top combat force among the monsters.
Is there a Monarch class?
Of course. Blue Star is so big and has such great talent, so naturally there are many powerful monsters. However, most of these monsters live in relatively remote areas.
In the early stages of their revival, they basically will not intrude into human territory.
After the 7 resurrections of monsters are over and all the monsters on the entire Blue Star have completed a thorough baptism, that will be the most brutal time for the war between monsters and humans. At that time, the Lord level was nothing. Even the Monarch level was a common monster.
The most terrifying Emperor level monsters are a headache for countless people. To kill an Emperor level monster, too many lives need to be sacrificed.
After collecting the remaining sky-supporting bamboos, Shin-Tian walked out of the quiet room.
Ma Qian and the others were having dinner.
Shin-Tian touched his shriveled stomach, walked to the dining table, and sat down next to Marco-in.
Friendshin, is your training over? It's over. Shin-Tian nodded and quickly ate the food in the bowl. After filling his stomach, Shin-Tian looked out through the plane window.
I saw endless mountains below, and groups of monsters were fighting in the mountains, competing for their own territory.
Where are we?
Xinchuan Mountains, on the north-south dividing line of Dragon Country.
Chapter 47 Dark Demon Phoenix. It's so big.
Looking out the window at the mountains below, Shin-Tian was filled with emotion. In his previous life, he lived at the bottom of society and had never left Yunlan City, let alone seen the Xinchuan Mountains.
Anyway, if you have nothing to do, you can go and watch it.
Seeing that Shin-Tian was quite interested, Chukuya immediately asked the driver to slow down and enjoy the scenery with Shin-Tian.
After crossing the Xinchuan Mountains, we are closer to Kyoto. Looking at the monsters fighting below, Shin-Tian opened his spiritual vision.
As expected of a famous mountain in Dragon Country, the monsters living here are all of high level.
In just a few minutes, Shin-Tian had seen 3 Lord-level beings.
By the time the monsters revive for the 4th time, perhaps these ones will be able to reach the Monarch level.
Ha! Is that a person?
Under the divine vision, a tiny figure appeared. In the mountains, a thin woman has a pair of dark wings on her back. Not far behind her, a group of monsters were chasing her.
I'm so annoyed. Can you please stop chasing me? If you really make me angry, I'll curse your ancestors to death.
A wind tiger leaped from the mountain stream and pounced on the girl. The girl spread her wings and let out a sharp whistle. The dark energy condensed into a long sickle, which she slashed at Finghu's neck.
On the plane, Shin-Tian's eyes lit up. Good fellow. You're so brave, daring to venture among so many monsters. Sister Queen, come with me. Shin Xiaoyu, where are you going?
Zhu Qian asked when he heard the voice, and Shin Tian and Ma Qian had already arrived at the cabin door.
I'm going out to do something. Just go ahead and I'll catch up with you when I'm done.
The moment the hatch opened, the two of them jumped down. The plane shook for a while and then stabilized again. Shen Tian continued to fall from the sky.
Marco Ying transformed into a beast girl and caught Shen Tian steadily. Sister Queen, did you see it? Following the direction of Shen Tian's finger, Marco Ying looked over. That girl. Hold on tight. Brush.
Leaving behind a trail of afterimages, the two were already 500 meters away. In the Qinchuan Mountains, the girl cut off the wind tiger's head with a sickle, and a dark light flashed on its wings, and its speed increased again.
Boom!
A strong wind suddenly arose on the road ahead, and a huge rock blocked the girl's way. You just blocked my way, I'll tear your head off and kick it like a ball. The magic sickle flashed with cold light, and the girl rushed forward. The sickle blade cut across, but the rock did not dodge and used its wings to block it.
Bang!
The girl's expression changed slightly, still a tough guy.
The wings quickly grew larger, and darkness enveloped the Pang. A phoenix phantom born from the darkness appeared out of thin air. Da Pang shuddered all over and immediately lost his will to fight.
This was a bloodline suppression. The girl took advantage of the situation and attacked with her sickle blade shining coldly. She aimed at the weak wings of the rock and slashed it down with one side. Without a wing, Da Pang lost its balance and fell rapidly.
The light of death.
Dark light condensed on the sickle blade, and it was instantly fired like a cannonball. The dark light ray passed through, and the rock turned into ashes.
Noob.
The girl laughed triumphantly, not noticing the impending crisis. The sharp whistle sounded and the girl's face froze. 100 meters behind him, a thunderous electric eagle came flying like an arrow.
Brush.
Even though the girl reacted quickly, the thunder eagle's wings, like chainsaws, slashed across her back. The clothes were torn apart and the jade back was covered in blood.
Fuck. You bastard, you attacked me. F.
The thundering electric eagle turned its head, and electric current flowed on its sharp claws.
Crackling electric currents crisscrossed in the air.
Soon, a huge electric net was formed and the girl was trapped in it. With an eagle's cry, the electric net shrank instantly and the girl was restrained on the spot.
Rumble.
The 9-day thunder raged, splitting the sky and hitting the girl on the forehead.
I'm a step too late.
Shen Tian and Ma Qian arrived and witnessed the thunder striking the girl. This reckless girl is only at the intermediate level at best.
How dare she barge into Qinchuan alone? How dare she confront a general-level monster head-on? Marco Ying couldn't figure out who gave the girl the courage. She's fine. What?
Ma Qian was stunned, and Shen Tian, who was sitting behind him, curled his lips.
Mu Xiao, stop pretending. How the hell do you know my name?
The girl, who should have died in the electric fence, breathed out a sweet fragrance. Dark energy erupted from within the body, and the cry of a phoenix echoed in the mountain stream.
Companion skill, Dark Demon Nirvana. Boom.
After breaking free from the electric fence, the girl stared at Shen Tian in horror.
How the hell do you know everything? Are you following me?
You're such a young girl, and you keep using foul language.
It doesn't fit your name at all.
What do you care?
I just want to be happy.
Hiss. Electricity surged and flickered around the three of them.
Thunder Eagle glared at the three of them, his anger reaching its peak. Foolish humans, where did you put me, Eagle? You think I, Eagle Master, don't exist? Very good. For interrupting me, you have already received your death.
Shen Tian jumped up on the horse's back and put on the beast armor. Holding the Pegasus golden spear, he passed through layers of electric current and came in front of the thundering electric eagle.
Bang! He raised his hand and slapped Lei Dong Dianing in the face. Thunder Eagle was stunned? What was wrong with this human? Little warrior. How dare you be so arrogant? Die. The golden spear of Tianma pierced through the chest of thundering electric eagle.
An angry roar came from his mouth, golden light shone brightly, terrifying energy surged into his body, and the thunder eagle exploded on the spot.
Holy crap! You're such a heifer on a plane.
Mu Xiao gave a thumbs up, and Shen Tian slipped. The spiritual power under his feet almost collapsed, and he almost fell down on the spot.
Your way of praising people is quite unique. I've always been like this. Then may I ask this old lady, are you willing to follow me? When Shintian saw Mu Xiao on the plane, his heart was already moved. SSS grade top grade, awakened beast girl dark demon phoenix. Especially the companion skill, dark demon nirvana. As long as it is activated before receiving a fatal blow, even if you are killed on the spot, you can immediately be reborn and resurrected. This kind of skill is truly amazing. If you don't take this girl under your wing, you will definitely regret it for the rest of your life. Who the hell do you think you are? Let me hang out with you. Just barely enough, I can be considered the boss of Blue Star. Shintian didn't feel ashamed. After all, he had the strength of a 9th level lord. Looking at the entire Blue Star, what else could he be but the boss? You're talking nonsense, I'm the boss. Oh, you're quite confident. You can beat me. Boom. When the pressure was released, Mu Xiao suddenly felt that the spiritual power in her body solidified and she couldn't release even a little bit. Shin Tianyu walked in the air. With every step he took, spiritual energy condensed under his feet, and he walked steadily in the dragon. A lot of monsters have gathered around the three of them. Open your eyes and take a good look at this, the demeanor of a boss. The Pegasus golden spear pointed straight to the sky, and golden spears quickly condensed, covering an area of 200 miles around in an instant. God-level enhancement holy light meteor. With a wave of the golden spear, countless golden spears shot out from the sky, as magnificent as a meteor shower. Destroy. He spoke indifferently, and the golden spear descended. In an instant, the explosion echoed in Qinchuan. The continuous roar seemed to raise the entire Qinchuan to the ground. Of course, this is impossible. Qinchuan is very large, and the area of 200 miles is just a small part of it. However, all the monsters in Qinchuan naturally sensed such a terrifying explosion. The aftermath of the explosion continued to impact outward, spreading for 1,000 miles before it stopped. Mu Xiao's eyes rolled around in shock. This man was so scary. How about it? Chapter 48, Killing the Monarch. You're so awesome. The mountains and rivers beneath your feet turned into plains. The monster's flesh and blood mixed with rocks and dirt. Come with me. I promise you'll be as awesome as me. No. Fuck. You little girl, don't be so stubborn. If it weren't for me, you would have died here long ago. If you are really capable, just kill the big snake in Qinchuan, and I will follow you. Okay. It's a deal. Planting a snake is not an easy task for Shintian. The Lord has reached the perfect 9th level of cultivation. Looking at the current blue star, he can kill anyone who stands in his way. Point in a direction and I'll kill them now. Follow me. Mu Xiao stretched out her dark wings and led the way, with Shintian and Ma Qian following closely behind. As we moved forward, the number of passing monsters increased dramatically. Shintian held the Pegasus golden spear, and killed one small demon beast with each shot. The Lord level here is completely crushing. No matter whether he is at the high level or the general level, he will be killed with one shot. Marcoine didn't make any moves during the whole process. Shintian just killed people indiscriminately. Doing this is also to make Mu Xiao face reality. What does a truly strong person look like? Only by following Shintian can you become stronger and stronger. Girl, you're not going to lead me into the fire pit. As he went deeper, Shintian raised his brows. The Pegasus golden spear shook rapidly, poking the chest of a commander-level monster charging towards it like a hornet's nest. If you're afraid of death, don't come. You boastful coward. Hey! You're trying to provoke me, huh? I'm going to go with you today, no matter how dangerous it is, I'll kill you. Even as he said this, Shintian's attack did not stop for a moment. As we continued to go deeper, we could no longer see any high-level monsters, and the lowest level was at the general level. Shintian secretly estimated in his heart that the big snake that Mu Xiao mentioned should be a lord-level monster. Roar! The tiger's roar shook the mountains and forests, and the tiger, covered in flames, pounced from the side. The Pegasus's golden spear slashed across, colliding with the tiger's claws. The muscles in his arms tensed, and with a roar he sent the tiger flying. Lord, level 2 Raging Flame Tiger King. Boom! The raging fire spread across the land in an instant, and the three people were surrounded by flames.
The angry flame Tiger King's domain skill was activated, the flames burning on his body became more vigorous, and his combat power continued to rise, reaching the combat power of a 4th level lord.
Absolute zero.
The Pegasus Golden Spear was switched and the Ice Dragon sword was held in his hand. Pointing the sword to the sky, heavy snow fell. The burning flames were instantly frozen, suppressing the furious Tiger King. He stepped back with his right foot, jumped into the air, and arrived in front of the angry Tiger King. The Ice Dragon's sword shone with a cold light and pierced into the neck of the angry Tiger King. Blood gushed out, and the raging fire in the tiger's body was extinguished.
In less than half a minute, a 2nd level lord monster was killed. Mu Xiao saw everything and nodded silently. Continue.
We encountered a 2nd level lord monster here.
I'm afraid that Big Snake should be a perfect 9th level lord. There are many powerful monsters behind us. Be careful not to die. If there is any danger, I will turn around and run away. These monsters are really powerful to be able to hurt me. Keep moving forward, and you will encounter commander level monsters all the way.
More than 20 lord level beasts were killed. This surprised Shen Tian greatly, and he became more and more curious about the giant snake he had never met before.
Here we are. See that tree?
The three of them stopped in mid-air, and Mu Xiao pointed at a towering ancient tree.
Shen Tian looked closely and saw that the trunk of the ancient tree was extremely thick and seemed to be able to move. What the hell is moving?
It's clearly a giant snake wrapped around the tree trunk. The spiritual vision pupil opens, and the information of the big snake appears.
Monster, tongue snake. Level, Monarch level 1. Talent, SSS. Grass. Monarch level. Shen Tian's eyes widened. What a surprise. The strongest monster in Qinchuan is actually a monarch level monster.
No wonder those lord level people living in the core of Qinchuan did not have any large scale conflicts and everyone kept to themselves. With a monarch in charge, it is supreme and no monster dares to anger it.
What? Are you scared? Afraid? I, Shen Tian, don't know what fear is. After taking a step forward, Shen Tian was pulled back by Ma Qian. Are you sure? Don't worry, I'm absolutely sure. Although he is only at the 1st level of Monarch, Shen Tian is still confident. Leave it to me. After comforting Marco Yin, Shen Tian glanced at Mu Xiao. Watch carefully, I'll show you how the boss kills the demon. Walking in the air, Shen Tian slowly approached the ancient tree. The tang snake coiled on the ancient tree sensed someone approaching, and its eyes on its huge head glowed red. Human! Are you provoking me? Damn it, a beast like you is trying to learn human language. You're playing with fire.
The tang snake's body squirmed, and a pair of small wings on its body flapped buzzingly.
Little Loach, Grandpa will let you make the first move and see if you can kill me. Court death.
Faced with Shen Tian's repeated provocations, Tongue Snake moved.
The small wings flapped, and the huge body leaped up and flew off the ancient tree. Judging from its length, it is at least 100 meters.
The tongue snake twisted in the air, with dark clouds gathering beneath it.
Field soaring in the clouds.
The clouds and fog were thick and spreading rapidly. The tang snake disappeared into the clouds and mist, and only the buzzing sound of its wings flapping could be heard. Shen Tian stood still, allowing the clouds and mist to approach.
In a blink of an eye, it was surrounded by clouds and mist. Die!
A roar came from the clouds, and the huge head of the tang snake popped out. The bloody mouth was right above Shen Tian, and could swallow him in one bite.
Watch your head!
Marco Ian was shocked and stopped after running 100 meters. Mu Xiao, who caught up later, had a strange look on her face. In the air, the tang snake opened its mouth wide but did not bite.
Shen Tian looked up leisurely, with a smile on his face. You're not the only one who has the domain.
Facing the monarch level, Shen Tian was naturally cautious. Be fully alert and stay vigilant at all times.
Tang Snake's domain is very magical. As long as it hides in the clouds and mist, all attacks are ineffective. Only when it shows up is the time to take action.
What Shen Tian was waiting for was Tang Snake to show up, so he used his domain to stop time and space. After all, he was facing a monarch-level monster, so Shen Tian was not careless. He controlled the range of time and space stillness within 10 miles to prevent Tang Snake from breaking through the constraints of the domain. Holding the ice dragon sword in his left hand, he grabbed the air with his right hand, and the fierce dragon sword appeared out of thin air. With two swords in hand, Shen Tian mourned silently for Tang Snake in his heart. Poor thing. In order to conquer Mu Xiao, I have no choice but to take your life. Dying for me, Shintian, wouldn't be a waste of your monarch-level strength. The two swords flew straight into the sky. Dragon roars resounded across the sky, and twin dragons of ice and fire descended from the sky. An ice and fire dragon ball appeared on Tingsha's head. Shintian stood in his original position, possessed by beast armor and surrounded by ice and fire. Destroy! On! The dragon's roar resounded through the sky, and the two dragons coiled around each other. Ice and fire, two dragons playing with a pearl. In an instant, a world of ice and fire enveloped the entire sky. The clouds and mist shattered in the ice and fire, and Tang Snake's body melted inch by inch, turning into ashes and blown away by the wind. Monarch-level Tang Snake, dead. When Tingsha's head exploded, a red spirit bead flew out. Shintian grabbed it and muttered to himself. Look at my luck. The first time I killed a monarch-level monster, a spirit pearl dropped. Chapter 49 Golden Leaf of Life. He died already? The two girls rushed over, and Mu Xiao couldn't believe it. See? This is my strength. If you follow me, I can easily kill monsters of this level. Good. He is a straightforward person. Shintian was delighted and immediately condensed the book of contract. Contracted SSS-level beast girl Mu Xiao, information column synchronization completed. I couldn't wait to check the shared skills, and Dark Demon Nirvana was among them. With this skill, you will have the greatest life-saving skill in the future. That is the blood gate of the spirit world. Marco Wien raised his hand and pointed at the top of the ancient tree. Among the dense branches and leaves, a faint blood-red light flickered. Go and take a look. The three of them moved closer and came to the top of the ancient tree. The blood gate hidden among the branches and leaves appeared before our eyes. It really is the blood gate of the spirit world. Now that we're here, let's go in and take a look. Shintian had just tasted the benefits brought by the sky-clean bamboo not long ago. When you encounter a new spiritual world, you will naturally not give up easily. The three of them stepped into the blood gate one after another. After a dizzying moment, they entered the spiritual space behind the blood gate. Three people appeared in mid-air one after another. The mountains and rivers below your feet are continuous, no different from those in Qinchuan. The spiritual world is attached to the blue planet, and its internal structure is very similar to that of the blood gate. However, the area of this spiritual world is not large, only about the size of Qinchuan's core area. Before they could admire it for a moment, a monster beast rose into the air from below and attacked the three of them. Fuck! How come this big snake is alive again? Mu Xiao spoke the quintessence of Chinese culture and quickly dodged by stretching her wings. Shintian and Ma Qian also dodged one after another. Tang Snake rushed past, and its huge body separated the three people into two sides. When the first attack missed, Tingsha immediately used his backhand. The huge snake's tail turned and swept across, heading straight for Shintian and Ma Qian. The two are the strongest, so the suicide kills the strongest one first. Come on. If I can kill you once, I can kill you a second time. The field opens again, time and space stand still. When? The energy spread like ripples, and the space suddenly became still. Tang Snake's body paused for a second, then slowly moved again, but at a very slow speed. Just as Shintian expected, when facing a monarch-level domain, the effect of the domain would be greatly weakened due to the difference of one level. The fact that this Tang Snake is very mobile is the best proof. However, this speed poses no threat to Shintian. Ice and fire, twin dragons playing with a pearl. The ultimate move comes again, ice and fire reappear. Tang Snake's body trembled, twisting in pain under the ice and fire. This time, Shintian did not go all out, but held back. Sister Queen, I leave it to you. It flapped its wings upwards and arrived above the Tang Snake's head. Holy light meteors condensed, and tens of thousands of golden spears shot out solemnly. It's done. The next step is to eliminate the monsters below. Shintian looked down and saw that there were about tens of thousands of monsters below, the weakest of which was at the general level. My eyes couldn't help but light up. This wave of advanced tasks can be completed to a large extent. Holding two sharp swords, he landed in the mountains. When time and space stand still, these monsters are like lambs to be slaughtered, and one sword can kill one of them. After dealing with the Tang Snake, Marco Wien also came down to assist Shintian in killing the monster. Even Mu Xiao, who is only at the intermediate level, can easily kill these monsters above the general level. The three of them ran quickly through the mountains and rivers, and it took them about 2 hours to kill all the monsters. Just like last time, after the monster died, it turned into dust and light and poured into the blood crystal of the spiritual world. This spiritual world is not big, and the spiritual world blood crystal is hidden on the trunk of the ancient tree. The filtered energy was directly injected into the ancient tree. At the top of the ancient tree is a golden leaf. With his divine vision, Shen Tian knew the name of the leaf at a glance. Spiritual Treasure Life Golden Leaf. Unlike the sky bamboo, the golden leaves of life grow one by one. Only when the leaves turn golden do they become ripe, and there is no need to wait. After all the dust light was filtered out, Shen Tian flew to the top of the ancient tree and collected all the golden leaves of life. It was estimated that there were more than 200 leaves. The blood crystal on the tree trunk flickered, but the monster did not appear to be resetting. Confused, the three waited for 10 minutes, and finally a streak of light flew out. A general-level monster was born, but only this one. It seems that each spirit world is different. It will take a lot of time to reset Qin Chuan's spirit world. Come to think of it, after all, the lowest level is the general level. Let's go out. Shen Tian felt a little regretful. In this spiritual space, his advancement task had been greatly improved. Now, the only thing left to do is to kill 200 Lord-level beasts, and 41 more to go before he can successfully enter the Monarch level. The three of them passed through the bloody gate and returned to reality. As soon as he opened the bleeding gate, the roar of a beast sounded in his ears. A large number of monsters were fighting around the ancient tree. As soon as Tang Snake died, these guys started fighting for the top spot. This is in line with their animal nature. I don't think so. Marcoine denied it and pointed to the top of the ancient tree. A golden leaf swaying in the wind. I see. No wonder there are monarch-level people in Qinchuan. It turns out it's because of the golden leaf of life. The viper guarded the ancient tree, waiting for the golden leaf of life. Shen Tian secretly speculated that the ancient tree in the spiritual world should give back to Qinchuan's ancient tree. He picked up the golden leaf of life, and the monsters around the ancient tree immediately stopped fighting, staring at Shen Tian with fierce eyes. What are you looking at? Are you dissatisfied? Sweeping his eyes over the monsters present, Shen Tian immediately took out the Pegasus Golden Spear. Since you don't accept it, then all of you should die. Among this group of fighting monsters, there are 17 Lord-level ones. For Shen Tian today, it is a scarce resource for upgrading. Time and space stand still, and the killing spree returns. After killing the monster, a plane circled slowly over the head. Friend Shen, I finally found you. Chu Kuiyun breathed a sigh of relief. Shen Tian had been running for 3 or 4 hours. The plane had already left Qinchuan, and Shen Tian had not caught up yet. How could Chu Kuiyun feel at ease? He immediately turned around and looked for it again. I'm sorry to make Patriarch Chu worried. After saying that, he took the two girls into the air and came to the door of the plane. The hatch opened and 3 people filed in. Friend Shen, are you going out this time just for her? Good. Chu Kuiyun looked Mu Xiao up and down. She looked pretty and was almost as pretty as his own daughter. For a time, Chu Kuiyun was in crisis. There is one more competitor for my daughter. What are you looking at, old man? Be careful or I'll dig your eyes out. You old pervert. Bad luck. Chu Kuiyun? The little girl has such a bad temper. Master Chu, this girl has a bad temper, please be patient. Don't worry, why would I bother with a young man? He. Mu Xiao rolled her eyes and was about to speak again when Shen Tian stopped her. Alright, stop. Sister Kuiyun, take her to meet everyone and try to integrate her in as quickly as possible. Xiao, come with me and I'll introduce you to other people. After walking to the next room and opening the door, Mu Xiao shouted on the spot. Fuck. So many women, and with his small body, he's going to have to eat goji berries every day. This is really a lot of trouble. Chapter 50 Heaven's Blessing. Shen Tian's face darkened. You're so talkative? Talk less next time. Friend Shen, there's something I'm not sure whether I should say or not. Master Chu spoke frankly. You are now a candidate for the God-making project, so you still need to exercise some restraint on the people around you. You mean Mu Xiao? Right. Chu Kuiyun did not shy away from the topic and chose to communicate directly. Once you enter Kyoto, there will be many people watching.
Your every move will be magnified infinitely, and the same goes for your contracted beast girl. If she gets into trouble, it could very well be bad for you. The First Lord is right to have high hopes for you, but in these last days, the power of the aristocratic families cannot be ignored. Well, I have my own considerations. Shen Tian nodded, he naturally listened to what was said. But as to whether or not to restrain Mu Xiao, Shen Tian felt that it was completely unnecessary. Everyone has his or her own nature, and one can act according to his or her nature without losing freedom. Excessive suppression of a person's character may backfire. As for those aristocratic families, if you don't like them, just turn a blind eye. If they are looking for trouble, then beat them into submission. If you can't defeat them, destroy them. In this world, fists are the ultimate way to speak. Before arriving in Kyoto, Shen Tian took a good rest. As the sun was setting, the plane entered Kyoto. At this time, Kyoto Airport was cleared early. Outside the airport, a large number of beastmasters and beastgirls gathered to guard the safety around the airport. With a roar, the plane stopped steadily. The cabin door opened and Shen Tian walked down first, followed by Chu Kuiyun, Ma Qian, and other women. On the Kyoto side, an old man led the way and quickly stepped forward to greet them. My dear friend Shen Tian, I am Xia Rui. I have long wanted to meet you, and today I finally got my wish. Shen Tian is not talented, thank you for your concern, master. Before coming, Shen Tian already knew the name of the Dragon Kingdom's leader. His surname is Xia and his name is Rui, which means auspicious. After the two shook hands in a friendly manner, Xia Rui introduced the accompanying people to Shen Tian one by one. This welcoming ceremony was unprecedentedly grand. All the high-ranking officials in Kyoto were present, and the heads of various families were also present in person. After the meeting, Shen Tian and Xia Rui took a car together and headed towards the Demon Slayer Guild headquarters. Since the establishment of the Demon Slayer Guild, the top leaders of the Dragon Kingdom have lived in the guild. If you were to ask where the safest place is in Dragon Country right now, it would naturally be the Demon Slayer Guild headquarters. Master Xia, I have a few questions I'd like to ask you. Could you please tell me? Tell me everything you know. Xia Rui smiled with narrowed eyes, full of affinity, giving people a feeling of being bathed in spring breeze. Why conceal the contract between beast tamers and beast girls? The two combined can unleash the strongest combat power, but so far, the official is still promoting beast girls and deliberately downplaying the role of beast tamers. Second, I heard that the issue of the system of beastmasters and beast girls was first raised by you, the chief. How did you know about it? Third, the time for the third revival of the monster should not be a blind guess by the leader. As for the last point, whose idea was it to propose the god-making plan? Xia Rui seemed to have expected Shen Tian to ask this question and was not surprised at all throughout. After Shen Tian finished speaking, he raised his hand, extended his index finger, and drew in the air. In an instant, the two people in the back row were enveloped by a layer of faint pure white light. Shen Tian was stunned. When they first met and shook hands, Shen Tian had already used his spiritual vision to investigate the old man. Xia Rui was not a beastmaster, but just an ordinary person. But his current actions indicate that he is definitely not an ordinary person. These are all told by the way of heaven. Heavenly way? Shen Tian raised his eyebrows in shock. Xia Rui turned sideways and lifted up his shirt in front of Shen Tian. Xia Rui's body under his clothes was completely transparent, and his internal organs and blood flow were clearly visible. Attached to Xia Rui's heart, there is a small heart shining with 9 colors of light. On the night when the red moon hung high in the sky, I became like this. This is the blessing of heaven. This crisis came so suddenly that even the blue star Heavenly Tao could not resolve it. What heaven can do is to use another situation to keep the blue planet from being destroyed temporarily. At the same time, an opportunity has been given to us humans to complete this self-rescue. The systems after awakening are all determined by the Heavenly Tao, and the leaders of all countries in Blue Star are blessed by the Heavenly Tao. As for the fact that the contracts between Beastmasters and Beast Girls could unleash greater combat power, all countries unanimously decided to keep it secret for the time being. This crisis is not only external, but also internal. Are there those with ulterior motives, attempting to exploit this crisis on Blue Planet to overthrow human civilization? A murderous look suddenly appeared in Shen Tian's eyes, and Xia Rui nodded after he had finished his work. According to our current intelligence, dark forces are already at work in the dark. The contractual union between the Beast Girl and the Beast Master can be kept secret for as long as possible. Xia Rui sighed helplessly. Born in the end times, there are too many uncertainties. If there is internal instability, it will be difficult to resist external enemies. The heavenly Tao has already informed me of the time when all the demon beasts will revive. There will be 4 more revival times, half a month later, 1 month later, 3 months later, and half a year later. The purpose of the God-making plan is to cultivate an absolutely strong person to deal with the great disaster after the last revival of the monster beast. What we have experienced so far is just a minor incident. The final resurrection of the demon beast will be the real beginning of the disaster. Shen Tian deeply agreed with this point. In his previous life, he had personally experienced the resurrection of monsters 7 times. The 7th resurrection of demon beasts brought about a tide of beasts that dealt a heavy blow to human civilization. As many as half of the countries on the blue planet fell directly and became history. So, the God-making plan was also proposed by the heavenly Tao? Indeed, I received the instructions from the heavenly Tao in a hurry, and it seemed to be a spur-of-the-moment decision of the heavenly Tao. However, after this incident, my intuition about the heavenly Tao has weakened a lot. It seems that the heavenly Tao of our blue planet is also facing a crisis and is somewhat overwhelmed. For example, the matter of the awakening spirit stone. The heavenly Tao once said that the first 3 times a demon beast revived, an awakening spirit stone would be dropped, but the 3rd time a demon beast revived, no awakening spirit stone appeared. Shen Tian nodded in agreement. This was indeed different from his previous life. The 3rd time the demon beast revived in the previous life, an awakening spirit stone was dropped. Could it be that it is the butterfly effect brought about by rebirth? The last instruction I received from the heavenly Tao, besides the God creation plan, also involved matters concerning the spirit world. You've already been there, right? I've been in. The exploration of the spirit world has begun. Currently, we have completely mastered 17 weak spirit worlds. The spiritual treasures born from them are being sent to Kyoto. As for the powerful spirit worlds, the authorities are currently powerless. You are needed to deal with them. No problem. Shen Tian naturally knew how important the spiritual treasures in the spiritual world were. Also, how much information do the authorities have about those dark forces? For example, their headquarters. Oh. Xiao Rui glanced at Shen Tian. What do you want to do? Destroy them. As the old saying goes, to resist foreign aggression, one must first stabilize the country. If we destroy those parasites, we can have some peace of mind. Since he has accepted the God-making plan and is enjoying the best training treatment, Shen Tian will not take it for nothing. It just so happened that Shen Tian had no good feelings towards the dark forces, so he just took action to destroy them. There are some clues, but they haven't been confirmed yet. There's no rush to destroy the dark forces. We've arrived at the Demon Slayer Guild headquarters. As a candidate for the God-making program, you will have a great opportunity, an opportunity left by heaven. This is the way of heaven, prepared for the God-making plan. This share of our dragon nation belongs to you. An opportunity left by heaven. Shen Tian's eyes lit up. How could one not be moved when it came to the way of heaven? Chapter 51 Heavenly Baptism, Physical Transformation. Arriving at the Demon Slayer Guild headquarters, Shen Tian and Xiao Rui got out of the car together. The tall buildings stand before us like a steel forest. The entire Demon Slayer Guild headquarters is guarded by fully armed soldiers. The soldiers were 1 meter apart, and there were beast girls guarding every 10 meters. Along the way, Shen Tian passed through 10 levels before entering the core of the guild headquarters. Frenshin, leave your beast girls to Patriarch Chu and let him take them to their residence. Good. Xu Kuiyun called everyone and left with Ma Qian and other girls. Shen Tian followed Xiao Rui into the headquarters building. When he arrived at the elevator, Xiao Rui took out a colorful card. After swiping their cards, 2 people entered the elevator while the others stayed outside. The elevator fell rapidly and there was no floor display. This permission card will be yours from now on. Xiao Rui took out another colorful card and handed it to Shen Tian. The lowest level of the Demon Slayer Guild headquarters is only accessible to me, the leader. From now on, you can enter as well. At the same time, with this card, you have absolute authority in all the fortresses of Dragon Nation, and all the subordinates of the Demon Slayer Guild will obey your orders. After taking the authority card, Shen Tian felt it was heavy. After receiving this authority card, the burden on you will be heavier in the future. The greater your ability, the greater your responsibility. Shen Tian agreed with this statement. If he was weak, he would just live a peaceful life. But now that we are strong, we should do something for the Dragon Kingdom. Ding! The elevator stopped and the doors opened.
The two of them stepped out, and surging life energy rushed towards them.
In this rich life energy, Shintian looked around the entire space.
Spiritual treasures could be seen everywhere, growing under the nourishment of life energy.
This. For a moment, Shintian was speechless.
Spiritual treasures are such precious things, especially in the early stages of the monster beast's revival. It is a great opportunity to obtain one. I never thought that there were so many spiritual treasures under the control of the Dragon Kingdom officials.
Surprising. This is all thanks to the blessing of heaven. Shintian nodded.
This space was not small. It was estimated that there were at least 300 or 400 spiritual treasures growing vigorously. However, these spiritual treasures are still in the growth stage and have not yet matured.
Is this the opportunity that heaven has left for the candidates for the God creation project? Only part of it.
Xiaorui was in front, and the two of them moved forward all the way to the center of the space. Xiaorui placed his hand on a stone pillar.
The space shook violently, and the stone pillars separated and dislocated.
A colorful crystal stone appeared in front of Shintian. The rich life energy is released from the colorful crystal stones. This is the opportunity left by heaven, the heavenly Tao Spirit Stone.
The divine pupil of spiritual vision opened, and his gaze rested on the heavenly Tao Spirit Stone.
Shintian frowned, his divine vision was unable to see through the heavenly Tao Spirit Stone.
This innate skill is said to be able to see through everything.
In surprise, the colorful light of the heavenly Tao Spirit Stone suddenly burst out, flew out without any control, and directly drilled into Shintian's forehead.
Xiaorui on the side smiled and nodded, thinking to himself. It is indeed so. What's going on? This is the heavenly Tao Spirit Stone's recognition of you. You are the only one in our dragon nation who can master it. As for its wonderful uses, only you can comprehend it.
Xiaorui nodded. Since the heavenly Tao Spirit Stone has recognized its master, I will not bother you here. Being able to comprehend the heavenly Tao Spirit Stone earlier is a great thing for you and for the Dragon Nation. After saying this, Xiaorui retreated.
Only Shintian was left in the entire space.
Shintian sat down cross-legged with his eyes closed.
Mobilize the spiritual power in the body and send it straight to the forehead.
A flash of colorful light passed by, and Shintian's consciousness was instantly pulled into another world. When he opened his eyes again, Shintian found himself in the universe with the blue planet right under his feet.
The vast universe is empty and silent.
Loneliness and fear surged into my heart in an instant.
Boom!
A huge explosion sounded, and Shintian shuddered all over.
Following the sound, I saw a blood-red planet hurtling across the universe.
Wherever it passed, the planet exploded and turned into pieces.
The blood-red planet is moving very fast and is getting closer and closer to the blue planet.
The brilliant colorful light condensed in an instant, surrounding and enveloping the entire blue star.
Boom!
The blood-red planet rushed over and collided with the blue planet. The invincible blood-red planet cup bounced away and then began to collide again. With every collision, the colorful light on the blue planet will dim a little. Shintian was anxious, but he could do nothing. The collision between the blue star Tiandao and the blood-red planet continues. As the saying goes, if you hurt the enemy 1,000 times, you will also hurt yourself 800 times. The blood-red planet was also being continuously weakened under the defense of the blue star Tiandao.
Rumble!
Another collision, the blood-red planet exploded directly, turning into countless pieces of rubble and scattered out, attacking the blue planet from all corners.
Boom!
The colorful lights were so dazzling that Shintian's vision went blank. After recovery, the blood-red rubble surrounding the blue star had been completely destroyed. Only a round piece of blood-red gravel remained, sinking into the moon. Looking at the colorful light on the blue planet again, it has become very dim and may disappear at any time. The originally white moon turned blood red in an instant, and the blood light shone on the blue planet.
Is this the source of the demon beast's revival?
Lan Xingtian Dao blocked the fatal attack, but now seemed to have no ability to resist and could only allow the blood to invade. The blood moon lasted for less than an hour before its light dimmed.
Brush! The huge suction force pulled Shintian's consciousness back to reality. This is the crisis facing Blue Planet.
As my chosen guardian, you must quickly grow stronger.
The mission of defending Blue Planet ultimately depends on humanity itself.
A weak voice sounded in Shintian's mind. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The harsh noise continued for a while, and Shintian's mind returned to calm.
How exactly to use the Heavenly Tao spiritual stone? You haven't told me yet. Shen Tian smiled bitterly. This was really troublesome. What is the point of having this supreme opportunity if you don't know how to use it?
Thinking of this, Shen Tian's mind moved slightly, and he gently called out the Heavenly Tao Spirit Stone. The Heavenly Tao Spirit Stone flew out from his forehead. He pointed his finger at the Spirit Stone, and colorful light bloomed, and the light fell on Shen Tian.
In an instant, Shen Tian felt an incredible force penetrate into his body through the pores of his skin.
He immediately closed his eyes and felt the power constantly flowing within Shen Tian's body. With every strike, Shen Tian's body becomes stronger. Bones, flesh, internal organs, and even skin are constantly sublimating and transforming. A huge vitality was born from the dantian, and a colorful vortex emerged out of thin air. Shen Tian calmly accepted the baptism from the way of heaven, and transformed himself into the strongest person step by step.
This process took a full 2 hours. The practice only ended after Shen Tian completely absorbed the energy. My body can no longer be described as a human body.
After opening his eyes, Shen Tian simply moved his arms and realized something was wrong.
Every inch of the body is filled with endless vitality and energy.
Shen Tian dared to assert that even if his arm was cut off by someone, it could be regenerated immediately. It's truly worthy of being called a Heavenly Tao spiritual stone. Just this one magical use alone makes it invincible. It's just a pity for these spiritual treasures. If the Heavenly Tao spiritual stone wasn't here, I'm afraid its growth rate would be much slower. It would be much better if some of it could be left behind. Chapter 52 The Test of God. Brush. The Heavenly Spirit Stone seemed to understand human nature and flew into the stone pillar. A little bit of light separated from it and condensed into another Heavenly Tao Spirit Stone, but it was much smaller than the original one.
You're amazing. Shen Tian smiled and waved, leaving this clone behind.
Although the growth rate of the spiritual treasures here would still be slower, it would be faster than without the Heavenly Tao Spirit Stone. As for what other uses the Heavenly Tao Spirit Stone has, Shen Tian plans to keep it and explore it slowly. He put the Heavenly Tao Spirit Stone back on his forehead and turned to leave. When I came out of the elevator, Chu Kuiyun was already waiting outside.
My dear Shen, the First Lord still has official business to attend to. For the next period of time, I will take you to visit the Demon Slayer Guild headquarters. Thank you for your help, Master Chu. Xiaorui made such arrangements because Chu Kuiyun and Shen Tian had met early on and understood Shen Tian's character. With Chu Kuiyun leading the way, the two of them quickly toured the entire Demon Slayer Guild. Then he walked towards his residence. Your residence is in front. This is specially prepared for you by the First Lord. No one is allowed to approach within a radius of 30 miles. Oh? Isn't that a group of people gathered around?
In the field of vision, more than 20 young people gathered outside a luxurious villa.
Ma Qian and others confronted everyone outside the villa. Damn it! Don't stop me. I'm going to beat them to pieces.
Mu Shio had a bad temper and she couldn't control herself anymore when facing the crowd in front of her.
Unfortunately, she was not strong enough now and was easily stopped by Xiao Ji. Don't be impulsive, wait until Shen Tian comes back. Ma Qian faced everyone calmly and always kept his distance. What? Are you bitches scared? If you're scared, then let Shen come out. What kind of bastard is this? He's worthy of being a candidate for the God-making project. People from our big families, who doesn't start at the intermediate level? The strongest ones are already at the advanced level. How can a nameless trash like him get his turn? Come out and fight quickly. If you lose, get out. What's going on? An angry shout rang out behind everyone. Chu Kuiyun's face turned pale. These people were geniuses secretly trained by the government. As soon as Shen Tian arrived today, they gathered together to cause trouble. It is very likely that other families are deliberately looking for trouble. After all, everyone is tempted by the plan to create a god. Shen Tian obtained the qualification for the god-making plan, which affected many families. Oh! Patriarch Chu is here. This must be Shen Tian.
The leading young man took a step forward and came in front of Shen Tian.
You little brat, do you dare to fight me? If you lose, get out of Kyoto. You are not worthy of the god-making project. This belongs to my eldest brother. Oh Yang Wu, don't look for trouble. The god-making plan was set by the First Lord. If you don't agree, go find the First Lord.
Master Chu, you still have the nerve to say that. Everyone knows that Shin Tian is someone you strongly support.
In order to win him over, you even gave your daughter away. The God-making plan was set by the First Lord, and it was you who instigated it. The First Lord is so busy that it's understandable that he was deceived by you. Is there something wrong with your brain? If there's something wrong with your IQ, go see a doctor.
Chu Kuiyun was a little angry, as the God-making plan was of great importance. When the first seat was decided, no one objected.
As a direct descendant of the Ouyang family, Ouyang Wu should be very clear about this.
But today he acted like a fool and jumped out to question. Judging from his posture, he will not give up until he forces Shin Tian to take action.
Master Chu, let me do it.
Shin Tian spoke, his eyes cold.
I don't think you're that stupid. Tell me the truth about who's behind this, and I'll spare your life. What a big deal. I'm a direct descendant of the Ouyang family. Do you dare to kill me? Why not? The Pegasus golden spear appeared out of thin air, and Shin Tian thrust the spear forward, piercing Ouyang Wu's abdomen. Ouyang Wu's eyes widened. You. Bang!
The body fell to the ground, dead on the spot.
You dare to kill someone in the Demon Slayer Guild?
Shin Tian, you have violated the guild's rules.
You are finished. You're the only one who talks too much. Phew.
Another shot was fired, and the person who spoke died on the spot. After killing 2 people in succession, the remaining 20 or so people didn't dare to say a word, and some even turned around and ran away.
You want to try running without my permission?
As soon as these words were spoken, the people who were running away immediately stopped and walked back obediently.
I'll ask again, who ordered you to cause trouble? Tell me, and you won't die. If you don't, I'll kill you one by one. Shin Xiaoyu, you are doing this. Master Chu, there's no need to say more. I know what to do.
Chu Kuiyun had no choice but to shut up and wait and see how Shin Tian would deal with it.
Have you thought about it? Bang!
The golden spear of Pegasus pierced the ground, and the group looked at each other in fear.
What are you all doing here? Don't you know that Shin Tian lives nearby and can't just enter freely?
30 miles away, a group of people came, and the leader shouted angrily.
Second uncle, someone has been murdered here. Shin Tian killed Xiao Wu.
One person spoke loudly and swung his arms vigorously. Shin Tian glanced at the man with his spiritual vision, who was also from the Ouyang family.
Murder? Everyone, follow me.
I am Ouyang Ba, the law enforcement captain of the Demon Slayer Guild. A murder has occurred here, so I have entered Shin Tian's residence.
Ouyang Ba walked while speaking through the intercom.
Soon, Ouyang Ba arrived at the scene with a team of people. Shin Tian, you just arrived at the Demon Slayer Guild headquarters and you dare to kill people.
Do you think the headquarters laws are just for show? Or do you think that just because you're selected for the God-making project, you can act recklessly and disregard human lives? I just act recklessly, what can you do to me?
Ouyang Ba's appearance at such a coincidence, everything seemed to have been calculated.
We had just killed Ouyang Wu, and he came here not long after. Moreover, both of them are from the Ouyang family, so there is definitely something wrong. Well, you're so brave. It's a disaster for Dragon Nation to have someone like you chosen for the God Creation Project.
As the captain of the law enforcement team, I have the authority to arrest you and the others for questioning.
Come with me immediately. You don't deserve it.
Shin Tian crossed his arms and looked at him coldly.
Ma Qian and other women all stood behind Shin Tian.
For a moment, a strong sense of oppression came over me. Ouyang Ba was very clear about Shin Tian's strength, so he naturally didn't dare to act rashly.
All right. Shin Tian, are you going to disobey the headquarters orders? Surrender now, or even the chieftain won't be able to protect you. Ouyang Ba, I have a piece of advice for you. Don't push your luck and keep provoking me, or you'll end up like them. After hearing this, Ouyang Ba began to hesitate. Shin Tian is too tough. If he is really pushed into a corner, he will definitely take action. Kill him. Ouyang Ba, who was about to retreat, heard a low command from the micro-earphone in his left ear. This is a test from God. Kill him and you will receive God's blessing. When mentioning gods, Ouyang Ba's eyes suddenly became fanatical. Shin Tian killed people in public and defied the headquarters orders. His attitude is extremely bad. As the captain of the law enforcement team, I order everyone to be arrested. At a command, the law enforcement officers behind Ouyang Ba rushed forward one after another.
Shen Tian remained indifferent and circulated his spiritual power. The beast armor was released in an instant, and powerful pressure was released on the spot. Ouyang Ba and his group were knocked directly to the ground. This was the pressure of a Lord-level warrior using his beast armor.
How could a mere intermediate-level warrior like Ouyang Ba withstand it?
He was unable to move at all on the spot.
Tell me, who's behind you?
Shen Tian realized that Ouyang Ba was just a small fry, and the real big fish had not yet appeared.
I'm going to kill you. Ouyang Ba smiled evilly, bit his teeth hard, and the next moment an explosion sounded. Chapter 53 The Mastermind. Boom! Shen Tian. The explosion suddenly occurred, instantly engulfing the two of them.
Markian's face changed drastically, holy light burst out from his body, and he rushed into the explosion range regardless of everything.
Bang! A huge force pushed in Marcoine and was bounced away. I'm fine. Shen Tian walked out in the thick smoke.
His clothes were tattered and bloodstained.
Are you really okay? Fine.
Shen Tian shook his head and glared fiercely at the corpse that had been blown to pieces.
What a great Ouyang Ba!
He is truly not afraid of death. He was indeed careless this time. Fortunately, his body had experienced the baptism of the heavenly Tao Spirit Stone, so facing this small explosion, Shen Tian was not killed on the spot. What Shen Tian was curious about right now was what method Ouyang Ba used to detonate himself. Shen Tian, you killed the captain of the law enforcement team.
A group of law enforcement officers were completely confused. Since the establishment of the Demon Slayer Guild, such a thing has never happened in the headquarters. Fuck! When Shen Tian saw who had spoken, he immediately became furious. He took 2 or 3 steps and grabbed the man's neck. Are you Ouyang family members mentally ill? I haven't offended you in the past. Why do you keep finding fault with me? Don't you know how he died?
And you're trying to pin the blame on me, asking who was behind it.
Shen
Tian, it was obviously you were the one who killed first.
Shut up.
With force from his fingers, he lifted the man into the air with one hand.
You Ouyang family are so stubborn. You're not afraid of death, are you? If you want to frame me, I'll kill you all. Snap.
With a slight force, the man died on the spot.
Have you seen enough? Get out here.
Not far away, a group of people were running towards them quickly. Shen Tian glanced at the people who were rushing over and couldn't help but smile silently.
This group of people are all from the Ouyang family. The people from the Ouyang family who were originally in the law enforcement team immediately rushed over to join them.
As for the other people in the law enforcement team, they obediently retreated behind Chu Kuiyun to seek shelter.
Shen Tian ignored that group of people and focused all his attention on the Ouyang family. Shen Tian, you killed my Ouyang family members for no reason. Do you think my Ouyang family is easy to bully?
The leader roared angrily, and spiritual energy fluctuations from his body spread in the air. Your methods are so brutal, you must be sent by the dark forces to deliberately cause trouble at the headquarters in an attempt to destroy the genius elite of our dragon nation.
Good.
What a despicable plot. I, Ouyang Duty, in the name of the deputy head of the Ouyang family, order the execution of the evildoers of the dark forces.
Kill.
Without giving Shen Tian any chance to explain, Ouyang Duty gave the order on the spot, and the people from the Ouyang family behind him attacked at the same time.
You asked for this.
I've been fed up with it for a long time. Mu Xiao flashed over and released the light of death, piercing through a disciple of the Ouyang family on the spot.
Dark power, you are indeed from the dark forces, let's attack together. Return. Shen Tian waved his hand, grabbed Mu Xiao through the air, and pulled her back behind him.
The ice dragon sword condensed in his hand, and snowflakes drifted in the sky.
In just a moment, the ice covered the ground and spread instantly. Dozens of people from the Ouyang family were frozen on the spot.
Friend Shen, don't kill them all.
Destroy.
Chu Kuiyun was one step too late after all.
Shen Tian snapped his fingers and the ice sculpture exploded.
Including the deputy head of the family, Ouyang Duty, all of them died.
This matter has become a big deal.
The First Lord and his men probably saw it clearly, as well as the people from other families. The reason why Chu Kuiyun spoke out to stop them was that he saw Xia Rui and his group coming quickly.
Of course we have to make a big fuss. How can some people be satisfied if we don't? Boom boom boom.
Overhead, more than 10 fighter planes gathered. Not far away, there was a pile of heavy weapons, all aimed at Shin Tian and his group.
Master, don't get close, Shin Tian is very dangerous. I believe Shin Tian is definitely not a bloodthirsty person. If Patriarch Ouyang doesn't believe me, you can wait here. Xia Rui pushed Ouyang Zhantian, the head of the Ouyang family, and walked toward Shin Tian.
With the chief leading the way, the others naturally had no reason to stop and followed. Ouyang Zhantian narrowed his eyes slightly, a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes, and he followed the crowd.
Master Xia, the authorities really gave me a big blow. There must be some misunderstanding here.
I hope Mr. Shin can tell me the cause of the incident.
Let me tell you. Chu Kuiyun stood up and told the whole story.
As Xia Rui listened, his expression gradually changed, and he glanced at Ouyang Zhantian out of the corner of his eye.
Master Ouyang, did you instruct them? No. Ouyang Zhantian immediately shook his head. Their every move has nothing to do with me. Does it really have nothing to do with you? Master Ouyang, this situation should be what you want. Friend Shin is joking.
Ouyang Zhantian smiled and said, when the First Lord chose you as the candidate for the God Creation Project, I wholeheartedly agreed.
How could I let the people below deliberately make things difficult for you? Under the circumstances, it would be difficult for Patriarch Ouyang to disagree. Friend Shin, if you say that, it will be boring. It's really boring.
Shin Tian agreed with this deeply. Looking at Ouyang Zhantian's eyes, he suddenly sneered.
How about I kill you? That would be interesting. What? Ouyang Zhantian was startled, and Shin Tian flashed by and grabbed Ouyang Zhantian on the spot. More. The mental ray arrived in an instant and directly broke into Ouyang Zhantian's mind. Driven by mental interference, Ouyang Zhantian felt dizzy.
After a moment of coming to my senses, the piercing pain stimulated my nerves.
Ah!
Blood continued to flow out of his mouth, and Ouyang Zhantian glared at Shin Tian in anger.
Just tap your fingers and snowflakes fly. All the people from the Ouyang family present were frozen in ice.
Only Ouyang Zhantian was left, but his legs and feet were frozen, making him unable to move.
There must be something different inside Patriarch Ouyang's teeth. After Bimira used her mental interference, Shin Tian immediately pried open Ouyang Zhantian's mouth and easily broke out all his teeth. Master Xia, send someone to examine his teeth. No.
Xia Rui waved his hand, and a middle-aged man in military uniform behind him took the bleeding tooth from Shin Tian's hand.
After a quick check, his face became serious. Reporting to the First Lord, there is a miniature bomb hidden in the tooth.
This bomb is small in size but extremely powerful.
It is hidden in the tooth and can be detonated by biting hard. It is indeed so. Shin Tian had doubts since Ouyang Ba blew himself up. Guess the bomb is hidden in the teeth. This time, the purpose of attacking Ouyang Zhantian is to obtain evidence.
Also, this is exactly the same bomb we captured that was used by the Dark Forces.
It has a skull logo on it. Sure enough, there was a small skull at the root of the tooth. Immediately give the order to control all the members of the Ouyang family.
Just as he finished speaking, an explosion suddenly occurred in a tall building.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
A series of explosions occurred at the Demon Slayer Guild headquarters. Ouyang Zhantian, whose legs and feet were frozen, laughed loudly, his face distorted and his toothless mouth wide open.
Ha 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 ha! If you want to catch me, forget it. Xia Rui, you stupid fool, the way of heaven cannot save mankind.
Only the gods from outside the realm can save us humans.
You simply don't understand what a great cause my Ouyang family is engaged in.
Ouyang Zhantian, you have lost all your humanity.
Because of your decision, the entire Ouyang family has been led down a path of no return. Chapter 54, Love between men and women is human nature. You're talking nonsense, Xia Rui. You don't understand at all. Only the gods from outside the domain can save us. Ouyang Zhantian roared madly and expressed his views, and everyone could only shake their heads and sigh.
There's no need to waste time talking to him, more.
Control his mind.
I want to know the headquarters of the Dark Forces.
Yes.
Bimira's pink eyes flickered, and her spirit invaded Ouyang Zhantian's brain.
For a moment, Ouyang Zhantian's eyes were dull.
Tell me, where is the headquarters of the Dark Forces?
Northwest Tower. Ah.
Ouyang Zhantian suddenly screamed, his whole body convulsed and foam came out of his mouth.
What's going on? His spirit was destroyed.
Bimira's face turned slightly pale.
It's a very strange power, like some kind of curse. I almost got infected by it.
It must be some method used by the dark forces. We have captured some members of the dark forces before, and they all died suddenly in this way. Xia Ruwei said helplessly. It was obvious that this situation had happened many times.
Northwest, tower, those are the only useful keywords. Please send someone to check. Well, I'll send someone to investigate. I'll let you know when I have news.
Everyone, disperse and hurry up to repair the damaged buildings at headquarters.
Ouyang Zhantian's exposure caused a huge chain reaction.
All the Ouyang family members in the headquarters resorted to self-destruction, dragging innocent people with them. At the same time, people from the Ouyang family in Kyoto rushed into the streets and started a crazy killing spree. Who would have thought that the Ouyang family, one of the 4 great families in Longwa, was actually part of the dark forces?
Xia Ruwei had already sent people to deal with the emergency. Shen Tian and his group were temporarily safe and went back to the villa to stay.
Not long after, a large amount of spirit stones were delivered to the residents.
Xiao, you absorb the spirit beads here first and quickly reach the peak of the 9th level of the intermediate level.
The others, come with me first. Among all the girls, only Mu Xiao, who had just joined, was of low rank. The others have already reached the 9th level of perfection. You only need to complete the advanced tasks to break through to the Lord level. Bringing the 6 women to a quiet room, Shen Tian summoned the Heavenly Spirit Stone. Later, I will use the Heavenly Tao Spirit Stone to cleanse and sublimate your bodies. This process may be fast or slow, depending on your ability to comprehend. The 6 women sat cross-legged, and Shen Tian summoned the Heavenly Tao Spirit Stone.
Brilliant colorful light was released, enveloping the women. Bathed in the baptism of heaven, the women's bodies changed visibly. Time passed quietly.
After Mu Xiao outside absorbed the spirit pearl, she was called in by Shen Tian to receive the baptism of heaven together.
Compared to Shen Tian, the women's acceptance process was obviously much slower.
Until night falls, it is still bathed in colorful light. Shen Tian left the Heavenly Tao Spirit Stone and left the quiet room. At this moment, Xia Ruwei had been waiting outside the villa for 2 hours.
Master Xia, when did you come? Just arrived.
Xia Ruwei smiled and handed a document to Shen Tian. Based on the keywords Ouyang Zhantian left behind before his death, we have reviewed the recently reported information from the entire northwest of Dragon Country.
After continuous investigation, the most likely location for the Dark Forces headquarters is the Tamu Basin.
After taking the document, Shen Tian immediately opened it and began to read it carefully. The northwest is vast and sparsely populated, and has been a severely affected area since the resurgence of the demonic beasts. Thanks to the efforts of all parties, the situation has been basically brought under control.
Only the Tamu Basin is extremely strange. According to some data taken by satellite, there has been no monster activity in the Tamu Basin since the monsters revived. Moreover, the monsters outside the basin had been cleared out before we mobilized manpower.
Furthermore, the basin is currently surrounded by strong winds and sandstorms, making it impossible to explore inside, and satellites are unable to capture the situation inside. After reading the document, Shen Tian nodded silently. All signs indicate that the Tamu Basin is most likely the headquarters of the Dark Forces.
How are you going to deal with this?
Once my beast girls have finished their training, we will set off immediately, first heading south, then west, and finally north to the Tamu Basin.
Isn't that a bit too hasty? First Master, don't you understand what happened today? Even if the Ouyang family wasn't part of the Dark Forces, they would still attack me.
The position of the candidate for the God-making plan can be said to have offended all the aristocratic families in the Dragon Kingdom. Today's deterrence has been achieved, but it is inevitable that some people will stab us in the back. Shen Tian is naturally not afraid of a head-on confrontation, but the twists and turns behind the scenes are a headache. It's like a fly, buzzing and annoying. Well, you can go to various fortresses to collect the supply of cultivation resources at any time. With the authority card, no one dares to stop you.
If anyone tries to stop you, it's up to you to decide, and I'll cover it for you.
With your words, I feel relieved.
I'll clean up the spirit world on this trip.
Please give me a list of the spirit worlds that have not yet been officially explored.
I'll send someone to bring it to you right away.
After finishing this serious business, the two chatted for a while before Xia Ruwei left. As soon as Xia Ruwei left, Ma Qian walked out of the quiet room.
Sister Queen, how do you feel?
It feels so good.
I feel completely elevated. Or maybe I'm not even human anymore. That's right. Every inch of the body is full of endless life energy. As long as you are not blown to pieces or your head and heart are not crushed, you will not die. A body of this size cannot be measured by a human being. Shintian vaguely understood the so-called God-making plan, which was to create a god from humans. Sister Kuin in beast mother form is indeed not a human. You're asking for a fight. Ma Qian's pretty face flushed and she pounced on Shintian. The two of them were tangling together, looking quite flirtatious. Squeak! The door of the quiet room was pushed open, and the two people on the sofa froze and looked awkwardly at Bimur, who pushed the door open. Well, I didn't see anything, you guys continue. He turned around and went back into the quiet room, leaving the two of them hugging each other awkwardly. It's all your fault. Marco Wing punched Shintian lightly on the chest, then got up and sat upright on the sofa. Love between men and women is human nature. There's nothing embarrassing about it. As long as we don't feel embarrassed ourselves, that's fine. It's not shameful to do it in public. Oh, so it's not embarrassing in the dark, right? Shintian picked up Marco Wing and ran all the way to the second floor as if the wind was helping him. The innermost room is your bedroom. Ma Qian's cheeks blushed as she hid in Shintian's arms. Clear. He entered the bedroom and closed the door. Draw the curtains and turn off the lights. Ma Qian was already lying on the bed, her clothes scattered on the floor. Sister Kuin, here I come. The moonlight is hazy, and the beauty is by my side. The sun rises in the east, and the sky and earth are clear. Shintian put on his clothes, got out of bed, and went into the bathroom to wash up. I spit out the mouthwash and turned around, and Marco Wing was standing behind me. Woke up? Shintian tilted his head and asked, doesn't it hurt? Even if we had to fight for 3 days and 3 nights, I, Ma Qian, wouldn't be afraid at all. But whether you can handle it is hard to say. Okay. After the first time, you will be able to speak with confidence. Taking Marco Wing into his arms, Shintian said with a wicked smile. I don't believe it. Try. Just give it a try. Chapter 55 The Three Dragon Brothers. What's wrong with these two? It's almost noon, and they haven't gotten up yet? In the villa hall, Chu Beining's beautiful eyes were filled with confusion. Who knows? They haven't appeared since they finished their training yesterday. I'm going to wake them up. Mu Xiao slammed the table, that's outrageous. You even said we'd leave south today. What a joke. Don't go. The dozing Bimur shuddered all over and hurriedly stopped Mu Xiao. Why aren't you allowed to go? Well, you know. The girls suddenly understood and said nothing, each with their own thoughts. At this moment, in the bedroom upstairs, Shintian walked out of the bathroom holding on to the wall. My kidneys. Mr. Shin, you can't do it. What do you think? Are you convinced? I give in. Shintian looked a little listless, having changed from his arrogant attitude in the morning. Hurry up and get up. I guess everyone is waiting anxiously. Shintian rubbed his waist and pushed the door open. Try to straighten your back and act as if nothing happened. This wave of damage has severely damaged my vitality. I'm afraid it will take at least 10 days or half a month for me to recover. I must exercise restraint. After nodding heavily, Shintian walked down the road. All the women looked at him, some watched with a sly smile, while others regretted not taking action earlier. You still remember to get up. I've been waiting for you all morning. Mu Xia walked over quickly and put her hands around Shintian's waist. What the hell? What the hell? It hurts so much. What are you doing? To teach you a lesson for not being punctual. Shintian rolled his eyes and thought to himself, you are the one who is always bothering me. I haven't eaten for 2 meals, my stomach is empty and I have no strength in my body. Xiao Ji had anticipated this and simply heated up the prepared food before serving it to Shintian. After Marco Wing got off the road, the two of them devoured the food. After filling their stomachs, the group quietly left Kyoto and headed south. The trip to Kyoto lasted only 1 day. No one knew the whereabouts of the group. Of course, Xiao Rui didn't know Shintian's itinerary. He only knew that the final destination would be the Tamu Basin in the northwest. As they hurried south, Shintian and his group were not idle either. All the monsters encountered along the way were killed. During this process, Mu Xiao successfully rose to the 9th level of commander. the advancement tasks of the women are about to be completed.
On the other hand, Shintian still needs to hunt down 11 Lord-level leaders before he can break through to the Monarch level. Along the way, Shintian rarely took action, and it was basically the women who dealt with the monsters. After all, at this level, the difficulty of advanced tasks has increased dramatically. Shintian cannot just care about himself and ignore the training of the beast girls. 2 days passed in a blink of an eye, and the sky under the scorching sun was covered with sparse white clouds. In the sky, a group of people rushed past. Shintian was still riding on the horse, while Xiaoji, Chu Baining, and Bai Muir were riding on their Pegasus clones respectively. The Long Sisters and Mu Xiao all have the ability to fly, so they can come and go freely.
We're here. The first stop ahead is our journey south.
Shintian spoke, and all the women focused their attention on him.
The high mountains not far away suddenly came into view. Tarzan. The first stop on the way south is here.
Mount Tai is extremely famous in Dragon Country. It is said that after Panga created the world, his head turned into Mount Tai.
Mythological texts record the connection between many legendary powerful beings and Mount Tai.
Throughout the ages, there have been many emperors in the Dragon Kingdom who have performed Fengshan rituals on Mount Tai. It can be said that Mount Tai is an extremely important iconic mountain range in the Dragon Kingdom. Since the monsters revived, Mount Tai has completely fallen and is occupied by a large number of powerful monsters. Among the spiritual realms that Xia Rue gave, Mount Tai was one of the undeveloped ones.
Looking at the situation, there are quite a lot of monsters. Let me check it out. Bai Muir's mental power was released and quickly spread into Mount Tai.
After a while, Bai Muir withdrew her mental power.
The monsters here are even more terrifying than those in Qinchuan. There are 3 monarch-level monsters alone.
Hiss.
The women gasped, 3 monarch-level monsters.
Among the people present, Shintian is probably the only one who has the strength to fight.
3 heads.
At the Lord level, there are no fewer than white-haired ones.
At the commander level and general level, there are many.
As for the higher level ones, they are as numerous as the hairs on a cow.
So many? This time I can kill to my heart's content. Let's go in and kill them. Don't worry yet. Shintian stopped the impatient Mu Xiao and asked, "Are these 3 monarch-level monsters each operating their own camp?" "No."
Bai Muir shook her head, they are gathered together, and they are dragon monsters.
Dragon!
His pupils contracted, and Shintian was horrified. It is worthy of being Mount Tai, it actually gave birth to a monarch-level dragon monster. After all, dragons are legendary creatures and no trace of them can be found in reality.
These 3 dragon-like monsters could only have been born from heaven and earth.
The monsters born from heaven and earth have bloodlines far superior to ordinary monsters and must be dealt with caution.
All of you retreat.
Long Mingyue, Long Mingjie, and Sister Kuyin stay behind. The rest of you retreat 50 miles.
Without my order, do not act rashly.
Leaving the 3 women behind, and waiting for the others to leave, Shintian circulated his spiritual power.
With the 3 blessings of the god of Warcast, the basic attributes of the 3 women skyrocketed. You too, call out those 3 dragon monsters. As they are also dragons, I believe they will be interested.
Upon hearing this, the 2 girls transformed into beast girl forms.
The dragon's roar echoed above Mount Tai, and soon, a dragon's roar was heard from Mount Tai, responding to the 2 women. Boom! 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 3 huge bodies flew out from Mount Tai. Shintian glanced at the 3 dragons and couldn't help but sneer. What kind of dragon monster is that?
It's just 3 snakes trying to change their fate and turn into dragons.
With his spiritual vision, Shintian swept over and took in all the information. He easily found out their types.
Greenwood Dragon, Jade Water Dragon, Thunder Horn Dragon. These 3 dragons all carry a trace of dragon blood and evolved step by step from a small snake. Now it is transformed from a snake or python into a dragon, and it does have some of the appearance of a dragon.
However, it is still a long way from becoming a real dragon. Brother, another ignorant human has arrived. Tonight's dinner will be very rich.
The Greenwood Dragon spoke in human language, green light flashed on its body, and its huge body shrank rapidly. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a humanoid figure about 2 meters tall, but still retained some characteristics of a monster.
Monarch-level transformation? Shintian was stunned. This shouldn't be the case.
When a monster transforms, it should have reached the dominant level.
These three dragons must have obtained some opportunity. Maybe it's related to the spiritual world in Mount Tai. A glutton, all he does is eat. The Thunderhorn dragon roared, "Look carefully, those two human women, they have dragon blood." Yes, I sensed it too. The human form of the green water dragon was extremely wretched, and its pair of small eyes looked at the long sisters greedily. Dragon blood. Brother, you mean? Yes, with these two human women carrying dragon blood, we can practice dual cultivation and continuously purify the dragon blood in our bodies, thus truly transforming into dragons. Qingmu Jiaolong was ecstatic when he heard this. Then what are we waiting for? I can't wait to try it out. I'm tired of dealing with a bunch of lowly tigresses, monkeys, and bears every day. His feet stepped into the air and his body rushed forward, with two bundles of vines following his shadow, heading straight for the long sisters. Now that you have a chance, you don't know what you are, right? I'm still here, and you want to attack my beast girl? You're looking for death. Chapter 56, Dual Domain Superposition. The golden spear in the sky condensed and was released almost instantly. Shen Tian waved his hand, and attacks like a meteor shower fell down. The Qingmu Jiaolong roared angrily, transformed into a huge dragon, and withstood Shen Tian's attack. Human, you are still too naive. With a sinister grin, Qingmu Jiaolong did not take Shen Tian seriously. It opened its bloody mouth and shot out wooden spikes. Boom! The fire burned fiercely, and Long Mingyi took action. A raging flame burned in the air, and the wooden spikes turned into ashes. The two women embraced each other, and the ice and fire dragons appeared at the same time. The Qingmu Jiaolong trembled all over, feeling an irresistible pressure descending from the sky. This was the suppression of blood. Although it only lasted for a moment, the two women's attacks had already been fully charged. With the full attribute blessing of the god of war, the power of this fusion skill increases dramatically. Ice and fire, two dragons playing with a pearl. Rumble. The area around the Qingmu dragon instantly turned into a world of ice and fire. If that's all you're capable of, it's not enough, my two little beauties. A green light bloomed, and vitality blossomed from the body of the Qingmu dragon. Field growth. In this realm, the Qingmu Jiaolong has a constant supply of vital energy, and its injuries can be recovered quickly. And mine? Shen Tian stepped on the horse's back and jumped into the air. The Pegasus Golden Spear has transformed into two swords, and the twin dragons of ice and fire are condensing under his feet. God-level enhancement. Destroy. With a loud roar, the ice and fire dragons, which were more terrifying than the two daughters of the Long family, quickly wrapped around the Qingmu dragon. The ice and fire dragon ball condensed on the top of the Qingmu dragon's head, but was bitten off in an instant. Boom! Not good. In the distance, the Thunderhorn dragon's expression changed drastically. What's wrong, brother? Although the third brother's domain can quickly heal his injuries, this kind of continuous attack leaves him no chance to breathe. The third brother was so proud of himself that he wasn't afraid of humans that he didn't choose to dodge. After taking the blow head-on, he's probably going to be seriously injured. The Thunderhorn dragon had a dark face and transformed into a dragon form. A dragon roared into the sky, dark clouds appeared in an instant, and thunder echoed in the sky. It's too late. With one move, Shen Tian's speed increased dramatically, bypassing the explosion area and heading straight for the Thunderhorn dragon. Brother, help me. Qingmu Jiaolong also realized that something was wrong and immediately called for help. The ice and fire were about to dissipate. The body of the Qingmu Jiaolong was covered with scars, its vitality was weak, and its dragon horns were even broken. Holy light meteor. Ma Qian attacked fiercely, and endless golden spears appeared. A solemn and murderous atmosphere permeated the air, covering the green wooden dragon. Qingmu Jiaolong's face was ashen. He was sure that this move was absolutely fatal. Brother, save me. Rumble. You dare. The Thunderhorn dragon roared angrily from a distance, thunder gathered in the dark clouds, and a thunder hammer was about to take shape. Phew. A mental attack rushed into the mind, and the Thunderhorn dragon's skills were interrupted. 50 miles away, Ymir's face turned pale. Attacking across two major realms consumed a terrifying amount of her spiritual power. Ah! The screams of the Qingmu dragon echoed on Mount Tai. Under the holy light meteors, countless bloody holes pierced its body. Marco Yin, holding the Pegasus Golden Spear, landed from the midst of the attack, the spear blade piercing into the Qingmu Jiaolong's head and through the Jiaolong's chin. The monarch-level Qingmu Jiaolong died suddenly. Damn it!
The thunder horned dragon was furious, and thunder gathered around its body crazily.
Second brother, use the domain.
The green water dragon attacked fiercely, causing ripples in the water to spread across the sky.
Realm water prison.
A huge water prison took shape, trapping Shintian inside.
Thunder descended, trapped in the water prison.
The crackling roar spread quickly.
Realm thunder forest. The two major areas overlapped, and Shintian instantly fell into crisis.
Thunder rippled along the water waves, coming in circles.
Squeak. The electric current hit the flesh, leaving a charred area. But it only took a moment for the skin to return to normal. Interesting humans.
The thunder horned dragon narrowed his eyes slightly, and saw through Shintian's body, which was definitely not ordinary.
After being baptized by the heavenly Tao, Shintian's body was sublimated. The damage caused to Shintian by this level of attack could be said to be unimaginable.
The only headache is how to break the superposition of these two fields.
Send the message. Kill them all.
The thunder-horned flood dragon roared angrily, and a large number of flying monsters flew out from Mount Tai and swept towards Marcoine and others. Even by Muir and others who were 50 miles away were besieged.
They can't come to save you. I want to see how you can break the deadlock.
The thunder-horned dragon was full of confidence, and its body dissipated and merged into the thunder. The thunder forest in this area is composed of countless thunders, like an endless dense forest. The thunder-horned dragon, on the other hand, can blend into the thunder and launch sudden attacks from all corners.
The same is true for the green water dragon.
The domain skills of both people can be integrated, highlighting the elusiveness of one.
Then let's try it.
With the ice dragon sword and the fierce dragon sword in hand, Shintian spoke coldly. The ice dragon sword held in his left hand plunged into the water.
Absolute zero. Snowflakes are flying and ice is spreading. Water is not something that can be used only by the thunderhorn dragon. Boom!
Thunder exploded densely, and the ice that had just solidified exploded under the bombardment of thunder.
Thunder spear.
Tens of thousands of spears gathered around Shintian.
Brush.
In an instant, the spear of thunder fell madly.
Shintian's expression did not change at all, and the domain was activated. In an instant, everything seemed to stand still.
The water waves and thunder in this area all stopped for a moment. With a flash of his figure, Shintian quickly shuttled through the spear of thunder. The Lord-level domain could not reach its peak when used against the Monarch-level domain, but it still gave Shintian a chance to counterattack. The thunder spear, which had stagnated for a moment, began to move slowly.
But at this speed, it's too easy to avoid. Time domain.
The voice of the thunder horned dragon was heard, and the sound waves trembled slightly, obviously shocked by Shintian's domain.
Shintian was too lazy to talk nonsense. If you think this is the time domain, then that is the comprehension of time.
This momentary stagnation can easily make people ignore the factor of space and regard it as a brief pause caused by the passage of time.
Second brother. With a loud shout, a green water dragon appeared in the waves. Shintian's pupils widened and the dragon's head grinned fiercely.
Boy, I am one with water and can appear in whatever form I wish. In fact, among us brothers, on the surface, the eldest brother is the main attacker, and I am just a supporting role, insignificant, but in fact, I am the one who plays the most important role.
The huge body tightened and immediately wrapped around Shintian. After circling around and around, Shintian was completely trapped and had no chance of making any move.
Even so, Shintian remained calm, his expression not changing at all.
The thunder-horned dragon hid in the thunder, feeling worried. This kid, even in a situation where he's sure to die, can still remain so calm? Does he have something to rely on, or is he not afraid of death? Damn it, how can I be distracted at such a critical moment? Let me take you on your way. Crackle.
The thunder exploded, collided with each other, and turned into thunder balls. Outside the area, Marcoine was firing at full power, killing monsters while keeping an eye on Shintian's movements.
When the green water dragon trapped Shintian, Marcoine suddenly felt something was wrong.
He glanced at the advanced tasks on the information bar, activated his spiritual power to the fullest, and instantly released the holy light meteor. Under the brilliant holy light, the golden spear raged, madly harvesting the heads of monsters.
That's enough. Boom.
With a roar in his body, Marcoine's advancement task was completed, and the surging spiritual power burst out from his dantian, and he stepped into the Lord level in one step. Holding the Pegasus golden spear, he turned around and headed straight for the territory of the two dragons.
Chapter 57, Element Stripping, Promotion to Monarch.
The holy light was bright and flawless, and at the critical moment, Marcoine broke into the double realm. Shintian, who was usually calm, had a slightly changed expression at this moment.
Maqian's sudden intrusion disrupted his plans. With the dark demon Nirvana, Shintian would not have died here, but Marcoine's intrusion made the invincible Shintian a little panicked.
He secretly thought that something was wrong and used all his strength to stop time and space. Second brother, try harder, this kid is panicking.
Boom! Boom!
There were two consecutive roars, and even though the space-time stillness field was fully opened, it seemed a little powerless at this moment.
The two Monarch-level warriors also opened fire at full power and fought hard to attack under Shintian's domain.
The ripples on the green water dragon's body turned into countless tiny water droplets, all of which fell into the body of the Thunderhorn dragon. The Thunderhorn dragon's momentum surged, and the spiritual energy in its body surged wildly. Shintian was suddenly surprised that these two dragons could actually borrow spiritual power from each other. As his strength increased dramatically, thunder raged around the Thunderhorn dragon, and the effect of the time and space stillness field on him was greatly weakened.
Ha 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 ha! Go to hell!
Thunderballs swarmed in, only a few inches away from Shintian. At this moment, a ray of holy light rushed into the group of thunderballs like a meteor.
Shintian's pupils widened and he was shocked.
But in the next moment, the tension immediately subsided. Marcoine passed through the thunderball, and wherever he passed, the thunder seemed to dim in an instant.
This is the field. What?
The Thunderhorn dragon was shocked. His thunder explosions were linked together, and once one was detonated, all would explode. Marcoine's intrusion should have been a fatal situation, but now he is safe and sound. The two met up, and Shintian jumped onto the horse. An invincible golden body descended, and under the holy light of Marcoine, there was another layer of golden light covering it.
Spread your wings and sprint with all your strength. Field element stripping. The spiritual power was fully output and the domain quickly spread out. The lightning and water elements in the sky dissipated madly.
The Thunderhorn dragon was panicking. His greatest reliance was his control over thunder.
Now that the lightning element has been stripped away, his combat power has been greatly reduced. Little Loach, I'm here to take your life.
A scorpion tail grew out from its back, and the nine-colored devilish prison poison erupted. Under Shintian's control, the speed of the nine-colored devil prison poison was obviously half a beat slower. The Pegasus golden spear was thrown out, and a large number of golden spears gathered above the Thunderhorn dragon. With a wave of his hand, the golden spear shot out.
Ah!
Without the blessing of the lightning element, the Thunderhorn dragon's body became much weaker. After a wave of holy light meteors passed by, scars covered his entire body. The nine-colored devil prison poison that followed suddenly increased in speed and rushed madly into the body of the Thunderhorn dragon. The nine toxins merged with each other and invaded the internal organs of the Thunderhorn dragon.
Second brother, give me all your energy.
The Thunderhorned flood dragon roared. Under the invasion of poison, the vitality in its body was rapidly fading away, and death was approaching step by step.
Brother, I'm sorry.
The green water dragon appeared, and its domain skills were retracted on the spot, and it quickly retreated towards Mount Tai.
What a bullshit brotherhood, it's just that everyone runs away when disaster strikes. Asshole.
The Thunderhorn dragon was furious. He never expected that at the last moment, it would be his own brother who would stab him in the back. The twin dragons of ice and fire appeared out of thin air, and the dragon ball hovered on the forehead of the Thunderhorn dragon.
On. A loud dragon roar resounded, and blood suppression came upon it.
However, the Thunderhorn flood dragon was still unwilling to give up, and it circulated the spiritual power in its body to fight desperately.
Hoof. Shintian snorted coldly, his pink eyes blooming. Foxy.
In just a moment, the spiritual power of the Thunderhorn dragon was interrupted.
Rumble.
A series of explosions exploded around the Thunderhorn dragon. Ice and fire raged repeatedly, the huge body twisted, and the domain retreated little by little.
Go to hell.
Marco roared and shouted, and the dark clouds in the sky dispersed, revealing the scorching sun hanging in the sky.
The light of the corona.
A small sun fell from the sky and hit the head of the Thunderhorn dragon.
The scorching sun flames raged, the Thunderhorn dragon's head melted, and a generation of monarchs fell into desolation.
It seemed like the moves were continuous, but in fact the final kill took no more than half a minute. Brutal battles are often like this, life and death are decided in almost an instant.
Can you still escape?
After dealing with the Thunder-Horned Dragon, Shintian turned around and chased the Green Water Dragon.
Human, please don't go too far. I'm just following that guy's orders. I have no intention of becoming your enemy.
As the saying goes, leave a way out for others. Let me go today, but from now on, you can kill all the other monsters on Mount Tai as you wish. You must be in great need of the Spirit Pearl. In order to survive, the Green Water Dragon stopped pretending to be arrogant and immediately begged for mercy. As soon as these words were spoken, a large group of monsters in Mount Tai roared.
The Green Water Dragon angered everyone.
As the top king of Mount Tai, he betrayed his own people in order to survive, regardless of their lives.
They even let people kill at will. How can we tolerate this? You bastard, you're willing to promise anything just to stay alive.
You're right, we should always leave some space for each other, so that we can meet again in the future.
After Shintian finished speaking, the Green Water Dragon slowed down.
Turning around and smiling, he said, "That's right, win-win cooperation."
But you're not a human, why should I leave you a way out? Brush. Marco Yin's speed increased dramatically, and the two of them arrived in an instant.
The Green Water Dragon's expression changed drastically, and the angry dragon's face turned red. Young man, you have no moral principles.
Who cares? I'll just kill you. God-level enhancement Holy Light Meteor.
The distance was rapidly closing, and the move was launched almost instantly. No matter how fast the Green Water Dragon reacts, it is of no use at this moment. What's more, Marco Yin has been using element stripping, and the water element in the air has long disappeared without a trace. The Green Water Dragon could not dodge this attack.
Bang! 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 Puff puff! Hundreds of thousands of golden spears burst out like a rain of arrows.
In just a moment, large amounts of blood and flesh flew across the sky. The body of the Green Water Dragon was already huge, and after being pierced by the Holy Light Meteor, a large amount of blood fell from the sky like a bloody rain.
After killing 3 monarch-level monsters, Shintian's eyes turned cold.
He took out a section of sky-lifting bamboo and absorbed it with all his strength.
Markian took Shintian and charged into a group of flying monsters.
Now with the blessing of the domain, Marco Yin's combat power has reached a new level, and facing these flying monsters, he is naturally at ease.
Shintian quickly absorbed the sky-clearing bamboo, replenishing the spiritual power in his body.
After exhaling a breath of foul air, Shintian jumped down from the air with the Pegasus Golden Spear in his hand. The monsters in Mount Tai were facing a formidable enemy. 3 monarch-level monsters had already been killed. Naturally, these monsters did not dare to confront Shintian head-on. Shintian didn't care about all this. He killed people indiscriminately in Mount Tai with the Pegasus Golden Spear in his hand. Today, I will step on your corpses and ascend to the monarch level. The space-time stillness area was opened and quickly spread over thousands of miles. Shintian moved quickly in the mountains, specifically targeting Lord-level monsters and killing them. Screams echoed in Mount Tai, and monsters died one after another. The last one. Phew! The Pegasus Golden Spear pierced into the chest of a bear, and another Lord-level monster died in Shintian's hands. The advancement task was successfully completed, and huge energy surged out from the Dantian. Boom! The airwaves rolled and spread out with Shintian as the center. At this moment, you have officially entered the monarch level. Chapter 58, The Domain of Women, the Spiritual World. Spiritual power continued to flow in, and Shintian's fighting spirit became even stronger. The violent fighting spirit reached its peak at this moment. The scope of the space-time stillness field expanded again, and 2 swords were held in his hands. Ice and Fire, 2 dragons playing with a pearl. This time, the Ice and Fire Dragon Ball appeared above Shintian's head. He wandered around Mount Tai with a sword in hand, with 2 dragons following behind him. Wherever he passed, monsters died in ice and fire. In just a few minutes, an area of 2,000 miles was completely transformed into a world of ice and fire. Bang! He stepped on the ground and flew into the air. The space-time stillness field was then brought into the air, and all the flying monsters in the sky stopped moving. Kill! The women received the order and attacked with all their strength. Large numbers of flying monsters were easily killed. There are countless monsters in Mount Tai, and we will not let any of them survive today. After many killings, the women have already transformed. Under the leadership of Shin Tian, the group fought with all their strength. The monsters in the entire Mount Tai are facing the biggest crisis since their revival.
A catastrophe.
A full half-day passed, and the entire Mount Tai was silent, without a single monster or beast howling. The women, their bodies stained with the blood of monsters, looked at each other and laughed. After this battle, all the women were promoted to Lord level. Even Mu Xiao, who joined later, has entered the Lord level and awakened his own domain skills.
By Nier's territory, the mirror world.
Within the domain, one can create shadows that match the opponent's strength, which is completely controlled by Binur.
Shaoji's territory, endless hell.
Outside of this realm, Shaoji can summon undead and skeletons to serve her.
Chu Bining's domain, bone melting poison domain.
In the bone melting poison zone, all of Chu Bining's poisonous attacks were amplified by 200%. Moreover, in the bone melting poisonous area, tens of thousands of toxins in the world are gathered and diffused in the air, which can invisibly penetrate the enemy's body. Longming's domain is the burning sky fire field, and Longming's domain is the ice and snow world. The two women's domains can also be superimposed and evolved into the fusion domain of ice and fire dragon dance. Their respective domains are blessed by the elements. The fusion field summons countless ice dragons and fire dragons, setting off a dragon war dance.
Mu Xiao's territory, the darkest moment.
In this state, Mu Xiao is the incarnation of the god of death, and all enemies within the domain are shrouded in the fear of death.
The women are top-notch in every field of skill. I have a clear understanding of everyone's domains.
I have also collected all the spirit beads obtained from killing the monsters this time.
Everyone, hurry up and practice.
While everyone was introducing their respective fields, Binur controlled some of the remaining monsters and collected all the spirit beads. Together with the spiritual treasures that he took away from the Demon Slayer Guild headquarters before leaving, they were all put together. The time and space stillness field was activated, no one could get close, and everyone practiced with peace of mind.
After a bamboo shoot was absorbed, an information bar appeared. Upgrade amplification 8-fold, upgrade progress plus 5%.
After signing the contract with the 7 women, the upgrade rate has increased 8-fold, and everyone's upgrade speed has been greatly improved. Shen Tian was quite satisfied with this upgrade speed. The spiritual beads on the ground were consumed quickly, and the women's cultivation levels continued to rise.
At sunset, all resources were consumed.
Shen Tian was promoted to the 5th level of Monarch, and the women's levels also reached the 7th level of Lord.
That's awesome. I'm so awesome. Following you is the right decision.
Mu Xiao finished her training and laughed triumphantly. After following Shen Tian for less than a week, he was promoted from intermediate level to Lord level. All of this came from Shen Tian. In Mu Xiao's heart, she was already convinced by Shen Tian. Now, as long as Shen Tian gives an order, he can ask her to do anything.
Okay, the next step is to enter the spirit world and find out.
This time in Mount Tai, my original intention was to go to the spiritual world.
Killing these monsters is just a piece of cake. Keep going and reach the top of Mount Tai.
The blood-red door suddenly came into view. A group of people walked in, and the world was spinning, and chaos was endless.
A moment later, he landed safely. After standing firmly on his feet, Shen Tian looked around. Looking around, there are endless mountains.
The place where the few people settled was also a high mountain. The only difference is that the top of this mountain is round in shape.
Is this a magic circle? There is also an altar with offerings on it.
Everyone quickly checked the surrounding situation. Shen Tian frowned slightly and thought secretly in his heart. The magic circle under your feet and the offerings on the altar in the center undoubtedly explain what happened here. The nearby mountains look very familiar. The spiritual world, to a certain extent, was formed in the image of the blue planet, and this place is naturally no exception. If my guess is correct, this place should be a Fengshan sacrifice. Although the sacrificial site is deserted, clues can still be seen from the past that it once had a glorious sacrificial scene.
Are there no monsters? Indeed, it's completely different from the spirit world we entered before. No, there's a monster.
When everyone was confused, Binur had already released her mental power. At this moment, in her mind, there were a large number of monsters climbing this Mount Tai in the spiritual world.
Look down there. Everyone immediately walked to the edge of the cliff and looked down.
They saw densely packed skeletons climbing up frantically.
Shen Tian was startled and swept his spiritual eyes downwards. It is indeed a monster.
After living for 2 lifetimes, Shin Tian heard for the first time that there were skeleton monsters in the world.
Looking back on my past lives, I have never heard of such a thing.
Suddenly, a memory flashed through Shin Tian's mind and he remembered it instantly. In the previous life, the monsters revived 7 times, and Mount Tai was always firmly controlled by the monsters and had never been conquered by humans. Moreover, in the previous life, Mount Tai was occupied by a 3-headed dragon-like emperor-level monster, and there were countless ruling monarchs. Even using humanity's most powerful weapons would be useless against such a terrifying force. What's more, in the apocalypse when monsters are reviving, how can humans, who are already at a disadvantage, take back Mount Tai? Thinking of this, Shin Tian's doubts were resolved. At the same time, I was also glad that I made the right decision to choose Mount Tai as the first stop on my journey south. If the 3 dragons are allowed to grow up, it will definitely be a disaster for the Dragon Kingdom in the future. In the previous life, it was a real 3-headed imperial dragon monster. In other words, the opportunities of these 3 dragons were extremely terrifying. They successfully evolved their bloodlines into the level of true dragons through the repeated resurrection of monsters. Not only below, but also in the distant mountains, there are endless skeletons. Ymir spoke, bringing Shin Tian's thoughts back to reality. If the enemy comes, we will stop him. If the water comes, we will block it with earth.
No matter how many come, we will kill them all. Yes. The women immediately dispersed and, together with Shin Tian, occupied 8 directions respectively. Kill. With a roar, the skill was activated.
Shin Tian raised his hand, and it was a god-level enhancement, plus the Holy Light Meteor. After entering the Monarch level, the activation of skills has also undergone new changes. The Holy Light Meteor did not require a charging process. It just threw the Pegasus Golden Spear out, and a large number of golden spears quickly condensed. The top-down attack already has a geographical advantage. With this move, piles of skeleton monsters died suddenly in the east where Shin Tian was responsible.
Chapter 59, Supreme Bone Dragon, the Emperor.
Arrows of holy light swept across, and ice and fire spread into the sky. 9-colored poisonous gas enveloped the sky and the earth, and invisible claw marks penetrated every corner. The madly climbing monster died suddenly for no reason, and the dark sickle reaped its souls. A lot of skills, crazy catharsis.
Shin Tian and his group were like tireless machines.
The spiritual energy in the body was consumed crazily, and large pieces of skeletons were shattered. The skeleton is silent, all 5 senses are lost, and it charges forward with full consciousness. Under the powerful attack, not a single skeleton could climb Mount Tai. Shin Tian narrowed his eyes slightly, and the spiritual energy in his dantian slowly flowed out. After entering the Monarch level, a sea of chi is opened up in the human dantian, which can continuously replenish spiritual energy.
Shin Tian is extremely confident about the protracted war.
In Shin Tian's eyes, the skeletons in the mountains were countless resources for cultivation. At this moment, at the foot of Mount Tai, an army arrived quietly, and at the forefront was a team composed of beastmasters and beast girls.
Chief Kong, are we too late?
The middle-aged man in battle uniform had a solemn face. He was Kong Kong, the chief of the Qilu fortress. All the fortresses in Qilu were under his command. Upon learning that a great battle had broken out on Mount Tai, Kong Kong immediately dispatched troops and rushed to Mount Tai. Since the revival of the monsters, Kong Kong has launched 2 large-scale extermination plans against the monsters in Mount Tai.
Without exception, all failed.
When I heard that a battle had broken out in Mount Tai, I immediately thought that it might be the First Lord who had sent people. After contacting Xia Rui immediately, he learned that no action had been taken against Taishan.
However, Kong Kong also learned of another possibility.
The person who killed the demon in Mount Tai was most likely Shin Tian, who was part of the deification plan.
When the demon beasts revived for the 3rd time, Shin Tian's performance among the dragons shocked the whole country.
After having a guess in his mind, Kong Kong did not stop for a moment and immediately led his men straight to Mount Tai. Unexpectedly, after arriving, Mount Tai was left with only the corpses of monsters all over the mountain.
Has that powerful person who created the god already left? No. Not leaving yet.
Kong Kong shook his head, he must have entered the spirit world. On the top of Mount Tai, the Scarlet Blood Gate is particularly eye-catching and dazzling.
Chief, I am willing to lead people into the spirit world to assist Shin Tian in destroying the monsters there. No. Kong Kong flatly refused. How powerful is Shin Tian? Does he need our help?
All the monsters in Mount Tai have been wiped out by him and his beast mother.
Do you think he needs us?
Besides,
We have no idea what's going on in the spirit world. What if we go in to help but end up making things worse? The subordinate nodded when he heard this. Yes. What if he went in and ended up doing more harm than good, and ended up hurting Shintian? This powerful person in the god-making plan is so important to the Dragon Kingdom today. If anything goes wrong, they can't afford it. Everyone, stay where you are and be alert for any monsters approaching from outside Mount Tai. What we have to do now is to prevent anyone or any monster from getting close to the Blood Gate. As for Shintian, Kong Kong absolutely believed that with his strength, he could deal with everything in the spiritual world. What he could do was to prevent Shintian in the spiritual world from being disturbed. Shintian, you must come out safely, my Qilu land still needs your help. The monsters in the Yellow Sea have been stirring up trouble recently. It's very likely that those devils from Fusang are behind this. I still need your help, Kong. Kong Kong murmured softly, his eyes looking towards the eastern sea, his expression solemn and full of worry. In the spiritual world of Mount Tai, the battle has entered a white-hot stage. The low-level skeleton monsters that attacked first were wiped out and only a few were left. The subsequent waves of skeleton monsters are more terrifying than the last. What Shin Tian is facing now is a commander-level skeleton. Blessings from the god of war. Light bloomed on Mount Tai, and 7 streams of light poured into the bodies of the women. All attributes are blessed and the field is fully opened. All the women fought with all their strength, and 10 minutes later, all the commander-level skeletons in this wave were destroyed. I can finally breathe a sigh of relief. This round of attack consumed a lot of resources. Shintian formed seals with his hands, and green vitality energy quickly spread out. Life heals. After reaching the monarch level, the effect of life healing is greatly improved. It can not only heal injuries, but also replenish vitality. The energy transformed from vitality is replenished into the bodies of the women, which can quickly eliminate fatigue and restore them to their peak state. Bathed in the gentle energy, the women had happy smiles on their faces. If nothing unexpected happens, after the next wave of Lord-level offensives, it will be Monarch level. This spiritual world is really like a game. When killing monsters and beating bosses, especially in the spiritual world of Mount Tai, there will be a period of rest after each round of skeleton attack. Here they come. 100 miles away, the skeletons are starting to approach. Ymir spoke, retracting the released mental power, and the women quickly entered combat mode. Everyone, after this last wave, will be one step closer to victory. Then what are you still standing there for? Just go ahead and kill them. I'm almost dying of frustration from standing guard here all the time. Mu Xiao jumped down holding the scythe of death. The women gathered their gazes, waiting for Shin Tian's decision. That's right. It's too boring to just stand there all the time. Let's kill them this time. Yeah. Swish. 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 Everyone jumped down and charged head-on in this final battle. Perhaps because of the previous waves of people defending Mount Tai to the death, all the women felt depressed. As soon as they rushed down Mount Tai, they went straight into the group of skeletons. The field is fully open and the fighting continues. This wave of attacking Lord-level skeletons has a total of about 3,000. With the blessing of Shintian, the god of war, the female lords, who were at the 7th level of cultivation, burst out with the combat power of a half-step monarch. In the collision of domains, the women were not at a disadvantage at all, and the fighting went on. And the monarch-level Shintian was even more violent. With one move, time and space are stilled, directly locking onto the 100-headed Lord-level skeleton. Then the Holy Light Meteor and Ice and Fire Double Dragon combo are released. A battle that should have been at a disadvantage turned into a one-sided crushing victory as expected. This round of attack by the skeleton monsters lasted less than 15 minutes and ended with Shintian and others' complete victory. Great! I finally got rid of my anger. Wiping the scythe of death, Mu Xiao was as happy as a child. Okay, next up is the toughest monarch class. Let's go back to Mount Tai first. When facing the monarch level, we must naturally deal with it with caution and cannot be so careless anymore. Boom! A loud noise came from the ground, and the endless mountains shook. The skull bones on the ground turned into dark red liquid, gathered together and flowed to the top of Mount Tai. The dark red blood flowed extremely fast and was injected into the altar in a blink of an eye. Boom! A dark red light burst out from the top of the mountain and shot straight into the sky. Hiss! Shintian and his companions gasped. Judging from the situation, the last monarch-level monster was sealed under the Taishan altar.
Fortunately, we rushed down Mount Tai in this battle, otherwise, who knows what would have happened if we had stood on the top of the mountain. Dark red blood poured in, the sacrificial array flickered with light, and began to operate quietly. The entire Mount Tai was shaking violently, as if it was about to collapse at any moment.
Bang!
On the altar, a huge skeleton claw broke out of the ground.
On!
A dragon roar sounded from it, and the entire sacrificial formation operated faster.
Click click.
The seal was broken, and the bone dragon emerged from under the altar, dancing gracefully on the top of Mount Tai. Shrouded in blood red, the bone dragon lowered its head and pondered, then landed on the altar and lay prone on the ground.
All living things in heaven and earth, I am back. Boom!
In the blood, under the altar, a skeleton wearing golden dragon armor walked out step by step.
The bone dragon prostrated itself and kowtowed.
The skeleton stroked the bone dragon's head with satisfaction and jumped onto its back. The bone dragon spreads its wings and soars across the 9 provinces.
Supreme Bone Dragon, the 9-5 Emperor. Chapter 60, Dragon Slaying Today.
Shin Tian spoke in shock, and with his spiritual vision, the information of the monster came into view.
To be precise, this is not a monster. The Supreme Bone Dragon and the 9-5 Emperor are 2 demonic beasts, both of whom are 6th-level monarchs.
When the 2 are combined, it is the 9th level of monarch.
This monster is very powerful. Mu Xiao smacked her lips, looking eager to try. I advise you not to be impulsive. Why? The Supreme Bone Dragon is a demonic beast born from the bones of an ancient dragon after it died and was baptized by the blood moon. There are many records about dragons in mythology.
I don't need to explain what kind of creatures dragons are. The girls nodded in agreement. Dragons were powerful beings that they had heard about since they were little.
Among all the beasts in the world, who dares to compete with dragons? The 3 dragons that were killed not long ago have spent their entire lives longing to successfully transform into dragons.
It is not only the nobility of blood, but also a powerful symbol of strength. As for the 9-5 Emperor, his origin is even more terrifying. He was conceived from the bones of emperors of past dynasties. Emperors of all dynasties were blessed with great fortune and recognized by the way of heaven.
How can bones after death be ordinary things? How do you fight? If we attack them separately, we won't be able to defeat them together. Let's do this. Don't tell it.
Ymir stopped Shin Tian and immediately released her mental power. The pink eye sparkled, and everyone's mental power was connected to each other. Spiritual sharing can connect our spiritual powers together, allowing us to know the situation of our allies at any time. In that case, let's communicate while fighting and adapt to the situation.
Bang!
The power of the monarch erupted, and Shin Tian leaped into the air, heading straight for the top of Mount Tai. The women followed closely behind, unleashing their full spiritual power. On Mount Tai, the emperor bowed his head. The aura of looking down on the world spread out instantly.
You refuse to kneel before me, are you planning to rebel? Kneel down, you uncle. You're just a skeleton, so why are you still pretending? Times have changed.
Shin Tian roared angrily, and his speed suddenly increased, so fast that he left a trail of afterimages.
Among all the women, Xiao Ji had disappeared without a trace.
The sudden increase in speed was naturally due to Xiao Ji's contribution. In just 3 or 2 breaths, Shin Tian had reached the top of Mount Tai. The emperor was startled for a moment, then stretched out his hand in displeasure.
Click!
The space cracked open, and a bone sword emerged from it.
Touch the dragon's whiskers and kill all 9 clans. Boom! The bone sword roared, and powerful pressure came in an instant.
Shin Tian groaned and activated his spiritual power. The emperor, holding the bone sword high, paused.
Field time and space stand still. The momentary pause gave Shin Tian the opportunity to attack.
He raised the golden spear in his hand and stabbed it directly into the chest of the emperor.
You, the space-time realm.
The emperor spoke in surprise, his words filled with horror.
You have some vision, but get out of here.
Golden spears stand in rows, and holy light meteors are released instantly. When time and space stood still, the 9-5 Emperor's spiritual power stopped circulating, and it was the time when the defense was vulnerable. This attack was so powerful that it hit the Emperor head-on and blasted him away. His body retreated more than 200 meters and separated from the Supreme Bone Dragon.
Drink!
A delicate cry was rang out, and Xiao Ji attacked after the holy light meteor. Countless claw marks burst out in the air, bombarding the Emperor of 9-5 continuously, forcing it to retreat step by step.
Hold him tight. Once I kill this skull dragon, I'll come to your rescue immediately. The women who arrived later immediately flew past Shen Tian and went to assist Xiao Ji. In a moment, the 9-5 Emperor and the Supreme Bone Dragon were separated into two. Human, please don't hurt my lord. The Supreme Bone Dragon struggled in the stillness of time and space, and slightly moved its huge body. Both are monarch level, although Shen Tian is one level lower, but he is quite handy in using the time and space stillness. See how you can move. The domain shrank and its range shrank rapidly, covering only the body of the Supreme Bone Dragon. As a result, the Supreme Bone Dragon's movements were greatly reduced. Even if it used its spiritual power to break free, its movements were indeed extremely slow. The only feasible way is to activate the field. But the spiritual power circulates too slowly, and it takes at least 1 minute to be successfully displayed. On the other side, because the space-time stillness field shrank, the Emperor could move freely, holding the bone sword at full power. Stop. Marcoine took the lead, his sacred wings blooming in the sky, and he mobilized his spiritual energy without hesitation.
Every move was made with all his strength, without holding back at all.
The same was true for the others.
With the help of Bymir's mental attacks, they interrupted the skills of the Emperor of 9-5 several times. However, the Emperor was ultimately a monarch, and the impact on him was minimal.
He was already furious at being harassed by the women. No more pretense, just kill.
In this way, the pressure was put on Shen Tian.
His Majesty is angry, humans, you are doomed.
Just take care of yourself first. Shen Tian narrowed his eyes slightly, swung the Pegasus golden spear in his hand with all his might, and pierced it into the back of the Supreme Bone Dragon.
God-level enhancement Holy Light Meteor. Golden spears condensed in the bone body in an instant. Kill.
Swish, swish, swish. The golden spear inside was rampaging, constantly bombarding the body of the Supreme Bone Dragon. Outside, Shen Tian retracted the Pegasus golden spear and replaced it with the fierce dragon sword. With the sword in hand, fire is burning.
I want to see who's harder, you or my fire.
Under his feet, a fire dragon condensed.
Go!
The sword flew out of his hand, and a fire dragon circled over and entangled the Supreme Bone Dragon. The two dragons entangled with each other, and raging fire burned in every inch of the Supreme Bone Dragon. In mid-air, Shen Tian's eyes were cold.
God-level enhancement Scorching Sun Blast. Absorb the heat from the sun and integrate the essence of heaven and earth. Above Shen Tian's head, a huge scorching sun gathered. The bone dragon's face changed drastically. The rising scorching heat around it made it terrified. You. Slay the dragon today. The angry roar echoed in the sky. Holding the scorching sun in one hand, Shen Tian lowered his head and looked at the bone dragon. That look of certainty of victory shocked the bone dragon. For a moment, the Supreme Bone Dragon even felt that the human in front of him was the real emperor. There is no overwhelming pressure from looking down on the world, but only the power of being the only one in the world, with the power of terror that can destroy everything in the world with just a wave of my hand. Destroy. Holding the scorching sun in his hand, Shen Tian descended from the sky and collided with the Supreme Bone Dragon. Boom! Circles of fire spread wildly, affecting the emperor in the distance. The emperor looked back in shock and saw the scorching sun explode, with flames completely covering that area of space. The body of the Supreme Bone Dragon burned in the explosion. Countless golden spears shot up into the sky from the flames, carrying the breath of divine judgment. Amidst the explosion, Shen Tian stepped out. Just as Shen Tian said, he succeeded in slaying the dragon today. Even though he was one level higher, it was still easy for Shen Tian to kill him. Even if I give you one hand, I can still destroy you. After saying these harsh words, Shen Tian no longer paid attention to the burning Supreme Bone Dragon, but instead looked into the eyes of the emperor. Everyone, step back. Shen Tian spoke, and the women stopped attacking and quickly retreated, leaving the battlefield to the two of them. You are very strong, able to kill my mount. You are indeed a talent. Kneel down and become my general, and I will forgive you and spare your life. He sneered twice, clenched his empty left hand into the air, and the ice dragon sword condensed. To be your general, to abandon my body and become a pile of bones? Sorry, I have no interest in skeletons who have lost all 5 senses. This is a gift I give you. Do you dare to refuse me? Chapter 61 Dragon Vein Bone, Emperor Bone Sword. A withered skeleton that escaped from hell dares to call himself an emperor? Today, I grant you the annihilation of both body and soul, and you will not enter the cycle of reincarnation. Bold! The emperor was completely enraged, and a circle of golden ripples emerged from the bone sword. Domain dominate the world. Boom! The heaven and earth trembled, and invisible pressure descended at this moment. The women's faces turned pale, blood came out of their mouths, and their bodies fell rapidly. The monarch-level domain pressure is not something that lords like them can resist. Even Shintian felt a tightness in his chest. I see. Shintian sneered, finally understanding why this guy was still full of confidence even without the Supreme Bone Dragon. Within this domain lies a trace of heaven's will. This is your confidence, right? But that's it. 9-colored light bloomed on his forehead, and the heavenly Tao Spirit Stone burst out and hovered above Shintian's head. The pressure of dominating the world was blocked in an instant. The falling women breathed a sigh of relief and their expressions returned to normal. The power of heaven, where do you come from? The emperor was a little panicked. The floating heavenly Tao Spirit Stone above Shintian's head contained pure heavenly Tao power. Compared with the heavenly will of the 9-5 emperor, it is not on the same level of strength. Receive. As soon as he spoke, the trace of heaven's will in the king of the world was taken back and absorbed into the heaven spirit stone. Field time and space stand still. Boom. The area where the two were located was instantly covered. My majesty is not something you can violate. Even if there is no will of heaven, I will still kill you today. This time, he used his domain first, so that the emperor would be less affected by the stillness of time and space. At this moment, the emperor is still full of confidence. Ignorance. Shintian shook his head with emotion, and the heavenly Tao Spirit Stone shone brightly. The area where time and space are still is covered with a layer of heavenly power. Boom! Like invisible ripples spreading, the emperor's body stiffened and he was fixed in place, unable to move at all. The new use of the heavenly Tao Spirit Stone has been successfully unlocked. It was the 9-5 emperor's use of his domain to rule the world, and the hint of heavens will contained therein, that gave Shintian inspiration. By combining the skill field with the power in the heavenly Tao Spirit Stone, the combat power that is unleashed can increase exponentially. This time, even if the emperor has all the power in the world, he will not be able to break through the constraints of the stillness of time and space. 2 dragons of ice and fire circled under his feet. Shintian lightly tapped his fingers, and the 2 dragons flew up together, wrapping up the emperor. Explosive flames and icy ice covered the body at the same time, and the dry bones of the 9th emperor were completely turned into ashes in the world of ice and fire. The 2 powerful monarchs of the 6th level were all killed. Isn't it a bit too easy? There won't be any other accidents. Marcoine flew over with a frown on his face. This time, killing 2 monarch-level beasts was really easy. Don't worry, there will be no accidents. This battle was indeed easy, mainly because the emperor was too arrogant. I seized the opportunity to separate it from the Supreme Bone Dragon, otherwise it would have been in trouble. When Shintian used his spiritual vision to investigate, he already knew their details. When the 9-5 Emperor and the Supreme Bone Dragon are combined, both their domains and ordinary skills will be merged into one, greatly increasing their combat power. Although they are at the 9th level of Monarch together, their actual combat power is above the 5th level of Domination. Also, when I faced the 9-5 Emperor, its domain gave me great inspiration and gave me a new understanding of the Heavenly Tao Spiritual Stone. Although it possesses a trace of heaven's will, compared to the true power of heaven, it is nothing but a crushing blow. That's good. After listening to Shintian's explanation, Ma Qian felt relieved. This bone sword is still there. There's also a bone from the bone dragon that wasn't destroyed by the flames. Ymir's mental power covered the entire place, and she quickly discovered something unusual. The Long sisters acted separately, fetched the 2 treasures, and handed them over to Shintian. The spiritual vision swept across, and the information of the 2 treasures appeared before his eyes. Dragon Vein Bone, a peerless spiritual treasure, left behind by a true dragon after its death. Contains endless spiritual energy and can be used directly to replenish spiritual power. Emperor Bone Sword, the only spiritual treasure, forged from the bones of the Emperor, with the following skills: Dominate the World, Emperor's True Words, Emperor Punishment, and Emperor's Edict to Kill. After reading the information about the 2 treasures, Shintian was stunned. This is fucking luck. The peerless spiritual treasure, Dragon Vein Bone, is formed from the bones of a true dragon after its death. How many treasures like this can Blue Star have?
Endless spiritual energy, directly replenishing spiritual power.
With it, can't you use your ultimate move at will?
The Emperor Bone Sword is even more abnormal, it actually comes with 4 skills. King of the World is a domain-based skill, which Shen Tian has already seen, and he also knows the uses of the other 3 skills. For Shen Tian, who lacked attack skills, this magical treasure came at the right time.
Boom!
Before the joy faded, a loud noise was heard in the distance. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and saw a mountain collapsing.
Boom! 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 Immediately afterwards, more mountains collapsed and continued to approach Mount Tai. Not good, the spiritual world is about to collapse. We can't stay here for long. Let's retreat first.
After beheading the Supreme Bone Dragon and the 9-5 Emperor, the Blood Gate appeared on the altar of Mount Tai.
The group arrived quickly and stepped into the bloody gate one by one. After the world spun, everyone returned to Mount Tai on the blue planet.
As soon as she landed, Mu Shio rushed out. The scythe of death in his hand condensed and went straight for a group of people not far away.
Hey, don't attack, we're on the same side.
I'm Kong Kong, the commander-in-chief of the Qilu fortress.
Xiao, stop.
Shen Tian spoke quickly. Shaoji rushed out and grabbed Mu Xia. You have to change your bad temper. Shen Tian criticized helplessly and said apologetically.
Director Kong, I'm sorry.
When leaving the Demon Slayer Guild headquarters, Chief Xiao Rui gave Shen Tian a list of chiefs of fortresses in various places, with photos attached. Shen Tian naturally had some impression of Kong Kong, the commander-in-chief of the Qilu fortress. After all, the first stop is Mount Tai in the Qi and Lu areas, so we still have to know something about it. If we cause such a big event on someone else's territory, they will of course send someone over.
No, it's my problem.
I brought so many people here, so misunderstandings are inevitable. I'm ashamed to say that I wanted to help, but I didn't make it in time. Shen Tian is very satisfied that Chief Kong has this intention.
All the monsters in the Taishan area have been eliminated.
Chief Kong will deal with the monster corpses here.
I have already entered the spiritual world on Mount Tai, and from now on, this blood gate will be handed over to Kong.
Snap! There was a click sound from behind, and Shen Tian suddenly felt something was wrong and turned around. I saw a crack exploded on the bloody gate. Click click. Just like a broken mirror, the blood gate was soon covered with cracks.
Boom!
Finally, the bloody gate exploded and turned into fragments on the ground.
Forehead.
Shen Tian scratched his head and had some guesses in his mind. The 2 spiritual treasures that were taken away should be the ones supporting the spiritual world here. Whether it is the Dragon Vein Bone or the Emperor Bone Sword, they are both peerless spiritual treasures, especially the Emperor Bone Sword. There will never be a second one in the world. With both of these things taken away, the spiritual world of Mount Tai naturally had no meaning to exist.
It's good that it's gone.
Without this blood gate, the monsters in Qilu will not gather towards Mount Tai like crazy, and I can relax a little. Seeing that Shen Tian was in a dilemma, Kong Kong immediately spoke up to help him out. The group of people following behind him also agreed and said that the disappearance of the blood gate was a great thing. Friendshin, you have helped me, Qilu, a lot today. As the commander-in-chief of the Qilu fortress, I would like to invite you to dinner as a token of my gratitude.
Do you have time? Director Kong, you have something to ask of me, right?
Just say it directly, no need to beat around the bush.
Ahem. Kong Kong coughed twice. There is indeed something going on.
It's about the Fusong Kingdom.
Oh? The devils. Chapter 62 Before the Storm. If it were something else, Shen Tian might not agree.
But when you said it was related to the Japanese devils, Shen Tianka became interested.
Tell me more about it. Kong Kong was secretly delighted.
Shen Tian said this, so there might be hope for this matter.
Ever since the demon beast revived, Fusong has been restless and has repeatedly intruded into the waters of our dragon nation.
At first, the monsters were not very strong, and heavy firepower was enough to suppress them.
It was naturally easy to drive away the Fuso people who broke into the sea.
But as time goes by, the monsters become stronger and stronger, and it becomes more difficult for our weapons to effectively kill them.
Fuso once again broke into the waters of our dragon kingdom.
What's even more strange is that the monsters in the sea did not attack them.
There have even been many instances where Fuso and sea beasts have attacked our dragon kingdom warships together. Now, we are in a very passive position on the Yellow Sea. It's probably because of the psychic beast girl.
It is naturally impossible for the sea beasts and Fuso to unite.
Humans and monsters are naturally hostile to each other and there is no possibility of cooperation. The only possibility is that the sea monster has been controlled. The best explanation is that the spiritual beast girls played a huge role in it. Captain Kong, are any of our warships still operational?
Have. Kong Kong immediately reported, since we were suppressed, I have withdrawn half of our warships, a total of 200 ships, ready to be deployed at any time.
Very good.
Immediately give the order and have these 200 warships ready to accompany me on a voyage to the Yellow Sea.
What? Kong Kong was shocked. Aren't you going to discuss and formulate a battle plan?
No need, with me, Shen Tian, here, everything is worry-free. With the powerful combat capability of a 5th-level monarch and the blessing of 2 newly acquired spiritual treasures, Shen Tian believes that he is invincible on Blue Star.
What is there to be afraid of just a small Fusong? You can give the order immediately. I will set off now.
I hope the warships will be ready when I arrive. After saying this, Shen Tian and the girls took off into the air and headed straight towards the Qilu Sea.
Commander, what should we do? Notify Captain Deng immediately and have him get ready.
Once Shen Tian arrives, he will be under his command.
Yes. Everyone, quickly return to Qilu Fortress. Kong Kong had a premonition that Shen Tian's departure would probably cause chaos. He had to rush to the Qilu Fortress and report to Chief Xia Rui. After setting off from Mount Tai, Shen Tian deliberately slowed down.
The distance to Highway Fortress is not far, and we can arrive there soon if we go at full speed. They deliberately slowed down, firstly to wait until the warships parked at Highway Fortress were ready, and secondly because everyone needed to recover their spiritual power. Sitting on the horse's back, Shen Tian took out the dragon vein bone. The women gathered together and approached each other.
Shen Tian held the dragon vein bone and injected a little spiritual power into it. On.
A dragon roared softly, and a huge amount of spiritual energy emanated from the dragon's bones, enveloping everyone.
Guiding the spiritual energy into the body, it was quickly transformed into spiritual power. This peerless spiritual treasure is indeed extraordinary.
It is more than 100 times faster than using spiritual beads to restore spiritual power. It took an hour for the group to arrive at Fort Highway.
In the land of Qi and Lu, there are 2 most important fortresses.
One is the Qi and Lu Fortress, which plays the role of commanding the entire province.
Another place is Highway Fortress, which is the base camp of warships. Its overall combat power is even stronger than that of Qilu Fortress. Here I come.
On a warship, a middle-aged man suddenly opened his eyes. Behind him were 2 beast girls, one of whom had wings on her back. When Shen Tian and his group appeared, the beast girl took off into the air and went to guide Shen Tian to land. My name is Deng Chang, and I am the commander-in-chief of the Weihai Fortress and the captain of the warship.
Captain Deng, thank you for your help. I'm Shen Tian, you can just call me by my name.
According to our latest intelligence, the Fuso warship is currently anchored in the northern part of the Yellow Sea, seemingly planning something. Now that we know the location, there's no need to dawdle.
Let's go straight away. Are you sure? Deng Chang frowned. There are countless sea monsters, and many obey Fuson's orders. We might be discovered as soon as we set out.
In my opinion, we should make a plan, with fighter planes leading the way, and find a route with fewer sea beasts to approach. Captain Deng has a point, but this is too slow. After all, Shen Tian is not a professional and cannot be compared with Deng Chang, so he naturally has to affirm Deng Chang's plan. But this plan is too slow to implement and is a waste of time. It's not just Fuson that has the ability to control sea monsters. The people of my dragon country are even stronger than them. More, show it to the captain. Yes. With the beast mother form, Ymira's pink eyes smiled slightly, her fox ears swayed, and her 9 snow-white fox tails spread out. The invisible spiritual power quickly spread out and immediately extended to the sea. Boom! The sea water rolled, and sea monsters jumped out of the water one after another, with pink light flashing in their pupils. How? Deng Chang and the soldiers on the warship were stunned at this moment. The sea beasts circled near the coast, lowering their heads obediently, as obedient as puppies. There are monsters controlled by Fusong in here. Ymir opened her eyes and smiled, however, they are all under my control, and I have not erased the mental control of any of Fusong. This is the advantage in level. As a Lord-level spiritual beast girl, Ymir can be called the #1 person on Blue Star. No one has stronger spiritual power than her. Ymir also uses mind control. Not only can she take away control, but she can also prevent her opponent from noticing, foolishly thinking that everything is under her control.
You're truly a god.
This way, we can advance straight ahead, suddenly appear before the Fuso fleet, and deliver a fatal blow.
This battle is certain to be won.
Captain Deng, you don't need to fight in this battle.
Just follow me. Your mission is still to come. Everything is under your command.
Deng Chang bowed respectfully and immediately ordered the ship to set sail. 200 warships set out in unison, heading straight for the northern Yellow Sea. On the boundless ocean, groups of sea beasts roamed around, guarding a fleet of warships. Every fleet of warships was flying a red sun and a white flag. In the main ship's lounge, a Japanese man with a flat beard was leisurely enjoying sashimi. There were at least 20 beautiful women in the room, kneeling around him and serving him wholeheartedly. Sharing the sashimi with him were 6 other women, all of whom were his contracted beast girls. The 6 women were wearing kimonos of different colors and had pale makeup on, looking like dead people.
Fongzi, is there any movement at Fort Highway? Sato Koen, the Dragon Kingdom warship is still parked near the coast. Baga. A bunch of trash.
Ichiro Sato slammed the table and kicked the 2 naked women under the table away.
The people of Long Country are as cowardly as mice. Do you think that if you hide in Highway Fortress, I, the general, can do nothing about it? Sato Koen, is there any next move?
Yes, of course.
Since the dragon people dare not come out, I will attack them.
The 6 women dining at the table had serious expressions on their faces, their eyes all focused on Sato Ichiro, waiting for his orders.
Tomorrow morning, attack Fort Highway.
In this battle, we must destroy all the warships of Fort Highway in one fell swoop, clearing all obstacles at sea for our Fuso plan.
Hi!
The 6 women stood up and bowed 90 degrees to receive the order. I am full now, it's time to try some new delicacies. The women kneeling on the ground in the main ship's lounge all trembled all over, fear arose in their hearts, but they could only keep smiling and wait for the emperor's favor.
The 6 beast girls under contract were used to it. Kimono falls to the ground. Chapter 63, A Sudden Change.
The sea was calm, and a large number of sea beasts surrounded a group of warships. They did not launch an attack, but just quietly guarded around the warships. In the sky, Shen Tian and his group appeared quietly, but no one noticed them. In Shao Ji's netherworld realm, she can avoid all detection.
This is it.
Shen Tian looked down, a slight smile on his lips, and glanced at the sun that was about to set in the distance. The afterglow of dusk cast an orange hue on the sea, as if in morning. He grasped the air and took out the Emperor Bone Sword. The surging spiritual power poured into the Emperor Bone Sword frantically.
Shen Tian's aura continued to rise.
The fighting spirit rose wildly. Although he was only at the 5th level of Monarch, his real fighting power had reached the peak of Monarch at this moment. It's worthy of being the Emperor Bone Sword.
The uniqueness of a spiritual treasure is extraordinary.
His eyes looked down, and he was filled with an air of looking down on the world. The women standing on Shen Tian's left and right felt it most clearly. At this moment, Shen Tian was like an almighty king. The Emperor Bone Sword pointed downwards, and 2 words were uttered lightly from his mouth.
Emperor's punishment.
The Emperor Bone Sword comes with one of the 4 major skills, and it is also the strongest attack method among the 4 skills. In an instant, under the afterglow of the setting sun, a golden shadow condensed in the sky. The shadow is like an ancient emperor, revealing his unparalleled arrogance. Destroy. With one thrust of the sword, the Emperor Bone Sword flew out of his hand. The shadowy figure on the horizon waved the sword in its hand and headed straight for the fleet below.
Rumble. The calm sea surface was suddenly stirred up by a huge wave.
Huge waves rose up with the wind, and under the dazzling light, continuous explosions sounded on the sea.
Shen Tian no longer looked down because it was meaningless.
The power of this move could be foreseen when Shen Tian made the move. The Monarch-level strongmen are the strongest fighting force on the current Blue Star, and no one can stop them.
Take out the map.
Ymir, who was beside her, quickly took out the map. This map was obtained from Captain Deng.
The location of each volcano is clearly marked on the map. After some simple planning, Shen Tian determined 8 locations, with each person responsible for one. Have you all noted down where you're going?
I've got it. The 7 women responded in unison, their eyes filled with excitement. Remember, you must ensure your own safety.
Even if the plan fails, it doesn't matter. All I want is for you all to return safely, understand? Clear.
The plan was very risky because the action had to be dispersed. Once someone is entangled by the enemy, he may not be able to escape and will be buried in the sea of fire.
Just in case, I'll give each of you an imperial edict to kill. You can use it directly when necessary.
He took out 7 copies of the imperial edict from his bosom and gave them to the 7 women respectively.
Emperor's Decree Kill is one of the skills that comes with the Emperor's Bone Sword. The beauty of this skill is that it can be made in advance.
When needed, just inject spiritual power into it and it can be used. And it's not just Shintian who can use it, anyone who has awakened spiritual power can use it.
Once the Emperor's Edict is used, Shintian will be able to deliver his strongest attack, instantly killing the enemy and turning the tide of the battle. Alright, split up, and after you complete your respective tasks, we'll gather here.
In the sky, 8 figures dispersed and headed straight towards Fusang. As the setting sun was about to set, Captain Deng and his men arrived slowly.
Clean it up and don't leave any traces.
Everyone received the order and immediately began to clean up the sea area full of debris.
The sun sets in the west and night falls.
The world was silent, and the monsters seemed to have fallen into a deep sleep.
A tiny figure landed on a volcano. Shintian stood at the crater and looked down.
Inside the volcano, boiling magma was flowing slowly.
Scalding hot air wafts out from the volcano. If an ordinary person stood here, his clothes would definitely be soaked with sweat.
But for Shintian, he felt nothing. After experiencing the baptism of heaven, Shintian's body has undergone earth-shaking changes and can adapt to various environments.
This temperature is nothing to worry about.
Time passed quietly, and Shintian stared at the watch on his wrist.
When 8 o'clock arrived, Shintian's spiritual power began to mobilize frantically.
Holding the fierce dragon sword in his hand, with the infusion of spiritual power, a fire dragon condensed around his body.
Above the head, there is a huge scorching sun hanging in the sky.
The dark night suddenly became as bright as day. The blazing sun explodes in flames. With a roar, he held the scorching sun above his head and smashed it into the volcano with all his strength. The circling fire dragon let out an excited roar and rushed into the volcano along with the scorching sun. Spiritual energy gathered under his feet, and Shintian leaped up and flew into the air.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
3 loud noises were heard in succession, and boiling magma erupted from the volcano.
At the same time, volcanoes also erupted in 7 other directions. It seems that everything is going smoothly.
Shintian was finally able to let go of the worry that had been hanging in his heart. The magma rolled up into the sky, then fell rapidly and spread across the ground.
The eruption of 8 volcanoes brought about a huge chain reaction, and countless volcanoes also erupted.
This is the reason why it is said that a single hair can move the whole body. When Shintian was planning, he deliberately chose these 8 volcanoes, intending to make all of them erupt. The earth shook violently and magma rushed in all directions. The cries of grief continued to be heard, but Shintian turned a deaf ear to them and retreated along the same route he came. This night is very long, because for some people, they stay in this night forever. Back to the sea area where they were during the day, the 7 women rushed back from all directions.
Below, Captain Deng was waiting for Shintian and his group.
Shintian was not in a hurry to land, but stood under the night sky and looked out. In the vast night, a dazzling 9-colored light flashed and headed straight towards Shintian and his group.
Careful!
Marcoine stood in front of Shintian, holding the Pegasus golden spear in his hand, with fighting spirit in his eyes. Don't be nervous, it's the heavenly Tao spirit stone.
Just as Shintian expected, what was wrapped in the 9-colored light was a heavenly Tao spirit stone.
Compared to the one Shintian owns, it is obviously much smaller. As if influenced by something, the heavenly Tao spirit stone between his eyebrows flew out and headed towards the heavenly Tao spirit stone. The 2 heavenly Tao spirit stones collided, and the small heavenly Tao spirit stone exploded. The energy contained in it was all absorbed by the heavenly Tao spirit stone held by Shintian. I didn't expect to gain such a great harvest. After taking back the heavenly Tao spirit stone, Shintian clearly realized that the energy within the heavenly Tao spirit stone was even stronger than before.
Let's go! Go back!
After landing on the warship, Captain Deng immediately came up to him with a startled look on his face. For a moment he didn't know what to say and just held Shintian's hand. After a long while, Captain Deng spoke.
Great! Great!
Brother Shin, you are worthy of being selected for the God creation project.
With you here, we will definitely be able to survive this catastrophe of the resurrected demonic beasts. Well, Shintian, you will definitely live up to everyone's expectations. Captain Deng, let's set off and return. We can't give anyone any handle. Understood. Let's go. The order was given, and the warship turned around and rushed towards the highway fortress. After one night, Fusang disappeared and Blue Star was in an uproar. Chapter 64 Mermaid Princess. First Master, what is the public opinion like now? The next morning, inside the Qilu fortress, Shintian and the girls were having breakfast. Taking advantage of this gap, Shintian contacted Xia Rui. What else can we do? It's just speculation. Since we're so close to Fuso, everyone's guessing it was us. However, they don't have any clues, so they can only talk about it but don't take any substantial action. That's good. This time, the plan was carried out cleanly in every aspect, leaving no trace at all. Even if you guess who did it, you can't take any action, after all, you have no evidence. In the era of the revival of monsters, the common enemy of Blue Star is monsters. Anyone who dares to fight among themselves at this time will inevitably be isolated by the entire Blue Star. However, after this major incident, you will need to be more restrained in your subsequent actions. I understand. After breakfast, I will leave Qilu. My main task will be to deal with those spiritual realms that have not been conquered yet. Finally, we will go straight to the northwest, dig out the dark forces, and completely eliminate them to ensure our internal stability. After a brief conversation, Shintian and Xia Rui ended the communication. After breakfast and bidding farewell to Kong Kong, the commander-in-chief of Qilu Fortress, Shintian and his party set out on their journey south. The subsequent journey was basically not difficult. Every time he arrived at a place, Shintian would take action to help deal with large groups of monsters. There was some delay on the journey, but everyone's level was improved. Shintian has been promoted to the 6th level of Monarch, and the levels of the women have also reached the 9th level of Lord. After breaking through the Monarch level, the required training resources increase dramatically and the level increase slows down significantly. There is no way around it. We are about to reach the Uedi fortress. More than 10 days passed in a blink of an eye. After leaving Kyoto, the group finally arrived at the last stop on their way south. At this moment, inside the Uedi fortress, a group of people stood in an orderly manner, waiting for Shintian to arrive. A flying beast girl led 12 fighter planes to meet them. Master Shintian, I am the contracted beast mother of the chief of the Guangdong fortress. Let me lead the way for you. Please. Since people came to greet him personally, Shintian naturally had no reason to refuse. As the beast girl landed in the Uedi fortress, Chief Yize quickly led his men to greet her with a smile on his face. Shintian, I've heard about your story. Well done. What Yize was referring to was naturally the affairs of Fuso. In fact, this matter has been fermenting for more than 10 days, and everyone already knows it. Especially in Longhua, the chiefs of fortresses in various places have heard that Shintian had been to Qianlu. Shintian's strength had been demonstrated as early as the incident in Longzhong. He was the only one who could accomplish such a great feat. Director Yi, I'm just passing through here. There's no need to make such a big fuss to welcome me. Alas! You are a hero, and this scene is already quite shabby. Come, let me introduce you to the people in my fortress. After some polite introductions, Yize accompanied Shintian to the headquarters of Uedi Fortress. After entering a reception room, everyone left on their own accord, leaving behind Shintian and his group, Yize, and a young girl. My dear Shin, your destination this time is the Haiyuan Blood Gate. I, Yi, took the initiative to stop you here because I have something to ask of you. Director Yi, please speak. If it is within my ability, I will do my best to do so. The Guangdong fortress where I'm stationed is too close to the sea. Not only do I have to face attacks from land monsters, I also have to deal with sea monsters. Too many beast mothers and beast masters have died in battle recently. Now that the 4th demon beast resurgence is approaching, I'm afraid we won't be able to resist it. I see, Chief Yi wants me to stay and resist the 4th wave of monster resurrection, right? Exactly. No problem. Shintian agreed without hesitation. As a candidate for the god-making plan, he should shoulder some responsibilities. When the Guangdong stronghold is in trouble, we will naturally not stand idly by. In fact, Shintian had already guessed it when he was stopped. As the southern part of Dragon Country, this place has to face attacks from both sea and land monsters, and the damage has always been great. All Shin Tian knew was that Xiao Rui had sent 3 groups of reinforcements in the past week.
There are still 2 days until the 4th demon beast revives. I will go explore the blood gate of the sea abyss first. I will definitely be able to arrive before the 4th demon beast revives.
With Shin Xiaoyou's promise, I feel relieved.
Yi Zhe breathed a sigh of relief, finally solving half of the most troublesome problem.
There's one more thing, which may seem a bit abrupt, but would you mind letting me know, Mr. Shin? But you can tell me anything. Xiaoya, come here. Yi Zhe waved, and the girl standing behind him walked over quickly. My name is Yi Xiaoye.
I want to make a contract with you and become your beast mother.
Ahem. Yi Zhe coughed repeatedly. Xiaoyu, you are too reckless. Things like this should be handled more subtly. How can you be so direct? Friend Shin, this is my granddaughter.
She has admired you for a long time, but she has not yet found a contracted beast master.
In the words of this girl.
Looking across the entire blue star, only Shin Tian can make me willingly become his beast girl.
No one else is worthy. I'm risking my reputation today, so please consider it. Director Yi, you are too serious.
Shin Tian smiled, and his spiritual vision pupils fell, and Yi Xiaoya's information column appeared in front of him. His pupils shrank slightly, and he thought to himself.
SSS-level talent, Mermaid Sea Princess. Companion skill, Control of the Sea.
Whether it is talent, beast form, or companion skills, they are all excellent. Needless to say, his talent is at the SSS level, which perfectly meets Shin Tian's requirements.
The Mermaid Sea Princess is in the Beast Girl form.
Mermaids are extremely rare among beast girls, and only people who live near the sea can awaken them.
What Yi Xiaoye awakened was the Mermaid Princess of the Sea.
Among the mermaids and beast girls, she was an absolute aristocrat with extremely pure bloodline. This can be seen from her companion skills.
Control of the Sea.
After using this companion skill, you can control the power of the ocean and use it for your own benefit.
The blue planet has a vast sea area, and the ocean has not yet been fully explored.
The mysteries contained therein are endless. It can be said that when Yi Xiaoye uses this skill in the sea, she becomes the darling of the sea. Friend Shin, if you force yourself, it's fine.
Seeing Shin Tian silent, Yi Zhe felt a little disappointed.
It seems that my granddaughter is not good enough after all. Yi Xiaoye did the same, her fingers constantly tugging at the corner of her clothes. It is difficult to accept being rejected after mustering up the courage to speak your mind.
Miss Ye's talent is indeed very good. Shin Tian deliberately looked embarrassed and acted a little hesitant. I understand. I think too highly of myself. Yi Xiaoye took a deep breath and bowed to Shin Tian.
Even though you rejected me, in my heart, you are still my idol.
I will work hard to improve myself and try to catch up with you. Even if I just see your back, I will be satisfied. That's all I have to say. Yi Xiaoye has made it clear what she wanted to express.
After bowing to Shin Tian, he turned and walked out.
Miss Yi, if you don't become a beast tamer, you'll remain at the advanced level your entire life. How can you catch up with me? Even if it's advanced, I can still do it.
You girl.
Shin Tian shook his head.
He really was a stubborn person. It was obvious from what she said that she would not sign a contract with anyone other than Shin Tian.
Chapter 65 Control of the Sea.
Advanced ones are always advanced ones, and cannot be compared with the general level, let alone the strong ones above the general level.
I have seen your determination, and I welcome you to be my companion. What? Yi Xiaoye looked back in surprise. You agree? I can be your beast girl? Of course, don't you want to now? Yes. I do.
Yi Xiaoye was pleasantly surprised. After experiencing so many ups and downs, her wish finally paid off.
It was hard to believe for a moment. Then, let's sign the contract.
The book of contract was condensed. Yi Xiaoye took 3 steps at a time and immediately pressed her fingerprint on the contract, fearing that Shin Tian would regret it. After finding out Yi Xiaoye's information, Shin Tian had already decided to sign the contract.
I kept it a secret on purpose just to see Yi Xiaoye's reaction.
Congratulations, Mr. Shin, for finding another beast girl.
Director Yi, this is your granddaughter. Ahahaha, double happiness. Double happiness. This result was exactly what Yi Zhe wanted. What is Shin Tian's current status?
He is a candidate for the God-making plan and a talent cultivated with the whole country's strength. If my granddaughter can follow Shintian, she will definitely be able to stand at the highest position in the future. The Yi family will also take off. Director Yi, please take out all the spirit beads stored in the fortress. Xiaoya's current level is too low and needs to be improved quickly, otherwise she will not be able to keep up with me. Okay. I'll do it right away. Since Shintian took the initiative to take the spirit pearl for Yi Xiaoya to use, there would naturally be no gossip. Soon, all the spiritual beads stored in the Yuedi fortress were taken out. Shintian directly sent someone to take the spirit pearl to the beach. Advanced tasks not only have level requirements, but also requirements for hunting monsters. Leaving Yi Xiaoye on the shore to absorb the spirit beads, Shintian led the others to attack the monsters on a large scale. The seriously injured monsters were sent to Yi Xiaoye, and she was asked to kill them. In just half a day, Yi Xiaoye broke through to the commander level. The spiritual beads in the Yuedi fortress were all used up, and Shintian took out some of the spiritual treasures he brought with him. After some efforts, Yi Xiaoye successfully entered the Lord level and obtained his own territory. Yi Zhe just felt dazed. In such a short period of time, his granddaughter had become a Lord level powerhouse. All of this is the convenience brought by Shintian. Thank you, Shintian. From now on, I, Yi Xiaoye, am yours. I will do whatever you ask me to do. I give you my life. Yi Xiaoye also knew that the rapid improvement in her level was all thanks to Shintian, and she became more and more devoted to Shintian. Forget about your life, my beast mother, you must live well. You have been in the Yuedi fortress, so you should be very familiar with the Haiyuan Blood Gate. 5,000 miles out to sea, 3,000 meters down, you'll reach the Blood Gate of the Abyss. However, there are too many monsters around, and the number of high-level monsters is incalculable. So far, no one has ever reached it. Then the task of leading us to the Blood Gate of the Abyss will be left to you. Guaranteed to complete the mission. Having received so many benefits, Yi Xiaoye naturally had to do something to prove her worth. This trip to the Blood Gate of the Abyss is her chance to show her abilities. After saying something to Yi Zhe, Shintian and his group went out to sea and headed straight towards the Blood Gate of the Abyss. Control of the sea. Yi Xiaoye took the lead and released her companion skills, covering Shintian and others. The control of the sea has many functions, and what is demonstrated at this moment is to allow everyone to have the ability to survive in the water. Not only can they swim freely in the sea like fish, but they can also breathe and speak without being affected by the oxygen in the seawater. Shintian, who shared this skill with Yi Xiaoye, naturally knew the function of this skill, but the other girls did not know. After entering the sea, everyone looked horrified. Unconsciously, the women including Marcoine have already accepted this new member in their hearts. The world under the sea is complex and intricate. 1,000 meters away from the coast, you can already see a large number of sea beasts. The sudden intrusion of humans naturally attracted the attention of sea beasts. Roar! A big fish rushed over first, opening its mouth wide and pouncing at the prey. I'll destroy it. Mu Xiao, as always, swung the scythe of death, and the dark elements condensed into energy waves. No, I'll do it. Yi Xiaoye waved her hand to control the seawater, and a huge whirlpool formed out of thin air under the big fish, directly sucking the big fish into the whirlpool. The whirlpool seemed to have thousands of sharp blades. After the big fish was sucked in, it turned into flesh and blood in an instant. This move is also the control of the sea. Drink! With a delicate cry, the seawater flowing around them became violent. He pushed his hands forward, and a large amount of seawater surged wildly, and the tremendous force carried the seawater past. The sea beast that pounced on them was pushed away 100 meters away. Tornadoes appeared in the sea, sucking in large numbers of sea beasts and killing them all, leaving no one alive. This action undoubtedly angered the monsters in the sea. Yi Xiaoye was not afraid at all and was ready to control the seawater to attack again. Stop! Shintian patted Yi Xiaoye on the shoulder and said, "Everyone has already recognized you. There is no need to act like this. Save your spiritual power. You will be needed a lot later." Well, I'll listen to you. Yi Xiaoye stopped and no longer squandered the spiritual power in her body. Control of the sea. Boom! The next moment, the entire sea trembled. Yi Xiaoye widened her eyes and glanced at Shintian beside her in surprise. Shintian stretched out one hand and controlled the seawater in just an instant. Moreover, the range of his control is larger than Yi Xiaoye's, more than 100 times. Under the God-level enhancement, This move of controlling the sea exerted a terrifying effect when Shintian used it. The palm of his hand rotated slightly, and the seawater rotated along with Shintian's movements.
Rise!
He shouted loudly, palms facing up. The seawater rose into the air and rushed straight to the sky. The monsters in the sea all had expressions of fear on their faces. A large number of monsters twisted their bodies and jumped upwards. Sea beasts, what are they without the seawater? It's actually possible to do something so terrifying. Yi Xiaoye was shocked. Lifting up the seawater, was this human power? Of course, didn't Shintian next to him do it? Fall. Another roar, and the sea rushed into the sky and fell madly. This scene can be described as the Milky Way falling from the sky. The surging sea water descended from the sky, like thousands of troops charging into battle. Destroy! The falling sea water turned into sharp spears, pointing directly at the sea beasts below. The sea beasts roared in terror, their mouths wide open, but no sound came out. Even powerful skills cannot be activated. Without seawater, sea beasts can only wait for death. In the blink of an eye, the sea water returns to the sea. The clear blue water was stained blood red. All the monsters under the control of the sea were destroyed. After Shintian's move, the way forward was completely cleared. Okay, speed up. The group's speed increased dramatically and they headed straight towards the blood gate of the abyss. There was no more monster to intercept them, and the speed of advancement increased several times. Soon, the location of the blood gate of the abyss could be seen. This is a blood gate located in the sea, which is particularly eye-catching in the water. The blood red light continuously released outward through the seawater. At this moment, two more blood red rays suddenly appeared not far above the blood gate. These two blood red lines are oval in shape. If you look closely, it looks like a pair of eyes. Shintian raised his brows slightly, and his spiritual vision pupils opened immediately. The 9th-ranked demon beast, the evil killer whale king. Chapter 66 Undersea World. Yi Xiaoye's face suddenly turned pale and she spoke helplessly. How about we retreat first? A 9th-level monarch monster, the strongest monster she had ever seen. Faced with such a powerful existence, the first thing that comes to mind is naturally retreat. In contrast, Marcoine and the others looked calm and relaxed, not taking the evil killer whale king seriously at all. Need not. Shintian shook his head and said, it's just a 9th-level demon beast. It's easy to deal with it. Taking a step forward, Shintian's pupils flashed with murderous intent. He reached into the sea and summoned the Emperor Bone Sword. Domain dominate the world. Boom! The sea trembled, and powerful pressure surged from all directions, directly descending upon the evil killer whale king. His red eyes widened and an angry roar came out of his mouth. The evil killer whale king opened his mouth and was about to attack when a circle of ripples appeared in the seawater. The next moment, the evil killer whale king was unable to move. Field time and space stand still. The two domains were used one after another, and under the pressure of the king, the speed of the evil killer whale king's spiritual power circulation slowed down. Then use time and space to stop it in place. Then, it's hunting time. The Emperor Bone Sword shone with brilliance, and the tall shadow of the Emperor quickly condensed behind Shintian. God-level enhancement. Emperor punishes. A sword stabbed across and shot out, piercing through the bloody mouth of the evil killer whale king. The Emperor Bone Sword was as fast as lightning and emerged from the tail of the evil killer whale king. This sword enters from the mouth and exits from the tail. The evil killer whale king was killed on the spot by Shintian before he could use any skills. The domain was lifted and the evil killer whale king regained consciousness. But this last consciousness was just a flash of light. A pair of red eyes stared at Shintian in disbelief. His breathing became slower and slower, and his body lost control and sank into the bottomless sea. A blue light gushed out from the body of the evil killer whale king. That huge body melted away bit by bit in the sea. The surging vital energy released quickly spread outward with the seawater. When a whale falls, all things come to life. The red spirit bead appeared after the evil killer whale king's head melted away. Shintian waved his hand, and the spirit pearl swam over and fell into his palm. Not bad, a red spirit bead popped out. On Blue Star today, apart from Shintian, no one can easily kill a monarch-level monster. The red spirit bead was unheard of. Only Shintian and the beast girls who followed him had seen it. Let's go. Let's go into the spirit world and take a look. He took the lead and stepped into the blood gate, followed closely by the women.
The heaven and earth rotate, and chaos is endless.
The moment he felt the surging seawater, Shintian used the control of the sea. The women who subsequently entered the spirit world were safe and sound. Deep in the dark seabed, there is a bottomless trench. A large amount of seawater gathered frantically from all directions and poured into the trench.
A huge suction force came from under the trench. Along with the influx of seawater, a large number of sea beasts were brought in.
These sea beasts struggled frantically in the water, as if unwilling to be sucked into the trench.
Shintian narrowed his eyes slightly, speculating secretly in his mind.
The secret of this spiritual world may lie beneath the ocean trench. There is a high possibility that some extremely powerful and terrifying monster lives under the trench. It is not wise to dive rashly.
Bai Ning, I'll leave it to you this time. Shintian chuckled and signaled Chu Baining to take action. Don't worry.
Chu Baining stood up, full of confidence. In this sea area, she is the most suitable person to take action.
Entering the beast girl form, possessed by the blue scorpion beast armor.
The scorpion's tail swayed in the seawater, and a trace of green poisonous gas gushed out from the scorpion's tail and spread out with the seawater. The monster wrapped in the seawater let out painful howls the moment it was contaminated by the green poisonous gas. The green poisonous gas was like a living thing, devouring the flesh and blood of the monsters. This move is called swallowing green poison.
After the green poison was released, blue poison gas spread out.
In the sight of everyone, the monsters that were contaminated with two kinds of poisons at the same time showed extremely strange changes. The green poison devoured the flesh and blood, but left no bones of the monster.
This strange phenomenon is the effect of the bone-dissolving blue poison. After the blue poison, red poison gas was released.
The red poison was even more powerful. Once it touched a specific spot, the monster's body would begin to melt rapidly.
What a powerful poison technique!
When Yi Xiaoye saw Chu Baining perform poison for the first time, she was extremely horrified. At the same time, she encouraged herself in her heart to improve her strength quickly and not be outdone by other beast girls.
This is my melting kuva. It's indeed one of the more powerful poison techniques I currently possess. Is there a more powerful poison technique?
Yi Xiaoye asked immediately, and Chu Baining nodded in response.
Of course.
Purple poisonous gas spread from the scorpion's tail, and the flesh of the monster that was contaminated began to rot rapidly.
Corrosive purple poison.
Once even the slightest bit of it touches you, the corrosive effect will spread rapidly. There's also the debilitating green poison. Under the green poison, a large number of monsters suddenly became silent. The green depleting poison is designed to deplete the monster's internal organs, killing it from within.
Yi Xiaoye took a deep breath and understood immediately.
None of Chu Baining's poison techniques are weak, and they are all large-scale killing weapons.
9-colored devil prison poison.
After performing the 5 poison techniques, Chu Baining opened fire at full power. The strongest 9-colored devilish poison instantly enveloped the sea area. 9 kinds of toxins erupted at the same time, and the sea beasts that were sucked in felt as if they were in a hell full of toxins.
It was wiped out quietly and easily. The two of you working together are practically invincible at sea.
Shintian, who was standing aside, spoke, and Yi Xiaoye's originally depressed mood instantly improved.
Xiaoye. Don't feel inferior or lost, you are also very strong. Just imagine your control over the sea, combined with Bai Ning's poison technique. On the sea, who can do anything to you too? As the darling of the sea, Yi Xiaoye can easily take the initiative in the sea. As long as she is in the sea, she can easily determine the flow of the seawater.
At this time, Chu Baining released the poison again, and Yi Xiaoye controlled it and spread the poison through seawater.
In this way, those hateful monsters in the sea will suffer greatly. The upcoming 4th Demon Beast Resurrection is a good time for you two to cooperate.
Yi Xiaoye nodded heavily. I will definitely not let you down in the beast tide caused by the 4th Demon Beast Resurrection. With some encouragement, Yi Xiaoye's confidence increased, and Shen Tian's goal was achieved. He withdrew his gaze and focused all his attention on the bottom of the trench. A large number of sea beasts were killed by Chu Baining's poison. There are also toxins that flow down with the seawater and into the bottom of the trench. Logically speaking, the monster hiding in the trench should have reacted. The ethereal chirping sound came from the bottom of the trench. The madly rushing sea water suddenly stopped. In just a moment, sea water gushed out from under the trench.
Why is it backflowing? It's not backflow. Shen Tian's expression was solemn, that monster down there is coming.
With his own strength, he pushed the sea water upstream.
Anyone with such strength is probably above the monarch level.
With his spiritual vision pupils opened, Shen Tian stared closely at the bottom of the trench. In the madly rising seawater, a huge monster gradually appeared before our eyes.
Get out of the way.
The huge monster rose very quickly and rushed straight towards Shen Tian and others. The control of the sea was activated, and Shen Tian and the women quickly avoided it. A huge sea beast passed by, its angry pupils as big as 2 football fields.
Chapter 67 Kunpeng Lord.
The rising seawater was like a powerful shock wave, pushing Shen Tian and his group upwards. Faced with this situation, Shen Tian did not resist. While protecting the women, he followed the rising seawater. As the seawater rose 5,000 meters, everyone rushed out of the sea. The surrounding sea pillars reach up to the sky, as if connecting the sea and the sky together.
The gigantic sea beast was a big fish. It leaped out of the sea and stayed in mid-air.
Amidst the ethereal roar, light burst forth from the big fish's body, and it actually grew wings, then transformed into a giant rock.
Kunpeng. The big fish turns into a rock, which naturally reminds people of Kunpeng. There are records of Kunpeng in mythology and legends. With his spiritual vision, Shen Tian had already seen through Kunpeng's message. The second level of master, Haiyuan Kunpeng. The world under the sea is truly wonderful and endless. Beneath the mystery lies an unknowable power. Nowadays, the only dominant existences on Blue Planet are probably sea beasts. Dominant level.
This time, everyone lost their composure. If it is at the monarch level, it will naturally have the strength to compete. But this is the dominant level, a level higher than the existence. Shen Tian forced himself to calm down, tightly gripping the Emperor Bone Sword in his hand.
You stay here and take action at any time according to my orders. Brush.
His body rose into the sky like a stream of light, and the Emperor Bone Sword pointed directly at Kunpeng in the abyss of the sea.
Kunpeng lowered his head, his eyes full of disdain. In its eyes, Shen Tian was too insignificant. Kunpeng spreads its wings and the waves roll.
Columns of water moved and surrounded from all directions. A strong sense of oppression suddenly surged into my heart.
Field time and space stand still. Space-time domain. Kunpeng spoke, the disdain in his eyes weakened a little, and he looked at Shen Tian a little more formally. Useless? Shen Tian was stunned and confused. Haiyuan Kunpeng is at the master level, one level higher than Shen Tian.
Even if the space-time stillness field is not very effective, it should not have no impact at all.
Human, do you know what the domination level is?
Haiyuan Kunpeng spoke, as if he saw through Shen Tian's doubts. Master, know the heavens and the earth, and understand all things. All things in the universe, yin and yang, the 5 elements, all the rules that govern the mortal world.
When you reach the master level, you will understand everything. You are at the monarch level, and you possess the space-time domain.
But facing me, a master without any space-time domain, everything is in vain.
What a great man who knows everything in the world. The power of the dominant level is displayed at this moment. Haiyuan Kunpeng was not affected by the stillness of time and space at all.
As soon as he spread his wings, countless sea pillars swarmed in and hit Shen Tian.
Shen Tian.
Witnessing this scene, Marco-Ian could not wait any longer. He raised the Pegasus golden spear in his hand and released the holy light meteor without hesitation. All the women did the same, releasing their strongest skills one after another. After the Beastmaster and the Beast Girl sign the contract, they will have a relationship where they share the same fate. If Shen Tian were gone, they would not die, but they would be seriously injured.
Puff.
Ymir vomited blood and her face was extremely pale.
How dare you, a mere human, use mental attacks against this lord?
You're asking for your own death. Spanning 2 major levels, Ymir failed to launch an attack and was instead attacked by Haiyuan Kunpeng's spirit. The ice and fire dragons roared, and the 9-colored poisonous gas merged. The light of death, invisible claws. Various skills were released instantly, aiming directly at Kunpeng.
Kunpeng looked on with disdain and transformed himself into a big fish.
A huge body dropped from the sky, and the attacks of the women were easily resisted and dissipated in an instant.
Control of the sea.
The sea was controlled by Yi Xiaoye in an instant, and before she could launch an effective counterattack, Kunpeng once again took the initiative.
Beautiful piano music came from Kunpeng's mouth.
I saw an invisible harp being played inside Kunpeng's mouth, and the faint sound of the harp was coming from it. Yi Xiaoye felt her whole body tremble, and the sound waves emitted by the harp completely suppressed her.
Humph!
The mermaids, known as the darlings of the sea, are nothing but a bunch of pitiful creatures in the eyes of this lord.
Your clan's sacred object is still here with me. To claim control over the power of the sea is wishful thinking.
During the conversation, Highway descended from the sky. The women supported each other and watched the huge figure descend from the sky.
This blow will definitely kill him.
Well, I'm content to die with you.
Ma Qian closed his eyes and accepted it calmly.
At this point, there is no other way. The women were unwilling to accept the outcome, but they had to accept the consequences of death.
Kuanping, I'm still here, and you want to kill my beast mother?
Who gave you the courage? Golden light gushed out from the water column and fell on the women at a rapid speed.
Invincible golden body. Bang! Kuanping's huge body fell down, but the women blocked it safely.
The water column exploded in all directions, and Shintian held the Emperor Bonesword, glaring angrily.
Haiyuan Kuanping was shocked and his pupils were spinning rapidly. How did you block it? Kuanping leaped into the air as its tail slapped the sea surface. If I can't kill you with one move, I'll use two. You are worthy to kill me. Spiritual energy exploded under his feet, and Shintian soared into the air. Kuanping transforms into a new form, spreading its wings and giving chase.
In just 3 or 2 breaths, the two of them had reached an altitude of 10,000 meters. Below, Marco Yin was overjoyed that the women had escaped death. But when he saw Shintian leading Haiyuan Kuanping upwards, his heart sank again.
Marco Yin said nothing more, and immediately flapped his golden wings and soared into the sky. Even if I die, I will never sit and wait for death. Mu Xiao was filled with rage, and the dark elements of the phoenix wings gathered, shooting upwards like an arrow. The remaining women had the same idea at this moment.
Instead of sitting and waiting to die, it is better to fight with Shintian.
Everyone retreat.
High in the sky, Shintian shouted angrily. A palm slapped down, and all the women who were heading upwards were pushed back to the surface of the sea.
Since you have followed me, Shintian, I will not let you die here.
Just wait for me obediently. After speaking softly, Shintian's eyes turned cold.
Courageous human. Haiyuan Kuanping praised, if you hadn't trespassed into my territory, your death wouldn't have been in vain. It's still unknown who will win today. It's too early for you to be happy. Oh? Kuanping seemed to be in a good mood and once again transformed into a human form in the sky.
Judging from the visual appearance, Kuanping is about 2 meters and 5 meters tall, with a strong and sturdy body. Her long hair was draped over her shoulders, with a tuft of hair left on her forehead, swaying in the wind. He has a strong face and muscular arms, giving him a tough look.
Shintian was not surprised at all that the overlord level could transform into human form. It's been a while since I've met such a confident human.
I'll play with you today. If you have any cards up your sleeve, use them all. The seabed of the spiritual world is vast and silent.
Kuanping in the deep sea was born alone and spends his whole life in loneliness.
When such an interesting human suddenly appeared, Haiyuan Kuanping was not in a hurry to kill him, but wanted to play with him instead.
Are you making fun of me? Shintian naturally saw through Haiyuan Kuanping's thoughts and sneered. You just said that the master level knows everything in the universe, right? Exactly. Then, have you ever heard of the word of heaven? Boom! When the word Heaven's Way came out, Haiyuan Kuanping's face changed drastically. Then a loud bang was heard between heaven and earth. You are not restricted by my domain because you understand the rules of time and space, but you are ultimately a master. The master level probably hasn't touched the way of heaven yet. The cold eyes revealed sarcasm and disdain. This scene is so similar to the first time Haiyuan Kuanping faced Shintian.
It's just that the roles have been reversed.
Could it be that you have realized the will of heaven? Humph!
With a cold snort, 9 colors bloomed on his forehead.
Haiyuan Kuanping lost his composure and cried out in surprise. Pure heavenly power. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Chapter 68 Heaven and Earth cannot forbear. Knowing the heaven and earth, and understanding everything, so what? All things in the world, including the rules of the world, originate from the way of heaven. In the face of the pure power of heaven, no matter how powerful a ruler is, he is nothing more than an ant under one's feet and can be crushed at will. The moment the heavenly Tao Spirit Stone emerged, the spiritual power in Shintian's body was marked by the heavenly Tao.
From then on, every move he made was blessed by the power of heaven.
Why not? Shen Tian asked back harshly, the murderous intent in his pupils not concealed at all. With his arms raised high, the sea was instantly under Shen Tian's control. Haiyuan Kuanpin was completely panicked now.
As the master of the sea, he felt like he was abandoned by the sea.
In the name of heaven, I will kill you in this place today. Boom! Boom! Boom!
The heaven and earth roared 3 times, and everything that Haiyuan Kuanping relied on was taken away by Shen Tian. Under the control of the sea, all the sea pillars rising into the sky fell into Shen Tian's hands. With a slight wave of his hand, sea pillars swarmed up and attacked from all directions.
No! Kuanping roared in the deep sea, transformed into a giant fish, and swept across the sea pillars with its tail. Bang! The sea pillar was like an indestructible city wall.
It collided with the Kuanping of the sea abyss but was not shattered.
Instead, a deep red mark was left on Haiyuan Kuanping's tail. Countless sea pillars hit him, and Haiyuan Kuanping felt like he was dying in pain.
A mournful cry came from its mouth, and the ethereal cry echoed in the sky for a long time, and it turned into a giant rock.
Even if I am abandoned by the ocean, I still have the sky. Hee hee.
With 2 cold laughs, the heavenly Tao spirit stone shone brightly. 9-colored light echoed in the sky, and enormous pressure descended from the sky. Haiyuan Kuanping's eyes were filled with horror, and he was forcibly retreated from the form of a big pang back to the form of a fish.
No! Why? God, why won't you let me go? After being abandoned by the sea, he was completely abandoned by the sky.
To describe Haiyuan Kuanping at this moment in one sentence, it is that his grandmother doesn't love him and his uncle doesn't love him.
Without the sky and the sea, what are you? No! I won't give up. How could Haiyuan Kuanping just sit there and wait for death when he was about to die?
It is the absolute master of this spiritual space and has ruled here for countless years. Even if I die, I will never surrender. With its bloody mouth wide open, the harp shone brightly. The beautiful piano music contains the sound of surging waves. Shen Tian narrowed his eyes slightly, and for a moment, his control over the sea seemed to loosen. It looks like a good spiritual treasure. It can communicate with the sea, and under the heaven's way, take away the control of the sea for a moment.
This magical treasure is obviously not an ordinary item. I don't have time to play with you. When attacking, what matters is speed, accuracy, and ruthlessness.
If Haiyuan Kuanping had stopped talking so much nonsense, he wouldn't have fallen to this point. Shen Tian knew this very well, and immediately activated the heavenly Tao Spirit Stone, using all his strength to circulate the spiritual power in his body.
God-level enhancement. Field time and space stand still. The power of heaven. Click. Golden light rippled and swept outward.
The music of the piano stopped abruptly, and Haiyuan Kuanping's body froze in place. With the help of the power of heaven, he used the stillness of time and space to successfully freeze it. The Emperor Bone Sword was imbued with a layer of 9-colored heavenly Tao power, and a murderous aura of oppression spread from the sky.
Emperor's punishment.
The shadow of the Emperor condensed out of thin air, holding the Emperor Bone Sword and moving down.
The sword light was cold and ruthless, slashing at Haiyuan Kuanping's neck. The stillness of time and space ended, and Kuanping fell from the sea abyss.
The boundless sword energy flowed madly into Haiyuan Kuanping's body along the wound.
In an instant, Haiyuan Kuanping was turned into ashes under the sweep of sword energy.
Blue light lingered on the sea surface, and surging spiritual energy mixed in the seawater, surging madly downwards.
Follow me.
Under the control of the sea, Shen Tian waved his hand and fell to the bottom of the sea with the women. Arriving at the trench again, the group stopped.
Sit cross-legged. Don't waste even a single bit of Kuanping's spiritual energy after his death.
The women immediately sat down, circulated the spiritual power in their bodies, and began to absorb the spiritual energy that permeated the seawater.
With Shen Tian personally controlling it, these spiritual energies will naturally not flow into the trench.
In the seawater, a harp with flowing light and prosperity came along with the seawater and was caught by Shen Tian with one hand.
The spiritual vision pupil opened and the information came into view.
Mermaid harp, a peerless magical treasure, the most precious treasure of the mermaid clan, with the following skills: mermaid tears, sea god's light, sea god's advent.
Wow.
Shen Tian narrowed his eyes slightly, feeling a little surprised.
This is another peerless spiritual treasure.
Recently, it seems that peerless spiritual treasures appear more and more frequently.
But this is also a good thing.
The peerless spiritual treasures obtained can greatly enhance the power of the beast girls. Time passed quietly, and the women woke up from their practice one after another. This surging spiritual energy helped the women reach the 9th level of Lord Perfection.
Once the advancement mission is completed, you can enter the monarch level.
As the women finished their training, the guardian duties were switched. Shintian took a deep breath, and the spiritual energy in the seawater, as if guided by something, rushed towards Shintian madly. The heavenly Tao Spirit Stone shone brightly, and endless spiritual energy poured into Shintian's body, and his upgrade progress increased rapidly.
7th level Monarch. Monarch level 8. Monarch, 9th level. After absorbing the last bit of spiritual energy into his body, Shintian stepped into the 9th level of Monarch. Just a little bit, and he was stuck at the 8th level. Rumble.
A loud noise came from the bottom of the trench, and the entire ocean lost its balance in an instant.
The trench is collapsing rapidly and the seawater is evaporating at a rapid rate.
This spiritual world seems to be collapsing.
Marcoine opened his mouth and said that this scene was extremely similar to the spiritual world of Mount Tai.
The operation of the spiritual world maintains the law of conservation. Once this balance is lost, the spiritual world will collapse and cease to exist. This was the case with the Taishan spiritual world at that time, and it is the same with the Haiyuan spiritual world today. Without the blood gate, we can't leave the spirit world.
Are we going to be trapped here and buried along with the spirit world? He defeated Haiyuan Kuanping and finally ran back from the brink of death.
It would be a huge loss if we died just because we couldn't find the blood gate.
More, have you found it?
No, there is no blood gate under the sea. Bymure withdrew her mental power and felt a little anxious. The seawater evaporated very quickly, and the water level had reached everyone's thighs.
Go up there. Shintian glanced at the sky.
The azure sky was almost the same color as the sea. He simply made up his mind, pushed forward with the spiritual energy under his feet, and headed straight for the sky with the girls.
Since there is no way out below, go up. The mental power was released from his mind, and Shintian once again used the God-level enhancement.
The enormous mental power rushed into the sky like a sharp sword, going all the way upwards.
10,000 meters in the sky, Shintian's eyes lit up. As expected, speed up.
At the end of 90,000 meters, a blood-red gate flashed red light.
Below, the seawater has completely dried up, revealing the seabed topography.
It only lasted for 3 or 2 minutes before the seafloor began to melt, chasing everyone from the bottom up. Pointing a finger at the heavenly Tao Spirit Stone, Shintian narrowed his eyes and muttered to himself. The sky shook for a moment, the upward resistance dissipated instantly, and the speed of everyone increased again.
Arrive!
He plunged into the blood gate, the world spun, and the figure disappeared.
Chapter 69 I am not in vain.
On the calm sea, a garlic turtle glides leisurely. The warm sunshine shines on the turtle's back, making it look so leisurely.
Brush!
The garlic turtle soared into the sky, and a man raised his fist and hit the garlic turtle's shell.
Grass!
The garlic turtle retreated into its shell and cursed the man's ancestors for 18 generations in its heart.
Boom!
The spiritual power was released and the tortoise shell cracked. The garlic turtle suddenly felt something was wrong, and the next moment its shell completely cracked and it died on the spot. Shintian frowned slightly and spoke softly.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to.
The women broke out of the sea one after another and arrived above the sea. After successfully returning to reality, the girls all breathed a sigh of relief. This trip was thrilling and dangerous, but we also gained a lot.
Xiaoya, this magical treasure will be yours from now on.
Raising his hand to hand over the mermaid harp, Shintian smiled.
Give me.
Yi Xiaoye was flattered when she caught the mermaid zither.
I just joined, I can't take this spiritual treasure. Take it. No one else can use it except you.
Marcoine made the final decision, and the mermaid harp now belonged to Yi Xiaoye. The reason is simple: among all the people present, she is the only one whose beast girl form is a mermaid. Judging from the appearance of the dancong harp, this harp also has certain requirements for the user.
The girls naturally didn't mind.
They were already very satisfied to be able to follow Shintian and reach his current level of cultivation. Besides, it's just a peerless magical treasure.
As long as you follow Shintian, everyone will get one sooner or later. Return to the fortress and rest until the 4th monster resurrection arrives.
Heading north, across the sea, we return to the fortress of Guangdong.
Yi Zhe stood on the shore with a solemn expression. Seeing Shen Tian and his group, he breathed a sigh of relief. After returning to the fortress and exchanging a few brief greetings, Shen Tian and his group went to rest. Just as I returned to the hot shower, the door of the room opened softly. Shen Tian opened the door with a smile on his face. Ma Qian rushed in quickly and closed the door with his backhand, his movements done in one smooth motion. After closing the door, he breathed a sigh of relief. But Sister Yin, there's no need to do this. It's like being a thief. Stop talking nonsense and kiss me. Ignoring Shen Tian's teasing, Ma Qian put his arms around Shen Tian's neck and kissed him. Nothing happened all night until noon. When Shen Tian woke up, he only felt pain in his waist. He gently rubbed his kidneys, feeling terrified. He tiptoed out of the bed and put one foot into his slippers. I'm hungry. Sister Queen, you're awake. I'm hungry. Well, you sleep a little longer, I'll go get something to eat. Shen Tian. Ma Qian raised his voice, stop pretending to be ignorant in front of me. Sister Queen. An hour later, Marco Yin came out of the bedroom, having finished washing up and looking full of energy. You must be hungry. I'll get you something to eat. Good. What is this? Shen Tian wanted to cry but had no tears. He felt weak and tired, and fell asleep unknowingly. He woke up in the middle of the night and ate a bowl of noodles. Without waiting for Marco Yin to speak, Shen Tian fell asleep. He fell asleep in seconds and snored loudly. Chuckle, chuckle. The silver bell-like laughter echoed in the bedroom. Ma Qian knew that Shen Tian was pretending to be asleep, so he didn't expose him. Little guy, I can easily handle you. Shen Tian lay in bed all day. It was not until the sun set and night fell that Shen Tian got out of bed and washed up. After going downstairs and having a simple meal, he slipped out of the residence arranged by Yize and came to the coast. At this moment, the coast is crowded with people. Various machines are running all night long, and the defense wall is being built at an accelerated pace. Friendshen, you are finally awake. Yize came from behind, bringing his granddaughter Yi Xiaoye. Ahem, I've been a bit tired lately and have been a bit sleepy. I need to conserve my energy to prepare for the monster revival tomorrow night. After some explanation, Shen Tian turned his head and asked Yi Xiaoye. What about them? The sisters had nothing to do, so they went shopping. I thought they should be eating hot pot at this time. Okay. These women, they ate hot pot without inviting me. Sister Queen said you were feeling a little weak and needed to rest, so she didn't call you. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Shen Tian's face flushed. I, Shen Tian, am fine. I'm just a little tired. I'm just taking a day off. Xiaoye, don't listen to her nonsense. Well, I believe you are not weak. Yi Xiaoye turned around seriously and said, I still need to inspect the progress of the defense wall. Grandpa, you two can chat. After Yi Xiaoye left, Shen Tian breathed a sigh of relief. It should be round again. How can a man admit that he is weak? Friendshen, I, Yi, am a humble person, but I happen to have a prescription left by an old Chinese doctor. It is very effective in nourishing the kidneys. Director Yi, I told you, I'm not false, don't let your imagination run wild. Yes, it was Yi who was abrupt. Yi Zigong quickly changed his tone, young Master Shen, please come and stroll around. I have some business to attend to, so I'll take my leave now. Yi Zhe bowed and clasped his fists in salute, then turned and left. Young people nowadays are so obsessed with saving face that they suffer in vain. TSK. Just shake your head and remain silent, and you will know everything. Director Yi, please stay. Calling Yi Zhe, Shen Tian quickly stepped forward and put his arm on Yi Zhe's shoulder. Director Yi, give me a copy of your recipe. Let me make it clear in advance that I am not kidding. I'm just worried that as I get older, there will always be a time when I'll need it. It is impossible for me to live in the Guangdong fortress forever, so it will be difficult to find you when I need you in the future. Yes, that's right, I'm not really worried, I'm mainly thinking about the future. I understand. Yi Zhe stopped Shen Tian, who was about to continue explaining, and nodded repeatedly. I'll get it now and hand it over to Mr. Shen personally. That's too much trouble. Let's go together. TSK. As they walked forward, the two of them talked and laughed with their arms around each other's shoulders, just like sworn brothers. Leaving the coast, just entering the fortress.
Under the white moonlight, a hint of blood red stands out. The two people who were still talking and laughing in the last second suddenly changed their expressions and looked up at the same time. On a cloudless night, the bright moon is clearly visible. A streak of blood red spread rapidly. The bright moon turned into a blood moon, and the terrifying blood light instantly enveloped the entire blue planet.
What's going on?
Yizei's face changed drastically, a blood moon hung in the sky, and the monster revived.
Isn't the fourth monster resurrection tomorrow night? Why is it suddenly early?
Chiefy, quickly give the order to withdraw the people on the coast and summon all the beastmasters and beastmothers of the Demon Slayer Guild.
Good. The sudden resurrection of the monster threw all the arrangements into chaos. Almost at the same time, the entire blue planet was in chaos.
The leaders of the various countries on Blue Star learned from the Heavenly Tao that the time for the monsters to revive is 8 o'clock tomorrow night. Now that the deadline has suddenly been brought forward, people are naturally panicking. There was a slight burning sensation on his forehead, and Shintian reached out and pressed his forehead. The Heavenly Tao Spirit Stone hidden inside gave off an extremely strong sense of unease.
Something happened to Tian Dao. This was Shintian's first judgment.
The last time I talked with Xiaorui, I mentioned the third time the monsters were resurrected.
Since the awakening Spirit Stone did not arrive, I guess that Tian Dao might be in trouble.
The fourth demon beast resurrection was ahead of schedule, which further proved this point. The Heavenly Tao of Blue Planet may be in very big trouble. Under the blood, the monsters were boiling. The entire blue planet was shaking, and above the sky, large streams of light were falling rapidly.
Chapter 70 Early Recovery. That's the awakening Spirit Stone. Shintian's pupils widened.
The awakening Spirit Stone that should have appeared when the monster beast was revived for the third time appeared when the monster beast was revived for the fourth time.
In the distance, Ma Qian and others were running towards them.
The moment the blood moon hung in the sky, the women put down their bowls and chopsticks and rushed to look for Shintian. Outside the fortress, all the women gathered together, each with a solemn expression. Such sudden incidents often portend bad luck. The blood lingered for a long time, and the roars of monsters continued to come from all directions.
This is revival and evolution.
The blood of the monster will evolve rapidly under the cover of blood. At the same time, your cultivation level will also increase. The awakening spirit stones have fallen in various places, and Yizei has ordered a search to begin. But the blood moon in the sky still showed no signs of retreating.
Frenshin, the chief wants to speak to you.
Yizei rushed over by car and handed the communicator to Shintian.
Master, I am Shintian. Do you know what happened? Have no idea.
On the other side of the communication, Xiaorui was extremely anxious.
The connection between me and the Heavenly Tao is broken. What?
Hearing this, Shintian was so shocked that he was speechless. The connection with the Heavenly Tao has been severed, which means that the disaster of the resurrection of the monsters is likely to worsen further. Without the protection of heaven, it is unimaginable to what extent these monsters will evolve under the blood.
Shintian, I have activated the second emergency plan.
We must prepare for the worst now.
If the blood moon doesn't recede, you must return to Kyoto immediately. Plan 2, is it to abandon most of the fortress?
Right.
Xiaorui's voice trembled a little. We have no choice. If it really comes to the worst, this is the only way. I see. After hanging up the phone, Shintian felt a little breathless. In the face of disaster, we are so insignificant. Without the protection of heaven, the power from outside the domain will probably madly awaken even more powerful monsters.
As time slowly passed, the angry roars of the monsters became more and more terrifying. On the boundless ocean, all kinds of sea beasts leaped out of the sea, evolving under the blood and becoming more powerful. A feeling of powerlessness came from all directions. Everyone felt extremely depressed. Yizei tried his best to remain calm, mobilizing various weapons and placing them on the fortress walls, ready to face the erupting tide of beasts at any time. In this way, the time moved forward another half an hour. The blood moon in the night sky began to fade.
Bright white light gradually took the initiative.
The blood light gradually dissipated, and this time the monster's revival was about to end.
Xiaorui's call came again, and Shintian answered it without hesitation. How is it going? I have established a connection with the Heavenly Tao again. Hurry up and tell me. Tian Dao was very weak and just told me that everything was fine. This time the monster beast will definitely be stronger than before. However, there will be one less of the original 7 times the demon beasts will be revived. I see. This means the 5th demon beast resurrection has also broken out ahead of schedule, right? That's right. After receiving this reply, Shintian breathed a sigh of relief. If it was just the 5th demon beast resurrection that broke out prematurely, then the result would not be too bad. At least with Shintian's current strength, he can deal with it. Another point is that the time for the last 2 demon beast resurrections has also been advanced, to half a month and a month later respectively. Understood. I will quickly upgrade my level during this period of time. All in all, there is only a world of 1.5 months. During this period, Shintian must be promoted to the Emperor level. Only by reaching the Emperor level can one gain a firm foothold in this world after the monsters have completely recovered. The beast tide is coming. A loud shout was heard from the shore. After hanging up the phone, Shintian and the girls quickly ran towards the coast. On the sea, groups of monsters were seen rapidly approaching the coast. Groups of monsters pushed the seawater, creating huge waves and heading straight for the coast. Control of the sea. Yi Xiaoye took the first step. As she raised her hand, a wall of water rose from the ground, protecting the entire coast. From behind the fortress, the roar of monsters could also be heard. The monsters on land also launched an attack at this moment. Bai Ning and Xiaoji, the monsters behind the fortress are now in your care. Good. The 2 men received the order and immediately stood up and flew to the back of the fortress. The Yuedi fortress was built by the sea, so it would not be attacked by large-scale monsters on the left and right, but would be attacked from the front, back and abdomen. With Chu Baining's poison skills and Xiaoji's extremely fast harvesting speed, it was no problem for the 2 of them to stabilize the rear of the fortress. Sister Queen, you and Xiao will hold the sky and be ready to provide support at any time. The rest of you will stay on the coast and follow my command. After this distribution, only Shintian, Yi Xiaoye, Bai Muir, and the Long sisters were left on the coast. Yi Xiaoye has control over the sea, and in the ocean, her combat power can be greatly enhanced. The Long sisters have powerful fusion skills that can cause extremely devastating blows to the monsters in the sea. As for Bai Muir's mental control, there is no need to say more. As long as she takes action, a large group of sea beasts will come to help. Attack! The sea beast was getting closer and closer, and Shintian immediately gave the order to attack. Holding the Pegasus golden spear, he jumped onto the sea. With the spear blade in front, the sea water parted on both sides. He moved quickly and rushed into the group of sea beasts in the blink of an eye. Brilliant holy light bloomed in the sky, and golden spears condensed out of thin air. Shintian roared, and a meteor of holy light burst out and arrived in an instant. The monsters rushing in the front suffered heavy casualties. The Pegasus golden spear was retracted and replaced with twin swords. The passionate dragon roar sounded from the bottom of the sea. The seawater under my feet surged wildly, turning into a huge whirlpool. 2 dragons of water and fire rose out of the sea, and ice and fire raged on the sea. Roar! The painful wails echoed across the entire ocean. The vanguard of the beast tide was defeated by Shintian in one fell swoop. Waterspout! Yi Xiaoye arrived shortly afterwards, and the entire sea area instantly became boiling. A series of sea tornadoes formed in front of Shintian and headed straight for the second group of sea beasts that rushed up. In front of the waterspout, ice fog spread and advanced rapidly. Wherever it passed, a large number of sea beasts turned into ice sculptures. Under the destructive power of the subsequent waterspout, groups of sea beasts died violently, leaving no one alive. In the night sky, a fire dragon is dancing. Long Mingi held the fierce dragon sword in her hand, and above the head of the fire dragon, a scorching sun gathered. The light emitted illuminates the entire night, as if the sun rises and dawn comes in an instant. The sun is blazing. The scorching sun in the night sky exploded, turning into endless fireballs, carrying scorching red flames, and smashed into the sea. Suddenly, clouds of white mist rose from the sea. Under extremely high temperatures, the sea water boils. Large areas of the sea monster's skin burned, and almost instantly, the flames penetrated into its body. Before being extinguished by the seawater, most of the sea monster's body was burned and its internal organs were damaged, causing it to die. With the combined efforts of the 3 women, all the monsters that attacked in the second wave of the beast tide were killed. The huge waves came from the distant sea, and the third group of sea beasts continued to move forward, not affected at all by the killing of the first 2 waves of their kind. On the coast, Bai Muir's pupils glowed pink. Her sweet smile can make everyone fall in love with her. Companion skill, Fox Charm is activated. A huge mental force penetrated the waves and arrived in an instant.
The sea beast rushing in front trembled all over, a hint of pink flashed in its eyes, and it turned around and rushed back. The first two batches of sea beasts were generally not very strong, so Bymir waited until the third batch before taking action. The sea beasts under control are at least at the general level, so their strength is naturally not weak. The fourth group of sea beasts will be confused.
Chapter 71, Strange Beasts from the Mountains and Seas, Clues to Myths.
Just as Shin Tian expected, the third group of sea beasts suddenly turned against them and attacked the fourth group of sea beasts that followed. Faced with the backstab of their own kind, the formation of the fourth group of sea beasts' charge was disrupted in an instant.
Suddenly, fighting broke out on the sea. Different sea beasts attack each other. The entire sea water was dyed blood red.
Under the night sky, Shin Tian and the three women stood in the air, watching the sea beasts fighting each other. Above the fortress, Marcoine held the dragon vein bone in his hand, releasing a steady stream of spiritual energy to replenish everyone's spiritual power. The situation eased slightly after this wave of attacks at sea. The land beast tied behind the fortress was not in a much better situation at the moment. The roaring tide of beasts charged forward madly, encountering no obstacles along the way. The monsters roared with excitement and were full of fighting spirit. When they were about to approach the fortress, poisonous gas suddenly spread out from the vast and uninhabited land. In the netherworld, Chu Beining's figure was invisible, and she released various poison techniques with ease. The poison technique spread over a very fast range, and in an instant, tens of thousands of monsters were poisoned.
Even powerful monsters are not seriously poisoned.
Roaring angrily, he rushed towards the location where the poison gas was released.
This is a red leopard that has just entered the monarch level. Its body is burning with flames, which is extremely conspicuous in the dark night. Even though it was poisoned, which greatly affected its combat effectiveness, it still rushed forward like the wind. I'll fix it.
Xiao Ji bowed and rushed out in one step. The short blades in his hands crossed and in an instant he collided with the red leopard. The light and shadow change, and the blade flashes. The red leopard's body was torn apart and fell in a pool of blood. Chu Beining's figure appeared in the darkness, with a faint smile on her lips. With the cooperation of the two of them, they have repelled 5 waves of land beasts. Under the poison technique, a large number of monsters below the monarch level could not withstand it.
Even if there is a monarch level person who can resist, Xiao Ji will take action and make the final kill.
The spiritual power was quickly replenished, and the two women smiled at each other. After taking a breath, he continued to stare at the beast tied in the distance. The rolling dust covered the sky and the moon, and a group of monsters came rushing over. Chu Beining narrowed her eyes slightly, and after adjusting to the night, she gradually saw the appearance of these monsters.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
The sound of drums came from the monster's mouth, and its horse-like figure was clearly visible under the moonlight. Its entire body is covered in snow-white fur, with only its tail appearing black. The running limbs, sharp claws and teeth are extremely similar to those of a tiger. This group of monsters consisted of only a few thousand or so, but the momentum they created when running wildly was far stronger than the previous groups of monsters that numbered tens of thousands. Chu Beining's face changed slightly. Born into one of the 4 great families, she was naturally well educated and recognized this group of monsters.
What's wrong?
Seeing that Chu Beining was in a bad mood, Xiao Ji immediately asked.
Monster beasts from the mountains and seas, refute. What? Monsters from the mountains and seas, aren't those myths and legends? Xiao Ji was shocked and horrified. Yes.
Above the fortress, Marcoine also noticed this scene. His face looked strange and he was mumbling.
A myth has descended, a strange beast from the mountains and seas. This is the monster born from the 5th monster resurrection.
It seems that there are indeed changes in this monster resurrection. Remembering the conversation between Shin Tian and Xiao Rui not long ago, Marcoine's expression returned to normal and he handed over the dragon vein bone in his hand.
You stay here, I'll go help Bai Ning and the others. I'd better go.
Mu Xiao spread her wings into the air, her dark wings extended, and she had already flown 100 meters away.
I'm almost dying of boredom staying up here. Killing monsters is more suitable for me.
As he spoke, the light of death appeared instantly.
A dark energy shock wave exploded among the beasts.
The phoenix cries in the dark night, and the scythe of death descends, charging back and forth among the monsters.
I'm going too. Xiao Ji disappeared into the darkness, 9-segment shadow accelerated, and soon joined the battlefield.
Shu Baining stood still as the 9-colored devil prison poison erupted.
Put 2 fingers together and say the word go.
The 9-colored poisonous gas merged together and turned into a giant green scorpion.
In an instant, the 2 beasts died suddenly. At sea, Shen Tian and his companions were cleaning up the mess.
With Baimir's help, 2 waves of sea beasts were easily dealt with.
After killing a half-crippled monster with 1 sword, Shen Tian had a bad feeling in his heart.
At this time, Marco Yin's voice came.
On land, strange beasts from the mountains and seas were discovered. Strange beasts from the mountains and seas.
Shen Tian was stunned for a moment, then quickly calmed down.
New.
In the rolling waves in the distance, it seemed that a unique monster was sweeping over.
Since strange beasts from the mountains and seas are appearing on land, there should be monsters in the sea as well.
The spiritual vision pupil was released, and the information about the monster hidden under the waves in the distance appeared before his eyes.
A strange beast from the mountains and seas, a tiger dragon.
It has a fish body and a snake tail, a head like a mandarin duck, and sharp teeth like copper fangs.
Rani Yu.
It has the same body of a fish, but a snake's head, and 6 legs under its belly, sliding quickly in the seawater. Among the Rani fish school, there was also a red and black turtle that walked on the waves. It had a snake's tail and a head like a bird.
Spinning turtle.
Just with a casual glance, he discovered 3 kinds of strange beasts from the mountains and seas. Judging from the current situation, the strange beasts in mythology are about to gradually revive.
All of this is a sign that the myth is about to come. Perhaps the next time the monsters revive, more powerful beasts from existence and mythology will be born in various places on the blue planet.
As the distance got closer, Shen Tian became increasingly excited.
You don't have to take action against this wave of monsters, let me do it.
The strange beasts in the mountains and seas are naturally stronger than ordinary monsters. Faced with such a powerful existence, Shen Tian felt a desire to fight.
He walked straight on the sea, with the Emperor Bone sword on his back and the Ice Dragon sword and Fierce Dragon sword in his hands. With every step forward, the ice beneath his feet advanced 100 meters. The distance between the 2 sides is getting closer and closer. Among the group of sea beasts, the tiger dragon charging in the front slowed down.
A school of swirling turtles lay ahead, and with the help of the fish, the waves pushed the swirling turtles faster and faster. In the rolling waves, the turtle retreated into its shell. The rapidly spreading turtle shell stirred up layers of waves on the sea surface, colliding with the oncoming ice.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
The ice layers exploded one after another, leaving no damage on the surface of the spiral turtle. The turtle's shell is pretty strong.
Shen Tian exclaimed in admiration, and danced the fierce dragon sword lightly, slashing forward casually.
The fire dragon flew close to the sea surface, carrying a raging fire, and covered the ice. The spiral turtle retreated into its shell and plunged headfirst into the raging fire.
Burn! Angry shouts rang out and the fire dragon roared. The dragon's roar echoed continuously.
The temperature of the fire rose rapidly.
You've just retreated into your shell. Is there nothing I can do?
I'll just grill you. Under the rising temperature, the rapidly spinning body of the turtle became increasingly red, and the dark color gradually faded. There was a faint white smoke rising. Under the scorching heat, the group of spiral turtles were forced to stop and pop out their heads to dissipate heat.
If this continues, you're really going to get grilled.
Rani Yu initiated an assist at this moment, pushing the waves forward quickly with his body. Waves after waves leveraged each other's strength, and the forward speed increased dramatically. In a short period of time, he came into contact with the raging fire. The scorching heat was quickly diluted, and the turtle sank quickly, disappearing under the waves.
Have some brains.
Shen Tian opened his mouth in admiration, and suddenly felt that a crisis was approaching. The waves suddenly became violent, and the fish lined up in an orderly manner, carrying the waves up into the sky. A wall of water rose in front of Shen Tian. Rani Yu let out a mocking cry, and suddenly a group of tiger dragons emerged from behind the waves, with their sharp mouths open, and pounced on Shen Tian to bite him.
Chapter 72 Mermaid Priest, Sea God arrives. I expected this to happen.
He sneered with a crooked mouth, pushed one hand forward, and muttered.
Control of the sea. Brush. In an instant, the seawater was controlled by Shen Tian. Rani Yu, who was in the water, suddenly couldn't move at all. Gently rotate your palm and pull it back.
The Ronnie Fish school collided with the tiger dragon, and columns of water shot out from the bottom of the sea.
The tiger dragon and the Ronnie Fish school all soared into the sky.
Under the moonlight, a violent waterspout arose, sucking in a large number of monsters.
The hand controlling the sea water made a fist. Bang! 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 The bodies of Hu Jiao and Ran Yu exploded one after another.
The blood and flesh mixed into the seawater, and in an instant the whole place was blood red.
Hide and hide! Get out here!
He thrust his palm downwards, striking the surface of the sea. The turtle rose out of the sea and spun rapidly in the air. The sharp turtle shell gleamed coldly in the moonlight.
A dark red color was flowing in from all directions.
He raised his palm upwards, and a wall of water quickly rose up, surrounding Shintian in the middle. The water wall seemed to be made of steel, and it collided violently with the group of spiral turtles, causing large sparks to burst out. The Emperor Bone Sword was swung, Shintian spun around on the spot, and the sword energy slashed across. It cut through the wall of water and also cracked the turtle's shell. After just a few moments of attack, these revived beasts from the mountains and seas were easily subdued.
Whoosh! 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 Endless arrows shot out from the bottom of the sea.
The sky was filled with arrows, leaving no gaps at all.
There are monsters under the sea.
Ymir released her mental power, looked shocked, and quickly spoke to remind him.
It's a mermaid.
Mermaid, also known as mermaid, is just called differently.
I'll do it.
The mermaid plays the harp, and the sound waves roll and smooth the sea surface.
The arrow in the sky suddenly stopped in mid-air.
Yi Xiaoya's face was as cold as frost, and she plucked the strings of the piano with one finger.
Boom! The arrow changed direction and shot back to the bottom of the sea. The mermaid hiding under the sea, holding a bow and crossbow, was shot to death by her own arrows in an instant.
The mermaid holding the shield had no time to react before the sea in front of her became a bloody mist.
Kill!
Angry roars were heard from the bottom of the sea, and a large number of mermaids jumped out of the sea.
Holding various sharp blades, they surrounded Shintian.
These mermaids are at least at the general level, and there are also many at the lord level. There was even a monarch-level mermaid, holding a trident, who took the lead in attacking Shintian. The mermaid played the harp again, and a brilliant light rose from under the sea. All the mermaids trembled all over, and the dazzling light completely enveloped them. Under the light, an ugly face was revealed. The monarch-level merman in the lead was furious and roared softly.
Light of the Sea God.
Yes, this is one of the mermaid Qin's additional skills, the light of the sea god. As soon as Yi Xiaoya used this move, the spiritual power of these mermaids was instantly suppressed and they were unable to use their skills normally.
Kill! The monarch-class mermaid roared and led the charge with a trident.
All the mermaids behind him rushed forward, determined to kill Shintian even if they had to resist with their physical bodies.
Why bother?
He shook his head and sighed helplessly, the Emperor Bone Sword shining brightly.
Emperor punishes. The Emperor's shadow condensed on the sea.
He descended with a sword and swept across the sea. The monarch-level mermaid who was the first to be hit was killed on the spot by the sword. None of the mermaids who charged forward were spared. This tide of beasts composed of strange beasts from the mountains and seas is nearing its end.
Some subsequent monsters can be killed with a snap of the fingers.
As soon as Yi Xiaoya heard the sound of the piano, she was suddenly startled. The sea water beneath her feet turned into a whirlpool, and an invisible suction force erupted, trying to pull her into the sea.
Ah!
A scream came from under the whirlpool, a female voice.
Yi Xiaoya broke away from the vortex and continued to climb upwards.
At the critical moment, it was Ymir's soul-slaying attack that severely damaged the spirit of the monster under the vortex. The whirlpool slowly calmed down, and a woman emerged from the sea.
Shintian looked at it in the moonlight and saw that it was a female mermaid.
Compared with the ugly faces of male mermaids, female mermaids are born flawless and have the best figures, but unfortunately they have fishtails. There are gills on both sides of the ears, which affects the visual experience a bit.
Dominant level. With his eyes slightly narrowed, Shintian was slightly startled. He's also a high priest among the mermaids. Human, hand over the mermaid piano. Don't even think about it.
Yi Xiaoya cried out, guarding the mermaid Qin tightly. If you don't hand it over, I'll do it myself. The mermaid priest held a staff and chanted ancient spells. On the sea, the dead mermaids actually began to move.
No, it's not the dead mermaids that are moving, but their spirits.
The staff pointed to the sky, and the mermaid spirits gathered together madly. The flawless face of the mermaid priest was filled with uncontrollable laughter at this moment. The aura on his body continued to rise, the spirit poured into the staff, and the refined energy all poured into the body of the mermaid priest.
Wow! You can still play like this.
Shin Tian was shocked and felt that the situation was not good. If we let this guy continue to use this move, maybe he can create an Emperor level 1.
Field time and space stand still. When? Golden light ripples and sweeps across the sea.
The mermaid priest froze in place, the staff in his hand dimmed.
The sea god is coming.
Yi Xiaodia shouted angrily, and the sound of the piano she played became more and more urgent.
In the sacred blue light, a phantom appeared behind him. The phantom is tall and mighty, holding a golden and blue trident. A huge pressure came in an instant. Snap!
With a crisp sound, the frozen mermaid priest gradually broke free from the stillness of time and space, but his movements were still slow. His eyes regained their luster, and what caught his eye was the shadow of the sea god.
This! My mind went blank and the computer crashed immediately.
Yi Xiaodia's face was cold as she finished playing the last note. The shadow of the sea god held a golden and blue trident and attacked the mermaid priest from top to bottom. The mermaid priest waved the staff in his hand vigorously and used secret magic to forcibly mobilize spiritual power. A large number of mermaid spirits gathered together and rushed forward like long swords.
Wherever the golden and blue trident passed, the mermaid spirits flew everywhere. Want to escape?
That's just wishful thinking. Seeing that the mermaid priest had the intention to escape, Shin Tian immediately shrank his domain. The coverage of time and space stillness was rapidly shrinking, and its full force was exerted on the mermaid priest. In an instant, the mermaid priest was frozen again. The golden and blue trident descended, and the staff exploded and shattered on the spot.
The next moment, the mermaid priest was reduced to ashes under the trident.
After doing all this, Yi Xiaoya breathed a sigh of relief and held the mermaid Qin tightly in her arms. You tried to steal my mermaid harp, and this is what happens to you.
Congratulations! This is a master-level existence, and you killed it. Above the sea, Shin Tian smiled. Ah!
Yi Xiaoye was startled and puffed up her face shyly.
It's all thanks to you. I'm a bit exhausted. You guys stay in the sea for now. I'll go and recover my spiritual power. After using a series of powerful moves, Shin Tian had very little spiritual power left.
However, the women still have sufficient spiritual power.
There is no way, it's because Shin Tian's martial goddess blessing is too powerful.
With the blessing of a martial god, all attributes will be increased by 250%. The amount of spiritual power naturally increased significantly.
The abundant spiritual power greatly prolonged the women's fighting time.
It would be nice if the martial god could bless me and use it on myself.
Shin Tian couldn't help but feel envious.
In every battle, he was the one who consumed his spiritual power the fastest and had to replenish it repeatedly. Arrived above the fortress and took the dragon vein bone from Marco Yin.
Pure spiritual energy penetrated into Shin Tian's body through his skin.
Ma Qian took out a handkerchief from his arms and wiped the sweat from Shin Tian's forehead. It was a rare moment of leisure, so Shin Tian enjoyed the beauty's care and looked towards the back of the fortress.
Chapter 73, Crazy Beast Tide, the final battle is coming. Poisonous gas spread all over the mountains, and a large number of monsters wailed in pain under Chu Bining's poison, and their overall combat power was greatly reduced.
Mu Shiyou and Xiao Ji wandered back and forth among the monsters, harvesting the struggling monsters. Yes, with Bai Ning here, the battle will indeed be resolved faster.
Shin Tian nodded, feeling very satisfied.
By the way, have you calculated the exact number of beasts on land?
It's calculated. Marco Yin immediately took out a piece of information.
This was the scale of the land beast tide that Yi Zhe had detected through satellite. According to the current progress, we have already stopped half of it.
This part is about the beast tide at sea. Comparing the two pieces of information, Shin Tian narrowed his eyes slightly.
The scale of the beast tide at sea is more than 10 times larger than the beast tide on land. If we continue to waste time like this, it will be very detrimental to the overall situation.
Holding the dragon vein bone, Shin Tian took a step into the air.
In a flash, he arrived above Chu Bining.
Bai Ning, follow me. Chu Bining stopped using poison and immediately flew into the air to keep up with Shin Tian's speed.
You and I will join forces and go deep into the beast herd to annihilate them all. Shin Tian has made up his mind to first eliminate all the beast tides on land, and then devote all his energy to dealing with the beast tides on the sea. With Chu Baining, a powerful weapon, and the control of the sea, they can quickly advance the progress of repelling the beast tide. Good. The two of them sped along in the night, and monsters attacked from time to time along the way, but they were all easily dealt with by Shen Tian. After going deep into the water for 1,000 miles, we could finally see the end of the beast tide. Let us get started. The God level enhancement is activated, and the beast armor is instantly put on the body. A green scorpion tail popped out from behind. 9-colored devil prison poison. The poisonous gas spread, and the 9 colors merged with each other, appearing extremely gorgeous in the night. Time and space stand still. The golden waves rippled layer by layer, and the 9-colored devil prison poison swept across in one step. Wherever you go, time and space stop. The roaring monsters immediately fell silent. The poisonous gas rushed in and invaded the monster's body. Chu Baining's domain is fully activated, the bone-melting poison domain. In an instant, the domain covered all the monsters within a radius of 300 miles. All kinds of toxins burst out. The double domains overlapped, and the monsters, unable to move, could only die one after another under the poison. The two of them pushed forward all the way without any obstruction. Until they reached the rear of the beast tide, the cries of deer echoed in the mountains and fields. As the deer's cry rang out, the group of monsters that were originally trapped by the stillness of time and space actually broke free from their restraints. At that moment, a large number of monsters raised their heads, alternately displaying various skills, and rushed straight towards the two of them. Chu Baining flashed in front of Shen Tian, a golden light fell, and the invincible golden body was activated. Shen Tian in the back narrowed his eyes slightly, and scanned with his divine eyes, but did not find any powerful deer-like monster. I have encountered a strange beast from the mountains and seas. It looks like a bird, its body is crimson, and its voice is like the cry of a deer. Chu Baining spoke and gave enough hints. Soon, Shen Tian found Xingyu's whereabouts. This Xingyu was not very big in size. He hid among the group of monsters and moved back and forth to avoid Shen Tian's detection. A guy who hides his head but shows his tail. After securing the victory, Shen Tian immediately took action. Tianma's golden spear pointed across the sky, and a meteor of holy light burst out instantly. A forest of golden spears shot out, flying through a group of monsters. Xingyu suddenly felt that something was wrong, and flapped his wings and soared into the sky. With a fellow like you leading the beast tide, how can we not be defeated? Spiritual power gathered at his feet, and Shen Tian's speed increased dramatically. In the dark night, a figure like a shooting star passed by. Xingyu kept roaring, the deer's cry continued to echo, and a large number of monsters turned around and aimed their attack at Shen Tian. You don't know your own limitations. The Pegasus golden spear was retracted, and the ice dragon sword pointed to the ground. There was heavy snow and the ground was frozen. The monsters turned into ice sculptures in an instant. Broken. Click click. Ice sculptures exploded one after another, and groups of monsters died. Seeing that the situation was hopeless, Xingyu turned around and fled. There was no way Shen Tian would let it go. After all, it was a perfect 9th-level demon beast. If we let the tiger go back to the mountains, one day he will be able to lead more monsters with dominant strength to attack the fortress. The fierce dragon's sword appeared out of thin air, and he chased after it with both hands holding the sword, with 2 dragons of ice and fire condensing under his feet. Shen Tian stepped on a dragon with each foot, and bursts of dragon roars echoed in the night sky. Ice and fire, 2 dragons playing with a pearl. A dragon ball appeared on Xingyu's tail, and the 2 dragons of ice and fire circled around each other. The 2 elements complemented and restrained each other, and at this moment they merged into one. Amidst the roaring dragon roars, the 2 dragons increased their speed dramatically and chased after Xingyu. It alternates between cold and hot. Xingyu sensed that death was approaching, and anxiously called out to the monster to save him. However, at this moment, Chu Baining had already enveloped all the remaining monsters in the bone-melting poison area. Die! Rumble! Ice and fire soared into the sky, and 2 dragons bit Xingyu and flew straight into the night sky. A brilliant explosion in red and blue. Monarch-level victory, fall. The land beast tide ends here. After dealing with Xingyu, the 2 quickly returned to the fortress. At this moment, Yi Zhe was pacing back and forth anxiously. When he saw Shen Tian coming back, he immediately smiled. Friend Shen, you're back. The sea beasts are going crazy. Don't panic, Chief Yi. Arrange your beast masters and beast women to clean up the rear of the fortress.
Leave the sea beast tied to me. What? The land beast tied in the rear has been dealt with? It's basically solved. There might be a few who are still alive. Finishing them off should be easy. Easy. Too easy. Yise's confidence doubled. Leave it to my people, Shin Xiaoyu, just rest assured. Nodding in agreement, Shin Tian and Shu Baining quickly rushed to the coast. Marco Yin, Xiao Ji and Mu Shio have also come to support the beast tied at sea. How is it going? There are too many sea beasts, we can't kill them all. Even if I use the sea control, it will have little effect. There are too many of them. The human wave tactics alone can wear us all down. From the footage transmitted from the satellite, it seems these sea beasts understand that attacking us in waves won't cause any damage, so they're simply swarming towards us. Listening to the women's reports, Shin Tian's expression also became solemn. Behind this group of sea beasts, there are even more powerful guys. At present, we can confirm that there are at least 3 dominant level monsters, and they are all mountain and sea monsters, namely the tiger dragon and the spiral turtle. The last one is very strange. Grandpa was looking through ancient books and this is the footage he took. I took over the video playback and saw a cow half hidden in the water on the rough sea. The cow has a huge snake tail and mows from its mouth from time to time. The most amazing thing is that it has a pair of wings under its ribs. The sea monster, may look like a cow, but it's actually a type of fish. Chu Baining recognized the strange beast, which attracted admiring looks from the women. Strange. Wait till I fly over and kill this weird creature myself. I advise you not to be impulsive. Shin Tian turned off the video and said with a serious expression. That guy is not just a simple master, but a 9th level master. Hiss. The women gasped. A 9th level overlord was much stronger than that mermaid priest. The tiger dragon and the rotating turtle also have the strength to dominate the 5th level. In this sea beast tide, the most difficult ones to deal with are these 3, with the fish being the leader. The sea monster, like a tidal wave, was approaching step by step on the waves. The 3 dominant mountain and sea beasts in the back were watching with eager eyes. These 3 guys are not stupid. Since the beast tide broke out, they have been hiding behind and not taking any action, just waiting for the opportunity and reaping the benefits. This battle is destined to be difficult. How do we respond? Close the door and attack the dog, defeat them one by one. Chapter 74, Closing the door and attacking the dog, defeating them one by one. The waves rolled in with the wind, and dense swarms of sea beasts surged beneath the waves. There was no space between the sea beasts, they crowded together and rushed towards the fortress coast. Shin Tian and his group on the shore quietly dispersed. Above the night sky, Shin Tian held the Emperor Bone sword in his hand and stared coldly at the ground below. Shrouded in the netherworld, this group of sea monsters did not notice anything unusual above them. When they were 10 miles away from the coast, Shin Tian suddenly appeared and shouted angrily. Kill! In an instant, the rolling waves suddenly stopped. Around the edge of the beast tide, walls of water rose from the sea. Countless sea beasts were trapped. The water wall closes upwards to form a huge sea. Bone transforming poison domain. Various toxins spread rapidly. Yi Xiaoye appeared and controlled the seawater. Almost instantly, all the sea beasts were poisoned. The Emperor's decree to kill. Shin Tian spread out one hand, and a golden imperial edict appeared in front of him. Town. The imperial edict descended from the sky, continuously expanding and enveloping all the sea beasts. At this moment, the poison sea beasts could not move at all. The beast girls hiding in the netherworld all appeared, and their primary target was the monarch-level monster beast. Phew! Pegasus's golden spear pierced a squid's brain, Marcoine spread his wings and flew into the sky, and a holy light meteor was instantly released. Thousands of golden spears fell from the sky, followed by a wave of corona light. The 2 major skills swept across the sea, killing countless monsters on the spot. Advanced mission completed, monarch level. Boom! The spiritual energy in his body surged, and Marcoine successfully upgraded. Following closely behind, Chu Baining and Yi Xiaoyi also entered the monarch level. The advancement tasks of the other women are also progressing rapidly. Rumble. The water wall trembled and seemed to be collapsing. Hurry up! The first step of closing the door and beating the dog is being implemented, and Shin Tian will naturally not allow the plan to be disrupted. He flashed outside the water wall and swung the ice dragon sword and the fierce dragon sword at the same time. Ice and fire, two dragons playing with a pearl. On.
A dragon roar came from under the sea, and two giant dragons broke out of the sea.
The dominant level tiger dragon and spiral turtle were bitten by the giant dragon on the spot and flew straight into the night sky. Moo.
The fish roared, flapped its wings under its ribs, and rushed towards Shintian. The two swords crossed and collided with each other.
The body of the oxtail is huge, and its horns are the strongest.
At the moment of collision, Shintian's arms felt slightly numb.
As expected of a 9th level master. Humans, don't overestimate your abilities. Boom. A column of water shot out from below and hit Shintian on the spot. Phew.
After spitting out a mouthful of blood, Shintian retreated explosively and fell on the water wall. The spinning turtle and the tiger dragon descended from the sky and attacked Shintian at the same time. The rotating tortoise shell was extremely sharp, and when it collided with the fierce dragon sword, it produced a large amount of sparks. The ice dragon sword pointed horizontally, and wherever the sword energy passed, the sky froze.
The tiger dragon bit the ice with its sharp teeth and moved downward unstoppably. Die. The fish roared and flapped its wings against the sea surface.
A large rain of arrows burst out, arranged horizontally to form a huge arrow.
When?
The area where time and space stand still. The arrow paused for a moment, and Shintian stepped onto the sea and soared into the air.
Don't even think about escaping.
In just a moment, the three dominant level monsters broke free from the restrictions of the domain.
The spinning turtle's body left a trail of afterimages under the moonlight. The tiger and dragon leaped out of the sea.
The two attacked from both sides and the situation was critical.
Swish. Swish.
Two figures shot out and appeared on both sides of Shintian.
Invincible golden body.
Two rays of light fell, and the two women were covered in gold, resisting the attacks of the tiger dragon and the spiral turtle. In this way, Shintian got the opportunity to take action.
Two swords flew out and transformed into giant dragons.
A world of ice and fire, two dragons stirring up trouble in the vast ocean. The crisis was successfully resolved, and it was Makian and Mushiyo who saved Shintian. A wall of water descended from the rear, and a group of women stepped out of the bone-dissolving poisonous area.
Each of them exuded the aura of a monarch.
In addition to exterminating other monsters, the most important thing about closing the door and fighting the dog is to make a breakthrough in the battle.
Only when all the women have reached the monarch level can they implement the next step of defeating them one by one. Act as planned.
The two domains of the Long Sisters overlapped, and ice and fire rose in the sea.
Field burning sky fire field. Realm ice and snow world.
There was a raging fire in the sky and ice and snow were flying everywhere. The tiger and dragon were in the middle of it, feeling hot and cold, and extremely uncomfortable. However, this is not the most uncomfortable thing.
The Long Sisters transformed into two giant dragons and danced gracefully in the world of ice and fire. The passionate dragon roars continued to echo throughout the sea. Ice, snow and fire transformed into a giant dragon as it flew. In a flash, thousands of dragons were dancing. Fusion Field Ice and Fire Dragon Dance. Within this realm, there are countless ice and fire dragons.
With two women taking action to deal with the tiger dragon, they can naturally hold out for a while. However, to be on the safe side and prevent the tiger dragon from escaping, Yi Xiaoye will join forces with the two women.
Realm Taiyuan Sea.
A huge whirlpool suddenly formed in the sea below the ice and fire dragon dance. The vortex spun rapidly, forming an invisible wall of air, completely controlling the tiger dragon in this sea area. On the other side, the Lord of the Turtle also encountered difficulties. Mu Shiyao holds the scythe of death in her hand, in the realm of the darkest hour. The sea, which was originally illuminated by moonlight, turned into darkness. The turtle's vision was completely blurred, and it could only fight based on its intuition.
And in the darkness, Mu Shiyao is the absolute darling.
The Grim Reaper's scythe swung continuously, raining down attacks from all directions.
Realm Endless Hell.
A strange roar was heard in the darkness. The rotating turtle was shocked. It sensed that countless undead skeletons were crawling out from hell and surrounding it.
It was Xiao Ji who took action.
Her domain, the Endless Hell, and Mu Xiao's darkest moment could be said to complement each other. The two of them attacked at the same time and had no problem entangling the spinning turtle.
Moreover, we also need to add the bone-melting poison zone.
The god of death, the undead skeleton, the supreme poison.
Each one of them is absolutely difficult to deal with and someone dare not provoke.
Even if the turtle retreats into its shell, it cannot escape the pervasive poison. Stick your head out and wait for the punishment of the scythe of death. As for the countless undead skeletons, there is only one possibility to kill them all, and that is that Xiao Ji's spiritual power is exhausted.
Good. 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 Nyolian said good 3 times, and Nyoto looked a little distorted because of anger. As soon as he made a move, his 2 capable men were trapped. Next, it's our showdown. Just you and those 2 women?
He narrowed his eyes slightly, as if he could see through everything. A spiritual being, only a first-level monarch, dares to attack this master. A small backlash can cost her half her life.
Spirit type, you don't have to attack directly. More, show this beast some power. Her pink eyes flickered, and a mirror suddenly appeared under her feet. He looked down and the blurry shadow in the mirror gradually became clear. Bang!
A column of water shot out from the mirror.
The fish used its wings to protect itself and withstood the attack. It retreated.
In the mirror, a monster that looked exactly like the fish walked out. By Mirror's domain, the mirror world. When this skill is used, she can copy the shadows of all living beings in the area, making them completely obey her orders. After using this move, Mirror's whole body went limp and her spiritual power was exhausted.
Copying the shadow of a dominant monster was extremely exhausting for her.
Fortunately, Markian had made preparations and created a clone for Bimure, which prevented her from falling into the sea.
Now, do you understand?
Chapter 75, Breakthrough on the Battlefield, the End of the Beast Tide.
That's not enough. Until this moment, Li is still full of confidence. The 9th level of domination is only 1 step away from the Emperor level. Such a realm is almost invincible in the world. Of course not. Shintian remained calm and took out the dragon vein bone.
In front of the fish, he took a bite of the lower top part.
What are you up to? Breakthrough master.
Shintian's face twisted as he swallowed a mouthful of dragon vein bone. The huge amount of spiritual energy was running rampant in the body and could not be absorbed by the body.
Ha 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 ha. Are you kidding me?
The magic treasure in your hand can only restore spiritual power. If you swallow it raw, you will explode and die. Lord Yu is well informed and has seen a lot.
He must have heard of the power of heaven.
Colorful light bloomed on his forehead, and pure power of heaven surged into his body.
The spiritual energy that could not be absorbed was now completely transformed.
The upgrade progress on the information bar began to increase rapidly.
Damn it!
The pure power of heaven is the power that any strong person seeks out. With murderous intent everywhere, you no longer hesitated and attacked directly.
Kill!
The shadow carp swooped down and collided with the carp overlord, using its 2 pairs of horns to exert force.
Element stripping.
Marcoine joins the battlefield, and the field is fully opened. The elements in this space began to disappear rapidly, and the world seemed to have entered a grayish-white hue. The master of the fish unleashed his skills, not daring to hesitate for a moment, intending to quickly eliminate the shadow fish and Marcoine.
The power of the sea. Boom!
Blue light bloomed, and the Lord of the Sea Bream forcibly broke through the elemental stripping and absorbed the power of the sea. The wings under the ribs were like sharp steel knives, slashing out with sword energy. Shadowfish imitates the Fish Lord and activates the same skills as him. For a while, the 2 sides were at a stalemate. Marcoine wandered in the sky, constantly launching skills to attack the Lord of the Fish. In the short term, this battle is destined to be a stalemate.
Damn it!
The Lord of the Fish was furious, and the will of heaven erupted.
Once you enter the master level, you will definitely understand the will of heaven. With the blessing of the will of heaven, the combat power of the Lord of the Fish increased dramatically.
The whole body expanded twice as much. He stepped across the air and landed on the back of the shadowfish.
Snap!
The sound of broken bones could be clearly heard, and the shadowfish roared and fought back with all its might. You are ultimately the shadow of this lord.
How can you possibly turn the tables?
After all, a shadow is just a shadow, not the real body, and it does not have the will of heaven. The situation reversed instantly, and Shadowfish was unilaterally suppressed.
Die!
Behind the body of the Lord of Fish, a shadow condensed, exactly the same as his original body.
My destiny spirit slash. Moo!
The roar was deafening, and it rushed down and landed on the Shadowfish. Shadowfish had no power to fight back against this move and was killed on the spot.
Little fly, it's your turn.
With a flap of wings, the Lord of the Fish caught up with Marco Ian in an instant. A huge bull hoof stepped down from above, and under the dominant pressure, Marco Ian was unable to move. At the critical moment, golden light descended.
Invincible golden body. The cow's hooves trampled Marco's groans and continued to tread on the seabed. Phew.
The invincible golden body time ended, and Marco Ian vomited blood. Another ray of light fell, and life was healed.
The dying vitality is restored immediately. Beast, I'm here. Domain dominate the world. Boom.
The Lord of the Fish trembled all over and felt an absolute pressure. Looking up, Shintian was above. At this moment, Shintian has already stepped into the master level. That small piece of dragon vein bone has not been completely absorbed, and the spiritual energy in the body is still being digested rapidly. The afterimage flickered, and Shintian rescued Marco Ian from the cow's hooves.
Return to the sea and hand Marco Ian to Bymure.
Shintian, holding the Emperor Bone Sword, confronted the Lord of the Fish who surfaced from the water.
Let a woman buy you time, useless fellow. The power of the tongue.
Shintian shouted disdainfully, and the pure power in the heavenly Tao Spirit Stone burst out. He pointed his finger directly at the Master of Fish.
Receive.
In an instant, the will of heaven dominated by the was stripped away on the spot. The originally bloated body returned to its normal size.
You. Stop talking nonsense and take this.
The Emperor's bone sword pointed to the sky, and the Emperor's shadow appeared out of thin air.
God-level enhancement. The power of heaven. Emperor punishes.
As soon as this move was made, the face of the Lord of the Fish changed drastically. A fear I had never felt before rose in my heart.
Accept your punishment, you beast.
The pressure of the king who rules the world descends, and time and space stand still at full power. The two realms overlapped, all covered with a layer of colorful heavenly power. At this moment, the Lord of the Fish was completely desperate. The colorful shadow of the Emperor descended with a sword in hand. With one sword strike, the bull's horns were cut off. Another sword cut off the wings under the ribs. With the last sword, he chopped off the head of the Lord of the Fish.
3 swords, the battle is over. Shintian stumbled and half knelt in the air. His spiritual power was exhausted and his face was extremely pale.
It seems like a simple move, but in fact it consumes a lot of energy. The battles in the other two places have already entered a fierce stage. He activated the heavenly Tao Spirit Stone and forcibly transformed the remaining spiritual energy into spiritual power. After calming down a bit, Shintian stepped into the air and walked into the field of ice and fire dragon dance. When Hu Jiao saw Shintian breaking in, he immediately panicked.
You killed the fish? That's right. Shintian nodded and raised his sword high. Now, it's your turn. God-level enhancement plus Emperor punishment.
The sword rises and falls, and the tiger and dragon are killed. He turned around in a flash and walked into the bone-melting poison area. The spinning turtle maintained its shell-retracting fighting style and was completely unaware of Shintian's arrival.
It was not until a domineering force suddenly arrived that Xiangui felt something was wrong.
A sword struck the turtle shell, and it exploded on the spot. The spiral turtle was split into two and died under the Emperor Bone Sword.
It's over. Shintian breathed a sigh of relief. After killing 3 overlord-level beasts in succession, the beast tide finally ended.
Although the remaining spiritual energy in the body is restrained by the power of heaven, it still continues to impact the internal organs. Sitting cross-legged in the air, Shintian immediately entered a state of cultivation. The heavenly Tao Spirit Stone bathed Shintian in colorful light, wrapping him up. The women came around Shintian, stood apart, and protected him.
This stop is where the whole night ends.
The next day, the sky turned white and the sun rose in the east.
Shintian exhaled and opened his tired eyes.
All spiritual energy has been completely digested.
The level was successfully upgraded to the 4th level of domination. However, Shintian's actual combat power now far exceeds his level. Even if you encounter an Emperor-level monster, you can still fight. Those below the 3rd level of Emperor can be controlled at will. For levels 3 and above, it depends on the situation. Woke up? He stood up and glanced at the women.
Seeing that everyone was fine, Shintian felt relieved.
Go back to the fort and get some sleep. After flying back to the fortress, Shintian didn't say much to Yizhe. He went straight to the bedroom and fell asleep. This sleep lasted for another whole day. For the next few days, Shintian and his group stayed in the Yuedi fortress. After the battle, a lot of spirit beads were harvested. Yi Zhe handed all the spirit beads to Shintian. Shintian and the girls spent the rest of the time absorbing the spirit beads. After a batch of spirit beads were absorbed, all the women entered the third level of monarch, while Shintian's level remained at the fourth level of domination. The further you go, the harder it becomes to level up. A sharp break sound was heard outside the villa. Yi Zhe rushed in a panic and handed the communicator to Shintian. "Friend Shin, the chief is looking for you." Taking the communicator and putting it to his ear, Shintian spoke. "Master, I am Shintian. Something happened, the dark forces are taking action." Chapter 76 Emergency Support. Specific situation. Since the beast tied last night, we have lost contact with the Northwest Fortress, and the satellite has also been blocked. It wasn't until 10 minutes ago that the blockade was broken and the situation in the Northwest was captured, but it was quickly blocked again. Yi Zhe quickly released a video clip that showed the endless Gobi Desert and countless monsters roaming around. There are also humans among these groups of monsters. However, these people were wearing black robes and emitting a black aura that made it impossible to see through them. The situation is very serious now, and Kyoto is urgently mobilizing support. If possible, I hope you will set off immediately and make sure to destroy these monsters. If possible, it is best to eradicate the dark forces to prevent future troubles. Don't worry, First Master, leave this matter to me. You can mobilize the support team at any time. Well, just let them hold the line and stop the monsters. Shintian is not good at commanding battles. This kind of thing should be left to professionals. You just need to guard the defense line and prevent the monsters from escaping from the northwest. After the call ended, everyone quickly finished their meal, packed up briefly, and boarded the express plane. Each fortress has a most advanced express plane for emergencies. You can reach the northwest in 2 hours by taking an express flight. Time flies, and 2 hours passed quickly. When I woke up from my sleep, I could see the desert Gobi outside through the window. At this moment, a series of defense lines have been built on the edge of the desert. Every line of defense is guarded by beastmasters and beastgirls, as well as a large number of troops. Various heavy weapons were being fired, madly bombarding the advancing group of monsters. Have you all had a good rest? The girls woke up and focused their attention on Shintian. The defense line at the edge of the desert has basically been established. Our mission is simple: to advance along the defense line. This is a map of the entire Northwest. We were divided into 5 groups on this trip, and the final gathering place was in the Tamu Basin. Do you understand? Clear. The women responded in unison, their voices powerful and full of fighting spirit. Okay, we'll see you in Tamu Basin. I'll be leaving first. Opening the express cabin door, Shintian jumped out. His body fell rapidly in the air, and the rolling airwaves pushed Shintian. This feeling of freedom is so refreshing. In the desert, the monsters' attacks became more and more fierce. In the center of the monster group, a gray-brown giant scorpion waved its pincers and commanded the monsters to attack. On the back of this monster, there was a man in black robe sitting upright. He, my great god, did you see that? Your believers are fighting for victory. Attack! Attack! Destroy their defenses in one fell swoop. Roar! 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 An angry roar came from the giant scorpion's mouth. The desert storm broke out in an instant and headed straight for the defense line. After a desert storm, a large number of weapons on the first line of defense were destroyed. Because the storm obstructed vision, a large number of monsters broke into the defense line. Kill! A beastmaster shouted angrily and attacked with all his strength. In an instant, the deafening shouts and cries of killing echoed across the desert of the northwest. A giant python joined the battle, its powerful body charging through the defense line. Wherever he passed, the sand was stained with blood. Die! The sword energy fell from the air, and the giant python felt that danger was coming. Looking up, he saw that the sword energy had already fallen, leaving no room for him to dodge. The sword struck the giant python's vital spot, killing it instantly. It's a rescue! A beast girl shouted, and everyone in the defense line was immediately cheered up. In mid-air, Shintian stopped falling. Holding the Pegasus golden spear in his hand, golden spears condensed in an instant. God level enhancement. Holy light meteor. Destroy. Clang! Clang!
There are rows of golden spears, and the air is filled with a murderous atmosphere. The sky turned golden, and countless golden spears fell down fiercely.
Everyone in the defense line was stunned. The holy light meteor covered an area of 200 miles.
All the monsters and beasts within this range were killed, and no one survived. The black-robed man sitting on the back of the giant scorpion also turned into a pool of blood under the golden spear.
From beginning to end, Shen Tian never looked at that guy straight in the eye. It's just an ant. How many people have ever noticed the ants being stepped on and killed on the road? Who is he? Is this something a human could do?
One of the beast girls spoke in surprise. With just one move, she killed all the monsters that they had been fighting for 3 hours.
Such terrifying power is too shocking. He's no longer a human being. A beastmaster spoke, immediately attracting the attention of countless people.
He is the mighty one in the god-making project, Shen Tian. His strength is unfathomable. He was the one who did that thing not long ago. Instantly, admiration ignited in everyone's eyes.
Everyone knows about Fusang. Shen Tian is a hero in everyone's eyes.
Being able to see it with his own eyes today, he feels no regrets in death.
I am Shen Tian.
Everyone, follow my orders and steadily push the defense line forward.
Yes, sir.
Everyone below spoke in unison, and Shen Tian in mid-air was stunned.
This kind of cohesion is unique to Dragon Country on the Blue Planet. Without stopping for too long, Shen Tian stepped forward and made steady progress.
Every time an attack was launched, tens of thousands of monsters were destroyed. The biggest role of the people who arrived later was to clean up the battlefield and collect spirit beads. After marching forward for 1,500 miles, Shen Tian's fighting spirit grew stronger and stronger, and his whole body exuded a sharp murderous aura. In the northwest desert Gobi, there are many monsters gathering.
But the actual level of these monsters is not that strong.
Up to this moment, the strongest Shen Tian had seen was only at the Lord level.
To others, this is an invincible existence.
But in front of Shen Tian, it was just a matter of one sword.
The endless hordes of monsters are still advancing.
At this moment, behind the group of monsters, a man in black robe suddenly opened his eyes. His pupils were blood red, and his mount was a strange beast from the mountains and seas, the Bayan, whose pupils were also blood red.
Who dares to stop our plan? And kill so many of my men?
The mental force was released quickly, advancing forward across the spatial distance. In his field of vision, he saw Shen Tian. The two swords in his hands were swung at the same time, and two dragons of ice and fire descended from the sky, sweeping across the entire Gobi Desert.
Under the ice and fire, no monster survived. And all his confidants died under Shen Tian's attack. Shen Tian of the God-making project.
The man in black robe spoke with a sinister grin on his face.
Come on. I'll kill you today. Buy-in.
Forward.
Buy-in panted angrily, its sharp claws sinking into the sand. He leaped into the air and headed straight ahead.
At this moment, Shen Tian had just finished performing the double dragons playing with the pearl.
He easily captured a probing mental force. Shen Tian did not fight back and remained calm.
I'm waiting for you, come to me if you dare, so I don't have to go looking for you. After saying that, he swung out the ice dragon sword in his hand.
Ice and snow were flying on the Gobi Desert. As Shen Tian moved forward, a large number of monsters were covered by ice and snow. Destroy! Click click! The ice sculpture exploded and turned into broken ice on the ground. There are also corpses of monsters in the broken ice. The Gobi Desert under the scorching sun is already extremely hot and unbearable. But these ice cubes show no sign of melting. Shen Tian traveled 300 miles and finally waited for the person who was coming.
In the distance, a giant beast was running wildly in the air.
This giant beast is none other than the Bayan. Chapter 77, Kill with One Sword. Shen Tian, I finally found you. A strange laugh came from afar. Shen Tian had just dealt with the monster below and was standing in mid-air confronting the man from a distance.
The spiritual vision pupil opened, and the man's information came into view.
Lord level.
Shen Tian was a little surprised. The strongest one trained by the government at present was only a perfect warrior. A small dark force actually has a lord-level figure, and this lord-level figure is not even their leader.
Good eyesight.
It seems that those cultivated by the God-making project are not mediocre after all.
You are now at the lord level, right?
The dark forces naturally know something about the official training plan. Those who are trained ordinarily are just generals. As Shin Tian is part of the God-making project, it should be natural for him to reach the Lord level. But he didn't know that Shin Tian was no longer at the Lord level. Let me introduce myself. I am one of the 5 heavenly kings of the Divine Court, Nightmare Heavenly King Yue, and a 5th level Lord. Forehead. It's quite childish, and there are 5 kings. I don't know how to describe your willingness to come and die. He. Yue laughed. Shin Tian, we are both at the Lord level, it's hard to tell who's better.
But the Bayan under my mount is a monarch level monster. I teamed up with it, can you still laugh? He, I laughed. Did you imitate it well?
Shin Tian tilted his head. In my eyes, you guys are just clowns, frogs in a well, and little loaches. Even if you don't come looking for me, I will pull you out one by one and kill you all.
Arrogant.
Yue shouted angrily, provoking the Divine Court is the most wrong decision you have ever made in your life. Shin Tian, you know nothing about the Divine Court.
Don't think that being at the Lord level means you are invincible.
The 2 emperors of my Divine Court are both powerful monarchs, and the emperor is a perfect 9th level monarch.
The monsters under control are even more dominant. Can you defeat the Divine Court with your own strength? TSK Tiskawesome. So scary. It's right to be afraid. Yue obviously didn't understand Shin Tian's sarcasm and spoke to himself.
Shin Tian, in fact, the Divine Court recognizes your abilities.
If you are willing to join the Divine Court, I believe the Emperor will definitely make use of you. Maybe you can even get the blessing of God, and when God comes to the world, you will get the supreme opportunity. I've said everything I need to say. It's up to you to decide how to choose. Don't blame me for not giving you a chance. Well, are you done?
The Emperor Bone Sword was raised high, and murderous intent erupted instantly.
You know what? When you talk, you're like a circus clown.
This damn Divine Court and the gods you believe in are all garbage in my eyes, Shin Tian. As you said, don't think that you are invincible just because you are at the Lord level. What I want to tell you is, don't be self-righteous just because you think that the Divine Court has a master. Let me chop off your head first, and then I will destroy your damn temple. As for the god, as soon as he appeared on Blue Star, I, Shin Tian, would immediately draw my sword and kill him.
You lunatic. Since you're looking for death, get going. Bayan. Tear him to pieces. Roar. The Bayan roared and walked in the air.
The sharp claws swung, leaving claw marks in the space. Swinging the Emperor Bone Sword, a sharp sword energy fell on the claws of the Bayan. A wailing sound was heard, and the 2 claws of the Bayan were thrown into the air. Blood gushed out and spread across the Gobi Desert.
What?
Yue was shocked and his face changed suddenly.
Kill. With a loud shout, Shin Tian soared into the air and disappeared into the clouds. Emperor's punishment. Boom.
The golden light rippled, and the white clouds in the sky turned golden in an instant. Under the layers of golden light, the tall shadow of the Emperor emerged. He swung his sword downwards through the air, and the shadow of the Emperor fell from the sky. The Bayan that rushed in front was crushed to pieces by the sword on the spot.
Yue's face turned pale. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Aren't you a lord? When did I say I was a lord? Without the god's blessing, how could you possibly level up so quickly?
Yue was surprised, his eyes full of confusion.
I see.
Suddenly, Yue laughed. Shin Tian, you have also received the gift of God.
We are the same kind, right? You must be crazy.
He made a gesture of wiping his neck, and the shadow of the Emperor descended with a sword. Yue was reduced to ashes on the spot under the sword.
2 moves and the battle is over. It's not that the enemy is too weak, but that Shin Tian is too strong. After dealing with Yue and Bayan, Shin Tian stepped into the air and moved forward.
While using dragon vein bones to replenish spiritual power, he killed monsters and moved forward steadily. At the same time, the progress of Marco Een and others was also advancing rapidly. The other 4 groups work in pairs. It was natural for 2 monarch-level warriors to easily deal with these monsters. On the way, they also encountered the 5 heavenly kings of the Divine Court, and killed them all without exception. The plan of the Dark Force Shin Ting was quickly shattered after Shin Tian appeared with the women. Under the Tamu basin, in a large hall, 3 men in black robes sat.
These 3 people are the 2 emperors of the Divine Court. Not good.
The emperor opened his eyes, and the two emperors' gazes converged. All 5 of our divine court's heavenly kings have been killed.
What? How is this possible?
They are all lord level. It must be Shintian from the god-making project. The emperor was furious, and a fierce murderous intent flashed in his eyes. He stood up angrily and was ready to take the 2 of them to seek revenge.
Stop! A majestic voice sounded in the hall.
The 3 of them trembled and knelt respectfully.
Welcome, Lord God. That boy is the one chosen by heaven, there is no way you can defeat him. You two, go out and delay time. I will pass down a divine gift to help you kill him. Thank you, God.
The emperor of the divine court was extremely excited, which made the 2 emperors envious and jealous.
But the 2 of them together could not defeat the emperor. What's more, this was the will of the gods, so naturally they dared not disobey and had to leave the hall obediently. The emperor was the only one left in the hall.
He sat cross-legged with full of anticipation, waiting for the power bestowed by God.
Close your eyes and think in the blank.
The emperor did as he was told and closed his eyes. Then, a shadow flew out from a black stone enshrined in the hall. The afterimage transformed into an ugly face with a sneer on its lips, and plunged into the emperor's body.
Ah!
The emperor's eyes were wide open, and his face was twisted madly in pain.
No, don't. Be quiet, you stupid guy.
The emperor, sitting cross-legged, seemed to be struggling frantically, trying to escape the pain.
You lowly fellow, if it weren't for the greater good of our clan, I wouldn't even be interested in your body. This is your honor, obey obediently, all resistance is futile.
In less than half a day, the groups of monsters in the desert Gobi were killed one after another.
Shintian fought his way all the way and arrived at the outskirts of Tamu Basin.
From the other 4 directions, the women came one after another and gathered together. Seeing that the women were safe and sound, Shintian breathed a sigh of relief. The dragon vein bone was immediately taken out, and the group absorbed it with all their strength to restore the lost spiritual power.
Finally, I've waited for you guys. A vibration sound was heard from under the black fog of the Tamu Basin. One after another, monsters walked out of the black fog. Each monster is above the monarch level, and on the back of each monster sits a person in a black robe.
The 2 leaders have dominant level monsters riding on them. These 2 people are naturally the 2 emperors of the divine court.
There's a road to heaven but you don't take it, and there's no door to hell so you can break in. Shintian, this place today is where you'll be buried. This is the fate of hindering my divine court's grand plan. Chapter 78 The Demon King Possessed. What are you two doing barking? The 2 emperors of the divine court? With your limited abilities, are you worthy enough to come out and embarrass yourself? Monarch level, very powerful? Shintian sneered disdainfully, and the women lined up in a row.
The spiritual power burst out instantly, and the beast armor was put on neatly.
The terrifying pressure was released in an instant.
The expressions of the 2 emperors of the divine court suddenly changed.
All of them are monarch level. White Emperor Lu Feng stuttered as he spoke, while Black Emperor Zhang Quan's brain froze.
Poof! With a cold snort, golden light burst out.
An even more terrifying pressure descended upon the 2 of them in an instant.
A tremendous force descended from the sky, making it difficult for the 2 men to breathe.
Dominant level.
The 2 emperors of the divine court lost their voices, and the group of black-robed people behind them were all panicked. Even if the emperor himself took action, he could not defeat Shintian.
At this moment, everyone felt like a frog in a well.
I thought that relying on the secret techniques bestowed by God, I was already one of the people who upgraded the fastest in the world. Compared with Shintian, he instantly pales in comparison.
Don't panic. Zhang Quan, calm down, the emperor is receiving the god's grace. As long as we can buy enough time, we can definitely kill him. Right. Everyone, listen to my command.
Attack with all your strength and leave no room for maneuver. When mentioning the gift from God, everyone's eyes became hot and they were instantly filled with fighting spirit.
Each spiritual power is activated and skills are ready to be released. I'll leave it to you. Shintian didn't plan to take action against these small shrimps. No problem.
Bymir's 9 tails swayed behind her, and her pink eyes were dazzling.
Soul beheading.
The mental power condensed into a sharp sword, which instantly pierced into the brains of the group and the minds of the controlled monsters with the force of thunder. The skills were interrupted, and the impact of mental power caused everyone in the divine court to have a blank mind and become dazed.
On. The dragon roared loudly, echoing over the Tamu basin.
A red and blue dragon descended from the sky, carrying countless ice, snow, and fire, sweeping across the entire Tamu basin.
But in a moment, the Tamu basin turned into a world of ice and fire.
The weak man in black robe died instantly.
The controlled monster was surrounded by ice and fire and kept howling. The 9-colored poisonous gas spread and poured into the Tamu basin.
The 9 toxins merge with each other and penetrate every pore.
Just taking a breath, you're instantly poisoned.
The toxins spread throughout the body, and the internal organs were overwhelmed.
The light of death.
Mu Xiao stood in the air, holding the scythe of death. Dark elements condensed, and light waves were emitted one after another. At this moment, Mu Xiao was like a laser turret.
Spiritual power was rapidly consumed, and the light of death swept across the Tamu basin. Damn it!
The Black Emperor Zhang Quan's face was distorted. His teammates died one after another.
The monster under him was even more panicked and seemed to be out of control. Holy light meteor! Angry shouts echoed in his ears.
Marco Yin held the Pegasus golden spear in his hand, and endless golden spears stood behind him. A spear shot downward, carrying a brilliant meteor falling from the sky. The chi was completely locked, and Zhang Quan had no way to escape. He had no choice but to bite the bullet and urge the monster under his mount to stand in front.
Swish! 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 Countless golden spears shot out and pierced through the body. Huge bloody holes were left on the monster's body.
Zhang Quan, who was hiding behind, tried his best to move his body to avoid it.
Phew! However, how could he avoid these countless golden spears?
A golden spear pierced his abdomen, and blood spilled onto the sand.
Kill!
The monster in front of him exploded, and blood and flesh flew everywhere. Marco Yin was dressed in golden beast armor, like a Valkyrie descending. The Pegasus golden spear in his hand was so dazzling that it was impossible to look directly at it.
Phew!
The Pegasus golden spear pierced his chest, and Zhang Quan felt his life slipping away.
In a moment, he died suddenly. After Zhang Quan's death, Lu Feng realized that the situation was hopeless. He immediately seized the opportunity and drove the monster out of the Tamu basin. Want to run? Have you asked me? A figure suddenly appeared in front of Lu Feng.
Before he could see the face of the person coming, endless sharp claws cut through the space and descended in an instant.
Fuck!
The sharp claws were like knives, tearing Lu Feng's flesh and blood. The excruciating pain had left him with no thought of resistance. He only wished it could all end quickly.
Leave the final blow to me. Mu Xiao flashed over and swung the scythe of death.
It cut into Lu Feng's back and pierced his heart.
The 2 emperors of the divine court are dead. In the Tamu basin, countless corpses are hidden under the shrouded black fog.
All these dark forces were wiped out. All the controlled monsters have been killed without exception. The battle ended very quickly, in a completely crushing situation, without any surprises. The air was filled with the smell of blood, and the sand beneath one's feet was dyed red.
I haven't even made a move yet and it's over. Yi Xiaoye pouted, looking a little depressed. Your abilities are mainly at sea. You really can't fully display them in this vast desert. No, I was a little slow to react. The sisters got there first. After all, Yi Xiaoye is also a monarch level. Even in the desert, her combat power will be greatly reduced, but she can still easily deal with these small shrimps. Besides, some of Yi Xiaoye's skills do not require the ocean to activate. Now, it's this black fog. Their emperor should be hiding underneath. The divine eyes opened and scanned the entire Tamu basin.
The mental power probed downwards, 1,000 meters underground, and finally detected energy fluctuations. The energy reacted quickly and collided with Shin Tian's mental power.
Boom!
The mental backlash came straight towards Shin Tian.
Poof! With a cold snort, Shin Tian repelled the mental backlash. Under the Tamu basin, the light around the emperor gradually faded. A pair of bloodshot eyes slowly opened. Damn it, he's only at the 9th level of Overlord. This body is still too weak to withstand my full might. The emperor of the divine court has lost his spirit. This body has changed its owner. The creature from outside the domain successfully completed the possession of the body. Human chosen by heaven, I am here to meet you.
Pointing one hand above his head, a magical light shot up into the sky, penetrating the thick rock layers.
Rumble.
The Tamu basin shook violently, and huge energy continued to rise from the ground. Bang! The center of the basin exploded, and a man walked out from under the black fog. This person is the one who took over the body of the Emperor of the Divine Court and is one of the 36 kings of the extraterritorial demons. His name is the Soul-Devouring Demon King. Shintian, we finally meet. The Soul-Devouring Demon King spoke, his face distorted by the possession of another's body, making people feel nauseous. This guy was completely unaware and even greeted me with a smile. You Blue Star Heavenly Tao are quite interesting. You were able to stop us demons and even came up with a plan to create a god. From what I know about the Demon Clan, you should be the strongest person on Blue Star right now. The power of the Heavenly Tao that you control also accounts for more than half of the Heavenly Tao power on Blue Star. Shintian raised his eyebrows, he actually possessed half of the power of heaven. Shintian was completely unaware of this. Although the Heavenly Tao Spirit Stone has recognized its master, its full power has not yet been fully developed. Presumably, most of the power is still sealed in the Heavenly Tao Spirit Stone. Stop talking nonsense and take action. Chapter 79 Time and Space Reversal. Wait a minute. The Soul-Devouring Demon King raised his hand to stop him. Shintian, I came to Blue Star this time not with the intention of fighting you to the death. We, the Demon Clan, recognize your strength. In fact, even if we take over Blue Star, we will never stay here for too long. We need a powerful one to take charge on behalf of my Demon Clan. And you are the best candidate. As long as you are willing, offer the power of heaven in your hands, and wait for my Demon Clan to come, I will ensure that you are invincible in the world. Are you done? That's all, do you want to think about it? Don't even think about it. Picking up the Emperor Bone Sword, Shintian attacked directly. With a slash of sword, the sword energy tore through the space and descended above the head of the Soul-Devouring Demon King. The sword energy went downwards, and the Soul-Devouring Demon King raised his hand, and the monstrous demonic energy burst out, dissolving the move. We are both at the Overlord level, but you are still far behind me as an Overlord. Although I am the master, this body is simply too weak to bear my power. If you insist on doing this, you won't last more than 3 moves in my hands. You fart. Sonorous. The Emperor Bone Sword roared, and the sword quickly drew in the air. In an instant, an imperial decree was completed. God-level enhancement. The Emperor ordered to kill. Those who offend our human race will be killed with swords. Boom. The Emperor Bone Sword grew 100 times larger and slashed down fiercely. Alas, you are overestimating your own abilities. The Soul-Devouring Demon King sighed and shook his head, his eyes full of regret for Shintian. A magic seal was formed on the palm of his hand, and he was muttering something, but no one knew what he was doing. A magic shield quickly expanded, enveloping him. The Emperor Bone Sword fell, and the magic shield shook slightly. Magic finger. One finger holds up the sky, colliding with the Emperor Bone Sword. Ding dong. The Soul-Devouring Demon King's fingers were like diamonds, and when they collided with the Emperor Bone Sword, there was no damage at all. See? This is the gap. Grass. Shintian was filled with anger. The demons from outside the domain were pretending to be human beings. With a thought, he activated the Heavenly Tao Spirit Stone, and light bloomed on his forehead. Shrouded in 9-colored light, Shintian was covered with a layer of heavenly power. The Soul-Devouring Demon King's red eyes flashed. This is the power of heaven. TSK, it's truly powerful. But you're not heaven after all, what can you do to me? He pointed his finger forward, and the magic light instantly burst out, heading straight for Shintian. The power of heaven. God-level enhancement. Emperor punishes. Boom. The shadow of the Emperor rose from behind and hovered above the sky. Holding a huge Emperor-level sword, he slashed downwards across the sky. It's useless. When the two collided, the Soul-Devouring Demon King smiled without any fear. Die. With his angry roar, the Emperor's shadow instantly became much more solid. Brush. The sword fell and the fingers were broken. The Soul-Devouring Demon King was surprised and a little stunned. Looking at the broken finger, then looking at Shintian, he laughed out loud. Ha ha ha, interesting, this is interesting. It would be boring if I could kill you easily. But Shintian, what is the point of you just cutting off one of my fingers? You want to kill me, but you can't. After I take your life, I will kill all those who have obtained the power of heaven. You, the blue star human race, just wait to be shrouded in the shadow of my demon race.
You think too much. With his eyes slightly narrowed, Shintian restrained his breath. The last two moves were just tests for you. Now comes the real attack.
The power of heaven plus rule the world.
Boom!
The domain was opened and crushed the soul-devouring demon king on the spot.
Time and space stand still. Boom!
The two domains overlapped, and the soul-devouring demon king froze at that moment.
When you come to my blue star, you must abide by the rules of blue star. All living things on the blue planet are subject to the constraints of heaven.
My blue star heavenly Tao still exists. Even if you are a demon, you are still subject to the constraints of heavenly Tao. The heavenly Tao spirit stone emerged from his forehead, and an illusory figure quietly appeared behind Shintian. At this moment, Shintian seemed like a different person.
The aura of the person holding the Emperor Bone Sword underwent a drastic change.
Even the voice speaking could not be distinguished as male or female.
Soul-devouring demon king, prepare to die. Emperor punishes.
This time, the Emperor's punishment was no longer driven by spiritual power, but by the pure power of heaven. The Emperor's shadow completely turned into 9 colors. The sacred and supreme light slashed out with this sword in the air.
Snap!
The soul-devouring demon king broke through the stillness of time and space, and the sword was already above his head.
Demon realm! With a loud shout, the black fog in the Tamu basin rose rapidly. The entire sky dimmed in an instant.
A blood moon appeared out of nowhere, and the soul-devouring demon king's aura surged.
It's too late.
The sword fell and chopped off the head of the soul-devouring demon king. Crackling sparks burst out from where the sword was cut.
The soul-devouring demon king's pupils contracted.
In his vision, he not only saw Shintian, but also the heavenly Tao.
How? Die. Rumble.
The colorful light transformed into countless sword energies, madly penetrating the body of the soul-devouring demon king. Under the power of the brilliant heavenly Tao, the soul-devouring demon king's body was shattered.
The rolling airwaves continued to roll outwards for 3 minutes before gradually dissipating.
There was a colorful light on Shintian's forehead. He held the Emperor Bone Sword in his hand and stared at the dim sky.
Why is this demon realm still there?
Logically speaking, the soul-devouring demon king should have been killed.
The demonic realm launched by him should naturally dissipate.
In the distance, the women resisted the aftermath of the battle and each turned their gaze to Shintian, their eyes full of tension. Shintian was in the demon realm, completely unaware that a black mist was condensing behind him and turning into a human form.
Careful!
The women spoke at the same time, and Shintian turned around abruptly. The spirit of the soul-devouring demon king rushed towards him and drilled into Shintian's body.
Ha ha ha, it's just a destroyed body. For me, I can just find another one. Shintian, no matter how much you scheme, you never thought that I came here just for you.
The magic power was madly taking over his body, and Shintian's spirit was being compressed bit by bit.
Or rather, being swallowed.
The reason why the demon sent the soul-devouring demon king to descend is because the soul-devouring demon king has the ability to devour spirits.
Once the spirit of any living being is taken away, all that is left is a body.
Feeling his spiritual body being torn apart, Shintian felt that life was worse than death. He struggled in pain and circulated the remaining spiritual power in his body.
It's no use. Just admit defeat.
The soul-devouring demon king licked his tongue greedily and stared at the colorful light on Shintian's forehead. The power of heaven belongs to this king. He raised his spiritual hand and placed it directly on Shintian's forehead.
Ah! Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle.
The colorful light was so hot that it directly burned the soul-devouring demon king's hand.
At this moment, Shintian's spiritual power was fully activated. Soul-devouring demon king, you are too happy too early.
Realizing that the demonic realm was still there, Shintian guessed that this guy might not be dead yet, so he never took back the heavenly Tao spirit stone.
At this moment, Shintian won the opportunity to fight back. Spiritual power is consumed instantly and skills are activated directly. Time and space reversal. Boom!
Time and space are paused at the same time. It was as if the rewind button had been pressed for all living beings. The soul-devouring demon king, who was originally devouring Shintian's spiritual body, retreated rapidly and merged into the demon realm.
Rumble.
Everything goes back to when the attack ended and the aftermath spread. Shintian held the Emperor Bone Sword in his hand, and the heavenly Tao spirit stone shone wildly. The soul-devouring demon king, who had lost his body, emerged from the demon realm under the light of the heavenly Tao Spirit Stone.
What's going on?
The soul-devouring demon king was stunned. He was clearly in the process of taking over Shen Tian's body, but now he found himself back to the time when the battle had just ended.
Moreover, the spirit hidden in the demon realm was found. Die. Chapter 80 Demonic Plot.
The Emperor Bone Sword drew in the air, and an imperial edict quickly took shape.
Mental power surged out wildly and fell onto the imperial edict. In my name, I will kill your spirit form. The power of heaven. God-level enhancement. The Emperor ordered to kill. Boom.
The mental power turned into a sharp sword and pierced straight into the body of the soul-devouring demon king. The sword energy exploded and turned into countless small spiritual swords. Swish, swish, swish. The sharp sword cut madly, and the soul-devouring demon king's body was shattered.
Die. Bang.
The spirit body exploded, and the soul-devouring demon king of the demon clan died instantly. After the battle, Shen Tian's mental strength was exhausted, his face was pale and he was about to collapse. The women flew over together and caught Shen Tian.
So suspenseful. I almost lost my life here.
If he had not broken through to the domination level and successfully unlocked his innate skill of time and space reversal, he would have undoubtedly lost this battle.
After the death of the soul-devouring demon king, the black fog covering the Tamu basin quietly dissipated. The light returned, revealing a large area of buildings. There was a faint demonic energy spreading outward, which was all dissolved by the heavenly Tao Spirit Stone. Soon, the army arrived. Shen Tian handed over the Tamu basin to the authorities and left accompanied by the women. In the vast universe, above the moon. Surrounded by demonic energy, the black stone emits a faint light.
Inside the stone is a huge space. There were countless tombstones standing in this space, and one of them suddenly exploded, turning into debris on the ground.
Hateful. The roar echoed, and the tombstones shone brightly. A powerful demon emerged from the tombstone. Everyone's eyes were focused on the broken tombstone. Soul Eater is dead. How could a tiny human be able to kill the king of my demon clan? How on earth is this going on? Shen Tian has mastered half of the power of the heavenly Tao. I'm afraid he has hidden methods that we haven't discovered yet. Demon Emperor, the revenge for the soul devourer must be avenged. Yes. My demon clan has roamed the universe undefeated, yet we lost a king on Blue Star. This is a great shame and humiliation.
The powerful demons spoke one after another, waiting for the one on the throne to speak.
The demon emperor closed his eyes and said nothing, as if he was realizing something.
The powerful demons fell silent, and the surroundings were silent. After a moment, the demon emperor opened his blood-red eyes, and a fiery light flashed in his eyes.
I sensed it.
The source of life that my demon race has been searching for hundreds of millions of years is right here on Blue Star.
As soon as these words were spoken, the demons celebrated.
Demon Emperor, attack with all your strength. I am willing to personally take action and destroy the Blue Star Heavenly Tao.
Greed, you alone are not enough.
The Demon Emperor narrowed his eyes slightly. The Blue Star Heavenly Tao has the source of life to supply energy, so it is not easy to completely destroy it. My strength hasn't fully recovered yet, so I'm afraid it won't be enough for you to do it, so we can't act rashly this time. The demons have been fighting for hundreds of millions of years.
In the last war, the Demon Emperor was seriously injured and is still recuperating.
If not for this, the Blue Star Sky Road would have been broken through long ago. However, with the strength I have recovered so far, I can also find a way to completely destroy Blue Star Heavenly Tao. The jealous Demon Emperor and the lustful Demon Emperor, each of you must choose 4 Demon Kings and stay in the Demon Tomb and do not move rashly.
Everyone else, attack Tiandao immediately. This Emperor will send you to Blue Star when Tiandao's defense is at its most vulnerable.
As for your mission, I will inform you later, so act immediately, as my lucid time is very short.
Yes, sir.
On the Gobi Desert, Shen Tian sat cross-legged. The dragon vein bone emitted brilliance, and spiritual energy was injected into the body, and Shen Tian quickly recovered his strength. As the sun sets, golden light spreads across the desert. Shen Tian opened his eyes and had recovered to his best condition. The women gathered around a bonfire with 3 roasted whole lambs on it.
I'm starving.
Pulling off a leg of lamb, Shen Tian chewed it in big mouthfuls.
After a day of fighting, Shen Tian was already exhausted. He gobbled the whole roasted lamb down in a hurry. What a feast! There are so many of us, and there are only 2 left. Sorry. Shintian scratched his head, feeling a little embarrassed. I'm full. You guys make do with it for now. I'll go out and get some food. No need, let's fill our stomachs and then go directly to the Northwest Fortress. Marco cut off a piece of mutton and put it into his mouth. The first one to find us using satellites has also been contacted by the Northwest Fortress. This time, we have eliminated the monsters. We obtained a large number of spirit beads and transported them all to the Northwest Fortress. The leader told us to go directly there and stay there to improve our strength. Oh. That works. In the Northwest region today, after this great battle, the monsters have been almost wiped out. Overall, it's a very safe place. After the girls had a simple meal, they immediately set off and headed straight for the Northwest Fortress. The Northwest Fortress was built in the desert. The area is not large, mainly because the permanent population in the Northwest is small. Although the fortress is not big, it is well equipped with various facilities. The various weapons mounted on the fortress are no less powerful than those on the fortress in Guangdong. After arriving at the Northwest Fortress, the fortress chief personally met with Shintian and his party. After a brief conversation, everyone went directly to the spirit bead storage room. Without any hesitation, he immediately began to practice. The mountains of spirit beads were being consumed rapidly, and countless caravans in the Northwest were continuously delivering the spirit beads. This battle was indeed horrific. The monsters were almost completely annihilated, and the number of spirit beads obtained was naturally too numerous to count. In the following time, everyone was immersed in absorbing the spirit beads. In a blink of an eye, half a month passed. The long-lost sunshine fell on them, and Shintian and his group walked out of the spirit bead storage room. In half a month, all the spiritual beads harvested from the Northwest land were absorbed by everyone. Shintian's realm has reached the 6th level of domination, while Marco Een and others have reached the 5th level of monarch. The overall combat power has increased significantly. Congratulations, Mr. Shin, for passing the customs smoothly. General, thank you for your care during this time. As it should be. If Shin Xiaoyu hadn't taken action, my Northwest Fortress might have been destroyed, and the Northwest land would have become a paradise for monsters. This is my duty as a dragon countryman. Friend Shin, the express plane sent from Kyoto has been delayed for 3 days. If possible, please hurry up and board the plane back to Kyoto. What happened? After hearing what the fortress commander said, Shin Tian had a feeling that the situation might not be good. When he left Kyoto, he and Xia Ruwei had an agreement that they would not go to Kyoto unless necessary. The arrival of this express plane must mean something big has happened. I don't know the specific situation, I only know the general idea. It may be related to the overall situation on Blue Star. Recently, many countries have been destroyed by monsters. Hiss. Shin Tian couldn't help but take a breath. Since the implementation of the God creation plan, each country on Blue Star has had its own candidate. Each of them is recognized by the heaven, and their combat power is extremely strong. With these people around, it is not easy for a country to be destroyed by monsters. It seems that a lot has happened during this period of seclusion. Commander, please lead the way. I will set off immediately and return to Kyoto. Good. The group went straight to the airport, boarded the express plane and headed east. More than 3 hours later, the express plane landed at Kyoto Airport. Xia Ruwei, I have been waiting for a long time. Chapter 81 Beast Extermination Operation. Master, I'm back. What happened? Why are you so anxious to find me back? Get in the car and talk. The two got in the car and headed towards the Demon Slayer Guild. In the car, Xia Ruwei looked solemn. Do you remember half a month ago when you eradicated the dark forces in the Northwest? Of course I remember. After that day, Tiandao and I lost contact again, this time for 3 full days. So long. Shen Tian was shocked. The last time the monster was revived, it also lost contact, but it soon returned to normal. What happened this time? The demons from outside the domain are coming out in full force to attack the Heavenly Dao. Now that Tiandao has reconnected, everything should be fine. No. It's more serious. Xia Ruwei handed over a document and continued. A group of demons have entered Blue Star. Recently, many countries have been suddenly destroyed. In addition to the monster riots, there are also the figures of demons, which we have captured in the past.
In a ruin, a woman emitting demonic energy licked the blood on her fingertips and commanded monsters to wreak havoc. Then there was another video showing a demon king destroying a country's god-making plan with a single blow. Right now, all the countries on Blue Star are in danger. Although Dragon Country has not been affected for the time being, we must make plans early. I came back to you this time to ask for your advice on what we should do next. Shen Tian fell into deep thought, and all the doubts in his mind seemed to be connected together.
The last time the monsters revived, Tian Dao lost contact.
Then the dark forces in the northwest, the divine court took the opportunity to attack, and the soul-devouring demon king came to take over the body.
It seemed that the last time was just a simple test
to lay the groundwork for the demon's infiltration.
Currently, there are not many demons that have infiltrated Blue Star. Maybe next time, the entire demon clan will descend as a group.
First Master, my idea is to destroy all the monsters in the Dragon Kingdom. Judging from the current information, if the demons want to destroy a country, they will definitely start a monster riot.
If there are no monsters in the Dragon Kingdom, then their only action can be taken at sea.
Or in border areas, so that we can concentrate our manpower and resources and launch a precise counterattack.
That being said, it's not easy to destroy all the monsters in the territory.
Easy. Just like the battle in the northwest, divide the area, gather the monsters in one place, and completely destroy them.
Are you sure? Have. Shen Tian was very confident.
With the experience from last time, it would not be difficult to destroy these monsters. The difficulty lies in gathering the monsters together while ensuring that ordinary people are not affected.
This matter can only be left to you, Chief. Once the monsters are gathered together, it will be time for me to take action. Okay, you take a few days off. I'll come up with a feasible plan and mobilize the entire nation to implement it. After the finalization, the car drove into the Demon Slayer Guild.
After getting off the car, the girls returned to the villa to stay. Shen Tian went to the basement of the headquarters and put the Heavenly Dao Spirit Stone back. Mobilize the power of the Heavenly Dao Spirit Stone to quickly catalyze the growth of spiritual treasures. Now Shen Tian has been able to skillfully control the Heavenly Dao Spirit Stone. After a day, most of the spiritual treasures were mature. After quick picking, they were delivered to the villa.
Shen Tian and the girls went into seclusion again to practice.
The situation is becoming increasingly serious and every minute and every second cannot be wasted. Shen Tian, who had read the report of the demon clan, could conclude that there was definitely a demon clan that had infiltrated this time that was stronger than the soul-devouring demon king.
The most conspicuous one is the female demon.
Even through the video, one can feel a terrifying sense of oppression. And so, another week passed.
All the rare treasures in the Demon Slayer Guild headquarters were absorbed by Shen Tian and the women. Shen Tian's level was raised to the 8th level of domination.
All the women broke through to the 9th level of monarch, and were only one step away from entering the dominant level. At the same time, Xia Rui had already developed a plan and started promoting it nationwide. Strong men from fortresses all over the place came out together, adopted strategies adapted to local conditions, and drove all the monsters together. On this day, Shen Tian and his group came out of seclusion. Xia Rui was already waiting outside the villa and informed Shen Tian of all the current progress. The Northeast Fortress and the Guanzhong Fortress have gathered all the monsters together. However, some ordinary people are still evacuating from Guanzhong Fortress, and it is expected to take another day.
That's perfect. We can first destroy the monsters in the Northeast Fortress area, and then go south to the Guanzhong Fortress. The timing is just right. Isn't that a bit too hasty? Won't. Shen Tian smiled and said, "Don't worry, Chief.
This long-distance raid has no impact on me right now.
First Master, you stay in Kyoto and keep me informed of the situation of the various fortresses so that I can take action." Okay. Xia Rui didn't say much.
At a time of life and death, there was no point in being too polite. After breakfast, Shen Tian and the girls set off and headed straight for the Northeast Fortress. The Northeast Fortress was built on a plain. This beast gathering plan was also a risky move, as it directly gathered all the monsters outside the Northeast Fortress. As far as Shen Tian knew, the chief of the Northeast Fortress had kidnapped the cubs of several top-level monsters. This caused the monsters to riot, and directly triggered a beast-tide siege. At this moment, on the Northeast Fortress defense line, all kinds of weapons are being fired wildly.
The roaring monsters attacked the defense line frantically. Boom! 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 The explosions continued, and a large number of monsters died suddenly.
Behind the beast tide, the top monsters roared and screamed.
Damn it! Why haven't they come yet? We've already lost 5 lines of defense. If we lose the last one, the fortress might be lost.
The commander-in-chief was furious and stood on the fortress to command the battle.
Meow. What are you saying? I'm going to kill you with one knife.
The kidnapped monster cub stared at the 1.8-meter tall man with trembling eyes, and suddenly lost his temper. The chief gritted his teeth. If he hadn't been afraid that killing the monster cubs now would completely enrage the monster group, he would have taken action long ago.
General, look up at the sky. It's Shen Tian coming. The big man looked up and saw a man leading 8 women walking in the air. The next moment, 2 dragons of ice and fire circled in the air. The Long sisters embraced each other, and the 2 realms merged. Ice and fire dragon dance. On. Giant dragons are flying, and ice and fire are intertwined.
The 2 women fell from the sky and landed among a group of monsters. In an instant, the dragon rushed forward, and the area outside the northeast fortress turned into a world of ice and fire. A large number of monsters died suddenly, and the dominant monsters behind the beast tide suddenly became furious and soared into the sky.
Humans, you are seeking death. He he. Shen Tian sneered and waved his hand upwards. Domain dominate the world. Boom. A huge force descended, instantly oppressing the dominant monsters. Field time and space stand still. When?
Golden light spread outward, and heaven and earth stopped for a moment.
Get started.
The women activated their skills, and explosions occurred repeatedly in the air. When time and space stand still, these top-level dominant monsters are at their weakest defense. He was attacked by the concentrated skills of the women and was immediately covered with wounds and was dying.
Holy light meteor.
There were rows of golden spears, and Marcoine swung them down fiercely.
Destroy. Chapter 82 Jealous Demon Emperor. Layers of golden light rippled, and brilliant explosions in the air looked like fireworks. Golden light flew out from the explosion.
Marcoine stood with a gun in his hand, and the spiritual power on his body fluctuated upwards. A flash of colorful light burst out from his forehead and fell into Makian's body. Granted by the will of heaven, Marcoine officially entered the master level.
Congratulations, Sister Kuin, for officially entering the domination level.
Bowing in congratulations from a distance, Marcoine chuckled without saying anything, then picked up his gun and continued fighting. A spear shot out across the air, piercing through the chest of a dominant-level monster. The dominant demon was gasping for breath, but was not completely dead yet. A shadow flew by, and the sharp cat claws cut the throat of the dominant demon.
This person is Xiaoji.
Another burst of colorful light was released, and Xiaoji also stepped into the dominant level. In the first battle to destroy the beasts, Shen Tian did not intend to take action, leaving it entirely to the women to perform. That is, it can enhance actual combat capabilities, complete advanced tasks, and successfully upgrade to the dominant level. The only thing that Shen Tian was a little confused about was the will of heaven he obtained after entering the dominance level.
Logically speaking, the will of heaven is given by heaven.
But now, it is bestowed through the heavenly spirit stone in his hand.
Such changes not only make people worry. What is happening to the way of heaven on Blue Star now?
While he was thinking, a colorful light flew out.
Surrounded by poisonous fog, Shu Baining took one step forward.
With every step he took, his aura continued to rise.
Relying on the ultimate poison technique, Shu Baining can hunt down a dominant-level monster by herself. Inside the fortress, everyone was stunned and found it unbelievable. Commander, is this the powerful person in our Dragon Nation's god-making plan? That's right.
Shen Tian and the beast girls he contracted are all capable of fighting against millions of monsters alone.
A horrific battle broke out on the fertile plain. After Shen Tian brought his men to join the battle, the entire situation reversed. The monsters knew they could not resist and fled madly. However, after the beast extermination operation began, when these monsters stepped into the plains, all their retreat routes were blocked. What awaits them is only endless hunting until the monsters are wiped out. 2 hours later, the corpses of monsters piled up like a mountain on the plain outside the northeast fortress. In one battle, all the monsters within the northeast fortress were completely destroyed. After landing in the fortress, the commander-in-chief immediately ordered the collection of spirit beads. Shen Tian and the girls were arranged in a secluded place. Spirit beads were delivered continuously, and the group quickly absorbed them to increase their levels.
In this battle, all the women broke through to the domination level and gained the blessing of heaven's will.
As many as 5 to 6 million monsters were killed. The number of spirit beads obtained is even more impossible to count.
In fact, there is no need for statistics. The chief of the fortress only orders people to deliver the spirit beads and will not interfere with other matters.
The battle ended quickly, but the absorption of the spirit beads was a bit slow.
By the next morning, all the spirit beads were absorbed. Shintian entered the 9th level of domination, and the women were promoted to the 3rd level of domination. Without stopping at all, he headed south straight towards the Hanzhong fortress. For the next period of time, Shintian and his group traveled around Dragon Country. A vigorous beast extermination operation was launched in full swing. This move naturally attracted the attention of other countries on Blue Star. Xiaorui did not hide anything and explained the situation to all countries. The beast extermination operation was recognized by all the countries on Blue Star, and they all started to launch their plans. However, none of the countries had top experts like Shintian, so the beast extermination operation did not go smoothly and the losses were very heavy. More than 2 months passed like this, and the monsters in the Dragon Kingdom were basically completely destroyed. Shintian and his group returned to Kyoto again. After more than 2 months of fighting, Shintian remained at the 9th level of domination for a long time. He had not encountered any mythical monsters and had not advanced. During this period, the women broke through to the 7th level of domination one after another.
Shintian, thank you for your hard work during this period. I will hold a banquet tonight to celebrate your success.
First Master, in the face of such a disaster, let's forget about the celebration banquet.
We should remain highly vigilant and wait until the crisis is truly resolved before holding a celebration banquet.
Okay, I'll do as you say. Xiaorui, the chief, is now very convinced of Shintian.
The reason is nothing but strength.
Absolute strength is the foundation in this catastrophic end of the world.
There are still 5 days until the next monster beast resurrects. Nowadays, the monsters on land no longer pose a threat. The focus of defense should also be placed on the sea. Powerful individuals have already been dispatched from various locations to deploy defenses near our coast. This time, when the demon beasts revive, we will definitely be fully prepared.
That's good. The two talked for a while, and then Shintian returned to the headquarters residence. After a simple meal, I went back to the bedroom and took a shower.
Need a massage?
The door opened and Marcoine spoke with a smile.
Of course I need to.
I'm finally done with all this work, so I should enjoy myself.
My shoulders are killing me. The relationship between the two is basically an open class.
There is no need for Marcoine to hide when he comes to Shintian.
Please pinch Shintian's shoulders, and an ambiguous atmosphere spreads in the room. It's late at night, turn off the lights and go to bed.
On the other side of the blue planet, it is still daytime. The ferocious monsters crazily destroyed all kinds of buildings and ran rampant. A large number of ordinary people died at the hands of the monsters.
On a high tower, 2 demon emperors stared down indifferently. These humans are really capable of making trouble. They actually launched some kind of beast extermination operation. So what?
Under the attack of my demon clan's powerful men, they are still vulnerable. The lustful demon emperor said disdainfully, that breathtakingly beautiful face made everyone fall in love with it. Since the beast extermination operation began, the progress of the demon clan's plans has been greatly affected.
In desperation, the demons had to take action more and more personally. For example, today, the 2 demon emperors took action personally and destroyed a country.
The next attack on Tianda was getting closer and closer, and I'm already 2/3 done with my plan. But what gives me a headache is the Dragon Kingdom in the east. They were the ones who first proposed the beast extermination operation. This move has had a significant impact on our demon clan's plans, causing our plans to be delayed considerably.
If you're jealous, just say what you want to say. Don't beat around the bush.
The lustful demon emperor glanced at the man beside him, his eyes full of disgust, but without any concealment.
You will take 2 demon kings and sneak into the Dragon Kingdom to demonize and revive some of their relics. The time is set to be the day before the attack on the Heavenly Tao. This will help to divide the Dragon Nation's power. It would be best to transfer Shintian away, and then I will concentrate the power of the sea monsters and launch a large-scale attack. It's just a small matter, is it necessary for me to go there in person?
I'm worried about leaving it to an ordinary demon king, so you should lead the team.
Poof.
The lustful demon emperor snorted coldly, stretched himself, raised his hand to call out to the two demon kings, and walked away into the air. Looking at the sexy figure walking away, a hint of viciousness flashed in the eyes of the jealous demon emperor.
Bastard demon, why are you pretending? If you hadn't hooked up with the demon emperor, what qualifications do you have to act so arrogantly in front of me?
Shintian, you have to be more powerful and kill this damn demon.
I don't believe that the demon emperor can sit still.
It would be best to come out of seclusion early and forcibly break through the heavenly Tao. By then, the entire source of life will be envied by me.
Chapter 83, Terracotta Warriors Resurrection. Time flies and passes quietly. At the Kyoto Demon Slayer Guild headquarters, Shintian and his group spent several consecutive days in the villa. During this period, I also learned about the situation outside. It has been confirmed that the demons have sneaked into Blue Star. The countries of Blue Star were reduced to a mere handful after being attacked by monsters commanded by the demons. Today, only more than 20 countries are left supporting it. After the monsters revive tomorrow night, I'm afraid we'll lose a few more countries. Putting down the information that had just been delivered this morning, Shintian frowned and looked worried. Judging from the currently known information, the powerful male and female demons are very likely to be emperor-level beings. Moreover, he is definitely one of the top ones among the emperor class. Even if Shintian encountered it now, he would probably not be able to resist it. Shintian, something terrible is happening.
Xiaorui ran over in a panic and slapped a group of photos on the table. After picking up the photo, Shintian's face changed drastically. In the photo, the figure of a powerful demon was clearly captured. At the same time, there are a large number of terracotta warriors surrounding this powerful demon. However, these terracotta warriors exuded demonic energy, as if they were alive, fighting with various weapons in their hands. The terracotta warriors resurrected. It's chaos. Everything is in chaos. When the news came, one fortress had already been destroyed, and the demons began to attack us. Xiaorui paced back and forth anxiously. He thought that after dealing with the monsters in the territory, he could concentrate on dealing with the monsters in the sea. Unexpectedly, the demons had this trick. Don't panic, leave it to me. Shintian immediately stood up and gathered all the women together.
After taking the express plane, we headed straight to the mausoleum of the first Qin Emperor.
At this moment, in the mausoleum of the first Qin Emperor, the Phantom Fire Demon King broke through one mechanism after another and came to the center of the mausoleum. Around the huge golden coffin lay a set of dragon bones.
This dragon in human mythology and legends should be the last one. It's so pitiful that he is imprisoned here and guards a human's grave.
Finally, it turned into a pile of dry bones. There was both regret and sarcasm in the words of the Phantom Fire Demon King. Circling around the dragon bone, a blue flame burned on the palm of his hand.
Drink!
A palm landed on the golden coffin, and the coffin turned red under the baking flames.
Interesting. Blue demonic flame. Boom!
The evil energy swept across, covering the entire mausoleum. The golden light gradually melted under the burning of the devil's flames. There was no human body in the coffin, but a bone of medium size lying quietly. These bones are no different from those of humans, but they emanate the might of a dragon. The moment the dragon's might filled the air, the dragon bones surrounding the golden coffin trembled slightly. The Phantom Fire Demon King was startled, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes.
I see. No wonder the source of life is on Blue Star. There was once a brilliant civilization here.
Even in the entire universe, he is a top existence.
Compared with him, my demon clan is far behind.
The Phantom Fire Demon King sighed and reached out to grab the bone. He muttered something, and suddenly the bones were surrounded by evil spirits. The powerful dragon's might counterattacked, and the Phantom Fire Demon King tried his best to suppress it, but he was unable to defeat it in a short time.
Master Demon Emperor, please help me.
Thousands of miles away, the lustful Demon Emperor received the message.
The delicate face showed some impatience and responded harshly. You useless thing, do you still need my help? Master Demon Emperor, this mausoleum is not simple. You will know it once you come here. This place may be related to the source of life.
Hearing the voice again, the lustful Demon Emperor suddenly became interested. The source of life. Without stopping, he headed straight towards the mausoleum of the first Qin Emperor.
2 hours later, Shintian and his group boarded a speed plane and landed in the sky.
Looking down from the express plane, one can see endless demonized terracotta warriors arranged in neat rows, emitting a murderous aura from the battle formation.
The divine eyes of the spirit opened and scanned the terracotta warriors below.
All members are at the general level.
Shin Tian was surprised to find that ordinary demonized terracotta warriors were all at the general level. There are also many commanders, lords, and monarchs. Even at the domination level, there are 24 of them. This is just individual combat power. If it is based on the battle formation, a battle formation of 100 generals can burst out the combat power of the lord level. No wonder 6 fortresses have been destroyed in such a short time. On the way there, bad news came one after another. In just over 20 minutes, a fortress was destroyed. The combat power of these demonized terracotta warriors is even more terrifying than that of monsters.
Work in pairs, and fight quickly and decisively.
No more fortresses must be destroyed. Yes.
The 8 women responded in unison, and according to their divided groups, they opened the cabin and jumped down one after another.
Shin Tian finally jumped into the sky and ran down step by step.
The golden spear in his hand shone brightly, and a meteor of holy light burst out in an instant. An angry roar echoed in the sky, and the golden spear clanged and fell into the battle formation.
Rumble.
The golden light spread outward, and after one move, dust flew hundreds of feet high. Swish, swish, swish.
The crossbow battle formation was launched, and arrows were shot out densely.
Shin Tian's vision turned black, and the tip of the arrow flashed with a cold light. The blazing sun explodes in flames. The fierce dragon sword was swung, and a small sun condensed above his head. With a slash of sword, the scorching sun exploded and turned into countless fireballs that fell from the sky, like meteorites from space.
Rumble.
The arrows ignited as soon as they touched each other, and the sky turned into a sea of fire. The ice dragon sword was summoned out of thin air, and the snow began to dance in the air. Layers of ice spread rapidly across the ground, and soon more than 20 battle formations were frozen.
Burst. Bang. Bang. Bang.
The ice sculpture exploded, and ice debris fell to the ground. However, the demonized terracotta warriors only suffered some damage and were not seriously injured. Because of the flying dust stirred up by the holy light meteor, only a small number of demonized terracotta warriors in the battle formation were shattered.
There are still many left. Even if they are missing an arm or a head, they can still fight. It's difficult. Shin Tian's brows were twisted into knots, and he just felt a headache. These demonized terracotta warriors are completely lifeless.
The one who suffered the most was probably Chu Baining. Poison has no effect at all against these demonized terracotta warriors.
Swish. Swish. Swish.
While thinking, spears were thrown from the hands of the terracotta warriors. The spears were combined together to form a huge spear.
The spear was unstoppable, cutting through space.
The 2 swords were swung at the same time, and 2 dragons of ice and fire circled under their feet.
Ice and fire, 2 dragons playing with a pearl. On. The loud dragon roar echoed, and the demonized terracotta warriors below trembled all over.
The spear that shot into the air also paused for a moment. Immediately afterwards, the ice and fire dragons circled and roared, colliding with the spear. Ice and fire shot up into the sky, and the daylight turned into red and blue, alternating between them. Putting away his 2 swords, Shin Tian took out the Emperor Bone Sword. The Emperor's bone sword pointed to the sky, and the Emperor's shadow appeared out of thin air. A majestic pressure descended from the sky.
Domain dominate the world. On.
Inside the mausoleum, the lustful demon emperor had already arrived and attacked together with the phantom fire demon king, using their demonic energy to control the bone in an attempt to merge it into the dragon bone. The dragon bone seemed to be very frightened and was struggling as if it had life.
The bones in the hands of the lustful demon emperor were also repelling the dragon bone.
Just when the stalemate was about to break out, a dragon roar was heard from outside. Then another pressure suddenly appeared. Under this pressure, the 2 bones that were originally reluctant to move together no longer rejected each other and completely merged together.
Chapter 84 Emperor.
The evil energy rose and broke through the mausoleum.
On. The passionate dragon roar echoed in the tomb. Boom.
The bone dragon swung its tail and knocked the phantom fire demon king away.
A pair of dragon horns gathered energy, blasted open the tomb and flew out. A dragon's roar echoed in the sky.
The demonized terracotta warriors all trembled, and all attacks stopped on the spot.
Shin Tian was confused and looked towards the direction of the tomb.
I saw a wave of energy rising into the sky, opening the tomb, and a bone dragon flew out. On the bone dragon's back, a bone that seemed somewhat out of place was flashing with a strange light. The domain trembled slightly, and the dominance of the world seemed to be on the verge of collapse.
What's going on? Shen Tian was startled and swept his spiritual eyes over. Demonized bone dragon. Emperor level. Good job.
I originally thought that there were no emperor-level beings in the territory of Dragon Country. It turned out to be hidden in the mausoleum, but this skull dragon did not awaken on its own, but was awakened by the demons. Shen Tian naturally saw it and immediately became alert. In the mausoleum, the lustful demon emperor did not leave, but stayed in the mausoleum and watched quietly. The phantom fire demon king, who was knocked away by the dragon's tail, was filled with anger, but he could only stay behind the lustful demon emperor and watch.
Yowa, you should be stronger than that soul eater. It's natural.
The bone dragon is crippled, so you must kill Shen Tian.
This is a test from this emperor. When the demon emperor wakes up, he will reward you handsomely. I obey your command.
The phantom fire demon king's heart was pounding wildly, and he wished the bone dragon would be destroyed quickly so that he could take action directly. In the sky, Shen Tian held the emperor bone sword and locked his gaze on the back of the bone dragon.
The power of heaven. Boom.
The heavenly spirit stone flew out from his forehead, and 9-colored light instantly covered his entire body.
Shen Tian did not dare to be careless when dealing with this emperor bone dragon. Emperor punishes. God level enhancement.
The emperor's shadow appeared out of thin air, and with the blessing of the power of heaven, colorful light lingered. With the power of divine enhancement, the emperor's shadow continued to climb upwards, becoming several times taller than before. With a slash of sword, he took the bone dragon directly.
The bone dragon roared and attacked, waving its claws.
The sword fell and collided with the dragon claw.
Bang!
The aftermath of the energy surged, echoing in circles across the sky. The bones on its back kept flashing, and the bone dragon seemed to have endless power. He opened his bloody mouth and demonic energy gushed out.
With a wave of his hand, the emperor's shadow waved his sleeves synchronously.
The colorful light was sacred and flawless, and the evil spirit was dispersed on the spot.
This skull dragon is only at the first level of the emperor.
Although Shen Tian is a perfect ruler of the 9th level, he is blessed with the power of heaven and is naturally not afraid of the bone dragon.
In fact, Shen Tian already had a plan on how to deal with this bone dragon.
The reason why it was not implemented was to break through the emperor level.
Let us end it. Boom!
The brilliant power of the heavenly Tao rose rapidly and merged into the emperor bone sword. The evil energy in the bone dragon surged wildly.
Time and space stand still. When?
Golden light ripples, and the heaven and earth are still. The crazy demonic energy was no longer released on the spot. Instead, it was quickly purified under the suppression of the power of heaven.
Destroy!
He roared angrily, cut off the dragon's claws with the sword, and draped it over the dragon's head.
With one step on empty air, Shen Tian rushed forward.
He split the skull of the bone dragon with his sword and rushed forward.
The huge body of the bone dragon was split into two. Destroy!
His palms clenched tightly, and the sword energy quickly spread out.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
One by one, the dragon bones exploded and turned into endless powder that scattered to the ground.
Only that bone was safe and sound.
Shen Tian clenched the air and the bone fell into his hand.
The bones of the first emperor.
The reason why the bone dragon could become an emperor level was because of the bone of the first emperor. Shen Tian had discovered this a long time ago, so he didn't take the bones of the first emperor directly, but chose to consume his spiritual power and kill him head-on. The purpose is to kill an emperor-level creature and then upgrade the level to the emperor level.
As the advancement tasks are completed, the level bottleneck that has been blocking progress is loosened. Bang! With a slight sound from his dantian, Shen Tian officially stepped into the emperor level.
At the same time, the heavenly Tao spirit stone exploded. The enormous power of heaven surged into the body frantically.
Emperor level, obtain the power of heaven.
The moment he was promoted to the emperor level, the seal of the heavenly Tao spirit stone was broken, and the power of the heavenly Tao contained in it poured into Shen Tian's body. A huge amount of energy is flowing wildly in the body. The internal organs and meridians throughout the body are sublimated at this moment. The spiritual power that was normally flowing in the body was being devoured and replaced bit by the power of heaven. From this moment on, all of Shen Tian's skills no longer require spiritual power, but rely on the power of heaven. On the information panel, the upgrade progress is rapidly increasing.
Emperor level 2. Emperor level 3. Emperor level 4.
It is too extravagant to use the power of heaven to upgrade. Inside the mausoleum, the lustful demon emperor narrowed his eyes slightly, vaguely sensing that something was wrong.
Yowa, what are you still standing there for? Bang!
The phantom fire demon king leaped up, his entire body burning with blue phantom fire.
He Shin Tian, you didn't expect that, did you?
To use your human language, this is called the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Today, let me, phantom fire, send you off.
Go to hell and regret it. Obstructing my demon clan is the biggest mistake you have made in this life. The dark blue fire swept across the entire sky, enveloping Shin Tian.
The women's faces changed drastically, and they all flew into the air to come to the rescue.
Don't mind me.
Shin Tian opened his mouth, his voice revealing endless majesty.
For the women, it brings peace of mind.
In the blue sea of fire, Shin Tian's eyes flashed with indifference. The phantom fire demon king trembled, then adjusted his mindset.
Shin Tian is not weak, so he naturally cannot take it lightly.
The phantom fire demon king mobilized his demonic energy with all his might and unleashed his full firepower, delivering the strongest blow of his life.
Blue flame burning god. The palms clasped together, and the blue sea of fire shrank.
The scorching heat rose rapidly, and everything in the sea of fire melted quietly.
This move has a very domineering name.
Shin Tian said indifferently, his level was upgraded to the 5th level of emperor. However, a mere demon clan dares to burn the gods.
Who gives you the courage? The power of heaven condensed in his palm, and the emperor bone sword outlined an imperial edict. The emperor ordered to kill. Destroy. Boom.
As the imperial edict exploded, the power of heaven spread out, and the blue sea of fire was quelled in an instant. At the same time, the level reached the 6th level of emperor. He held the emperor's bone sword in one hand and took out the first emperor's bone with the other. The power of heaven attached to the two treasures, and Shin Tian narrowed his eyes slightly.
Combine. The first emperor's bone glowed brightly and directly merged into the emperor's bone sword.
This imperial bone sword is forged from the bones of emperors of past dynasties. The only thing missing is the bones of Qin Shi Huang. Today, the first emperor's bones are integrated into the emperor's bone sword.
This is the real emperor's bone sword. Brush.
The moment the fusion was completed, the sword energy soared into the sky, reached the upper sky, broke through the atmosphere, and entered the vast universe. The ultimate imperial majesty frightened the demons on the moon. They appeared one after another, staring at the sword energy, feeling a dull pain in their hearts, as if their bodies were pierced by a sharp sword.
Above the mausoleum, the phantom fire demon king's legs were trembling.
The moment the sword energy soared into the sky, he felt death approaching. The voice inside him kept urging him to escape.
But my legs just wouldn't obey me. The power of heaven is completely integrated with Shin Tian.
Level, officially entered the 9th level of the emperor, and can be said to be invincible in the world.
Chapter 85 Kill the Demon. Die.
The sword slashed across, and the phantom fire demon king watched the sword fall.
His head moved away, and he died instantly, transforming into wisps of demonic energy that drifted away. The power of heaven covered it up and the evil spirit was swallowed up.
The emperor bone sword pointed downwards, and Shin Tian spoke loudly.
Return. The sound waves roll like an emperor.
The demonized terracotta warriors were arranged neatly, quickly gathered together, and returned to their original positions. The evil spirit attached to the terracotta warriors was also completely purified by the power of heaven. After doing all this, Shin Tian fixed his gaze on the west.
Escape? How dare you come here and be afraid? If you fall into my hands, there will be no return.
With one step on the ground, he can be thousands of miles away. He dodged several times in a row, but it only took 5 or 6 breaths.
In Shin Tian's field of vision, he could already see the fleeing lustful demon emperor.
When the phantom fire demon king was pushed out, the lustful demon emperor realized that Shin Tian was no longer someone she could defeat.
Without any hesitation, he immediately fled westward. Shin Tian, don't go too far.
The lustful demon emperor tilted his head and roared, but his speed doubled.
I went too far. You demons attempted to destroy our blue star, triggering the resurrection of demonic beasts and killing countless innocent people. The demon clan is not too excessive.
If I encounter you today, I will definitely take your life. As they spoke, the speed increased again. The lustful demon emperor had absolutely no desire to fight, and she knew very well that she could not win.
Instead of wasting time, it is better to do everything you can to escape. Maybe you can still escape this disaster. Damn it! With an angry curse, the lustful demon emperor directly burned the essence of his demon soul. The most important thing for every powerful demon is the demon origin. It will never be used unless it is a crisis. This move was originally intended to be used in a life and death fight. But at this moment, the lustful demon emperor used it to escape. It's all because of this damn heavenly Tao suppression that I can only exert the strength of the 6th level of the emperor. Otherwise, why would I be in such a miserable state? Brush! A sword energy flew over, and the lustful demon emperor dodged in panic. But he was one step too slow after all, and the sword energy swept across, cutting off one of the lustful demon emperor's arms. Ah! A sharp scream suddenly sounded, and the lustful demon emperor's face was distorted and full of anger. But facing the current Shintian, he was helpless and could only burn the essence of the demon soul with all his strength to speed up his escape. You can escape. My name Shintian is written backwards, time and space are reversed. Boom! Everything flows backwards, and it comes to the moment when Shintian draws his sword. This time, it was not an ordinary sword strike. But the emperor will punish him. The power of heaven was injected into the emperor bone sword, and the shadow of the emperor condensed out of thin air. With a flash, he appeared in front of the lustful demon emperor. The sudden reversal of time and space surprised her. Now Shintian suddenly appeared in front of him, and his heart skipped a beat. Go to hell! The sword falls. Colorful light filled the air, completely enveloping the lustful demon emperor. Endless sword energy swept across, and the lustful demon emperor didn't even have a chance to struggle. He died instantly without leaving any trace, as if he had never appeared. The 9th level of the emperor is truly extraordinary. Shintian sighed, but the murderous intent in his eyes became even stronger. None of the demons that have infiltrated Blue Star will be spared. He immediately changed direction and headed straight for the southwest. In the southwest, a demon king suddenly felt anxious and had a bad premonition. After thinking for a while, he decided to contact the lustful demon emperor to see if he would choose to retreat. Gone. The evil thoughts could not contact the lustful demon emperor, and an idea came into the mind of the demon king. Lord Demon Emperor may have been killed. As I was shocked, the white clouds in the sky dispersed. Shintian was surrounded by 9-colored light and slashed out with a sword across the sky. The sword energy pressed straight down, and the demon king died tragically under the sword energy. One sword is enough to deal with the devil. After clearing out the demons in the Dragon Kingdom, Shintian did not stop there. There is more than one demon king on Blue Star now. Walking in the air, running at high speed. Relying on the induction of the power of heaven, he quickly flew to the location of the next demon king. Above the moon, inside the demon tomb. The collapse of a demon king's tombstone foreshadows the fall of another demon king. When the lustful demon emperor fell, the demons were already in a state of panic. They had never expected this. The dignified lustful demon emperor of the demon clan was actually killed by humans. Then tombstones shattered one after another, and demon kings fell one after another, making the demon tomb silent. All 8 demon kings are dead. Now, only jealousy remains. I'm afraid jealousy is dangerous. Contact him quickly and tell him to hide. We, the demon clan, cannot afford to harm another demon emperor. The evil thoughts were transmitted on a continent of Blue Star. The jealous demon emperor was at ease, commanding a group of monsters and frantically attacking a solid fortress. You're resisting stubbornly. You useless bastards, do you still need me to take action? After a long period of attack without success, the jealous demon emperor grew tired and decided to take action himself. The jealous and lustful demon emperor is dead. An angry demonic voice was heard, and jealousy, who was about to attack, stopped. How is that possible? She's the demon emperor. Although he pretended to be surprised, the jealous demon emperor was actually overjoyed in his heart. The first step of the plan was successfully completed, eliminating the despicable demon, the lustful demon emperor, and allowing jealousy to vent his anger. Shintian, you did a good job and did not disappoint me. Jealous, find a place to hide quickly. You are the only one left of my demon clan on Blue Star. What? When I heard the news, I was a little confused. That human, Shintian, may have made a huge breakthrough. The lustful demon emperor died at his hands. This guy is a madman. After killing the lustful demon emperor, he frantically searched for you. The other demon kings are already dead. Hearing this, the jealous demon emperor thought quickly in his mind, looking for a place to hide. Before he could even think about it, he sensed a murderous aura coming from the sea thousands of miles away. Oh no, he's coming to kill me. The jealous demon emperor panicked and immediately controlled the monsters, gave up attacking the fortress, and turned to charge towards the sea. After doing all this, the jealous demon emperor fled in the opposite direction. Poof! A cold snort came, and murderous intent pierced through the void. The jealous demon emperor felt a chill on his back and couldn't help but look back. I saw a sword energy, 100,000 meters long, sweeping in from the sea. Wherever it passed, large numbers of monsters died. These extremely powerful monsters are like porcelain dolls, they will break at the slightest touch. After the sword energy swept across, the ground was littered with the corpses of monsters. The jealous demon emperor was frightened and used his demonic energy to strike out in the air with a palm. The palm print and sword energy collided and disappeared in an instant. Not good. He climbed up into the air and quickly avoided the sweeping sword energy. Standing on a high place and looking down, the jealous demon emperor was terrified. As a great demon emperor, he roamed the universe for hundreds of millions of years and had countless lives on his hands. But there has never been a feat of killing millions with one move. At this moment, Shintian only had a sword energy, but he could subdue more than 1,000,000 monsters, no more, no less. Such terrifying strength made the jealous demon emperor certain that he would be killed in less than 10 rounds. Demon! Can you escape? The sacred light ripples in the sky, and Shintian makes a brilliant appearance under the 9-colored light. The colorful light of the Emperor Bone's sword in his hand swirled around, and murderous aura burst out from his pupils, locking onto the jealous demon emperor. Chapter 86 Counterattack. The jealous demon emperor trembled all over, and fear spread throughout his body. The evil energy that was spreading outwards was trembling at this moment. Shintian's terrifying power of heaven that came from within was enough to make even the jealous demon emperor, who had fought for hundreds of millions of years, feel fear. Beyond fear is jealousy. A young human being can actually gain the favor of the heavens of a planet. In any civilization, it will be envied. Shintian, do you really dare to kill me? Why not? I've already killed one of your demon emperors. Is there any problem with killing another one of yours? Shintian, you may not know this yet. We demons are, to a certain extent, symbiotic. Too many strong men died together. Then, my demon clan will launch a final attack at all costs, and your blue planet will surely be destroyed. And I will also be resurrected and reborn after taking away all the lives on Blue Star. Do you think this is worth it? In order to survive, the jealous demon emperor directly revealed the secrets of the demon clan. Well, you better think it over carefully. Can you bear the consequences of killing me? Do you think that you can give up and let me kill you? Shintian asked back, his eyes turning cold. The Emperor Bone's sword was pointed horizontally, the power of heaven was activated, and a sword was slashed out in the air. The sword energy came in all directions, and the jealous demon emperor had no way to avoid it, so he raised his hand to take it. Boom! The sky exploded and cracks appeared in the void. The jealous demon emperor felt that his arms were about to be broken, and he frantically circulated the essence of his demon soul, barely able to hold on. You are a complete lunatic. Blue Star will be completely destroyed because of you. Whether it was my fault or not is no longer important. In my opinion, letting a tiger go back to the mountains is to cut off its own survival path. If I spare you, will the demons spare my Blue Star human race? Even if you demons fight back desperately, I, Shintian, standing alone in the universe, will kill you all. The Emperor Bone's sword shone brightly, and the dazzling light enveloped the sky in an instant. Domain dominate the world. Boom! With the 9-colored heavenly Tao's power attached, the world within the domain was completely transformed into colors and was completely controlled by Shintian. The jealous demon emperor was terrified. He had only felt this terrifying murderous intent from the demon emperor. If this human is given enough time to grow, he might really be able to destroy the demon race. Shintian, I can cooperate with you and help you destroy the demon emperor. In exchange, I will take the remaining demons away and never set foot on Blue Star again. I, Shintian, disdain to keep company with a tiger. Boom! Field time and space stand still. When? Under the pressure of being the king of the world, the jealous demon emperor could hardly move,
and the demonic energy in his body could not circulate well.
Now that time and space have stopped, the jealous demon emperor cannot move at all. Emperor's punishment.
The shadow of the emperor appeared out of nowhere, holding the emperor bone sword and pointing it at the jealous demon emperor. Under the gaze of horrified eyes, the body of the jealous demon emperor was shattered bit by bit.
Destroy. Rumble. Colorful light ripples and spreads outward. The jealous demon emperor fell on the blue star. Inside the demon tomb on the moon, the tombstone representing the jealous demon emperor collapsed with a loud bang.
The entire demon tomb was silent, and all the demon's eyes were fixed on the largest tombstone.
Human. Damn it. The demon emperor's roar came from the tombstone.
For hundreds of millions of years, my demon race has been fighting everywhere, and we have never seen a situation where two demon emperors were injured before the battle even started. This emperor, after all, underestimated the blue star heavenly Tao and underestimated that human Shintian.
Snap.
The tombstone split in two, and a figure slowly walked out from it. All the demons bowed their heads and knelt to welcome the demon king out of seclusion.
Warriors of the demon clan immediately launched the final attack and completely destroyed Blue Star Tiandao.
Yes, sir. At the command of the demon emperor, all the demons came out in droves.
In the vast universe, countless demons, led by the demon emperor and the demon king, surrounded the entire blue planet.
Brilliant 9-colored light blooms from the surface of the blue star. The heavenly path protection was activated, and beams of colorful light burst out.
Ah!
The demons screamed continuously, and a large number of them fell.
Kill! The angry demon emperor roared and took the lead in attacking.
A group of demons, as if they were injected with chicken blood, rushed towards the Blue Star Sky Road without caring about their lives. It's not that these demons are not afraid of death, but they know it.
As long as the blue star is swallowed, the demon emperor will resurrect them all.
If they don't try their best at this moment, the demon emperor can completely determine whether they can live again. In the demon tomb, the demon king was alone, and the demonic energy all over his body was blood red.
Lowly monsters, this emperor grants you strength. Now, begin your carnival. Blood burst out from the demon tomb, instantly covering the entire moon. The monster's revival, originally planned to happen twice, became the last one. The demon emperor personally took charge and successfully unleashed the full power of the demon tomb.
At this moment, blood suddenly filled the blue planet.
The remaining monsters suddenly became violent.
Under the cover of blood, the level rose madly. All the top leaders of the Dragon Country Demon Slayer Guild gathered at the headquarters.
Xiao Rui contacted Shintian again and again, pacing back and forth anxiously.
Something unexpected happened, and Shintian, who had the strongest fighting force, could not be contacted, and he would undoubtedly fall into great panic. First, our satellite has discovered Shintian.
Where is he? Maritime. Satellite images came in, showing the endless ocean.
Shintian held the Emperor Bone Sword in his hand, and wherever the power of the 9-colored heavenly Tao passed, all the blood dissipated.
His direction is to gather at the fortress. Great, Shintian is back.
Everyone's anxious hearts were immediately relieved. As long as Shintian is there, they have the confidence to overcome the difficulties. 10 minutes later, Shintian arrived at the Chiju fortress and immediately contacted Xiao Rui.
Master, I am Shintian. Our current situation is very serious.
I suggest that all weapons be concentrated near the coast.
Okay, I'll arrange it right away.
Also, please contact my beast mothers and have them separate along the coastline to resist the monsters. I will march southward from the Chilu coast, and I will do my best to annihilate all the monsters.
I'll contact them right away. Is there anything else you want to tell them?
Xiao Rui immediately started to make arrangements, and seeing that Shintian had not yet turned off the communication, he immediately asked again.
Tell the remaining nations that this is the demon's final attack. If you want to survive, don't hide it. Life or death depends on this final battle. Xiao Rui and a group of senior executives took a deep breath.
Shintian said this, he must know something.
They may not believe us. Xiao Rui smiled bitterly. Even in the end times when monsters revived, the Blue Star was still not 100% united. If you can explain the reasons in detail, I think you can convince them. I don't have time.
Shintian said coldly, I need to focus on adjusting my condition now, and I don't have time to explain the reasons in detail.
They can believe it or not.
We have done our utmost to inform them, and whether they believe it or not is not our concern.
Yeah, I see. Chapter 87. It's mine.
In this situation where every second counts, Shintian has done his utmost to inform Xiaorui and notify other countries that are still there.
Shintian didn't have the time to waste on explaining anymore. In a word, believe it or not.
Under the cover of blood, beasts roared continuously, and the entire blue planet fell into panic again.
Shintian stayed in the Qilu fortress, concentrating on recovering. The power of heaven in the body was digested and absorbed bit by bit.
After killing 2 demon emperors in succession, Shintian vaguely felt that the emperor level did not seem to be the upper limit. For a moment, Shintian seemed to have grasped a higher realm.
It's just that this moment was too fast and a little illusory. Now I calm down and find it no longer.
He had no choice but to circulate the endless power of heaven in his body and constantly temper his body, intending to be able to exert stronger combat power during the war. Time passed quietly, and in the blink of an eye, the bloodlight covered the blue star for an hour. The heaven and earth shook violently, and all the blood disappeared. The monsters whose levels were upgraded gathered together madly and launched a beast tide.
Inside the Qilu fortress, Shintian opened his eyes. He walked out with a sword in his hand, walking in the air.
As I stepped onto the shore, the roaring monster not far away seemed to be right in front of me.
Control of the sea. With one hand clenched tightly, the sea was instantly controlled by Shintian. Rise.
The next moment, the bodies of the sea monsters floated to the surface of the sea one after another.
All the monsters were terrified. The sea water actually threw them out?
Including the emperor-level monsters, none of them were accepted by the seawater. There was murderous intent in Shintian's pupils, and he slashed out with the emperor bone sword. The sword energy swept across 100,000 miles, and all the monsters outside the Qi and Lu coasts were killed. Everyone in the fortress had a look of fear on their faces. The shock in their hearts was indescribable, especially for some beastmasters and beast girls. They knew very well that among these monsters, there were dozens of emperor-level ones. But these emperor-level ones were easily killed by Shintian's sword. Before everyone could react, Shintian had already headed south with a sword. At this moment, we are in Kyoto, the headquarters of the Demon Slayer Guild.
Everyone was stunned by the video transmitted via satellite. Shintian's performance has completely exceeded expectations. The god-making plan was a success.
Xiaorui spoke excitedly, saying that only a god could display such terrifying combat power.
While cheering, Xiaorui continued to issue orders. Boom!
At this moment, the satellite suddenly interrupted.
What's going on? The satellite is destroyed. What?
Xiaorui was surprised, and soon more news came.
All satellites have been destroyed. How so? Did something happen to the heavenly Tao?
Since the monster was resurrected, the satellite has maintained normal operation under the protection of the heavenly Tao. But now that all the satellites have been destroyed, it is very likely that something went wrong with the sky. We tuned into a satellite, and this is the last image left.
Quick, play. The image plays in the vast universe. The blue star is completely colorful, but the colorful light is visibly weak to the naked eye. Dense groups of demons are attacking blue star frantically.
An ugly demon raised its claws and swung them down, and the image ended there. Xiaorui immediately covered his chest, as the sense of the heavenly Tao was very weak. At this moment, he finally understood what was happening.
The demons outside the domain launched the final attack.
Everyone suddenly became serious and immediately activated the highest alert. All the weapons in the entire Dragon Kingdom began to be concentrated to prepare for the attack of the demons at any time. The remaining nations on Blue Star also realized the seriousness of the problem.
For a moment, I was in a state of panic and overwhelmed.
There were even some countries that were in chaos, with everyone preparing to escape and completely losing the desire to resist.
In comparison, the situation in Longwei is much more orderly. Especially the monsters in the sea, which were constantly destroyed under Shintian's powerful attack. Heading south, we arrived at the Uedi fortress.
All beast girls gathered together.
Marco Ian and his group also killed the emperor-level monsters in the process of exterminating the sea monsters.
Inside the Uedi fortress, Shintian and the girls entered a secret room. After taking out the dragon vein bone, Shintian directly divided it into 8 pieces and handed it to the women. Exotic beast dragon vein bone immediately, I want you to quickly enter the emperor level.
The demon's attack is getting more and more intense. If heaven can't hold on any longer, the demons will descend.
It is definitely not enough to rely solely on Emperor-level Shintian. While there is still time, we must produce a few more Emperor-level ones. The women took the dragon vein bones and began to absorb them immediately.
The power of heaven was in operation, enveloping the women.
The spiritual energy in the dragon vein bones was quickly absorbed and integrated into the body.
Boom!
With a roar, Marcoine broke through first and entered the Emperor level. Shintian lightly tapped his index finger, and Marcoine obtained the power of heaven. The energy of the dragon vein bone has not been exhausted yet, and Marcoine continues to work hard to improve it, and his level is increasing rapidly. Time passed quietly, and 5 hours went by in a blink of an eye. The women broke through the Emperor level one after another, and completely absorbed the power of the dragon vein bone, and stepped into the 4th level of the Emperor.
Such strength is not enough. Shintian frowned.
He knew very well that once the demons came, it would be a devastating disaster. Moreover, the arrival of the demons is bound to be based on the premise of the destruction of the way of heaven. Without the constraints of heaven, these demons can unleash their true strength. Shintian can conclude that the true strength of those demon king level beings is definitely at the Emperor level. As for the demon emperor, he is a 9th level emperor. It's hard to say who is the strongest demon king.
Follow me.
After a brief thought, Shintian made a decision in his heart.
The women did not raise any questions and simply followed Shintian into the air and left.
After traveling for an hour, the group crossed the sea and landed on a piece of land. Monsters are rampant on this land, and a group of golden people, speaking incomprehensible words, are responding to the monsters' attacks.
Shintian raised his sword and swung it, and the women dispersed.
Large numbers of monsters died suddenly one after another. Below the Emperor level, they were all ants. Shintian and his group appeared like saviors and were immediately welcomed with great enthusiasm. Shintian didn't care about these at all, he just killed the monsters madly. As countless monsters were killed, Shintian stopped attacking and raised his hand to activate the power of heaven.
Spirit beads flew into the air, and Shintian made a pinching motion, causing the spirit beads to explode and emit spiritual energy.
Suck! With a roar, all the spiritual energy gathered and flew towards Marcoine and others, quickly merging into their bodies and increasing their upgrade progress. In this extraordinary period, Shintian can no longer care about so many things. They crossed the ocean directly to kill monsters and snatch the spirit beads. Furthermore, these monsters were originally killed by Shintian and others, so there is no problem in taking the spirit beads.
He couldn't resist some idiots who insisted on arguing with Shintian.
One of the golden men, with a tall and thin nose and colorful light flashing on his forehead, ran straight towards Shintian. He was talking a lot of incomprehensible words, but from his expression, I could guess that he was blaming Shintian for taking the spirit pearl.
Bang! Shintian slapped the blonde man in the face with his backhand. The blonde man was stunned and immediately became furious.
Before he could react, Shintian grabbed him again. He placed his hand on his forehead and removed the Heavenly Tao Spirit Stone. It's a waste to keep the Heavenly Tao Spirit Stone for a mere Lord-level person.
It belongs to me. Chapter 88 The Heavenly Tao is broken.
After getting the Heavenly Tao Spirit Stone, Shintian handed it to Marcoine. Sister Queen, this Heavenly Tao Spirit Stone is for you. It will be of great help in improving your combat power level. Marcoine was not polite and directly accepted the Heavenly Tao Spirit Stone. Seeing this, the girls smiled and blinked their eyes to act cute.
Shintian naturally understood what everyone meant and spoke with a smile. Don't worry, we have them all. We have them all.
There was an inappropriate chattering sound, and the blonde man who had his Heavenly Tao Spirit Stone stolen flew over angrily.
He grabbed Shintian's collar with an extremely arrogant attitude. Roll!
He raised his hand and slapped the blonde man, sending him flying.
Useless thing, you're so timid in front of the monster, why are you yelling at me? If you dare to mess around again, I will destroy you.
The blonde man got up from the ground, covering his red and swollen face, and was furious.
He took out a communicator and started chattering again.
After finishing speaking, he pointed at Shintian and his group and kept wheezing.
Fuck! Shintian was furious and stretched out his hand into the air.
The blonde man was caught and received a slap in the face.
Speaking human language, I don't understand. Bang!
Another slap made the blonde man dizzy, rolled his eyes and passed out.
It's useless. After throwing the blonde man away, Shintian and his group got up and left. Flying in the air, just reaching the sea.
There were bursts of roars coming from behind, and waves of air were rolling towards me.
Shen Tian turned around and saw artillery shells coming from the clouds. You bastard! With an angry curse, the Emperor Bone Sword slashed out.
The sword energy swept across the sky, passing over the shells.
Rumble!
As the shells exploded, the air seemed to be torn apart. If you dare to attack me, life or death depends entirely on fate. Shen Tian slashed out 3 swords in succession at the continent in front of him. The 3 sword energies completely covered the entire continent, and buildings collapsed and mountains exploded wherever they passed. Turning around, Shen Tian left safely with the women as if nothing had happened. Time passed quietly, and the day was over in a blink of an eye. Under the cover of night, in a country full of ruins, Shen Tian took out a heavenly Dao spirit stone and handed it to Yi Xiaoye. At this point, all the contracted beast girls have obtained a heavenly Dao spirit stone.
During this process, countless monsters were hunted.
The speed at which the women absorbed the spirit beads through the heavenly Dao spirit stone increased dramatically. In a short period of time, they all reached the 7th level of the Emperor. The demons' attacks became more and more terrifying.
The entire blue planet was trembling. The obvious shaking made everyone uneasy. The heavenly Dao is still supporting us. We still have a chance. Let's use this time to annihilate all the monsters on Blue Star. Yes. Everyone immediately dispersed and went to various places on Blue Star. With the current strength of Maqian and others, no accidents will occur even if they act alone.
This way, efficiency is doubled. By the morning, almost all the monsters on the entire Blue Star had been hunted down. Only a small number of monsters were fleeing in panic. Shen Tian naturally didn't care about these things, but instead focused his attention on the atmosphere. This night, the heavenly Dao was struggling to hold on, but it might not be able to bear it any longer. The women arrived one after another, and overnight, all of them reached the 9th level of the Emperor.
Be prepared to deal with the demons at any time. The heavenly Dao may not be able to hold on any longer.
The women were silent. After obtaining the heavenly Dao spirit stone, they all developed a connection with the heavenly Dao. It can be clearly perceived that the power of the heavenly Dao is indeed very weak now and it may collapse at any time.
The vast universe is pitch black. Occasionally, stars twinkle, but their faint light is inconspicuous. A great war is breaking out in the solar system.
The brilliant 9-colored sky road has dimmed at this moment, but it is still holding on.
On the moon, inside the demon tomb, the demon emperor narrowed his bloodshot eyes slightly, feeling the energy released by the blue star. We can't wait any longer.
The demon king spoke, raised his hand, and the demon tomb moved, rising from the moon.
Everyone retreat.
At one command, all the demons retreated frantically and stood behind the demon tomb. The colorful light condensed into an illusory figure.
Demons, retreat.
Hand over the source of life, and I can consider withdrawing.
Don't even think about it. Tian Dao roared angrily, the fountain of life is the origin of all life on this planet. If you take it away, all life on Blue Planet will perish. Then it seems we can't reach an agreement. The Demon King laughed jokingly, since we can't reach an agreement through negotiation, let's fight. Boom!
The evil energy spread rapidly and erupted from the demon tomb.
In the blink of an eye, the blue star was surrounded by demonic energy. At this moment, the blue star fell into darkness in an instant, and no light disappeared.
Shen Tian stood with a sword in his hand.
He knew very well that this was the final battle between the demons and the heavenly Dao.
The 9-colored light was released with all its might, trying to break through the blockade of the demonic energy. However, the evil energy was too overwhelming and there was no way to break through it. The demon king hid in the demon tomb, and his body began to become illusory.
Controlling the demon tomb is a loss to his life.
If the demon emperor's injuries are healed, there is naturally no need to use the demon tomb. But for now, he can only choose to confront it head-on.
Destroy it. Bang! Bang! Bang!
The demon tomb carries endless demonic energy, which attacks the way of heaven again and again. The heavenly Dao is growing weaker, and its defenses are becoming increasingly fragile.
If we continue to consume at this rate, we will be doomed.
Kill! A cold shout came from the heavenly Dao, and all the 9-colored light condensed into one place, turning into a sharp 9-colored sword. Point the sword at the demon tomb and fight with all your might. Kill!
The demon emperor also roared angrily, controlling the demon tomb and colliding with the 9-colored sword. Click click. The top of the demon tomb began to crack.
The same was true for the nine-colored sword. Under the impact of the demonic energy, the blade had completely exploded.
Demon Emperor, we are here to help you. Come.
The Demon King raised his hand, and all the demons trembled. The wisps of demonic energy in their bodies were drawn out and all merged into the demon tomb. The broken Modron was repaired, and the onslaught continued.
Let us end it. Demon Realm. Divine punishment. Continuing to entangle will be disadvantageous to both parties.
The Demon King thought he could no longer hold on, so he launched his strongest attack.
Demonic divine punishment. The Demon King is the only one who believes he controls the demon's most powerful offensive method. Boom!
The nine-colored sword exploded, and the last nine-colored light was quickly devoured by the evil spirit.
The blue star sky Dao is about to disappear. Heaven's prison.
The moment the Demon Emperor relaxed his vigilance, the nine-colored light of the heavenly Dao suddenly burst out again, directly enveloping the demon tomb. In an instant, a nine-colored cage completely trapped the demon tomb.
Even the Demon King in the demon tomb was unable to escape. Tian Dao, do you think you can trap me like this? Can you stop my demon clan?
Your heavenly prison can only hold me for a day and a night at most.
This time is enough for my demon clan to wreak havoc on Blue Star.
When the heavenly prison was activated, the Demon Emperor pushed all of his demons away. At this moment, a large number of demons, led by the 5 demon emperors, are marching straight into the blue planet.
That's enough. Boom!
The way of heaven was broken, and there was no sound.
Chapter 89. The demons arrive.
The sky and the earth are dark, and the demons are coming. Outside the atmosphere, groups of demons fell from the sky with bared fangs and claws, roaring. At this moment, under the clouds, the young man stood with a sword in his hand. His spiritual eyes swept over, and he sneered and shouted angrily.
The blue star ahead is forbidden to the demons. Otherwise, kill without mercy. He he he.
The demons laughed wildly, their unbridled laughter was piercing and entered Shen Tian's mind.
Humans, you've already lost your way, and you still want to stop us demons?
Don't waste time talking to him, just rush over and tear this guy into pieces. Those girls are quite good looking.
Hey, brother, I want to go together. The demon's recklessness made Shen Tian's eyes turn cold.
He raised the Emperor Bone sword in his hand and slashed it upwards. The nine-colored sword energy slashed upwards, and after one sword strike, all the demons rushing in the front were killed. The demons behind stopped at the same time. The dazzling 9 colors made them feel afraid.
Hasn't the heavenly Dao been abolished by the Demon Emperor? What's wrong with this kid? Could he be the true way of heaven? Should we not retreat yet?
The demons have already begun to think about retreating during this period of time when they stayed in the universe. The most troublesome thing is the blue star sky Dao. The 9 colors have become a shadow in the hearts of the demons.
Why retreat? The heavenly Dao is dead. This guy just possesses the power of the heavenly Dao. Kill him.
The angry demon emperor roared, and all the demons trembled, feeling the fear in their hearts completely dissipate. At the same time, everyone's fighting spirit increased greatly, and they rushed down madly again.
Ignorance is truly fearless. Shen Tian shouted coldly, holding the Emperor Bone sword upwards.
One sword after another was swung out, and with each sword, 9 colored sword energy swept upwards. What followed was the sudden death of a large number of demons.
Humans, stop being so arrogant.
A demon king descended from the sky, holding a pair of swords, and headed straight for Shen Tian. Shen Tian raised his hand and threw a punch that weighed over 100 million pounds. The fist broke the demon king's 2 swords and landed on the demon king's chest.
9 colored light flows and lingers at the fingertips. Shen Tian looked at it coldly and pushed it hard. Boom!
The demon king's chest exploded and he was completely killed by the power of the 9 colored heavenly Dao.
Kill a demon king with one punch. This made the demons no longer look down on the human in front of them. Come together.
The 7 demon kings attacked at the same time, each unleashing their strongest attack.
Shen Tian put away the Emperor Bone Sword and summoned the Ice Dragon Sword and the Fierce Dragon Sword. The passionate dragon roar echoed across the sky. Ice and fire, 2 dragons playing with a pearl. The 2 giant dragons roared and rushed directly towards the 7 demon kings. Ah!
The screams were heard everywhere, and all 7 demon kings were killed by Shen Tian's attack.
Shocking!
All the demons were stunned.
It would take some time to kill the demon kings so easily, even if the demon emperors took action. Boy! You're quite interesting. Bang! The giant axe landed, and the two swords blocked.
The angry demon emperor with a red horn on his head greeted Shintian with great interest.
Shintian opened his spiritual vision pupils and was slightly surprised. Pseudo-mythical level. There is indeed a higher realm above the emperor level. It's quite interesting.
I've been fighting in the universe for hundreds of millions of years, and few people can see through my cultivation.
In the past 30 million years, no one has been recognized. You are the first one. Boom!
Having said this, the demonic energy erupted. The two of them retreated at the same time, and a hint of surprise flashed in Shintian's pupils.
This guy's evil spirit is filled with anger.
The demonic aura of the lustful demon emperor and the jealous demon emperor who were killed before were both very ordinary, and there was no difference. Now it seems that they are just suppressed by the way of heaven and subject to the rules of heaven. Otherwise, Shintian would not have been able to kill the two emperors so easily. Facing the demon emperor in his complete state today, he really has something.
Don't be distracted, kid.
Raising his giant axe, the angry demon emperor chopped down with all his might.
The twin swords transformed into spears, and Holy Light Meteor was activated. Golden spears suddenly appeared behind him.
Shintian roared angrily and threw the Pegasus golden spear in his hand. Thousands of golden spears shot out, streaking across the sky like a meteor shower. The angry demon emperor was pierced all over by golden spears, leaving behind black magic holes.
Very good, human, you have succeeded in irritating me. Surrounded by demonic energy, his injuries recovered quickly. Let anger blind my eyes. Angry demon realm. Boom!
The demonic realm, filled with anger, directly enveloped Shintian.
Being in the demon realm, the angry demon emperor's combat power skyrocketed. Die! The wrathful demonic axe.
The giant axe instantly grew larger, and the angry demon emperor's face became ferocious, and he swung the giant axe in his hand viciously. The Pegasus golden spear switched to the emperor bone sword, and Shintian met the attack with the sword in hand. The sword and axe blades collided, and the demonic energy and the power of heaven impacted each other, causing circles of aftermath to spread outward and rush out of the angry demon realm.
This guy was able to fight with fury for such a long time, and the two of them seemed to be evenly matched. Greedy, don't underestimate this human.
The power of the heavenly Tao in him is very strong.
Should I go and help? Angry, once he gets mad, can easily lose his composure. Let's take another look. In my opinion, it's totally unnecessary.
Although anger is brainless, he can still defeat a small human. The demon emperor who spoke last had a slightly better looking face compared to the others. But he always held his chin high and acted superior. The other demon emperors were already accustomed to the arrogant demon emperor.
In the angry demon realm, Shintian's heavenly power was being consumed crazily.
Fortunately, there is a constant supply of energy in the body, so there is no problem at all in fighting this war of attrition. On the other hand, anger was unable to defeat Shintian for a long time, and he became more and more anxious and irritable.
I kill you.
He swung the giant axe wildly.
Shintian blocked with his sword and retreated step by step.
When the angry demon emperor raised his giant axe again, Shintian took decisive action. The emperor bone sword swung upwards and slashed at the arm of the angry demon emperor.
With one sword strike, the angry demon emperor's arm flew out.
The giant axe that was held in both hands was now held in one hand.
It's my turn.
The emperor bone sword was swung, and an imperial edict was outlined out of thin air.
You evil demons, if you offend our human race, you will be killed without mercy. The power of heaven. God-level enhancement. The emperor ordered to kill. The sword pierced the imperial edict and went straight to the angry demon emperor.
A sword pierced through the angry demon emperor's chest, revealing his violently beating heart.
This blow obviously caused serious damage.
The angry demon emperor's eyes turned red, and the demon realm quickly collapsed and reappeared in everyone's sight.
Anger. Gluttony was so shocked that his big mouth couldn't close for a long time. He looked at the scene in disbelief. Don't just stand there, save him. Greedy realized that something was wrong and came to the rescue. The slow-moving lazy finally reacted at this moment and put all his energy into circulating his magic energy. Want to save him? It's too late. How could Shintian give them the chance to save them?
He stood in front of the angry demon emperor, holding the emperor bone sword. Gently turning the hilt of the sword energy quickly spread within the body of the angry demon emperor. One hand was placed on the angry demon emperor's head, and he twisted it slightly.
Snap. Chapter 90, Fighting the Demons.
Twisting the angry demon emperor's neck with one hand, Shintian's strength was terrifying under the power of heaven. He did a 360-degree spin and kicked the angry demon emperor's head out.
Bang!
The sword energy cut across the place, and the angry demon emperor's body turned into endless demonic energy on the spot and fled in all directions. He clasped his hands together, and colorful light spread, enveloping all the evil spirits.
But in an instant, it was all purified. Good. Good. Good.
The greedy demon emperor gritted his teeth and squeezed out 3 good words in succession. The other 3 demon emperors behind him all had expressions of surprise in their eyes.
Anger. He has the strongest attack among us.
The lazy demon emperor trembled all over, feeling incredible.
Bullshit.
He's got those few tricks, and he deserves to be called the best.
Useless thing, let me do it.
The arrogant demon emperor took a step forward and instantly appeared above Shintian.
Put your fingers together and swing them downward.
The sharp sword energy quickly came towards Shintian.
Ignorant human, let me show you the true way of the sword.
No sword is better than a sword, and the sword finger is the most powerful weapon. The Emperor Bone Sword swept upwards, and the sharp sword energy collided with the arrogant sword energy.
Rumble. Go up and help.
The greedy demon emperor waved his hand and was about to join forces with the lazy and gluttonous demon emperors to attack. The sharp sword energy swept across, and Arrogant stood with his hands behind his back, glancing at the 3 demon emperors with cold eyes.
You don't need to do anything, I can do it alone. Bang! He stomped his foot into the air, and pure sword energy burst out, heading straight for Shintian below. Rubbish! Shintian shouted disdainfully, holding the Emperor Bone Sword in both hands and moving forward. In an instant, the whole person entered a state of unity between man and sword.
The sword energy was like a hammer drill, pushing upwards as the body rotated. Arrogant sword energy exploded one after another, and in a blink of an eye, the 2 men confronted each other. A series of explosions exploded in the sky.
Interesting.
The arrogant demon emperor sneered, but your swordsmanship is still too weak after all. The true way of the sword is that I am the sword and the sword is me.
Boom.
The evil energy rose into the sky, forming a sharp sword. At this moment, the arrogant demon emperor has transformed into a sword.
Arrogant demon realm. The devil's domain spread, enveloping Shintian. The demonic energy transformed into sword energy and wandered in the demonic realm.
Shintian narrowed his eyes slightly, feeling the sword energy. The arrogant demon emperor's swordsmanship is indeed very powerful. The sword energy released from above is filled with confidence in his own swordsmanship.
Human. Take my sword.
The sword fell from the sky and went straight for Shintian's head.
The power of heaven erupted, and the Emperor Bone Sword shone brilliantly.
A sword was raised, and the blades collided with each other.
Rumble.
The sword energy lingered and rushed towards the distance madly. Outside the demon realm, the 3 demon emperors looked at each other in confusion. These 2 guys are both kendo masters.
Oh!
A cold and angry roar was heard, and Marco Een, holding the Pegasus Golden Spear, charged towards the greedy demon emperor. The gluttonous demon emperor on the side reacted quickly, opened his mouth wide, and bit the Pegasus Golden Spear.
Hey, girl, your weapon looks delicious.
Marco Een frowned, and the Pegasus Golden Spear instantly disintegrated into a ball of light. He retreated 100 meters, stretched out his hand, and the Pegasus Golden Spear condensed again.
Holy light meteor!
10,000 golden spears gathered out of thin air and attacked the 3 demon emperors fiercely. The gluttonous demon emperor's eyes lit up, and his bloody mouth suddenly opened wide. The fierce wind carried thousands of golden spears, which were swallowed up by the gluttonous demon emperor.
Not bad, more. The light of the corona.
The scorching sun gathered and a shot came down.
The gluttonous demon emperor used the same old tricks, swallowing the attack into his stomach and digesting it quickly. Come again. Bang! He walked straight towards Marco Een in the air. How could the gluttonous demon emperor let go so easily?
He rushed out without hesitation.
On!
A dragon's roar sounded at the right moment, and the Long Sisters came charging forward with swords in hand.
Lazy, I leave it to you. No problem.
The lazy demon emperor slowly opened his mouth and thrust his massive body directly towards the ice and fire dragons.
Fire and ice alternated to kill, but the lazy demon emperor's facial expression did not change at all. He slowly picked his ears and said, "Your strength is too weak. It doesn't hurt at all. Sister, come again."
Long Mingjie was furious and spun the ice dragon sword in his hand.
In the sky, the ice is activated.
The air condensed into ice, enveloping the lazy demon emperor, and the next moment he turned into an ice sculpture. Long Mingyi waved the fiery dragon sword, and a small sun condensed and took shape above her head.
The sun is blazing. Boom!
The little sun fell from the sky, and the broken ice on the lazy demon emperor's body exploded. The two women used their innate skills together, outlining a world of ice and fire in the sky.
However, the lazy demon emperor remains safe and sound.
Among the 7 demon emperors, the lazy demon emperor has the strongest defense.
This body of flesh and skin is arguably the hardest thing in the universe.
Even if the demon emperor took action himself, it would take some time to break through the lazy demon emperor's defense.
Damn it! Damn it! Damn it!
Long Mingjie was about to explode with anger and released the domain on the spot. Sister Long Mingyi's face was cold and she also released her domain. The two fields are superimposed and integration begins.
Ice and fire dragon dance. On.
In an instant, countless giant dragons of ice and fire appeared in the sky. The two women pointed their swords at the lazy demon emperor and shouted kill.
The giant dragon descended madly and attacked the lazy demon emperor.
The giant dragons turned into ashes, and the lazy demon emperor grinned, not afraid of the attacks of the two women at all. The greedy demon emperor, who had escaped from the battlefield, was now also entangled by Xiao Ji.
Relying on extreme speed, Xiao Ji hid in the darkness and launched a crazy attack on the greedy demon emperor.
Among the 7 demon emperors, the greedy demon emperor can be considered the one with the most balanced development. Because of greedy nature, all kinds of spiritual practices are involved. It covers offensive and defensive mental power, various weapons and blades, physical skills and martial arts. Faced with Xiao Ji's tactics of relying on speed to win, Greed was not afraid at all. While enduring the sudden attack, he was trying to find the pattern of Xiao Ji's attacks.
Bang!
The short blade fell again, but was caught by Greedy's hand.
In the netherworld, Xiao Ji was stunned for a moment.
Although you're very fast, your moves still have traces to follow.
If I can find the pattern, I can catch you.
He raised his hand to throw a punch, but just as he was about to strike, a sharp sword suddenly appeared in his mind.
Mental attack.
Greed was stunned for a moment, and immediately mobilized his mental defense. Although she successfully blocked the attack, Xiao Ji was able to escape.
That's interesting. There are also people who major in spiritual power.
His eyes were filled with greed as he locked onto Baimur. He leaped into the air and slapped out a palm, aiming for Baimur's life. The afterimage passed through the sky, and Xiao Ji's speed increased dramatically, saving Baimur from the fatal blow. The two joined forces and fought against the greedy demon emperor. Yi Xiaoye was the farthest away from the battlefield, and at this moment she was standing on the sea. Playing the mermaid harp in her hand, the entire sea was completely under her control. As the music of the piano became more and more urgent, the whole sea became agitated.
Columns of water shot up into the sky, hunting down demons in the sky. The violent water tornado swept through group after group of demons. The two demon kings were extremely angry and swooped down quickly, intending to kill Yi Xiaoye.
After falling 1,000 meters, I suddenly felt cramps in my abdomen.
Chapter 91: Killing the Demon Emperor. Poisonous.
The demon king spoke, looking at his companions in surprise. My companion was holding his stomach at this moment, unable to straighten his back due to the pain. The two of them were in perfect sync, looking at the girl performing poison techniques in the distance. Chu Baining glanced at them sarcastically with a smile in her eyes. The next moment, a breath of death enveloped him from above. Looking up, I saw a girl holding a magic sickle falling from the sky. The Grim Reaper swung his scythe, leaving a deep wound on the necks of the two demon kings.
You're not going to die? Seeing that the two demon kings were still struggling, Mu Xiao suddenly became angry. Take another scythe from me. Snap. Snap.
The Grim Reaper's scythe was swung wildly, and the bodies of the two demon kings were quickly cut in half. A ray of light from the god of death swept across, transforming into wisps of demonic energy that scattered everywhere. The domain was activated, and the girl, like the god of death, quickly caught up with the scattered evil spirit. The power of heaven blossomed, and the two demon kings were completely reduced to nothing under the attack of the three women. After defeating the two demon kings, Mu Xiao charged into the demon clan again.
The domineering girl kept swinging the scythe of death, reaping the lives of the demons.
At the Kyoto Demon Slayer Guild headquarters, Xiao Rui and a group of senior executives had sweat on their palms.
After the demons arrived, they were ready to die.
At this moment, Shen Tian and the women were fighting a bloody battle with the demons above the sky.
If this goes on, they won't be able to bear it. Master, let's also launch an attack.
We can't just rely on Shen Tian and the others.
That's right.
The worst that can happen is death, and a big scar on the head.
First, Master, I request to fly a fighter plane into battle. Ordinary weapons have basically no effect on these demons.
But the battle in the sky at this moment undoubtedly ignited everyone's blood.
Even if I die, I will die fighting. Give the order.
Send all fighter planes. All beast masters and beast mothers above advanced level are to take to the skies and fight. Finally, Xiao Rui made up his mind. Soon, the order spread to all the fortresses in the Dragon Kingdom.
All fighter planes took off at once.
All the beast masters and beast girls who had reached a high level boarded their fighter planes and rushed towards the demons in the sky.
A melee is about to break out. The bloody battle between humans and demons will only end when one side is destroyed.
In the arrogant demon realm, Shen Tian and the arrogant demon emperor were at a stalemate. Time passed little by little, and half an hour had passed in the blink of an eye. The arrogant demon emperor finally lowered his head and began to look the human boy in front of him squarely.
Can you still hold on? What? Can't bear it anymore?
Shen Tian raised his eyebrows, his words full of provocation.
I've only just begun. Boom!
The power of heaven erupted, and the sword energy became stronger than before. To put it bluntly, your swordsmanship is to treat yourself as a sword, that is, to the level of being one with the sword. My swordsmanship can also achieve the unity of man and sword, and it is a sword intent even stronger than yours.
Your arrogance has doomed your swordsmanship to never be the strongest.
He exerted force with both arms and raised the Emperor Bone Sword.
The terrifying force bounced the arrogant demon emperor away. Emperor's Sword Dao.
The arrogant demon emperor restrained his demonic energy and looked straight at Shen Tian.
Wrong. Shen Tian shook his head and injected the power of heaven into the Emperor Bone Sword. A shadow of an emperor quietly rose from behind.
The dazzling nine-colored light makes the emperor's shadow look extremely sacred. My swordsmanship is not about being an emperor.
It's about slaying gods. What a big tone.
The arrogant demon emperor disdains and kills gods with his sword. It means that Shen Tian wants to use his sword to kill the gods. Even though the arrogant demon emperor, who had roamed the universe for hundreds of millions of years and had seen countless sword-wielding warriors, had never heard of anyone who dared to say that he could kill a god.
Even the demon king of the demon clan wouldn't dare to make such a big statement. Not only am I powerful, I'm also strong.
The power of heaven is pushed to the extreme, and the innate skills are strengthened and blessed at the god level. At this moment, the emperor's shadow seemed to become completely solid. He slashed the Emperor Bone Sword in his hand and uttered the words Emperor's Punishment. The sword slashed down from above, and the overwhelming sword intent made the arrogant demon emperor suddenly feel heartbroken. He raised his hand and swung his sword, then shouted angrily. I have a sword that can cut through heaven and earth.
Brush.
The sword energy went up and collided with the Emperor Bone Sword. Just the moment he took over, the endless sword energy shattered. The sword blade flashed with cold light and went straight towards the arrogant demon emperor. Sword proud of the sky. The demonic energy is strong, and the sword intent penetrates the heart. The arrogant demon emperor unleashed his strongest attack. This sword completely integrated itself and transformed into a sharp magic sword. As the two swords were about to touch, Shen Tian, who was holding the Emperor Bone Sword, became illusory. At this moment, the true meaning of swordsmanship was understood. The sword was shining brightly all over, and it was in tune with Shen Tian's thoughts. The sword's edge is exposed, as if it can kill gods. The changes may seem small, but they are actually huge. The blade of the magic sword roared and blasted a gap. At this moment, Shen Tian considered himself the best in swordsmanship, and no one in the universe dared to disobey him. The arrogant demon emperor felt it most clearly. When he transformed into a demon sword and a gap appeared on the blade, he knew he had been defeated.
Die.
Click, click, click. Along the gap, cracks appeared on the magic sword.
Boom.
The magic sword exploded completely, and the arrogant demon emperor was blown 1,000 meters away. The arrogant demon emperor revealed his true appearance, covering the sword hole on his chest.
Black blood kept flowing out of his mouth. Why?
My swordsmanship was defeated by your unrealistic godslayer.
You didn't lose to me.
Shintian spoke, the emperor bone sword still in his hand, and a strong murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Holding the emperor bone sword, he walked towards the arrogant demon emperor step by step. Your sword intent is pride, it is arrogance, it is the best swordsmanship in the world, unbeatable by anyone. There is nothing wrong with being proud and arrogant, but when you were practicing, you took the path of arrogance. Arrogance makes you look down on any swordsman, which also invisibly affects your swordsmanship, making you powerful but arrogant. With this contempt, your swordsmanship is no longer impeccable, and this is why you lost to me. It can be said that your success is due to the sword, and your failure is also due to the sword. Shintian's words immediately enlightened arrogant. Looking back at all these years of conquering the universe, I have indeed developed a sense of arrogance in the way of the sword. In his eyes, any strong person is nothing but a useless person, a chicken, or a dog. Today I met a real master and realized that I was just a frog in the well.
Okay, time to get going. Shintian had already come close, stabbing the emperor bone sword horizontally.
The arrogant demon emperor stretched out his hand to block, but the emperor bone sword pierced through his palm and stabbed into his chest. Endless sword energy burst out, and the arrogant demon emperor's figure became illusory.
Wrapped in the power of heaven, it eroded the arrogant demon emperor's vitality. The arrogant demonic realm dissipated bit by bit.
The demons who were fighting fiercely suddenly noticed something was wrong.
Another demon emperor died in battle.
The greedy demon emperor was so angry that he wanted to curse the demon. He had already said that they would attack together, but he insisted on doing it alone.
Now that's it, my life is over. Bang! After blocking Xiaoji's attack, the greedy demon emperor quickly retreated and put some distance between himself and Xiaoji. Go! Surround him!
At a command, a large number of demons rushed in and trapped Xiaoji in the center.
Lazy, gluttonous, stop playing, and assemble quickly. Chapter 92 1-on-3. Receive. Gluttony opened his mouth wide and exhaled suddenly. A violent turbulence swept up and pushed Marcoine away. Then a large group of demons surrounded Marcoine. The lazy one on the other side, relying on his thick skin and flesh, retreated while being beaten. After joining forces with a large number of demons, he immediately broke away and rushed over. The three demon emperors gathered together, and powerful demonic energy condensed into a ball. The terrifying demonic power made the heaven and earth pale in comparison. Shintian held the emperor bone sword and glanced at the three people coldly. Not surprisingly, all three of them are at the pseudo-mythical level. Human, you have already met your end.
Greed spoke, and murderous intent filled the air. You demons will also die in my presence. You've already killed 4 of my clan's demon emperors. If we continue to fight you one-on-one, I'm afraid we'll all die under your sword.
Yeah, not bad, quite self-aware.
Shintian was slightly surprised. It was rare to find a sober-minded demon among these arrogant demons.
As a villain, there's no point in having a one-on-one fight.
They all rushed forward in a swarm. After all, as the old saying goes, 2 fists are no match for 4 hands. So, don't blame us for not observing martial ethics. The greedy demon emperor took the first step. When he raised his hand, all the elements behind him condensed crazily and gathered together.
Elemental turbulence.
The demonic energy was overwhelming, fusing all the elements together. With a push of his palm, the turbulent flow took on a vortex shape, like a bottomless pit, rushing towards Shintian madly. The emperor's bone sword trembled, and the king's domination of the world was launched.
Boom! As the domain expanded, Shintian's combat power increased dramatically.
As the emperor bone sword was swung, rays of sword energy fell into the elemental turbulence.
Boy, let me test your strength. Lazily dodged and stood in front of the elemental turbulence.
His body quickly expanded and grew larger, and all the sword energy fell on him. The sword energy was so sharp that it passed through the body of the lazy demon emperor without leaving a trace. This surprised Shintian a little.
He really was a tough guy. Boy, the master is here.
The lazy demon emperor rushed forward, his fat body like a cannonball, moving at an incredible speed. It is hard to imagine that the demon emperor, who is known for his laziness, can be so fast. Almost in an instant, he arrived in front of Shintian. The moment he got closer, Shen Tian sensed the fluctuation of space elements.
Shen Tian immediately understood that this was the application of elemental turbulence. Bang!
The Emperor Bone sword blocked and the fat body pressed down.
The power like Mount Tai was all pressed on Shen Tian's arms. Count me in.
The gluttonous Demon Emperor came running over, and like the lazy Demon Emperor, he was also extremely fat. With the two Demon Emperors combined together, Shen Tian would not be surprised even if they smashed through the blue star. The power of heaven erupted and began to run wildly. The shirt on his arms was torn open, revealing his muscular body.
Oh! He let out a low angry roar and pushed the two men up.
A sword slashed across, leaving a shallow sword mark on the body of the lazy Demon Emperor. After receiving this attack, the two Demon Emperors jumped up at the same time and dodged. The elemental turbulence arrived, and various elements exploded at the same time, trying to pull Shen Tian into the turbulence and tear him into pieces.
Break it for me! Holding the Emperor Bone Sword, Shen Tian directly broke into the elemental turbulence.
The sword energy intertwined and circulated like an impact drill.
Boom! A big hole was blown out in the middle of the elemental turbulence. Shen Tian shot out with his sword and instantly arrived in front of the greedy Demon Emperor.
The greedy Demon Emperor was startled, and with a flash of silver light, he was thousands of miles away in an instant.
Boom!
A muffled sound came from the Emperor Bone Sword.
Everything flows backwards, time and space are reversed.
The greedy Demon Emperor, who had just escaped, returned to his original position again.
What?
The greedy Demon Emperor was shocked and a little panicked. The demonic energy was quickly activated, and demonic armor covered his entire body. A magic shield, blocking in front of the body.
Snap!
The sword pierced through the magic shield and pointed directly at the armor of the greedy Demon Emperor.
Congeal!
With a roar, all the power of the armor was concentrated on the chest. The sword blade was so sharp that it still pierced into the armor. Slurp! Suddenly, the wind blew violently and the air became chaotic.
The gluttonous Demon Emperor opened his mouth wide and sucked countless air into his stomach frantically.
The direction of his open mouth was facing Shen Tian.
Under the huge pulling force, Shen Tian could no longer move forward.
The greedy Demon Emperor took this opportunity to retreat, and his demonic energy transformed into various weapons.
Magic weapon formation.
Whoosh! 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 Weapons were fired one after another wildly.
Roll!
Shen Tian turned around and shouted angrily, and the sound waves rolled in colors. The spiritual power contained in it directly impacted the brain of the gluttonous Demon Emperor. The skill was interrupted and the suction force was gone. The Emperor Bone Sword was swung, and his steps were like ghostly shadows, quickly flashing and dodging. At the same time, use the Emperor Bone Sword to continuously chop, cut and block.
In a few breaths, Shen Tian rushed out of the magic weapon formation. The Emperor's decree to kill.
The Emperor Bone Sword was swung, and an imperial decree was quickly completed.
God-killing form.
The sword thrust out, aiming straight at the greedy Demon Emperor.
Don't even think about it.
The fat and huge body landed directly in front of the greedy Demon Emperor. The Emperor's killing decree came, and endless sword energy carrying the power of heaven bombarded the back of the lazy Demon Emperor.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
The explosions continued one after another, causing circles of aftermath to vent outward. After the smoke cleared, the lazy Demon Emperor's back was already blurred by fear, and black demonic blood was flowing down his spine. Interesting. You can actually hurt me. The lazy Demon Emperor turned around with an extremely fierce look in his eyes. You succeeded in irritating me. Bang! With a dodged kick, the lazy Demon Emperor was completely removed. He swung his fist, which was as big as a hill, and smashed it towards Shen Tian. A gentle breeze blew, and the lazy Demon Emperor's speed increased dramatically. A punch landed in the air and Shen Tian immediately stepped back. At this moment, a rolling airflow came out of Gluttony's mouth, pushing Shen Tian forward. In this way, he was blocked from front to back and could not escape at all. In that case, I will destroy you. Field time and space stand still. When? The colorful light radiated outward in a circle of ripples, centered on the Emperor Bone Sword. The lazy Demon Emperor paused noticeably, and Shen Tian took the opportunity to attack. The power of heaven covered the Emperor Bone Sword. The Emperor's shadow quickly took shape and slashed the lazy Demon Emperor's arm as he swung his fist. Snap! With a crisp sound, traces of the battle in the field were shattered. The lazy demon emperor is a pseudo-myth after all. He will be able to break free quickly from the influence of the emperor-level domain. When he broke free from the stillness of time and space, the emperor's shadow had already swung his sword and slashed down.
Emperor punishes. You still haven't given up. My defense is not something you can easily break. If you want to cut off my arm, you can practice cultivation for tens of thousands of years. That may not be the case. Boom! Colorful lights rippled, and the power of heaven was pushed to the extreme. The solid shadow of the emperor looks like a real god. The swung emperor bone sword cut through the flesh and reached the bones. How is that possible? Lazy was shocked that his defense was actually broken. What's impossible? I'm going to cut off your arm. Kill.
He raised his sword and swung it down quickly, aiming at the original wound and cutting directly into it.
The bones of the lazy demon emperor were cut neatly. An arm fell rapidly downwards. Chapter 93 Calculation.
A scream was heard as the lazy demon emperor hugged his broken arm and shoulder.
Shintian, you deserve to die. You actually cut off one of my arms.
The greedy demon emperor was also startled and stared at the falling broken arm in amazement. Even Sloth, who had the highest defense, had one arm chopped off.
If it were me, and I was hit by this sword, what would happen?
With his eyes slightly narrowed, the greedy demon emperor began to calculate in his mind. This boy must die, keeping him alive will only bring endless trouble.
Shintian, I want you to die.
Laziness gritted his teeth, raised his other arm, and slapped forward with his palm.
Bang! This palm landed directly on Shintian's head. Demonic energy billowed outward, and Lazy laughed loudly. Ah, kid, does it hurt? Didn't you eat?
Shintian raised his eyebrows, and the lazy demon emperor in front of him changed his expression. This palm strike was delivered in extreme anger, and the force was extremely terrifying. Even if Shintian wasn't beaten to death, his head would be buzzing. Long before the lazy demon emperor took action, Shintian had already mobilized the power of heaven and placed all the protections above his head. This palm strike did not cause any damage.
You've lost an arm, yet you still dare to act so arrogantly? I'll take away another one of yours.
The emperor bone sword swung, cutting from bottom to top.
Phew!
The sword blade cut through his flesh, and the lazy demon emperor's face changed drastically, and he retreated madly.
You two come and help me. Here I come. Gluttony fell from the sky and blocked the way of the lazy demon emperor.
A sword energy was slashed out, and the glutton opened his big mouth and swallowed it directly into his stomach.
You really like to eat, right? I'll let you eat as much as you want today. Raising the emperor bone sword in his hand, Shintian swung his arms quickly. Waves of sword energy burst out at an indescribable speed.
All one could see were streaks of sword energy bursting out from the emperor bone sword. On the other hand, the gluttonous demon emperor's stomach began to swell as the sword energy entered his abdomen.
In just 10 seconds, the gluttonous demon emperor's stomach had bulged like a mountain. You'll die of stuffing. The emperor ordered to kill. An imperial edict condensed out of thin air, and a sword pierced through it. Countless energies gathered into big buns and stuffed them all into the greedy stomach. After the steamed bun entered the stomach, it immediately turned into the power of heaven. With the sound of sword energy, endless sword energy began to rampage in the stomach of the gluttonous demon emperor under Shintian's control. Even if the internal organs are strong, they cannot withstand such an attack. You tricked me. The gluttonous demon emperor was furious and wanted to vomit out everything he had swallowed.
Shintian would never give him a chance, and he would kill him with another imperial decree.
Seal up. With one blow, the gluttonous demon emperor's mouth was sealed directly.
Among all of Shintian's skills, the one that is most widely used and can be described as the most varied is definitely the emperor's decree kill. Once the imperial decree is issued, all kinds of death can happen in a single thought.
Woo woo woo. With his mouth sealed, the gluttonous demon emperor felt uncomfortable all over.
He slapped his belly frantically, trying to digest the power in his stomach. But this is the power of heaven, which is naturally resistant to demonic energy and can even subtly suppress it.
Help gluttony first.
The lazy demon emperor, who had retreated violently, immediately rushed back.
A palm slapped out and landed on gluttony's back.
The demonic energy gushed out crazily and was injected into the body of the gluttonous demon emperor, intending to expel the power of heaven from his body.
There's nothing I can do. I have a solution. Shin Tian spoke loudly and appeared above the two demon emperors.
The blade of the Emperor Bone's sword in his hand pointed downward, and murderous intent was revealed in his eyes. The power of heaven was completely injected into the Emperor Bone sword. The overwhelming pressure descended in an instant. Rule the world. Time and space stand still. Two major areas, launched at the same time. After being superimposed together, the two demon emperors were immediately fixed in place. Then, powerful pressure descended, restricting the flow of demonic energy in the two's bodies. Emperor's punishment. God-level enhancement. The Emperor's shadow soared into the sky, and in an instant it was thousands of feet high. Under the huge Emperor Bone sword, the two demon emperors looked extremely small. With all the power of heaven mobilized, this sword has far surpassed the pseudo-mythical level attack. The two demon emperors were in a state of time standstill. Although their brains were still functioning normally, they could not make any sound. They could only pray for greed to come to the rescue. However, at this moment, greed did not take action. I saw a short blade in his palm. The short blade cut through his palm and black blood gushed out.
Master Demon Emperor, please lend me a hand.
On the blue planet, the Demon Emperor, who was trapped in the cage of heaven, suddenly opened his scarlet eyes. A sinister sneer flashed in his eyes, and a stream of blood flew out with a flick of his finger.
The essence and blood quickly rushed into the blue star.
Greedily sensing the Demon Emperor's attack, it immediately climbed upwards. In the atmosphere, that trace of essence and blood was swallowed up by greed. At this moment, the greedy Demon Emperor stepped into the true mythical level.
With a wave of his hand, elemental turbulence condensed under his feet.
Behind him, all kinds of weapons appeared out of thin air. Elemental turbulence and magic weapon formation are the two most powerful skills of the greedy Demon Emperor. At this moment, he fully mobilized the demonic energy in his body and used this most powerful killing move.
Shin Tian, this emperor is here to take your life. Don't blame me for being lazy and gluttonous. This is all for the greater good of the demon clan. When the demon emperor resurrects you, he will definitely reward you handsomely.
Below, the shadow of the emperor swung his sword. The space-time stillness field loosened slightly, and the two demon emperors were able to speak.
Greed, you sold me out.
Lazy was furious, and when he saw the sword was about to fall, he directly burned the essence of the demon soul.
The demonic energy in his body was instantly activated.
He grabbed Greedy's shoulder with one hand and lifted it above his head with all his strength.
The gluttonous demon emperor's pupils widened as he struggled hard.
However, the sword in sight had already fallen. His stomach exploded, and countless sword energies spread rapidly. Under the emperor's punishment, the gluttonous demon emperor was killed on the spot. It transformed into wisps of demonic energy, and before it could escape, it was purified by the power of heaven.
At least I saved my life.
Just as Lazy was rejoicing, the Emperor Bone Sword passed through layers of energy ripples and came above his head.
How is this possible? This sword of mine was originally intended for you too. Even if he dies, you can't escape.
Lazy suddenly looked pale. He had never expected this. From the moment he tried to save Tanshur, he had already been put on Shin Tian's death list. The energy in his body has been locked, and the origin of the demon soul has burned to the bottom. This sword can no longer be avoided. The sword light was so dazzling that the lazy demon emperor couldn't open his eyes. Under the attack of sword energy and the power of heaven, his body turned into demonic energy and was then completely purified.
The demon army was thrown into chaos.
Before they even set foot on the land of Blue Star, 6 of the 7 demon emperors were killed.
The demon king is also trapped in the cage of heaven. Can he still win this battle? When the demons were in panic, a terrifying energy wave suddenly came from above.
The emperor's shadow has just dissipated, and the power of heaven in his body is still being replenished. Sensing this energy fluctuation, Shin Tian's face became solemn. All I saw was a turbulent flow of elements falling from the sky.
Not surprisingly, Shin Tian fell into the elemental turbulence. Shin Tian, die.
Carrying a magic weapon array, the greedy demon emperor rushed forward. At the critical moment, the elemental turbulence suddenly changed. A pair of warm hands hugged Shin Tian from behind.
Chapter 94 Pseudo-Myth. Field Element Stripping.
Marcoine arrived quietly, pushing his spiritual power to the extreme, and cooperating with the heavenly Tao Spirit Stone he obtained. With the blessing of the power of heaven, the elements of his domain can be stripped away and can temporarily reach the pseudo-mythical level. Although it is impossible to completely resolve the elemental turbulence, it can weaken it on a large scale and reduce the damage to Shintian.
Sister Queen.
Shintian was shocked and broke out in cold sweat. The next moment, Makian hugged Shintian and turned around with force. He thrust out a palm with incredible force, knocking Shintian away. Behind him, the magic weapon array descended. Phew! The magic sword pierced into Marco Yin's body, and blood spurted out of his mouth on the spot.
No!
Shintian roared, and the scene from his previous life was played out again. The past is like smoke, as if it was just yesterday.
Damn it!
The greedy Demon Emperor cursed angrily that the power he received from the Demon Emperor failed to kill Shintian, but instead killed an insignificant little character.
Time and space reversal. Boom!
Everything began to flow backwards, returning to the time when Marcoine hugged Shintian.
Sister Queen, don't! He grabbed Makian's hands and forcibly twisted Makian in front of him.
I don't want to see you die in front of me again.
Marco laughed. Silly boy, I don't want to see you die either. There is no need to explain it between the two of them. The final secret is already known. The magic weapon array arrived in an instant and was about to fall.
Marco sighed, if we have to die, then let's die together.
Okay. I'll accompany you.
Shintian relaxed his guard, and the next moment, Markian suddenly attacked.
Not surprisingly, Shintian was blown away again. Puff puff. Sharp blades pierced through Makian's body.
Blood flowers bloomed in the air, and Shintian's heart felt like it was being cut by a knife. His whole body was shaking uncontrollably, and his eyes were bloodshot.
Life healing.
The innate skill was activated, and brilliant light was injected instantly, protecting Marco Yin's last breath. At this moment, the magic weapon formation has not yet ended. Shintian raised his hand and slashed out with a sword. The anger in his eyes burned to the extreme. The power of the way of heaven hidden in the body was fully stimulated. The 5 internal organs and the 8 extraordinary meridians are completely sublimated at this moment. Under the brilliant colorful lights, the momentum continues to rise. The Emperor Bone sword in his hand was pushed to its extreme. The Emperor's shadow soared into the sky and slashed upward with a sword.
Emperor punishes.
The sword shot towards the sky, and the magic weapon array exploded one after another, turning into endless demonic energy. The greedy Demon Emperor's face changed drastically. The energy he had just borrowed was completely exhausted. At this moment, his realm has fallen back to pseudo-mythology again.
You also broke through.
The greedy Demon Emperor's voice trembled as he looked at Shintian in disbelief. That's right, when Marcoine was dying, Shintian broke through. Suddenly, the sky and the earth were filled with violent winds, and the power of heaven in Shintian's palm evolved into endless rules.
Roll. A palm strike hit the greedy Demon Emperor right in the chest. Phew.
The greedy Demon Emperor spat out black blood and quickly dodged and retreated backwards. After entering the pseudo-myth, Shintian's combat power became even stronger. Even if the lazy Demon Emperor were alive, he would not be able to withstand this palm, let alone the greedy Demon Emperor.
He quickly retreated and hid among the demons. Kill. Attack together. If one person can't do it, then use a group of people.
The greedy Demon Emperor hides among the demons, looking for an opportunity to strike again. Shintian held Marcoine in his arms and continuously injected the power of heaven into him. The demons surged in, and the sky was dark.
It feels a bit like dark clouds are pressing down on the city, threatening to destroy it. Don't even think about taking a single step forward while we're here.
Ymir shouted angrily, and her foxy charm was activated. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and almost in an instant, tens of thousands of demons were controlled and turned around to kill their own kind.
On. The dragon's roar echoed, and the ice and fire dragons danced, setting off a dragon war dance, wreaking havoc among the demons.
The sea was surging, and Yi Xiaoyu was holding a mermaid harp. The sound of the harp was rapid and murderous. Columns of water shot up into the sky, like arrows exploding in the sky. Darkness filled the air. Mu Shio held the scythe of death in her hand, madly harvesting the heads of demons. The 9 colored toxins merged with each other and turned into the most powerful poison in the world.
Anyone from the demon clan who touches it will die.
The afterimages were endless, and Xiao Ji moved back and forth in the sky at an extremely fast speed. Wherever he passed, a large number of demons died suddenly. The women worked together to buy time for Shintian. At the Kyoto Demon Slayer Guild headquarters, the scene where Marco Yin almost died was also seen by everyone. Give the order. Full fire. Xiaorui was furious, and all the heavy weapons on the ground were fired. Various shells flew up into the sky and exploded among the demons.
Even if we cannot kill the demon, we must injure it.
The Beastmasters and Beastgirls who were flying the fighter planes were also bloodthirsty at this moment. Knowing it is impossible, he still insists on risking his life. There were even some fighter planes, knowing they were powerless to fight, and they charged directly into the demon clan, even self-destructing to take the lives of several demons.
The battle at this point can only be described as brutal. For the blue planet, for human civilization.
Even if I die, I will have no regrets.
Just because my loved ones are still living on this land. God-level enhancement. Life heals.
With the two innate skills activated at the same time, the wounds on Marco Yin's body began to recover slowly.
Leave me alone and go kill the demons. No.
Shintian shook his head stubbornly. I want to kill the demons, but you can't die. Having lived 2 lives, his feelings for Makian have long been deeply rooted in his bones.
If Marco Yin was gone, Shintian would have no motivation to move forward.
Grabbing the Heavenly Tao Spirit Stone with one hand, Shintian crushed it with force. He controlled the released power of heaven and integrated it all into Markian's body. With the power of heaven entering his body, Markian's body gradually sublimated and became stronger.
The speed of wound healing also increases greatly. Just when Shintian was concentrating on healing Marco Yin's injuries.
The greedy demon emperor hiding in the demon clan has been staring at Shintian for a long time. His figure flashed and healed, then disappeared among a group of demons without a trace. At this moment, he was wandering in the invisible space, approaching Shintian step by step.
Shintian seemed to be completely unaware of all this. The abdominal injury has completely healed, Marco Yin's external injuries have been eliminated, and now only internal injuries remain.
Shintian felt slightly delighted and mobilized more heavenly power from his dantian. The power of heaven mixed with that broken Heavenly Tao Spirit Stone was all injected into Marco Yin's body. The meridians flashed with colorful light, and Markian's pale face gradually became rosy.
Come out. Shintian didn't turn around and spoke in a cold voice.
The sound waves did not spread out quickly, but locked onto one place. The greedy demon emperor was shocked and immediately realized that something was wrong.
He was about to turn around and run away, but a powerful energy wave exploded in front of him. Boom!
The void exploded, and the figure of the greedy demon emperor appeared 100 meters behind Shintian. Shintian pulled with his backhand, and the greedy demon emperor's body flew out of control and flew directly towards him. Grabbing the greedy demon emperor's neck, Shintian exerted a little force with his arms. A feeling of suffocation surged into his brain, and the greedy demon emperor struggled, trying to mobilize the demonic energy in his body.
Chapter 95 Understanding the Rules. Greedy demon emperor, do you think you can escape from my grasp? Shintian spoke viciously, his angry face looked like it came from hell. Just by looking at Shintian, the greedy demon emperor felt as if his soul was being killed. Why does a pseudo-myth have such a strong deterrent effect? You shouldn't, absolutely shouldn't, ever touch my Shintian's woman. You can kill me, but you can't touch him. If I guess correctly, you demons want to be resurrected. You must retain a trace of the devil soul's origin. Hearing this, the greedy demon emperor immediately lost his composure. He struggled to grab Shintian's arm, trying to escape. But at this moment, Shintian mastered the rules of Blue Star, and the pressure like the law of heaven suppressed him tightly. No matter how much you struggle, it's useless. His pupils fell on the dantian of the greedy demon emperor, and the origin of the demon soul was immediately controlled by Shintian. As his gaze moved upwards, the origin of the demonic soul also floated out and was spewed out from the mouth of the greedy demon emperor. Destroy! Boom! The devilish soul origin of the greedy demon emperor turned into nothingness on the spot. Even the last wisp was purified completely by Shintian using the power of heaven. The greedy demon emperor looked ashen, the origin of his demonic soul was destroyed, and he would never be able to be resurrected. At this moment, the greedy demon emperor panicked. I regret it so much, I never thought of this. Because of a woman, he was completely ruined. On the other hand, Marco Yin's injuries have basically healed. After returning from the brink of death, Markian's strength increased further, and he even broke through to the pseudo-mythical level. Of course, Shintian played a big role in the breakthrough. In order to bring Markian back to life, Shintian gave half of the power of heaven to Markian. Goodbye, greedy demon emperor. No, no.
The greedy demon emperor was still struggling, but his body was already being eroded by the power of heaven and was dissipating bit by bit. From the toes, to the waist, to the neck, and then the head disappeared. Among the 7 demon emperors of the demon race, the first demon emperor to be killed in the true sense was born. Seeing all this, Shintian felt powerless.
Ma Qian supported Shintian, his eyes full of blame. Idiot, is it worth it?
Worth.
Shintian nodded affirmatively. As long as you are okay, everything is worth it. How are you feeling? I'm fine. Shintian shook his head. It may take some time to recover. Just focus on your recovery and leave the rest to me.
After saying this, Marco Wien summoned the Pegasus Golden Spear. A golden light was released from between his eyebrows, leaving a protective magic circle for Shintian. The golden wings behind him spread out, and the sacred aura under the power of heaven was unprecedentedly powerful.
He leaped up and shot out like an arrow.
In the blink of an eye, he broke into the demon clan. With a wave of his hand and a slash of his gun, tens of thousands of demons fell. With Markian's strong return, the women's fighting power has been further enhanced, and the overall situation has fallen into a crushing state. Shintian sat cross-legged high in the sky, concentrating deeply in meditation. After breaking through the pseudo-mythical level, he gained a new understanding of the power of heaven. The so-called power of heaven is not just a pure force. More importantly, it is the rules of the world. The way of heaven is a general term for rules. If you only use the power of heaven, you will never be able to take that last step. Only by truly understanding the rules can one continue to move forward and reach the true mythical level. Shintian knew very well in his heart that the real powerful demon king, the demon emperor, had not yet appeared. The cage of heaven can trap him for a while, but not for a lifetime. While there is still time, we must understand all the rules of heaven. Meditate quietly, and all the noise from the outside world seems to disappear.
Shintian was immersed in the mystery. This feeling was indescribable and indescribable. Everything happened naturally.
In my mind, there appears a scene of the beginning of the world. Life was born and civilization was established.
Rules and order were formed bit by bit over countless epochs.
This world has grown from nothing to something, from weak to strong. The heavenly Tao that protects the blue planet is becoming increasingly powerful as civilization matures and order improves. Various rules of heaven and earth flashed through Shintian's mind. Each rule stayed in Shintian's mind for a short time before being understood and absorbed by him, becoming a part of himself. Above the blue star, Marco Wien and the women had been fighting fiercely for a whole day and night.
The number of demons is simply too huge, and it will take a long time to kill them all.
In this short period of time, only 1/10 of them were killed. After the powerful demon emperor was gone, the remaining demon kings did not dare to step forward. He mingled with the demons and commanded his men to launch an attack. This entanglement lasted for another 2 days and 2 nights. People will get tired after a long and fierce battle. Although I was supported by the belief that I would win, I gradually felt powerless.
Why aren't you healed yet? I can't hold on any longer. Mu Xiao just felt a headache.
She has never been merciful to aliens, and her main strategy is to kill, kill, kill.
But now, I feel a little irritated. Hold on, we must believe in him.
Ymir came with a message and at the same time transmitted the situation on the battlefield to everyone. Since stepping into the pseudo-myth, Ma Qian seems to have become a different person. That sacred aura naturally has a restraining effect on the demons. Moreover, after the power of heaven was integrated into her flesh and blood, her dantian could supply it continuously, so that she never felt tired from the moment she started. Within the protective magic circle, all the rules are mastered by Shintian. But every time we try to integrate the rules, various accidents occur and we never take the final step.
What's going on? Is it because I gave half of the power of the heavenly Tao to Sister Queen?
Shintian guessed in his heart, but felt something was wrong.
No, we can't delay any longer like this. Since I can't take the final step, let's put it aside for now.
Considering that the women have been fighting for a long time and are probably exhausted, Shintian must participate in the battle.
After finishing his training, Shintian opened his eyes.
He quickly scanned the battlefield to locate the women. The light in his hands bloomed, and his innate skills were released one after another.
Blessings from the god of war. Life healing. Abundant spiritual power.
When 3 rays of light fell, the women felt refreshed.
The consumed spiritual power was all restored in an instant. Even the skin injuries could not be healed due to the endless vitality energy. The blessing from the god of war swept away all the fatigue, as if he was resurrected with full blood. Invincible golden body. The brilliant light fell, and the women were covered with a layer of colorful golden bodies. After entering the pseudo-myth, Shintian's talents and skills have been greatly enhanced. The most terrifying thing is the invincible golden body, which lasts for a full 10 minutes. During these 10 minutes, no attack could hurt them at all. With this invincible golden body, the women's attacks became more violent. They did not avoid the attacks of the demons at all and fought directly. Seeing this, the demons' faces changed drastically. The army's morale, which was already in a panic, was about to be lost. If it weren't for the fear of the demon emperor, some demons would probably have chosen to flee. Inside the heavenly prison, the demon emperor saw everything. Seeing the demons die one after another, his eyes became more and more excited. Chapter 96: The Demon Emperor arrives. Keep killing, leave no one alive. Whether I can return to the top depends on you. In the heavenly prison, the demon emperor whispered secretly. The scarlet eyes were filled with a desire for power. Above the blue star sky, Shintian held the emperor bone sword in his hand. With a random sweep of the sword, large numbers of demons were wiped out. The women also used various methods to kill the demons and left them with nowhere to escape. The overwhelming attack ignited hope in countless people. After fighting with the demons for another whole day, the women's strength was almost exhausted. Everyone, retreat. Recover and leave the rest to me. Upon hearing the sound, Makian and others retreated into the air, immediately sat down cross-legged, and began to adjust their state. And Shintian in the sky stood proudly with a sword in his hand, ignoring the countless demons. Let me see how capable you guys are. You're relying on numbers, right? In my opinion, Shintian can kill them all with one sword. He raised his hand and swung the sword upwards, and the sword energy spread out for a full 100,000 meters. Carrying the terrifying power of heaven, it climbed upwards madly. The charging demons, when encountering the sword energy, turned into wisps of demonic energy and dissipated between heaven and earth. Imprisonment. Shintian raised his hand, and the world fell under his control in an instant. The space trembled slightly, and 1,000,000 demons were trapped in a piece of heaven and earth. This is the power of rules. Destroy. The sword rises and falls, and the sword energy is everywhere. The devil dies and mourns in just a moment. With this sword, millions of demons died. The terrifying fighting power makes all the demons tremble with fear. Escape. Suddenly, a demon spoke. Fear spread immediately, and almost half of the demons turned around and rushed out of the blue star frantically. The demon king, who was trapped in the cage of heaven, suddenly looked gloomy. Are you disobeying this emperor? Boom! The sound waves rolled down from the sky and instantly reached the minds of the escaping demons. If you dare to retreat even a single step today, when this emperor's plan is complete, I will make sure you are trapped in the demon tomb, unable to live or die. In an instant, all the demons hurriedly stopped. Faced with the threat from the demon king, they began to hesitate. These demons have been fighting for a long time and naturally know the temper of the demon king. There was once a demon who escaped from the battlefield and was imprisoned by the demon king in the 18th level of the demon tomb, where he endured all kinds of torture from the demons every day. It lasted for 100 million years before the demon emperor finally killed it. Thinking of this, the demons shuddered. Kill. For the demon emperor. Under the pressure of the demon emperor, the demons turned back. Anyway, I am no match for Shintian, so I might as well die. As long as the demon emperor escapes from the prison of heaven, he will surely be able to turn the tide of the battle. Then, you can be resurrected and come back. Shintian witnessed all of this and became more wary of the demon king trapped in the cage. We must make a quick decision. Shintian had some vague guesses about the demon emperor. These demon creatures are all his pawns, delaying time and sending themselves to die in vain. The demon emperor must be killed before he breaks through the heavenly prison. Thinking of this, Shintian no longer hesitated. God-level enhancement. The sword points to the sky, and the wind and clouds change. The shadow of the emperor suddenly rose from behind. The emperor's shadow has now become extremely solid, and even a blurry face can be seen, which is exactly the same as Shintian. The power of heaven, the rules of operation. The sun, moon, heaven, and earth are all in your palm. Boom! A layer of colorful energy fluctuations is attached to the emperor's shadow.
The momentum suddenly surged. Shintian held the Emperor Bone Sword in his hand. With an angry shout of kill, the Emperor's shadow followed Shintian and waved his arms. The Emperor Bone Sword swept across, and groups of demons disappeared one after another. Above the sky, one can see countless demons dying, turning into demonic energy that covers the sky. The power of heaven burst forth and pounced forward quickly. In a moment, it was completely purified. This scene was clearly seen by the top leaders of the Kyoto Demon Slayer Guild headquarters. He wouldn't want to eliminate all the remaining demons by himself, would he? It is very likely that Shintian's current combat power has reached an inestimable level. Those demon emperors all died at his hands, not to mention these little demons. First Master, what do you think? Xiaorui frowned and stared at Shintian on the screen, feeling a little worried. After the disaster of the resurrection of the monsters, everything became very difficult. But since Shintian appeared, things have gone much more smoothly. For example, at this moment, the demons are coming, and Blue Star should have suffered a huge blow, but he is able to turn the tide. According to the Heavenly Tao, the demons should not be underestimated. How could a civilization that had fought for hundreds of millions of years be defeated so easily? But Shintian is proving with his actions that the demons are just a group of ants in his hands and can be crushed with ease. I have a bad feeling. Everything is going too smoothly. The real disaster may not even begin yet. Hearing Xiaorui say this, everyone's faces became serious. For a moment, everyone's eyes were fixed on the old man, waiting for his orders. Let's move everyone into the underground base. The underground base was built after the monster was revived. It was originally intended to preserve the spark of civilization, but it seems there is no need to activate it now. After all, the situation is very good. But Xiaorui had already given the order, and everyone had no choice but to follow it. Orders were issued one after another and all places quickly mobilized. Under official organization, ordinary people quickly moved to underground bases. On the ground, there were beast masters and beast girls, as well as soldiers who were able to use heavy weapons. Above the earth, Shintian held the Emperor Bone Sword and chased the demons, killing them indiscriminately. Emperor Zhu released it again and again, as if he was tireless. The power of the heavenly Tao in Dantian is continuously supplied and replenished. Even so, it cannot withstand such consumption. Gradually, the supply of heavenly power could no longer keep up with Shintian's pace. Attack skills also decreased starting from Emperor Zhu. Until the demon clan was killed, only 1/10 of them remained. Shintian then withdrew his hand, lowered his flying altitude, and came down in front of the women. You guys will have to deal with the remaining demons. I also need to adjust my condition. Once all these demons are wiped out, it will be time to break out of Blue Star and slay the demon emperor. The goddesses looked serious, as killing the demon king would undoubtedly determine the outcome of this disaster. Without any hesitation, they all took to the air to wipe out the last 1/10 of the demons. Shintian withdrew, and the remaining demons just breathed a sigh of relief. But then Marcoine came with a group of beast girls, holding the Pegasus Golden Spear. These people are crazy. What sin have I committed? Why did I come to Blue Star? My devil heart is about to break. For hundreds of millions of years, when has my demon race ever been so miserable? Everyone, stop sighing, the people are already here to kill us. The desperate demons had no choice but to pick up their weapons again and fight against the women. The heaven and earth shook, and the void shattered. The rumbling sound of explosions continued to echo in the sky. A huge group of demons were chased and beaten by 8 women. This scene looks very funny, but it is actually being performed seriously. While the women were killing the rest of the demons, Shintian was concentrating on adjusting his state. A faint power of heaven surrounds the body. Everything on the entire blue planet seemed to have merged into Shintian's body. Various rules, through the resonance of heaven and earth, reached an agreement with Shintian. Invisibly, Shintian once again touched the last step. It was just one step away, but it was broken. Mythical level, maybe it really requires some luck. Shintian smiled bitterly, no longer caring about the illusory supreme level, and concentrating on adjusting his state. The rules between heaven and earth are interconnected with flesh and blood. As time went by, Shintian's physical body made new progress. Every breath feels like the blue planet is breathing. Every inch of flesh and blood in the body is in line with the rules of heaven and earth. It can be said that every move of Shintian in the future, even the movement of his hands and feet, will be the application of the rules of heaven and earth. Finally, the overall status was adjusted. Shen Tian opened his eyes sparkling. He stretched his arms, and his bones collided with each other.
The mental state has been adjusted to the best.
Inside the atmosphere, the last demons are cornered.
Shen Tian estimated that there were about 2 million left. Let me do it.
He spoke proudly, and the women avoided him when they heard his voice.
Immediately afterwards, a sword energy swept over.
More than 2 million demons have no chance of resistance.
All the energy in his body was completely blocked by Shen Tian.
He stood there unable to move at all, and could only let the sword energy pass through his body and turn into wisps of demonic energy. At this point, all the demons that broke into Blue Star were killed.
Wait for me here. I'll go with you.
Ma Qian immediately spoke up and stopped Shen Tian, who wanted to go alone.
We'll go too.
Looking back, the women all had determined expressions.
Everyone is determined to die. Don't worry, nothing will happen, and with your current strength, you can't leave Blue Star.
I could take you up there by force, but then I would have to take care of your safety while I fight. The women wanted to persist, but they were helpless given the current situation. Well, you guys should practice hard. If you can step into the pseudo-myth and comprehend the laws of heaven and earth, you can leave Blue Star.
As he spoke, Shen Tian put his fingers together. He touched the eyebrows of the girls one by one and passed on all his insights about the rules of heaven and earth to them. With this understanding, the women will understand the rules faster. Okay, I'll go ahead.
He stepped on the void and jumped up.
After passing through the vast atmosphere, Shen Tian finally walked out of the blue planet. The blue planet behind is very small in the universe. But that faint blue light is full of vitality. In the dim universe, between the blue star and the moon,
the colorful cage shone brightly, and inside it was the demon tomb, the base camp of the demons. In the demon tomb, the demon king with scarlet eyes appeared in an instant.
Standing in the cage, the demon emperor looked at Shen Tian.
He is indeed a very strong guy. From a close distance, he is indeed stronger than my 7 great demon emperors.
6.
Interesting, you still dare to bring up this matter.
Destroying the greedy demon soul source almost ruined this emperor's plan.
A hint of anger flashed across his scarlet eyes.
Fortunately, I had made preparations many years ago. I extracted a bit of the devil's soul essence from each of them.
Otherwise, if you kill greed alone, I will never be able to recover my peak strength.
Shen Tian raised his eyebrows.
From what the demon emperor said, it seemed that his strength was affected by his subordinates. Very curious, right? The demon emperor seemed very interested and spoke to himself without waiting for Shen Tian to speak.
My demon race was originally just a small civilization in the universe, and I was the only one.
Later, relying on this ability to devour living creatures, my strength gradually grew. I created the demon tomb belonging to my demon clan, and then created 7 demon emperors one after another. The 7 great demon emperors each created their own demon kings, and the demon kings continued to create demon warriors one after another.
I understand. The so-called demon clan actually only has you. They are all part of you. Shen Tian immediately understood and couldn't help but feel sad for the dead demons. Over hundreds of millions of years, they developed their own thoughts.
But from beginning to end, he lived under the shadow of the demon emperor. In their flesh and blood, and in their subconscious, there will always be traces of the demon emperor.
As long as the demon emperor is willing, they will return to their original forms at any time and be completely wiped out from this world. Actually, I found what I wanted when I discovered Blue Star. We could have defeated Blue Star in one fell swoop.
But in the last war, I damaged my origin and it has not been repaired yet.
Even if I get what I need, there is no way to integrate it.
Therefore, he used the power of the Blue Star Heavenly Tao to launch the revival of monsters again and again. In this process, humans will give birth to extraordinary people and become more and more powerful.
Once it becomes powerful enough, I can send the demons to infiltrate. Once they are killed one by one, I will be able to erase their thoughts and completely return to my original form. This way, I can recover to my strongest form and complete my grand plan.
Listening to the words of the demon emperor, Shen Tian narrowed his eyes slightly.
It seems that Tian Dao also understands that the demon emperor is using him. In a sense, I should thank you. Because of your appearance, my recovery plan has been accelerated. Although greed almost caused an accident, it had no overall impact. I'll let you see with your own eyes how I get back to the top. Destroy Tian Dao's last will with your own hands and seize the source of life.
Then I will destroy the home you have been guarding, and finally kill you.
Boom!
The scarlet pupils shot out bloodlight, appearing exceptionally bright in the vast universe.
A huge demonic energy suddenly surged from below. Shintian's expression changed and he looked down. I saw countless evil spirits rushing out from the blue star.
This.
For a moment, Shintian was shocked.
These evil spirits that were purified by the power of heaven have revived again.
Don't be surprised.
It's true that the power of heaven can purify them, but my true self is still here.
As long as I want, they can be awakened again. If you want to truly wipe out the demons, you must kill me.
Endless demonic energy rushed through Shen Tian's body, and poured into the heavenly Tao prison. The demon emperor's weak body began to gradually recover. The heavenly prison that trapped him released its final brilliance, intending to trap the demon emperor.
Heavenly Tao, it's time to end.
He grabbed the heavenly Tao cage with both hands and used tremendous force to pry the cage open. The demon king turned over and escaped, forming seals with his palms. The seal turned bloody and fell directly on the top of the heavenly Tao cage.
When the heavenly Tao prison roared and fell apart under the blood mark.
The colorful light bloomed wildly, as if burning the last of life. However, the demonic energy swept up, enveloping the colorful light, leaving no chance to breathe.
After a moment, the colorful light disappeared, leaving only the bloody evil aura. You can purify my demonic energy, and I can assimilate you. Heaven knows, we are of the same kind. Who can do anything to whom? Chapter 97, Battle with the Demon Emperor. Rumble.
In the universe, above the blue planet. The surging demonic energy swept through the darkness.
The brilliant colorful light was swallowed and digested bit by bit.
The demon king stretched out his arms, looking very happy.
It's been a long time since I felt such abundant energy.
His scarlet eyes were filled with fighting spirit as he stared at Shintian. At this moment, Shintian was horrified. The demon emperor actually assimilated the power of heaven into a part of himself. Moreover, the demon emperor said it himself, the two are of the same kind.
Then, the demon emperor's true strength is at the same level as the heavenly Tao. Shintian felt his scalp tingling.
If this was the case, it would be very difficult to defeat the demon emperor.
Human! Come and fight! The demon king roared, and the sound waves echoed throughout the universe. The terrifying demonic energy swept madly, surrounding the entire blue planet.
The demonic energy surging and gathering above his hands was enormous.
A palm came towards Shintian, and a huge palm print of demonic energy went straight to Shintian's chest.
The Emperor Bone Sword was swung, and a sword energy shot up and collided with the devil's hand.
Boom!
The power of heaven and the demonic energy exploded at the same time.
The moon trembled and seemed to be about to fall. Powerful energy fluctuations penetrated the atmosphere of the blue planet and reached the ground. Mythical level. The divine eye swept across, and the level of the demon emperor came into view. Come again.
The demon king's fighting spirit increased greatly, and he raised his hand and slapped out with his devil palm again.
One palm after another, in an instant the blue planet was covered by countless devilish hands.
The nine-colored light on the Emperor Bone Sword bloomed brilliantly, and Shintian mobilized the power of heaven with all his strength.
God-level enhancement.
Another sword was swung out, this time with a sharp edge. After colliding with countless devil's hands, the two forces instantly entangled and approached each other.
Rumble.
In the vast universe, there are constant explosions and roars, and energy fluctuations are constantly venting outward.
The entire solar system was impacted.
Shintian frowned, raised the Emperor Bone Sword, flew into the air, and pushed his speed to the extreme. Every time the two men fight, every release of energy is extremely terrifying. Staying in the sky above Blue Star to fight will inevitably affect the creatures on Blue Star.
Where are you going?
The Demon King took a step forward, his entire body transformed into demonic energy, and he caught up with Shintian.
God-level enhancement. The speed increased dramatically.
Shintian moved forward at full speed and rushed out of the solar system in just a few breaths.
After leaving the solar system, I finally felt a little relieved.
Turning around, the Emperor Bone Sword shone brightly.
Domain dominate the world. Bang! The power of heaven blooms, and the realm is fully opened. Supreme pressure descended in an instant. Interesting.
The Demon King grinned coldly, and demonic energy spread from his body, quickly demarcating an area.
Endless demon realm. The strongest territory of the demon clan, the endless demon realm, is opened. The next moment, the two of them entered into darkness.
The demon emperor stood with his hands behind his back, ignoring Shintian indifferently.
This is the most powerful domain of my demon clan, and only I can use it.
In the endless demonic realm, I am the supreme being. Shintian, your abilities are outstanding and this emperor admires them very much.
If you are willing to surrender, I can make you a member of the demon clan. From now on, you will be second only to the demon clan and above everyone else. Does the dignified demon emperor also like to recruit aliens?
Everything in the universe has the same origin, it's just that the energy forms are different. You should have noticed that there are similarities between demonic energy and the power of heaven.
So, you can be human or demon. Shintian nodded, agreeing with what the demon emperor said. In that case, why don't you give up the demon race and become a member of our human race? Wouldn't that make everyone happy? Impossible. I am the supreme demon, how could I become a human and abandon my demon identity? I say the same thing to you. I, Shintian, am a human. Even if I die, I will never fall into the demon race and betray my fellow tribesmen.
Good.
Very good.
The demon king sneered, you are quite tough.
I wonder if you will still be so stubborn when you are about to die. Bang!
Stepping into the demon realm, the demon emperor's palm turned into a fist. With a punch, the magic fist was unstoppable, and the terrifying force seemed to tear the universe apart. The Emperor Bone Sword was raised high, and an imperial edict was quickly outlined.
God-level enhancement. The power of heaven. The Emperor ordered to kill. Town.
A sword pierced through the imperial edict, and a huge golden jade seal descended from the air and suppressed the Devil's Fist.
Boom!
The Devil's Fist exploded, and the jade seal moved forward, hitting the demon king's chest hard. Just as the jade seal fell, the demon emperor's chest suddenly disappeared, and the jade seal passed through his chest, but the demon emperor was unharmed.
Come again.
Summoning the Pegasus Golden Spear, brilliant holy light rises in the demon realm. Countless golden spears gathered together, and waves of murderous intent came towards him.
Sonorous.
The Tianma golden spear trembled, and Shintian walked with the spear, carrying a golden spear formation like a meteor shower.
Holy light meteor. Supreme demon fist.
The demon king attacks, throwing 100 punches in 1 second.
In just a moment, the countless devilish fists were almost the same as a large formation.
The magic fist and the golden spear collided, and the golden holy light and the scarlet devil energy rushed against each other.
Crackling explosions resounded throughout the endless demon realm. Shintian passed through the energy aftermath and arrived in front of the demon emperor. Field time and space stand still. When?
The power of the heavenly Tao spread outward, and time and space stopped in an instant. The emperor's shadow was released instantly, rising to a height of tens of millions of feet. The huge imperial bone sword fell from the air.
Emperor punishes.
The strongest blow came down, hitting the demon king's head. As time and space stood still, the demon king raised his eyelids, and disdain flashed in the corner of his eyes.
This level of attack will do no harm to me. Snap.
The space-time stillness field exploded, and the demon king grabbed the emperor bone sword with one hand. The evil energy swept over in an instant, entangling the emperor's bone sword and then covering the entire emperor's shadow.
Break. Boom.
The emperor's shadow exploded, and Shintian was flung thousands of miles away. Holding the emperor bone sword, he glided through the universe and had already lost his balance.
Watch the punch.
The demon king flashed over and punched Shintian directly in the chest.
1 punch. 2 punches. 3 punches. Bang. 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 The devil's fist fell madly on Shintian's chest like raindrops. Even though Shintian's current body is already invincible at the mythical level.
But facing this crazy and continuous attack, his chest had already sunken slightly. There was even blood flowing from the corner of his mouth.
What do you think?
Shintian, please consider my suggestion again. Join my demon clan, and I will not treat you unfairly. While he was talking, his magic fists continued.
The demon emperor is very cautious towards Shintian.
Even if you are absolutely sure of winning, you dare not be careless in the slightest.
How can I trust you?
Gritting his teeth and shouting angrily, Shintian tried hard to find a balance point and seek an opportunity to launch a counterattack. This emperor has roamed the universe for hundreds of millions of years, and his words always count. Among my demon clan, there are also many from other clans who have come to join us.
You've seen all 7 of the demon emperors, right? Jealousy doesn't belong to the demon race.
But he is the ruler of a planet, a being similar to your blue star heavenly Tao.
He.
After sneering twice, Shintian spoke loudly.
Master Demon Emperor, you really value talents.
I'm not jealous of that kind of crap though. I, Shintian, fight for the human race.
Boom!
The power of heaven was forcibly activated, and after withstanding 2 punches, Shintian stabilized his body. He swung the Emperor Bone Sword in his hand fiercely and chopped it directly on the Demon King's shoulder. The Demon King narrowed his eyes slightly, a hint of admiration flashing in his eyes.
I was right about you.
Under my continuous attack, you were still able to launch a counterattack.
You're the first one in 100 million years. But that's all you can do. Demonic Halberd. Demonic energy condensed, and a demonic spear emerged.
The Demon Emperor stretched out his hand and firmly grasped the Demon God's halberd.
Cut.
He swung the demonic halberd and slashed directly at Shintian.
Cut. Shintian also roared angrily and adopted a head-on confrontation with the Demon King. When 2 top-notch weapons clash, every confrontation is an ultimate one.
The energy fluctuations swept wildly, breaking out of the endless demonic realm and rampaging throughout the universe.
Rumble. Small planets that were close were directly blown apart by the energy fluctuations, turning into countless dust fragments and wandering in the universe.
In the peak battle, both sides fought with all their strength.
In Shintian's Dantian, the power of heaven was constantly mobilized, consumed, and replenished.
On the other side, the Demon King, relying on the supplies from the endless demon realm, was also not stingy in venting his demonic energy.
Each move consumes most of the strength in the body. High-intensity combat does not allow for any distraction.
The Emperor Bone Sword was retracted, and 2 other swords were taken out. Ice and fire suddenly rose in the endless demonic realm, and 2 giant dragons roared.
Ice and fire, 2 dragons playing with a pearl. On. The dragon's roar echoed, and 2 dragons charged forward.
The magic fist is swung out, hitting the dragon head violently.
Boom! Boom!
With just 2 punches, the 2 giant dragons turned into streams of light and disappeared.
At this moment, Shintian had disappeared without a trace, and under the netherworld, Shintian's figure was perfectly hidden.
His body flashed quickly, and the 9-colored poison spread out rapidly.
Poison. The Demon Emperor narrowed his eyes slightly. You humans are quite interesting, and the heavenly Tao of Blue Star is also very thoughtful. You, alone, have used so many methods: ice, fire, and now poison. But you're hiding like this, do you really think I can't find you? Bang! As he stepped into the demon realm, the Demon Emperor's tiger body shook. The entire endless demon realm shook, and the Demon Emperor's aura instantly spread out, directly locking onto Shintian. He swung the demonic spear fiercely towards the void. The demonic sword fell and the space exploded.
Shintian showed up and immediately held the Emperor Bone Sword horizontally in front of him.
Here, I am God. Holding the demonic halberd, the Demon Emperor took a step forward and appeared above Shintian. Under the suppression of the overwhelming demonic power, Shintian was unable to move at all. Demon God Strike. The demonic halberd flew out and took Shintian's life. Time and space reversal.
The demon god's halberd that had fallen out of his hand returned to the Demon Emperor's hands.
The demonic power that was released was also retracted the next moment. Shintian's figure flashed and appeared behind the Demon Emperor. Time and space are restored, and the Demon Emperor releases his demonic power.
The demon god gathered his strength for an attack and was about to strike, but he found that Shintian was no longer there.
The power of heaven was shrouding him from behind.
When he turned around, he saw the shadow of the Emperor emerging into the sky.
The overwhelming pressure came in an instant. At this moment, the Demon Emperor felt a little distressed. Emperor's punishment.
All the power of heaven in the body was drawn out and used in this attack. The Emperor's shadow slashed down with a sword, and the Demon Emperor quickly turned around and arrived with the demon halberd.
Boom!
The 2 weapons collided, energy fluctuations rippled, and the entire endless demon realm became like a calm pond. The attack of the 2 men was like throwing a stone into a pond.
Bang!
The huge force was transmitted to his arms, and the Demon Emperor frowned slightly. His arms were a little weak, and the Emperor Bone Sword suppressed the Demon God halberd and hit the Demon Emperor's chest. Scarlet blood flowed from the corner of his mouth.
The Demon Emperor was stunned. Is the Emperor injured?
Facing a pseudo-mythical human, the Demon King was injured.
The last time he was injured was 10,000 years ago.
The opponent is a mythical strongman, whose overall strength is comparable to that of the Demon Emperor. It was also by relying on the destruction of the entire demon clan and the power of the Demon Emperor that he was able to kill his opponent. In that battle, the Demon Emperor was also seriously injured. Because of this, after discovering the blue star, the demons launched a revival of the monsters instead of launching an all-out attack.
You really surprised me.
The Demon Emperor stared at Shen Tian, and the two looked at each other. This one move consumed all of the Heavenly Tao's power. At this moment, Shen Tian was frantically circulating his dantian to quickly recover the Heavenly Tao's power. The Demon King was not in a hurry to attack, as he naturally saw that Shen Tian's strength was exhausted.
Logically speaking, this is a good time to take action.
But the Demon King has his own pride.
What he wants is to defeat the enemy in his prime, not to take your life when you are sick. It would be a shame to kill a talent like you. Shen Tian, are you really not going to consider it anymore? Between you and me, only one can survive. At this point in the battle, Shen Tian's confidence was not shaken at all. Okay. In that case, I will not let you off any further. I'll wait for you to recover to your peak state, and then I'll decide the outcome with one move. Good. After a brief contact, Shen Tian also had a general understanding of the Demon Emperor.
The Demon Emperor will not take action while he is recovering the power of heaven. This is the pride of the strong, who disdain to attack the weak. Taking advantage of this gap, Shen Tian sensed the situation of the women. In addition to Ma Qian, Bai Muir, Xu Baining, and the Long Sisters have all entered the pseudo-mythical realm. Xiaoji, Mu Xiao, and Yi Xiaoye are also close to the pseudo-mythical level. Shen Tian felt slightly relieved, and then tried his best to recover the power of heaven.
In this battle, I am afraid I will definitely die.
However, before dying, he must severely injure the Demon Emperor. Only in this way can the women gain a chance to kill the Demon King and resolve the crisis on Blue Star. Time passed quietly, and the power of the Heavenly Tao and Dantian was already fully replenished. Shen Tian still did not make a move, but continued to circulate his dantian, spreading part of the power of heaven to every inch of his body. Even in the hair, there is a lot of power of heaven. The Emperor Bone Sword in his hand was also infused with immense heavenly power. The Demon King saw it and nodded secretly.
This human being is really interesting.
Soon, the Emperor Bone Sword was filled with the power of heaven. With a wave of his hand, the Pegasus Golden Spear, Ice Dragon Sword, and Fierce Dragon Sword appeared in front of him. The power of the Heavenly Tao gushed out from the body and was continuously injected.
For the last move, you must go all out and risk your life. The more heavenly power that can be quickly mobilized, the greater the chance of success.
Another half an hour passed, and all the weapons were filled with the Heavenly Tao.
The power of heaven flows throughout Shen Tian's body, including his blood and hair.
At this moment, he has truly reached the peak of his combat power. With his eyes wide open, he faced the Demon Emperor.
Come on. Our final battle.
The Demon Emperor said nothing, but raised his hands high.
In an instant, the entire endless demon realm shrank rapidly. Countless demonic energy gathered into the Demon Emperor's body in an instant.
The Demon King, who already had a strong aura, suddenly became even more terrifying. His body continued to rise, and when he stood in the vast universe, he was almost the same size as a star. This is the greatest respect for Shen Tian. There is no frivolity at all, and the strongest force is directly used.
It's time to use this trick. Chapter 98: Shen Tian's Fall. In the universe, brilliant colorful lights bloomed in an instant.
After a period of recuperation, Shen Tian's condition has reached its strongest. At this moment, the Emperor Bone Sword in his hand was covered with a layer of gold on the colorful light.
The magnificent way of heaven and the supreme divine power. Boom! The power of heaven was released outwards in an instant. The overbearing and terrifying force enveloped the area in an instant.
In the vast universe, stardust quickly condensed. The shadow of the Emperor rises from behind. At this moment, Shen Tian was like a god. His entire body was covered in 9-colored light.
As he raised his hand, explosions sounded in the universe.
The stardust gathered together and condensed into a huge nebula.
And Shen Tian was already standing on the nebula. The Emperor's shadow also merged with the nebula.
The Demon Emperor narrowed his eyes slightly and stared at Shen Tian's pupils, with 7 parts of surprise and 3 parts of regret. Such pure heavenly Tao power. If you hadn't met me, and given some time, you would have become a legendary figure. Replacing the blue star heavenly Tao wouldn't be impossible.
The Demon Emperor highly approved of Shin Tian's performance.
After so many years of roaming the universe, this is the first time he has seen such a talented person.
Demon Emperor, let me see your strongest method.
As you wish.
The Demon King was not stingy either and immediately waved his black robe.
The demon god's halberd pointed upwards, and the demonic energy transformed from the endless demonic realm gathered madly towards the demon emperor. He was already very tall, and now he became even more sturdy. The demon tomb roamed across the universe and came behind the demon emperor.
Demon god's funeral. Boom! The demon tomb trembled and roared, and countless spirits flew out of the demon tomb.
Shin Tian narrowed his eyes slightly. There were many familiar faces among these demon tombs.
The demon emperors under the demon emperor's throne appeared one by one. But now they are just in spirit form.
His eyes were dull, as if he had been deprived of intelligence. The demon god's halberd was swung fiercely, and countless demon spirits gathered madly above the demon emperor's head.
In an instant, a huge scarlet nebula condensed into shape.
The funeral of the demon god, the demon clan's strongest attack. Gather all the spirits of the dead demons and deliver a fatal blow.
The Demon King rarely uses this move. But every time you use it, you will win.
Your life will not be in vain if you can die at my demon god funeral.
Snort!
With a cold snort, Shin Tian spoke loudly.
We can only know who lives and who dies after a fight. You might not be able to withstand this move of mine. Boom!
The Emperor Bone Sword was thrown into the air and quickly climbed upwards madly. The brilliant power of the heavenly Tao flickers beneath the nebula.
Crackle! Thunder explosions emanated from the nebula. Heavenly punishment!
Shin Tian attacked boldly, and this move was also his strongest attack. Since entering the pseudo-mythical level, he has successfully unlocked the divine punishment of heaven. This move is based on the power of heaven and condenses countless rules of the entire blue planet.
Bring divine punishment to all invaders.
Holding the Emperor Bone Sword, the shadow of the Emperor behind Shin Tian, carrying a huge nebula, killed the Demon Emperor.
The Demon King on the opposite side swung the demonic halberd. The demon spirits let out a shrill roar, and the surrounding planets all trembled. Bang!
The sword and the halberd collided with each other, and the power of heaven and the devilish energy attacked each other. The energy fluctuations generated directly destroyed the universe.
The surrounding planets exploded one after another, turning into dust and wandering in the universe.
The battle between the two is indeed terrifying, but the rules of the universe are even more violent.
Even though the star field was destroyed, it was quickly restored and integrated.
This was repeated over and over again, tens of thousands of times. Their eyes met, and murderous intent collided fiercely in their pupils. The power of the heavenly Tao was rapidly dissipating and consumed, and the demonic energy was also disappearing continuously. The countless undead souls of the demon clan were constantly destroyed under the punishment of the gods. All this happened within 3 minutes.
Phew! Both of them vomited blood at the same time and their bodies exploded backwards.
The power of heaven was almost exhausted, and Shin Tian's internal organs suffered severe damage.
Countless meridians throughout the body were broken by this blow.
If this body was not strong enough, Shin Tian would probably have been reduced to ashes. The Demon King was also in a bad condition.
After enduring this attack, all the demon undead were destroyed, leaving him alone to fight. The demon tomb at the back was almost shattered. The intense energy impact continued between the two of them. The two energies circulated with each other, and unknowingly, a black hole was born in this vast universe. The two of them stood on the black hole, and the endless suction force pulled their bodies.
At the pseudo-myth level, the black hole can no longer pose a threat to Shin Tian. He was gasping for breath, and the Emperor Bone Sword in his hand was trembling slightly.
I didn't misjudge you.
The Demon Emperor spoke loudly. Although he suffered considerable injuries, his origin was not damaged. Shin Tian could naturally sense the Demon Emperor's aura, and a sense of tragedy and grandeur arose in his heart. Even with the strongest attack, I still couldn't completely injure the Demon King.
Shin Tian, this emperor will give you one last chance. Are you willing to surrender and submit to my demon clan?
Wishful thinking. When Shin Tian raised the Emperor Bone Sword, his aura suddenly became violent. Balls of sacred flames burned above Shin Tian's head.
Burn the origin. Soul sacrifice. You're crazy. If you do this, your body and soul will be annihilated and you will completely disappear from the universe. You won't even have the chance to enter reincarnation. As long as I can kill you, what does it matter if I pay a price? Well. The Demon King shouted good twice and waved back. The demon tomb shuttled over and came to the bottom of the Demon Emperor. In that case, then I'll grant your wish. Pushing open the door of the demon tomb, pure demonic energy gushed out crazily, which was also the original power. This demon tomb is not only the place where the demons reproduce and cultivate, but also the origin of the Demon Emperor. At this moment, the demon tomb was opened and the Demon Emperor directly activated the original power. The energy in the Demon Emperor's body began to rise wildly. Demon sorrow kills. He waved the demonic halberd and pounced on Shun Tian again. Emperor's punishment. Shun Tian's current strength is no longer enough to unleash the heavenly punishment, so he can only use the Emperor's punishment to fight the enemy. The same was true for the Demon Emperor. All the demon undead were destroyed, and the most powerful killing move he could perform was the Demon Death Killer. The two men approached again, and the sword and halberd collided again. Rumble. The moment of contact, the black hole below expanded by another half. Huge amounts of energy were continuously released and were madly swallowed by the black hole. You must have reached your limit. The Demon Emperor narrowed his eyes slightly, and his demonic energy surged again. Ding dong. Snap. The tip of the Emperor Bone Sword exploded, and the Demon God's spear drove straight in. Start from the tip of the sword and work your way up to the hilt. The Emperor Bone Sword broke into pieces, and in the blink of an eye, the demonic spear was in front of Shun Tian. Phew. The halberd blade pierced Shun Tian's chest. The devouring effect of the demonic spear was triggered, madly absorbing Shun Tian's vitality. In an instant, Shun Tian's body began to age rapidly. In just a blink of an eye, only skin and bones were left, and his hair turned completely white. After pulling out the demonic halberd, Shun Tian was completely exhausted and fell downwards. The Demon Emperor glanced at Shun Tian, sighed helplessly and spoke. Falling into a black hole, how tragic. However, you should die in my hands instead of falling into a black hole and being torn apart by it. He swung the halberd with his backhand, and the evil energy swept across. Shun Tian's body was shattered on the spot. Shun Tian, the strongest person in the Blue Star God-making project and regarded as a savior by countless people, died. At this moment on Blue Star, Marcoine and the other women felt a tightness in their chests and spat out blood at the same time. The next moment, the 8 women opened their eyes at the same time and opened the information panel. The column for contracted Beast Master has become nothing. The 8 girls were stunned on the spot, unable to accept it. Impossible. Marco roared angrily, his voice hoarse. He's not dead. This is fake. This is absolutely fake. Teacher Ma, calm down. Bimir immediately stepped forward and grabbed Marcoine, who was about to run away. This is fake. Something must have gone wrong. He won't die. Absolutely not. Sadness enveloped their hearts, and all 8 girls had sorrowful expressions on their faces. At this moment, the atmosphere of the blue planet suddenly turned scarlet. A figure fell from the sky. The person who came was the Demon King, and at this moment he was standing on the demon tomb. From the perspective of the girls, it was just a show of strength. At the Kyoto Demon Slayer Guild headquarters, Xia Rui looked much older over the afternoon. The leader of the Dragon Kingdom has been known for his toughness and perseverance since the revival of the monster beast. But at this moment, he almost collapsed to the ground. The loss of contact with the Heavenly Tao means that the Heavenly Tao may be gone. Now that the Demon King has arrived, it is obvious that Shun Tian has also died. The last hope of the human race was also shattered. Is our human race really going to perish just like this? An old man spoke up, obviously unable to accept such a result. Everyone. Let's fight. Xia Rui calmed himself down and shouted in a deep voice. Let us fight. At the Demon Slayer Guild headquarters, everyone roared angrily. An old veteran stood up and walked out of the meeting room, heading straight for the fighter plane airport. Notify everyone, enter combat mode. Even if the human race is going to perish today, we must let the demons see our determination. When disaster strikes, everyone's hearts are united. Everyone knew that if they did not resist and allowed the demons to invade, they would end up dead. Since we are going to die anyway, why not die in a blazing manner? With their minds made up,
all the combat-capable people in Dragon Country were ready to die. At this moment in the sky, when the Demon Emperor descended, Markian had already broken free from Mimur. The golden spear in his hand shines brightly, and the golden sacred wings spread out.
Corona light. A medium-sized sun condensed, and its blazing light bloomed.
Marcoine thrust out with his spear, and the little sun exploded, turning into countless fireballs, heading straight for the Demon Emperor.
The Demon King glanced at Marco coldly and said, "A mayfly trying to shake a tree."
With one slap of his palm, the countless fireballs turned into ashes.
Holy light meteor.
Golden spears stand in rows, and the fighting spirit bursts out.
I will kill you for revenge.
With flapping wings, Marcoine, carrying countless golden spears, rushed straight towards the Demon Emperor in the sky. A strong murderous intent swept across like crazy.
And us. The women followed closely behind and caught up with Marcoine's pace.
The 9-colored poisonous gas spread at an extremely fast speed, quickly approaching the Demon Emperor. The Demon Emperor disagreed and was about to raise his hand. Sharp blades suddenly appeared on both sides of him.
In just a moment, it landed on his body. The Demon King was surprised. This little blue planet is truly full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Someone approached me without me noticing. The person approaching was none other than Xiao Ji. Xiao Ji is the fastest and is protected by the Netherworld.
Even when facing the mythical Demon King, he was still able to avoid his detection. All skills are released continuously.
Within a few breaths, roars were heard around the Demon Emperor. Little ant. Get out here for me. During the explosion, the Demon King slapped his palm towards the space.
With this palm, the space exploded. Xiao Ji, who was in the Netherworld, was severely injured on the spot and her figure was revealed.
Go to hell.
As the palm print fell, blood flowed from the corner of Xiao Ji's mouth, and there was a smile in her eyes. At this moment, a column of water rose into the sky and resisted the devil's clutches.
Xiao Ji seized the opportunity and retreated rapidly. Thank you. Between us, there's no need to thank each other.
Yi Xiaoya's eyes were determined, and she played the mermaid piano more and more rapidly.
Bang! 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 Above the sea, countless water columns rose up and madly hit the Demon Emperor's body. Control of the sea. Boom! In an instant, a waterspout broke out. The entire ocean was completely mobilized at this moment. The terrifying sea tornado, blessed by the power of heaven, fiercely slammed into the body of the Demon Emperor. Marcoine had already arrived and threw the Tianma golden spear out brazenly. Countless golden spears descended and pierced the Demon Emperor's body in unison.
Ice and fire, twin dragons playing with a pearl. The Long Sisters transformed into giant dragons of ice and fire, and appeared above the Demon Emperor at the same time as the 9-colored demonic prison poison. The deadly poison merged into one, quickly spreading and covering everything, invading the Demon Emperor's body. The twin dragons of ice and fire roared, and a dragon ball condensed in the Demon Emperor's chest. The impact of ice and fire all fell on the Demon Emperor's chest.
Damn little ants. The Demon Emperor was furious and endured the continuous attacks.
He raised his hand to gather the demonic energy and was about to activate his skill. At this moment, the spiritual sword suddenly broke in and pierced into the Demon King's brain. The skill that was originally charging was interrupted directly. Mimur, who released this move, also felt uncomfortable. She kept spitting out black blood from her mouth, and her face was extremely pale. The Demon King's attack was interrupted, and all the attacks launched by the women broke out immediately.
Rumble.
All kinds of energy exploded in the sky, and the entire sky seemed to collapse. The energy generated by the shattered space was tearing the Demon Emperor's body apart frantically.
And me. Mu Xiao roared angrily, and the scythe of death quickly grew larger. Holding the surging scythe of death, Mu Xiao ignited the origin. The god of death is taking my life. This attack is Mu Xiao's strongest offensive skill. When using it, the origin must be ignited. Every use is a huge drain on life.
Facing a powerful enemy, Mu Xiao directly sacrificed 50 years of her life. After the blow, Mu Xiao's hair was already full of white hair. The beautiful face has aged and is covered with wrinkles.
A heart-wrenching feeling appeared in the Demon Emperor's mind.
When the Grim Reaper finally came to claim his life, for a moment the Demon Emperor felt as if he was in hell, his demonic soul having been separated from him.
Boom! The explosion resounded. The long-lasting energy fluctuations impacted the demon emperor's body. Mozartium. With a loud shout, the demon tomb flew out from the universe.
It was as dark as ink and filled with demonic energy.
The demon tomb opened, and the terrifying energy fluctuations and the aftermath of the mutual explosions were all absorbed by the demon tomb.
At this moment, the demon emperor appeared in everyone's sight again. At this time, the demon king no longer had the heroic spirit he had, but instead looked somewhat embarrassed.
Great! I never thought you would embarrass me so much.
After dealing with Shintian, the demon emperor believed that he could march straight in, turn the blue star upside down, and find the source of life.
I never thought that as soon as I stepped into the atmosphere of the blue planet, I was beaten to a pulp by 8 women. Chapter 99, Heavenly Tao Inheritance. I want all of you to die at my hands.
The demon emperor was furious, and released all his demonic power. The demon tomb behind him opened, and endless demonic energy swarmed in. He opened his arms wide and shouted angrily,
"Demon puppet!" Boom! The next moment, streams of demonic energy shot out from the demon emperor's body. These stray arrows exploded in the air and transformed into demons.
But these are not real demons, but puppets created by the demon king.
After hundreds of millions of years of fighting, the demon emperor has created countless puppets. This is also one of his important trump cards. Once all the demons are destroyed, these puppets will come in handy. Go! My warriors! The demon puppet roared and fell madly from the atmosphere.
The demon emperor scanned the entire blue star with cold eyes, his body slowly retreated and merged into the demon tomb. After the battle with Shintian, he still suffered some injuries. In order to ensure that there are no accidents in obtaining the source of life, what the demon king needs to do now is to recover.
Kill!
Marco roared angrily, picked up the Pegasus golden spear, and charged into the army of demon puppets. Fierce fighting broke out again, and the women each used their own methods.
Countless fighter planes took off and various heavy weapons were launched.
There were constant explosions in the sky, and energy fluctuations were venting outwards madly.
In the vast universe, endless dust is flowing. The traces left after the war have not completely disappeared.
A flash of 9 colored lights suddenly appeared.
Shantian! Shantian!
The magnetic female voice spoke softly, as if it was some special way of transmitting sound, and only Shintian could hear it.
Ding! Restart begins.
The movement of the machinery echoed, and the colorful light kept flashing. There is a faint light, converging towards the colorful light. The light gathered together and condensed into a human figure.
If the demon emperor were here, he would definitely be shocked. This person is Shintian. Restart successful. Shintian suddenly opened his eyes and gasped for breath. You finally woke up. A flash of colorful light flew out from Shintian's chest.
The next moment, a beautiful woman appeared in front of Shintian. The woman looked very weak, as if she had just suffered a serious injury.
Who are you? Shintian frowned. Wasn't I killed by the demon emperor? You were indeed killed. The woman spoke, I am the way of heaven. The next sentence left Shintian speechless with shock. Tian Dao is actually a woman. You don't have to be surprised. According to normal trajectory, the blue planet is bound to be destroyed.
This was caused by my wrong decision, but fortunately, as the way of heaven, I still have a way to remedy the situation.
I chose to use the reversal of heaven and transformed part of the power into a system.
Let this system choose one person and return to the eve of the monster's revival, and that person is you.
What?
As soon as the words of Tian Dao came out, it was like a thunderclap.
My rebirth was arranged by you?
It can't be said that I arranged it.
The system I transformed into chose you. Perhaps it's the universe's recognition of you.
Tian Dao, who looked like a girl, had a worried look on her face inside.
This is also the universe's punishment for me. What's the meaning? Shintian was puzzled. Why was the topic of punishment brought up again? The way of heaven is the supreme being of every planet, and the way of heaven on every planet requires the recognition of the universe. Because of my decision, the blue planet was almost destroyed, and the universe no longer recognizes my way of heaven. The system I transform into, and the host I choose, will become the new heavenly Tao, and I, too, will completely disappear. What about my resurrection? It's the will of the universe. Tian Dao spoke patiently and answered Shintian's doubts. When the system I created chose you, it was branded with the will of heaven.
As long as the inheritance of the heavenly Tao is not completed, you will not truly die. This is the law of the universe, and all planets must abide by it. If that's the case, then the demon emperor will know that I'm not dead yet? Shintian quickly looked around, alert for the sudden appearance of the demon king. He doesn't know. The demon clan's home is the demon tomb. Do you think the demon tomb is a planet? No. Shintian shook his head. The demon tomb looked more like a coffin. Since the birth of the universe, there have been some races that are not controlled by the universe and are independent of the universe's rules. The demon race is one of them, so the demon king doesn't know that you will not really die. As for me, I should have died, but a part of my power was transformed into a system and coexisted with you, so I can continue to live. Although I made the wrong decision before and almost destroyed Blue Star, I was not wrong this time. Without the system I transformed into, I would undoubtedly die, and the death of the heavenly Tao would mark the beginning of a planet's true destruction. This was the first time Shintian heard of these mysteries of the rules of the universe. Compared to these, Shintian had no interest in them. He was more worried about where the demon emperor was and whether Blue Star was in trouble. As if seeing Shintian's worry, Tian Dao spoke slowly. Don't worry, Lan Xing will be fine for a while. That's good. Feeling a little relieved, Shintian immediately asked. You just mentioned the recognition of the universe's will and the inheritance of the heavenly Tao. Does this mean that I will become the new heavenly Tao? That's right, my final mission is to pass on the heavenly Tao to you and let you become the new heavenly Tao of Blue Star. Moreover, after becoming the new heavenly Tao, you will be in your prime and at the pinnacle of mythical existence. Killing the demon king and resolving the Blue Star crisis will naturally be no problem. So what are you waiting for? Let's start the inheritance. Shintian is now extremely anxious. If he can obtain the inheritance of the heavenly Tao as soon as possible, he can go and kill the demon emperor. The current demon king must have broken into Blue Star. Ma Qian's current condition is probably very dangerous. If I pass on the heavenly Tao to you, I will die. The girl spoke, and Shintian couldn't help but be stunned. Yes. When a heavenly Tao is passed down, the original heavenly Tao will die. No matter who it is, no one can accept that a long life will be gone just like that. As long as the heavenly Tao is not passed on, you can live forever, right? So your decision is to keep living in this way? Shintian questioned, but without any sarcasm or accusation. The way of heaven is to have different ideas. Although she looks like a human girl, it is hard to say what race she is. Others may not choose to sacrifice themselves for this reason. I will pass on the heavenly Tao to you. After all, I am also from Blue Star. The girl spoke, gazing at the blue planet in the universe. But I can't bear to die. This is a bit of a headache. I don't want to die, but I want to save Blue Planet. The two are contradictory. But I've thought about this a long time ago. The girl smiled sweetly. Shintian, please contract me. I will become your beast mother, so I won't have to die. Ah. Shintian was stunned. Is this how you treat the rules of the universe? What's wrong with that? I did pass on the heavenly Tao to you. Moreover, as long as you are willing to contract with me, and it does not violate the rules of the universe. Okay. Let's sign the contract. Without hesitation, Shintian agreed. So easy to talk to? Don't you think I'm threatening you? You just want to live. This one sentence made the girl burst into tears. When she became Tian Dao, she was only 16 years old. It is a time of innocence and bright youth. During the 1,000 years of Huashan Tian Dao, she was always concerned about the lives of the girls. For her, she also wanted to ride a carousel and eat a string of candied haws. I see. The girl turned around, surrounded by colorful light, and a pair of butterfly wings grew behind her. You can call me Tang Kaier. From now on, I will be your beast girl. As for my form, I will be the bright divine butterfly. Since I was very young, I have wished to turn into a butterfly and fly freely. As she spoke, Tang Kaier had already changed her form and entered the beast girl state. Shintian summoned the contract and the two quickly signed it. Alright, sit down cross-legged, and I will now pass on the heavenly Tao to you. Shintian did as he was told and sat cross-legged in the universe. Tang Kaier raised her hand and gently placed it on Shintian's head. The system originally attached to Shintian turned into colorful halos, flew out of his body, and merged into Tang Kaier's body. Behind Tang Kaier, there was a huge throne hovering. This Dharma seat is called the Star Seat. The heavenly way of each planet corresponds to a star position.
The inheritance of the way of heaven is the star position. Inheritance, begin. Boom.
The stars roared, and the energy in Tang Kair's body flowed away madly.
The colorful power of heaven was drawn out bit by bit. This process is extremely painful, and all the meridians in the body are suffering from the torture of purgatory.
Until all the power of the heavenly Tao is extracted and integrated into the star positions. Tang Kair slapped her chest and spat out a mouthful of blood that spilled on the star position.
Boom! The connection between Xingwei and Tang Kair was severed.
From this moment on, Tang Kair was no longer Blue Star Tian Dao.
Shen Tian's body floated, as if he sensed something.
On the forehead, the mark of the universes will appeared. The star position fell from the sky and stood upright behind Shen Tian. The pure power of heaven surged into Shen Tian's body.
The enormous force constantly changes and reshapes Shen Tian's body.
Realm also broke through to the mythical level in the next moment.
Mythical level. Tang Kair was shocked.
Logically speaking, to enter the mythical level, one must completely merge with the star position. The fusion had just begun, and Shen Tian had already reached the legendary level.
Could it be that he can reach the peak of mythology?
The mythical level is also divided into different levels. Like Tang Kair, when she was at the mythical level, she was at the 6th level.
The Demon King's strength is at the 7th level of mythology.
Because he had just suffered a serious injury when he arrived on Earth and had not recovered yet, this gave Tang Kair the opportunity to respond.
Otherwise, if the Demon Emperor was in his prime, Blue Star would have been gone long ago. After entering the mythical level, the endless power of heaven continued to climb upwards.
In just a few breaths, Shen Tian had reached the 6th level of mythology. The stagnant power of heaven suddenly began to surge again. The will of the universe descended and directly penetrated into Shen Tian's body.
The crazy rise of heavenly power allowed Shen Tian to advance to another level. It's not over yet. Tang Kair's eyes flickered as she made a bold guess in her mind. It seems that Shen Tian is very likely to become a pinnacle mythical existence. There has never been a mythical peak in the entire solar system.
Even the Sun Heavenly Tao is only at the 7th level of mythology.
Moreover, the solar heavenly Tao cannot be condensed into a physical entity and has existed since the birth of the universe.
This type of heavenly Tao is fixed by the rules of the universe and cannot be destroyed, but it is also unable to interfere with the heavenly Tao of other planets in the galaxy. This is also the reason why the Demon Emperor has been able to fight in the universe for many years, destroying countless planets, but still has not been punished.
In fact, Tang Kair had also guessed about it. Since the will of the universe knows the existence of the demons, why doesn't it take direct action to completely wipe out the demons? Why does it have to go through so much trouble? However, the inheritance has already begun.
From now on, there is no need to rack your brains for such things.
Let Shen Tian brainstorm.
The inheritance is still continuing, but the situation on Blue Star is becoming more and more serious. Although these demon puppets are not as powerful as real demons.
But in terms of numbers, there are more of them than the demons.
They all rushed down at once, and even though Markian and others had broken through to the pseudo-mythology, they were still unable to stop them. At this moment, some magic puppets have already stood on the land and started to attack the fortress. On the Kyoto fortress side, all kinds of heavy weapons fired crazily.
Outside the huge walls of the fortress, a black army of demon puppets was coming.
The Kyoto fighter airport has been completely occupied by the magic puppets, and all the fighter planes have been destroyed. At this moment, a group of beast masters and beast girls are fighting a desperate battle with the demon puppets.
Even ordinary people joined in the battle.
The overall strength of the magic puppet is far stronger than that of the Beastmaster and the Beast Girl.
The entire battle can be described as brutal.
It often takes 10 Beast Girls to replace one demon puppet. At the Demon Slayer Guild headquarters, everyone was in despair. Such a huge sacrifice cannot stop the pace of the demon puppet's advancement.
First Master, why don't you use that thing?
A senior executive made a suggestion, and everyone became excited and their eyes focused on Xia Rui.
Once you use that thing, it will be your true destruction.
What everyone is pointing to is naturally humanity's most powerful killing weapon and the pinnacle of technology.
Wait a little longer. Xia Rui couldn't give an order immediately, but immediately added another sentence. Let's get ready first. Yes, sir. If it really comes to the end, the most powerful killing weapon will naturally be used to bombard these demon puppets.
Even if the human race perishes, we must let the demons know that the faith of our human race will never be defeated. In the sky, meteors of holy light burst out.
A group of demon puppets were killed and turned into dust.
Soon, more demon puppets rushed forward and trapped Marco Ian in the center.
Damn it! Damn it! Damn it!
Kill! Kill! Kill!
Marco Ian had gone completely mad, charging forward recklessly. Shintian is dead, and her heart is dead too. What I want now is to die in this battle. The battle entered a fierce stage, and the strength in the 8 women's bodies was almost exhausted.
It can only hold out for half an hour at most before it collapses.
At this moment, the manhwa opens.
The Demon King stood with his hands behind his back and slowly walked out. After the repair, the Demon King has completely recovered to his peak condition.
You guys are not dead yet.
The Demon Emperor was slightly surprised.
That's fine, let me deal with you personally. He summoned the demonic halberd and quickly locked onto Marco Yin's figure.
With a slash of the halberd, the devil blade slashed across.
Groups of demon puppets quickly dodged and moved away.
Marco Yin looked up, his eyes red with anger.
Come on.
Holding the Pegasus golden spear, he flapped his wings and rushed upwards to meet the devil's blade. As the distance got closer, the power that calmed people's souls made Marco Yin shake. Marco Yin gritted his teeth and, filled with rage, vowed to confront the Demon King head-on.
Act recklessly.
The Demon Emperor was indifferent and disdainful, and was about to swing the demonic halberd again when a familiar voice exploded in the sky.
Who is it that is so reckless? Boom!
9-colored light, like a meteor, burst out from the dim scarlet demonic energy. The figure fell from the sky and stood in front of Marco Yin. The Emperor Bone sword slashed horizontally, and the sword energy went up with the momentum, shattering the demon blade.
Ma Qian's eyes were dull.
He rubbed his eyes and stared at the back in disbelief. Shintian turned around slowly, his face full of love.
Why are you so stupid? What would I do if you died? Chapter 100 Final Ending. You bastard!
Marco Yin rushed over and started punching and kicking him. Shintian let her vent, his eyes full of love.
You really scared me to death.
Tears soaked his clothes, and Marco buried himself in Shintian's arms and cried.
Okay, it's okay, I'm back. Shintian patted Markian's back gently and whispered kind words of comfort. In the sky, the Demon Emperor's face turned ashen.
Shintian's sudden appearance really surprised him. At that time, he was watching Shintian fall above the black hole.
Why did he suddenly come back?
Moreover, the energy fluctuations on Shintian's body were extremely peaceful, without a single flaw visible. Even the Demon King, who had fought for hundreds of millions of years, still couldn't see through it.
Hey, hey, hey! With such a powerful enemy at hand, can we please get down to business first?
A beautiful female voice was heard, and Tang Kair, who was wearing an ancient robe, pouted.
Ahem!
After 2 light coughs, the women gathered around Shintian.
Let me introduce her to you all. Her name is Tang Kair, and she is... You are Blue Star Tian Dao.
The Demon King spoke in shock, looking incredulous. The girls were also stunned, and all looked at Shintian and then at Tang Kair.
Yes, I am the Blue Star Heavenly Dao, but not anymore. The new Blue Star Heavenly Dao is him.
Tang Kair pointed at Shintian casually, a fierce look flashed in the corner of her eyes, and she stared at the Demon Emperor viciously.
But I haven't forgotten you hitting me. This is impossible, what is going on? The Demon Emperor was stunned. Tian Dao and Shintian had clearly been destroyed by him.
But now they are all alive and well, which the Demon Emperor cannot accept. Especially Shintian, who has now become the new Blue Star Heavenly Dao. It seemed as if everything done before was in vain. The Demon Clan's most powerful skill, Demon God's Funeral, can no longer be used. But Shintian, who is transformed into the Heavenly Dao, can use the Heavenly Dao Divine Punishment again.
Thinking of this, the Demon Emperor couldn't help but feel terrified.
I'm afraid it would be impossible to defeat Shintian in a head-on confrontation.
Demon Emperor, you are afraid.
Shintian spoke in a deep voice, his eyes cold.
Bullshit. How could this emperor be afraid? Hard-mouthed.
With a sneer on his lips, Shintian calmly raised the Emperor Bone sword in his hand.
Taking one step at a time is like walking on a ladder to heaven. You are on Blue Star. How can I, as the Heavenly Dao, not know all your emotions, joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness? You little brat, Don't even think about disturbing my Tao heart.
The devil's halberd was swung, and the demonic energy burst out. A devilish blade slashed out, heading straight for Shintian.
Careful! Marco Ian was frightened and flapped his wings to rush out.
Don't worry, he is now the heavenly Tao. In his eyes, the demon emperor is just a small ant. Tang Kaier spoke, without a trace of worry on her face, but envy flashed in her eyes. This guy, in just a moment, reached a level that she had not dared to imagine in 1,000 years. The devil blade descended from the sky, and Shintian swung out a sword casually. The sword energy shot upwards, and the demonic blade turned into ashes on the spot. The demon emperor's face turned black, and he frantically urged the demonic halberd in his hand.
Demonic blades covered the sky and the earth. A trifle.
Driven by the power of heaven, a sword is thrust upwards. All the devil blades turned into nothingness under the sword.
No!
The demon king panicked, and the demon tomb behind him opened. The demonic energy surged out, enveloping his body in an instant.
Demon sorrow kills.
The body rose rapidly, and in the blink of an eye it became a sky-high body. The demonic halberd in his hand became even whiter and sharper.
With a downward thrust of his halberd, the demon king charged forward with all his might.
The roar continued to echo, and the Emperor Bone Sword in Shintian's hand pointed upwards. His arms moved quickly, and the Imperial Edict condensed. A sword pierced through the Imperial Edict and turned into a huge jade seal.
The Emperor's decree to kill.
Suppress the heaven and earth. The jade seal expanded rapidly, rushed forward, and collided with the demon god's halberd.
Bang!
The demon god's halberd was directly bounced away, and the jade seal flashed and came to the top of the demon emperor's head.
Bang! The jade seal fell heavily and hit the demon emperor's back. Phew!
As the scarlet devil blood was spat out, the demon emperor felt as if all his internal organs were dislocated. The meridians in the body could not bear it and almost broke.
Return!
The demon emperor waved his hand, and all the demon puppets quickly rose into the air, protecting the demon emperor behind them.
Kill him! At a command, all the demon puppets roared and pounced on Shintian.
The demon emperor himself rushed out of the blue star with the demon tomb. During this fight, the demon emperor has realized that Shintian's realm is already above his.
If a fight really breaks out, he will definitely die. Among the 36 strategies, running away is the best one. If you don't slip away now, when will you? Want to escape? Shintian narrowed his eyes slightly and glanced at the endless number of demon puppets. You think you can stop me with this garbage? Ha ha.
Above the sword energy, 9 colored light bloomed.
The rules of the entire blue planet were mobilized in an instant. Destroy!
With a cold shout, the blue star roared. The power of rules spreads throughout the entire sky. The explosions continued and the demon puppets fell rapidly.
In just 3 breaths, all the demon puppets were reduced to ashes. Step on the void and break through the atmosphere. I'm going too.
Makian was still a little worried, so he followed him.
Let's go too. After entering the pseudo-mythical level, leaving Blue Star will not pose a threat to the lives of the women. Okay, I'll follow and take a look. Tang Kaier curled her lips and had a different opinion of Shintian.
This man has an ordinary appearance, but when he makes a move, he reveals a magical power that makes people yearn for him. In the universe, the demon emperor rode the demon tomb and fled at high speed. Seeing that the blue star behind him was becoming more and more similar, the demon king couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief.
Where are you going?
The roar echoed, and the sword energy slashed out.
The demon tomb roared and blasted a crack. Shintian.
The demon king gritted his teeth and flew out of the demon tomb.
Shintian, please forgive me when you can. Don't make it a fight to the death, okay? You are not a human being, how can I forgive you?
The demon emperor was choked and was about to continue looking for excuses when Shintian spoke again.
You killed me once, and you want me to let go of my hatred for you? Do you think I'm a saint? Or am I a masochist? Today, you must die. Good. The demon emperor said gloomily, if you insist on forcing me, then don't blame me. Endless demon realm. Boom.
The domain expanded, covering Shintian.
Rubbish.
With a slash of the sword energy tore a hole in the endless demonic realm.
Then, countless sword energies burst out instantly. In just a moment, the endless demonic realm was broken. Locking onto the Demon Emperor again, Shin Tian smiled. Still stalling for time. The Demon Emperor knew that he could not trap Shin Tian in the endless demon realm. The reason for using it is to delay time.
At this moment, the devil flames were burning wildly on the Demon Emperor's body. The origin of the demon soul has been ignited, and the Demon Emperor is about to fight a final and desperate battle.
Since I can't survive, I'll die with you. Boom! The Demon Emperor's body exploded and turned into countless demon spirits. After burning the essence of the demon soul, the Demon Emperor's combat power increased dramatically. Directly destroy the main body and forcibly condense all the demon spirits. Demon God's funeral.
The strongest attack of the demon clan, the Demon King, who was on the verge of despair, attacked without reservation this time, vowing to leave Shin Tian in the vast universe.
Emperor's punishment.
This time, there were no more shadows.
Instead, Shin Tian's body continued to rise and grow.
After becoming the way of heaven, Emperor Punishment was also sublimated. From the Emperor's shadow, it transformed into the true body of the heavenly Tao. With one strike of the sword, all demons bow down. Large groups of demon spirits dissipated under the Emperor Bonesword. The wandering evil spirit was melted by the power of heaven. It's actually the peak of mythology. The Demon Emperor spoke, his words full of resentment. Die. When the sword falls, all the demons will be destroyed. Including the Demon King himself, he was also killed.
In the empty universe, besides planets, dust, and meteorites, there is the Demon Tomb.
Shin Tian did not leave, but instead set his sights on the Demon Tomb. At this moment, Demon Emperor, you are still harboring hope.
Do you think I, Shin Tian, don't know that this Demon Tomb is your true origin?
He muttered to himself, and the rules flowed on the Emperor Bonesword. The power of heaven was pushed to the extreme, and a sword stabbed downwards.
The nine-colored light illuminates the entire solar system.
Even the sun seemed a little dim at this moment.
Shin Tian. You. The voice of the Demon Emperor rang out, coming from the Demon Tomb. The final funeral of the demon god seemed to be an all-out attack, a fight for life. In fact, the Demon King still had a backup plan. He retained his spiritual consciousness and secretly ran back to the Demon Tomb. As long as the Demon Tomb still exists, the Demon Emperor will never truly perish. There will still be opportunities to make a comeback in the future. But how could all this escape Shin Tian's eyes? Even if he didn't know that the Demon Emperor had this trick up his sleeve, Shin Tian would still destroy the Demon Tomb. If you don't remove the roots of the grass, it will grow again in the spring breeze. Shin Tian still knows this truth. In the nine-colored light, all the rules are integrated into one. Holy thunder surrounded the Emperor Bonesword, completely blocking the Demon Tomb. The tip of the sword pierced into the Demon Tomb, and the sword energy, carrying the power of rules, immediately poured into the Demon Tomb. In a moment, the Demon Tomb shattered into pieces and turned into countless demonic auras, flowing in the universe. Go! With a flick of his fingertips, the power of heaven burst out. All the evil spirits were enveloped by the power of heaven and were completely purified. When Makian and others arrived, the battle was already over. At the pinnacle of mythology, he is already the strongest in the galaxy. How can a mere 7th-level myth resist? It's over. Shin Tian walked over with a smile and returned to Blue Star with the girls. Standing on the horizon, overlooking the blue planet that has been destroyed beyond recognition, Shin Tian raised his hands high and chanted an ancient spell. Heavenly Tribute. The next moment, 9-colored light descended from the sky, covering the entire blue planet. All planned buildings and damaged plants have been restored. In addition to these, there are also monsters, which are also spread all over the land of Blue Star, but there are not as many as before. These monsters, let me kill them all. No. Shin Tian spoke up and stopped the irritable Mu Xiao. Why? After experiencing this catastrophe, the level of Blue Star is also rising. From now on, the Beast Master and the Beast Girl will be passed down through reproduction. In this system, there must be monsters in order to improve the levels of Beast Masters and Beast Girls. A life that is too comfortable will make us forget how to wield a sword. Just like this incident with the demons, the human civilization on Blue Star was almost wiped out. Shin Tian has his own plans. He is not prepared to protect a planet by himself like Tang Kaier did. For a civilization to develop over the long term, it ultimately depends on itself. From this moment on, the human race must have the power to fight.
Even if one day the way of heaven is no longer in existence, we can still fight against foreign races.
I agree.
Two women spoke at the same time, one was Ma Qian and the other was Tang Kaier.
Whatever decision you make, I support you. Marry a chicken, follow the chicken, marry a dog, follow the dog.
As an old couple, it is natural for them to support each other. After experiencing the events of the Demon Clan, Tang Kaier realized her past mistakes. If the Blue Star superpower training system had been launched earlier, perhaps we would not be so passive when facing the demons. The women spoke up one after another to express their support.
Tell this to the abbot. Let him handle the aftermath.
As for me, I'm going back to Yunqing, but Sister Ian, it's time to plan our wedding.
Aha! Marco smiled and nodded, feeling a little shy.
The girls gave their blessings one by one, but each of them had their own thoughts.
Time flies and the years pass easily.
In the blink of an eye, 30 years have passed. Over the past 30 years, cultivation has become popular throughout the Blue Star.
Everyone is proud to be a Beastmaster and a Beast Girl. To this end, various places have established fairly complete training systems. In the past 30 years, many strong people have emerged.
Among them, Longwei is the leader.
With the help of Shintian, hundreds of Emperor-level powerhouses have been born.
There are even 3 people who have reached the pseudo-mythical level.
The high-end combat power he possesses is unmatched in the entire Blue Planet.
Shintian has become a god in the hearts of countless people. Many Beastmasters are eager to get Shintian's guidance. Yunqing, once a small city, has become a big city because of Shintian, with a permanent population of 50 million. The entire city has been expanded countless times.
The most famous building in Yunqing is a villa area named Tiandao Mansion.
Shintian and his family live in this villa area. It covers a large area and has rows of villas. Outside the villa, there are many powerful guards.
Although Shintian doesn't need any guards at all.
However, his contribution was so great that the top leaders of the Dragon Kingdom unanimously decided to set up a Tiandao Guard army to specifically guard the Tiandao Palace. The selection of the guards is extremely strict, and only those at the overlord level will be accepted.
The person guarding the gate of Tiandao Mansion is an emperor-level strongman.
As an emperor, he would naturally be laughed at if he just guarded the gate for others. But if you say you are guarding the gate of Tiandao Mansion, that is different.
It brings honor to the family.
At this moment, outside a villa in Tiandao Mansion, Shintian's face was solemn as he sat in the pavilion, scratching his head anxiously. There is a pile of books in front of him, including the Book of Songs, Tang poetry, and song lyrics, which are full of literary content. On the other side, a group of children gathered outside the villa, chattering non-stop.
Mother Chu, guess who was Kuyin's mother, the younger brother or younger sister this time? Chu Baining said casually, daughter. It must be a son.
Mu Xiao said firmly, but Sister Ian, she has already given birth to 10 sons.
I'm so envious.
Baimir looked back at her 6 daughters and the little girl in the monk's arms, and shed tears of envy.
Why, they can't be twins? Yes. It would be great to have twin sisters.
The ones who spoke were the Long sisters, who were now the mothers of 6 children.
Stop right there, you bastard. You skipped class again. The teacher's calling.
Yi Xiaoye, holding a cane in her hand, chased after a sly boy who had just turned 10 years old.
Mom, this is the last time. I just want to come back and see if it's my brother or sister. Sister Xiaoji, help me.
The cunning boy sneaked in among the children, and Yi Xiaoye had to ask Xiaoji for help. A shadow flashed by, and Xiaoji picked up the cunning boy and handed him to Yi Xiaoye.
Xiao Ma. You're so cruel to me. Bang. Ah. Mom, it hurts.
You still feel pain, I wonder if you dare to skip class again. At this moment, the sound of a baby crying was heard. Everyone's eyes immediately turned to the house.
Ha! Why is it still a duet? One cries loudly, and the other cries softly?
Baimir was puzzled, and the Long sisters looked at each other.
That makes them twins. Squeak.
The door opened and Tang Kaier walked out holding a baby in each hand.
Let me see. Everyone rushed forward and surrounded the 2 newborn babies. Tang Kaier escaped successfully and came to the pavilion. Shintian looked up, son or daughter? Both. What?
Shintian was stunned and the Book of Songs in his hand fell to the ground.
What's the name? Mask of Pain. Well, I want to have 10 too.
Tang Kaier's words were shocking, and Shin Tian was petrified on the spot.
God, please spare me.
End of the book.